After traversing into another realm, GK acquired a remarkable ability, allowing him to accumulate his insights like currency. The greater the accumulation of these insights, the more extraordinary the revelations he could attain. For instance, he utilized his first accumulated insight on swimming, resulting in his aquatic prowess surpassing that of fish and enabling him to glide swiftly even on land. Subsequently, GK resolved to harness his potential further, eager to discover the effects of reaching the zenith of his insights. One fateful day, unable to contain his anticipation any longer and longing for the delectable stir-fried beef he desired, he devoted all his insights to mastering the art of stir-frying. Rumor soon spread through the martial world that a notorious evil deity, newly descended to the mortal plane, met an untimely demise at the hands of a passing cook who expertly tossed the wok. As dusk fell upon Sangshui County's yamen, GK stood there. Beside him lay an unconscious man. Several constables regarded him with mixed expressions. At that moment, a middle-aged man, adorned with a saber at his waist, entered, prompting the constables to greet him respectfully. Captain Shui. Upon glancing at the young scholar, Captain Shui sighed. GK, what brings you here again? With an innocent demeanor, GK replied, Captain, I assure you, I had no desire to be here. Initially, he had blinded his assailant with quicklime, followed by 2 swift kicks to incapacitate him. When the attacker attempted to resist further, GK produced a brick and knocked him down, subsequently ensuring his unconsciousness with a precise jab. When we arrived, he was binding the perpetrator with red cord, explained the young scholar named GK patiently. Captain Shui, you are aware that the city has been rather tumultuous lately, and my fortune has been rather lackluster. Over the past 6 months, I have inexplicably faced 38 attacks, appearing at the yamen 31 times. Just last time, I suffered a significant laceration to my hand. It is only reasonable that I carry some means of self-defense. Captain Shui waved his hand, signaling him to cease. He observed the unconscious man whose eyes were swollen like peaches and inquired, How did he ambush you? I was merely walking along the road, engrossed in my book when he approached with a stick, seemingly without provocation. Had I not been vigilant, I would have been the one on the ground. Captain Shui, his technique with the club seemed rather practiced. He must be a habitual offender, GK recounted earnestly. The captain and his constables hesitated, struggling to articulate their thoughts. It appeared that GK was the more adept in this encounter. The young scholar, named GK, was indeed a frequent visitor to the yamen through some twist of fate. He had repeatedly been robbed and attacked over the past year, yet each assailant met a more tragic end than the last. They began to suspect he might be fishing for bounties, given that some of those he had been compelled to retaliate against bore rewards on their heads. Captain Shui waved his hand and addressed GK, young Master G, as per usual protocol. Once this fellow has provided his account, I shall send someone to find you. GK nodded, hesitantly inquiring, Captain, might there be a bounty this time? None at all. He is clearly affiliated with the Green Serpent Gang. The yamen does not have a bounty for such a character. Upon hearing this, GK's disappointment was palpable as he lamented, Alas, what terrible luck! Shui, the head constable, could not help but exclaim, Young Master G, perhaps it would be wise to venture out less when fortune seems to elude you. Calamity seems to follow you wherever you go. It is worth noting that a year prior, working in the magistrate's office of Sangshui County was a veritable sinecure. GK, indeed, had been beset by misfortune, with ill events occurring with alarming frequency. However, he was acutely aware that his string of bad luck was not mere happenstance, but rather intricately linked to his peculiar ability. As an unremarkable member of the Legion of Transmigrators, GK discovered upon his arrival in this world that he possessed an extraordinary ability, the capacity to accumulate wisdom as one might amass wealth. Once he had gathered a sufficient amount of this wisdom, he could unleash it all at once, thereby achieving subtle yet remarkable effects. For instance, he utilized his first accumulated wisdom on the skill of swimming. Consequently, the once clumsy swimmer found himself gliding through water with the grace of a fish, and astonishingly, he could even swim on land with remarkable speed. GK compared his current ability to swim on the ground to his previous record of sprinting 100 meters. He was swifter while swimming than he had ever been in a race. Though this unique ability appeared advantageous, it bore significant and unavoidable drawbacks. When accumulating wisdom, he found that his learning efficiency diminished drastically, and he became increasingly unfortunate. The longer he accumulated wisdom, the more arduous his studies became, and the greater his misfortunes multiplied. Initially, he struggled with his studies and found himself stepping in unpleasantness while walking. As time passed, he was unable to grasp new concepts, infuriating his tutors, and he frequently became embroiled in perilous situations. The misfortunes included thefts, robberies, abductions, harassment, murder, and encounters with tigers during outings. Yet, from these adversities, GK developed a resilience and optimism that belied his youth, as well as an extraordinary capacity to endure hardship. His personal record over the past year was fending off 5 ruffians with a brick who had attempted to strip him of his trousers. Upon investigation, the authorities discovered that this gang, known as the Band of Mischief, had plagued Sanshue County for years without being eradicated. Ironically, rather than pursuing numerous women available to them, they chose to target GK. Of course, GK sustained considerable injuries during this encounter and spent 2 days and nights recovering in bed. At this moment, GK found himself near his home in Yuhua Alley. An afternoon drizzle had just passed, leaving the alley's path half cobbled and half muddy, with patches of damp yellow paper scattered about, imparting a chilly ambience. At night, a cult known as the Wind Lotus sect often came to preach. The adherents would form lines, reciting scriptures while scattering yellow paper. GK harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards this sect, as he felt an irresistible urge to join their ranks whenever he heard their chanting. Indeed, there were instances in Sanshue County where citizens had joined the Wind Lotus sect at night. There were reports of families seeking justice at the magistrate's office, only to see their cases dismissed, and in some instances, individuals were imprisoned for allegedly spreading heretical ideas. The Wind Lotus sect was shrouded in mystery, and the magistrate's attitude towards it was equally dubious. Possessing a propensity for attracting trouble, GK was naturally cautious, especially since he had been accumulating wisdom for over 6 months, a personal record, thus placing his danger level at an all-time high. It was also worth noting that his beloved aunt had been taken by the Wind Lotus sect just 2 days prior to GK, having lost his parents at a tender age, was left with a modest abode. Recently, an aunt who had not been in contact for several years unexpectedly arrived at his doorstep. She conveyed that her eldest son, GK's cousin, was to be wed and, lacking a suitable residence in the city, requested that GK relinquish half of his estate for the purpose of accommodating the newlyweds. Naturally, GK was reluctant, repeatedly expressing his concerns that cohabitation could lead to unforeseen complications. In response, the aunt vehemently chastised him for his apparent lack of conscience, recalling that her family had once had a stake in the property. She insisted on remaining, refusing to depart. Alas, the aunt's predicament was indeed unfortunate. Chapter 2. Can it be true, such misfortune? After dinner, the unfortunate GK reclined in his chair, relishing a rare moment of tranquility. Subsequently, he rummaged through a cabinet and retrieved a plain gray package. The package was cautiously unwrapped, revealing half a moldy sesame cake and a letter. The letter, adorned with red clay, was a formal marriage contract. This was the source of GK's greatest vexation. His late grandfather had been a seller of sesame cakes. During a year of famine, he had given a cake to a man on the brink of starvation. The man survived and later prospered, returning the favor with half a cake and proposing a marriage contract. Consequently, at the tender age of 17, GK was bound to fulfill the promise made in by S household in Tianjin City with the esteemed by family S daughter. This year, GK turned 17. Echoing a tradition reminiscent of the prosperous Tang dynasty, wherein marriage contracts held considerable weight. Inexplicably, GK found himself with an unintended fiancée, without the need for wealth or status, and devoid of any bridal dowry. A mere half of a moldy cake and a letter sufficed to secure a bride, presumably of noble lineage. For GK, a solitary man in 2 lifetimes, aside from the initial novelty and a flicker of excitement, a profound sense of bewilderment lingered. Logically, the young lady named in the contract should be of noble birth, yet he remained oblivious to her height, weight, demeanor, or temperament. Moreover, a person of his nature was ill-fated to marry so early in life. It was said that Tianjin City thrived far more than Sanshue County, standing as the most prosperous city in the northern region. This prosperity, however, also heralded an influx of misfortune, filth, thievery, violence, corrupt officials, and more. Should he indeed wed the Bai girl, she would be confronted with a husband who frequently encountered dog excrement, lost his money, faced robbery, endured assaults, was struck by carriages, and pursued by tigers. The Bai girl would likely be driven to madness. Thus, in a bid for their mutual happiness, the well-meaning GK contemplated the possibility of annulling this ill-suited union. It was reckless, indeed, to arrange a marriage without ever laying eyes upon the other party. Yet, even if he attempted to dissolve the engagement, it would be a cumbersome endeavor. Sangshui County lay at least 1,000 miles from Tianjin City, and even with minimal delays, it would require 10 days to half a month to reach. The crux of the matter lay in the funds required for such a journey. Were it not for the bounty he had earned in recent months, GK would be anxiously fretting over travel expenses. In his previous life, GK's greatest dream was to attain financial freedom and wander the world. His vision of travel was not merely to check off tourist attractions, but to reside in a cherished locale for several years, until ennui set in, before seeking new horizons and vistas. While the ideal was lush and vibrant, reality proved stark and harsh. Far from financial independence, he had found himself with an empty wallet and a mortgage, only to be confronted by a financial crisis and unemployment, followed by illness that nearly plunged him into despair. Ultimately, he faced an untimely accident. In that fleeting moment when the truck struck him, GK's past cascaded through his mind like water, with one particular memory standing out with crystal clarity. He discovered that he had never come close to the life of his dreams. Thus, when he was transported to this world by a truck, he held on to that dream. Wealthy, able to travel freely, experiencing the sights and flavors of various places, living the life of each locale before moving on to the next. Tianjin City was precisely the next destination he had envisioned. His plan was to call off his engagement and find a place to settle in Tianjin City, to witness the bustling metropolis of the north and its vibrant human activity. However, it was said that everything in Tianjin City was exorbitantly priced, and his modest savings would likely fall short. In essence, GK was indeed lacking in silver. He had once buried 10 taels of silver over a meter deep beneath the green bricks of his house, only to discover that the silver had vanished, likely due to the sudden appearance of a large rat hole nearby. While others stumbled upon silver and enjoyed the delights of music halls, he inexplicably lost his. This left GK quite vexed. At this moment, GK found himself in a perilous situation, yet it was also the most lucrative time for him. Those who sought to rob or harm him were likely bandits, already possessing silver, and with the bounty from the local authorities. He had managed to earn some money from these encounters. He reflected that today he had stepped in dog feces 4 times, narrowly avoided bird droppings twice, and dodged falling bamboo poles and bricks 3 times. After stepping in excrement, he had also been met with a surprise attack from a person wielding a club. Compared to the previous days, his misfortunes had clearly escalated. There was no helping it. This was the cost of accumulating wisdom and earning silver. GK believed he could endure, for the more resources he gathered, the better his chances of living comfortably in Tianjin City. He then commenced a day of training. He first performed 100 push-ups, followed by 100 sit-ups, and then 100 squats. On the surface, GK appeared to be a refined scholar, yet his physique was composed entirely of solid muscle. This was one of the reasons he had managed to withstand the blows of misfortune for so long. Of course, misfortune was not infinite, and based on GK's experience, after enduring so many mishaps during the day, he would generally find peace by nightfall. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept through, slamming the ornate window open with a bang. The candlelight on the table flickered wildly, casting the shadows of the trees on the ground into ghastly forms. GK hurried over to close the window, only to be momentarily stunned. A series of faint sounds emanated from the water jar outside, resembling a large fish swimming within. However, he had never kept fish, being in a streak of bad luck. GK certainly did not consider the possibility of a benevolent spirit residing within. Surely, it couldn't be this unfortunate? He calmly returned the scissors, hammer, bricks, red string, and other tools on the table to their places, grasped the hammer, and stealthily approached the source of the noise. Chapter 3. The ant has flown away. The sound emanating from the water tank quickly faded into silence. Were it not for the unusual stillness of the night and the fact that GK happened to close the window, he would have never noticed. Having experienced 6 instances of burglary and robbery, GK was familiar with various tactics. Some culprits favored perching on beams, others preferred hiding in cabinets, while some brazenly barged right in. Yet, he had never encountered an intruder concealed within a water tank, akin to a snail girl. Beneath the eaves, a ring of moss thrived at the bottom of the tank, its mouth covered by an aged wooden lid to prevent dust from settling inside. GK, wielding a hammer, stealthily approached. By this point, the faint sound of water stirring within the tank had become quite apparent. Holding his breath, GK gripped the handle of the lid firmly with his left hand while poised to strike with the hammer in his right. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the wooden cover. With a swift motion, the hammer descended sharply. The sound of splashing echoed. Pop, pop, pop. Water erupted, sending droplets flying. It felt as though the hammer had struck something slick and unsettling. Shielding himself with the lid, GK peered into the tank and involuntarily gasped. Bathed in the cold moonlight, a head hung upside down in the water, its hair flowing like aquatic plants. It was a human, yet not entirely human. The creature coiled within the tank had an elongated neck, and its pitch-black eyes fixated intently on G. Quebec. Was it his aunt? A chill ran down his spine. The entity in the tank bore the visage of his aunt, which was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, the creature's neck twitched, preparing to breach the surface. Quick as lightning, GK snapped the lid back on, securing it tightly. The next moment, with a resounding crack, his aunt's head broke through the wood, emerging halfway. GK hastily released his grip, retreated, and swiftly secured the door in one fluid motion. Noticing the window still ajar, he dashed over to close it, only to be confronted by the startling sight of a greenish ant's face suddenly appearing before him. The head lunged forward, as if to bite. GK leaped back, narrowly evading the attack, a reflex honed through numerous brushes with misfortune. The creature's neck twisted like a serpent, its dark eyes locked onto him, filled with malevolent intent. Gazing upon its eerily lifelike expression, GK couldn't help but wonder if it truly was his aunt transformed. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Having been embroiled in countless perilous situations, he had never encountered anything like this. The creature fixed its gaze upon him, and a gash suddenly split open along its long neck, producing a rasping voice. "The house, my son's house." In disbelief, GK thought, it really is her. An optimistic yet earnest individual, he couldn't suppress the urge to retort, "This is my house, mine." His stance was as resolute as a stone in the sanctuary river. "The house, my son's house. Mine, this house is mine. The house, my son's house. Mine. This house is mine." The neighbor next door lay in bed, indulging in a deep slumber, when suddenly, the repetitive utterances of two phrases echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the exchange between the repeating voices ceased abruptly. Auntie, filled with fury, opened her mouth and leaped through the window in a fit of rage. GK quickly retreated, deftly flicking his finger against the oil lamp. A cascade of lamp oil spilled onto the floor. With a sudden crack, Auntie lost her footing and fell flat on her back. Without a moment's hesitation, GK scattered a handful of quicklime. Auntie's neck, remarkably agile, dipped down swiftly, evading the quicklime while attempting to bite his wrist. A pair of scissors pierced through her lips. In a perilous moment, GK skillfully offered the scissors to ensure Auntie would not leave empty-handed. With a fierce tug, Auntie wrenched the scissors away and hurled them at him. GK tilted his head just in time, the scissors whizzing past his skull and embedding themselves into the wall as if piercing paper. In the next instant, GK leaned back, his body taut and aligned like a drawn bow, and with a swift motion, he flung a brick. Auntie twisted her neck, the brick whistling past her head, narrowly missing her. A smug smile crept onto her face, utterly irksome. Yet, the very next moment, a dull thud resonated as her head jerked forward, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. GK launched himself to the ground, executing a land-based backstroke, darting forward like a gust of wind. His speed was almost superhuman. During his swift maneuver, his leg muscles coiled like iron wire, a familiar method of exertion. With two sharp cracks, the sound rang out crisply. Before Annie could react, he executed a sliding kick that severed her legs, her body spinning like a top before crashing to the ground with a muffled thud. GK, relentless, performed a graceful drift and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Auntie's head and hunched back. The hammering blows fell upon her with the ferocity of a tempest. Auntie's physique had become peculiar. After being struck, her head caved in, only to swell rapidly, soon covered in lumps. Yet, she persisted, thrashing her neck to bite, her mouth incessantly repeating, "My house, my son's house. Mine, the house is mine." In a flash, GK produced another hammer, wielding it with both hands as he continued to strike while countering her claims. Although Auntie's legs were severed, she remained resilient. Her hands pressed against the ground as she crawled with surprising speed towards Quebec. He dodged her attempts to bite while relentlessly hammering away. His clothing torn in the fray, the situation increasingly perilous. Hard work paid off. With a resounding crack, a bulging mass on Auntie's hunchback burst open. A hissing sound followed as a stream of crimson blood gushed from the wound. In the next moment, she convulsed on the ground, resembling a deflated balloon, uttering once more, "My house, my son's house," before she shot out of the window with a whoosh. GK followed her leap. In the sky, the peculiar figure of Annie rose higher and farther, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. He stood there with a hammer in hand, outwardly composed, yet inwardly overwhelmed with astonishment that nearly terrified me to death. Had Auntie transformed into a specter? The town of Saint-Chouet remained eerily tranquil under the cloak of night. Yet in GK's eyes, it was suffused with a sense of profound mystery. Chapter 4. Comprehending Tai Chi. The sudden departure of his eccentric aunt left a significant impact on the tender heart of Quebec. This marked his first encounter with such a peculiar relative. How could she transform into something so unearthly after merely associating with the Feng Lian sect for a few days? It felt ominous. Did this signify an even deeper descent into misfortune? This was GK's inaugural brush with the bizarre, suggesting that he had entered a realm reminiscent of the supernatural tales of Liao Zhai. He pondered, recalling how he had employed 2 sets of techniques to send his aunt away, even tearing his clothes in the process, a truly perilous encounter. The teachings of the Feng Lian sect stirred within him an increasingly potent urge, each time stronger than the last. If he were to follow their path, would he also succumb to such a transformation? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. As the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting their feet wet. The waters here ran deep, and he feared he might lose his footing. He could no longer afford to accumulate enlightenment. Further delay could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he sat up in bed, resolved to expend the insights he had gathered over the past 6 months, enhancing his strength while restoring a measure of fortune. His initial accumulation of enlightenment had been applied to swimming, while the second and third instances were devoted to running and barbecuing, respectively. However, the latter 2 yielded only modest improvements due to the insufficient time dedicated to accumulation, 1 month and 2 months, resulting in merely a slight increase in speed and flavor. This was the reason GK had been holding back for so long. He cherished the awakening that enlightenment brought. This time, he intended to invest the nearly 9 months of accumulated wisdom into martial arts techniques. For his recently departed aunt had warned him that the world was fraught with dangers beyond his imagination. Regrettably, the remote location of Sanctuary City rendered it a desolate place with scarce resources. Over the past couple of years, he had searched extensively, ultimately acquiring a few martial arts manuals at exorbitant prices, their authenticity uncertain. Among them were Blackheart Palm, Monkey Peach Fist, 3-linked leg technique, and finally, Tai Chi Classic. He had skimmed through the first 3 manuals, which were akin to the 18 sets of calisthenics from his previous life, merely differing in postures. Dismayed by the unappealing titles and some rather lewd techniques, though he often practiced them, he found them distasteful. GK resolutely chose the last manual, Tai Chi Classic. In Sanctuary County, Tai Chi was not a rarity. It was said to have been acquired from a certain Taoist temple, with many farmers practicing it for health and strength, enabling them to farm and pay taxes more effectively. Within his consciousness, the energy bar related to his enlightenment had become a vibrant red after 9 months of accumulation, resembling a state of engorgement. He felt a twinge of regret. It was akin to saving money, pleasurable in the accumulation, yet leaving a void once spent. Comprehending the Tai Chi Classic. In an instant, a milky light infused the manual, causing the pages to flutter as if stirred by an unseen breeze. As GK gazed at the text, a multitude of boxing shadows surged forth in his mind, compelling his hands to instinctively mimic the movements. Initially, the shadows cast upon the papered window merely reflected his gestures, a commonplace sight. However, as time progressed, a palpable force of wind began to circulate within the room, causing the pages of the books on the table to rustle, while the candlelight flickered and swayed. Subsequently, the gust intensified, leading the loquat tree outside to sway as if it were dancing with wild abandon. Inside, bricks, hammers, scissors, pillows, red strings, kitchen knives, and inkstones all revolved around GK, some in a swift motion, others languidly. Time flowed like a stream, and GK, immersed in his understanding, remained oblivious until a rooster crowed in the stillness of the night, rousing him from his reverie. The objects encircling him, bricks, hammers, scissors, kitchen knives, and red strings, gently descended to the ground, forming a Tai Chi pattern centered around him. This sensation was profoundly mystical. GK stood there, at once feeling like a pillar, steadfast and towering, and at another moment, soft and pale like a steamed bun. He sensed an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Name: GK. Age: 17. Strength: above average, approximately. Skills: proficient in both aquatic and terrestrial swimming, running, skilled, grilling, skilled, ultimate Tai Chi, mastery attained. Gazing at this panel, GK realized that the longer one accumulates insight, the more potent its effects become. This nearly 9-month accumulation of understanding had not only elevated his Tai Chi to a masterful level, but had also bestowed upon it the esteemed prefix of ultimate. The progression of skills was categorized as beginner, proficient, adept, master, and grandmaster. Regarding the strength classification of above average, approximately, GK speculated it stemmed from his insufficient knowledge in the relevant fields, leading to a lack of sampling data for the system to derive a more precise conclusion. Should he gain further experience, the system would likely provide a more accurate assessment. His understanding of this world was still somewhat limited. At this juncture, the hour had reached the third watch of the night. After completing his practice, GK felt not an ounce of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated and nourished by an unprecedented vitality. This newly comprehended ultimate Tai Chi not only promoted well-being, but also differed slightly from his previous imaginings of Tai Chi. This subtle distinction was, in fact, the surprise he had long anticipated, reminiscent of the time he discovered, while learning to swim, that he could glide effortlessly even on land. It felt as though whispers were being softly uttered in his ear. The Wind Lotus sect had arrived. At that moment, the urge to pursue them surged anew. However, this time, GK swiftly quelled this impulse, reverting to a state of wisdom. The vital energy within him flowed spontaneously, stirring the surrounding dust and forming an ephemeral Tai Chi pattern in his vicinity. Clearly, this vital energy maintained the clarity of his mind. In contemplation of the overwhelming desire to join the Wind Lotus sect, GK had considered various strategies to counteract it, such as biting his tongue, stabbing himself with scissors, or striking his fingers with a hammer. In essence, he aimed to use pain as a means to retain his rationality. Yet, the innate and side-effect-free resistance afforded by ultimate Tai Chi was evidently of a much higher caliber. The recently comprehended principles of Tai Chi have indeed proven to be beneficial, affirming the correctness of his choice today. Without the calming influence of Tai Chi, he could not guarantee his ability to resist temptation tonight. His discernment has been exercised, and for the time being, he is unlikely to fall into foolishness or become embroiled in perilous circumstances, he mused. With the protective essence of Tai Chi, he is granted the first opportunity to calmly observe the proselytizing activities of the Wind Lotus sect outside. The once alluring sounds of their chanting now seem mundane to his ears, no longer enticing him to a state of ecstasy. At that moment, the sounds of doors creaking open, shouts, and scoldings began to echo outside, clearly indicating that yet another individual in the alley had succumbed to persuasion and joined the Wind Lotus sect. GK pushed open the window. The high-flying yellow paper outside the courtyard wall resembled withered leaves. At that moment, the sinister chanting was but a wall away, swiftly drowning out the clamor of the street. GK could not suppress his feelings of disdain. He sensed that a part of the vitality of this alley had been drained away. As the sounds of the Wind Lotus sect faded into the distance, the once lively Yuhua alley returned to a state of tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the unmistakable sounds of weeping. Chapter 5. You traitor. At dawn, GK arose at the crowing of the rooster. Although his academic performance at the academy was not particularly commendable, he had always been a diligent student, never arriving late or leaving early, unless unforeseen circumstances intervened. At the end of the street, a stall selling soft tofu was emitting steam. However, in contrast to previous mornings, the business was rather lackluster today. GK took a seat and ordered, "Boss, 1 bowl of sweet tofu pudding." Upon hearing his voice, a middle-aged man could not help but become tense, responding, "Ah, it's young G, coming right up." Just then, another voice chimed in, "Boss, 1 bowl of savory tofu pudding." A drowsy young scholar dressed in blue sat down beside him, yawning, and kindly asked, "Ah G, were you reasoning with someone last night? It sounded like quite the commotion." GK replied, "My aunt. Well, she eventually left, saying she understood my predicament and no longer wished to take my house." "It seems your aunt is not as unreasonable as you had imagined." GK nodded in agreement. Indeed, I just realized that. The young scholar, named Tang Yi, possessed remarkable beauty. Yes, beautiful. His features were delicate, with a pair of peach blossom eyes that curved like crescent moons when he smiled, capable of captivating one's heart. Upon their first encounter, GK had briefly mistaken him for a girl disguised as a boy. However, the undeniable reality of his flat chest and distinctly visible Adam's apple proved GK's assumption to be erroneous, leaving him rather disappointed. Such beauty wasted on a boy. And he doesn't even wear a skirt. What a pity. Tang Yi had moved here a year ago, becoming not only GK's neighbor, but also his classmate and dear friend. It is worth noting that a year prior, GK had many friends, often indulging in merriment together. However, after frequently encountering theft, robbery, abduction, and even tigers during their outings, his circle of friends diminished significantly. Indeed, since that fateful excursion with the tiger, Tang Yi had become his sole companion. GK believed that the reason Tang Yi dared to befriend him was due to a particular trait. He was swift. In moments of crisis, this individual, who had been walking alongside GK with laughter just moments before, would vanish in the blink of an eye. Of course, another reason for their friendship was their shared academic struggles. The venerable instructors at the academy often found themselves exasperated by the duo. One could not fathom why he suddenly faltered in his studies, unable to grasp teachings no matter the approach, and even trending towards further decline, while the other was simply astonishingly lazy. On one occasion, GK witnessed a vinegar bottle topple before Tang Yi, who, in his quest for a nap, could not muster the energy to assist it. In any realm, underperforming students share a common language, especially those ranked last and second to last, akin to legendary figures. Yet, GK repeatedly emphasized that he and Tang Yi were not the same. At least his attitude towards learning was commendable, though he simply struggled with comprehension. With a resounding thud, the stall owner deftly placed 2 bowls of soft tofu pudding before him and swiftly retreated to the back of the stall. A look of anxiety etched upon his face. Every time GK visited to partake in his culinary offerings, the proprietor felt a wave of apprehension. Yet, GK remained unfazed. Over the past 6 months, he had frequented this tofu pudding stall, encountering only a few minor mishaps. These included neighborhood disputes that resulted in various items being hurled, narrowly missing him. The most perilous incident had occurred when a kitchen knife struck the back of his head. Fortunately, the blade was somewhat dull, penetrating only an inch into his flesh. While these were mere trifles to GK, they were matters of life and death for the tofu stall owner. On that occasion, he had been enthusiastically introducing a new ingredient, amass, to GK, when suddenly, a knife descended upon GK's head, nearly sending the proprietor into a panic. GK had felt quite frustrated himself. Had it not been for the owner's insistence on the delightful new flavor, diverting his attention, he might have reacted swiftly enough to avoid injury. Tang Yi, savoring his savory tofu pudding, inquired, "Zhang, why are there so few customers today?" Zhang, equally disheartened, replied with worry, "Last night, several individuals were led astray by a cult. In this narrow alley, how can we sustain our business?" Tang Yi quickly reassured him, "Zhang, you must not be swayed. Your tofu pudding is unparalleled in this area." Zhang, with a gloomy expression, lamented, who would willingly follow such nonsense? The worst is poor Wang. He confessed 2 days ago that he felt compelled to join the Wind Lotus cult for a life of ease. So he had his wife tie him to the bed to resist temptation. Yet, he ended up helplessly watching her go last night, he continued. This morning, he was wailing to report it to the authorities. "I suspect it's futile," the magistrate said. "If he chose to go, it's not their concern." Unable to restrain himself, GK asked, "So, where have those who followed the Wind Lotus cult gone?" As the owner brought over 2 more bowls of tofu pudding, he sighed, "This morning, it seems we won't sell out the tofu pudding. Consider these as gifts for you both. Alas, I wonder when this turmoil will cease. I've heard the outside world is even more chaotic." GK's intuition was indeed correct. The once bustling Yuhua Alley had become markedly desolate. Aside from the cult's influence drawing people away, some had simply moved away. Each preaching session by the Wind Lotus cult resulted in a handful of individuals departing, causing a palpable sense of panic. Some believed that being chosen by the cult might bring great fortune, eagerly considering the prospect. However, GK's recent experiences had demonstrated that the Wind Lotus cult was far from benevolent. His aunt, who had only followed for a few days, had transformed into something more fearsome than in her previous life. Ultimately, the common folk of Sangshui County could only endure day by day, powerless to shape their own destinies. For them, a single misfortunate event could spell utter calamity. Not everyone possesses the resilience of GK, who, amidst a relentless string of misfortunes, manages to navigate the tumultuous waters and even profit from them. Alas, there are matters beyond the jurisdiction of the authorities, and he finds himself at a loss for direction. Today, however, fortune seemed to favor GK, as he arrived at the academy without encountering any mishaps, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place. When it came time to submit his coursework in the afternoon, the venerable instructor, visibly agitated, stammered, "GK, you haven't merely copied this, have you?" Indeed. The assignment of the day was a treatise, akin to an essay in the modern world, where any hint of plagiarism is easily discerned. With his temporarily restored insight, GK submitted a response that, while not entirely to his satisfaction, stirred an unexpected frenzy within the old master. "Excellent. Truly excellent," the instructor exclaimed, gazing at GK with a fervor reminiscent of a father who has just welcomed a son in his twilight years. The atmosphere within the classroom grew peculiar as classmates regarded GK with a sense of unfamiliarity at his sudden acclaim. It is worth noting that in recent months, they had come to believe that this benevolent old master harbored thoughts of extinguishing GK's existence. GK himself was taken aback by the instructor's reaction, but soon grasped the underlying truth. When one consistently scores 100, achieving the top rank becomes mundane. Yet, when a student who typically scores a mere 20 suddenly attains an 80 through sheer merit, they inevitably draw attention. The most astonished among them was Tang E, who, clutching a piece of work that bore only the words "I do not know this," was met with a torrent of criticism from the instructor. His expression mirrored incredulity, as though it were inscribed with the sentiment, "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" He felt that GK had betrayed their camaraderie. Relishing the rare experience of being an exemplary student, GK found great delight, particularly upon witnessing the bewilderment etched across Tang Yi's face. As he had proclaimed, "I am not like you. My attitude toward learning is unwavering." He felt the urge to validate the surprising efficacy of his Taiji practice, which had been difficult to execute at home. Chapter 6. Just looking for trouble. On the outskirts of the city lies a bamboo grove, seldom visited by anyone. At this moment, the wind whistles through the bamboo, creating a symphony of rustling sounds. In a clearing within the grove, GK is practicing his punches. His technique appears gentle as water, yet it conceals a remarkable power, an unceasing flow that causes the surrounding air to swirl in harmony with his movements. A cluster of pebbles and leaves dances around him, seemingly held aloft by an invisible hand, refusing to descend. In the next instant, GK twists his shoulders, his arms surging with sudden force. With a resounding crack, the fallen leaves and pebbles explode around him, cascading to the ground. This is the first revelation of the profound essence of Tai Chi he comprehended the previous night. Traditionally a practice of yielding to strength, Tai Chi in his hands reveals an assertive side, as the final strike, a culmination of accumulated softness, erupts like a powder keg. Gazing at the littered fragments, GK feels a swell of pride. Previously, he could topple 5 or 10 bandits with a brick. Now, he believes he could conquer 50. No, 100. In his inflated state of confidence, GK then retrieves a sharp knife and plunges it into his own abdomen with alarming speed, as if harboring a vendetta against himself. Yet, at the moment the blade pierces his skin, he suddenly floats upwards, as light as a feather. The knife glides harmlessly past him, and his body flips through the air like a piece of paper before gently returning to the ground. This scene defies logic, yet it unfolds flawlessly. This is the second and most astonishing revelation of the profound essence of Tai Chi, Deshang, the art of dispersing force. By harnessing the enigmatic energy within him, GK achieves an effect akin to deflecting power. Subsequently, GK engages in increasingly reckless self-harm, fixing the knife to the ground and launching himself upon it. Striking his own head with a brick, even shooting himself with a crossbow bolt he had previously acquired, all to no avail. If anyone were to witness this spectacle, they would surely deem GK insane, or perhaps he would appear to be a madman to himself. The surreal image of his relentless self-destruction, yet never succeeding, is utterly fantastical. If employed correctly, should he find himself struck on the back of the head with a kitchen knife, he could float away like a leaf, rather than stubbornly enduring the blow. GK estimates that with the current strength of his internal energy, he could utilize the technique of dispersing force approximately 10 times in succession. This means that in a short span, he could transform into a paper-like figure to absorb attacks. And given more time, he could accomplish even more. Daily muscle training, spreading lime, wielding bricks, swimming escape techniques, mastering internal energy, the harmonious balance of Tai Chi, and dispersive defense. GK realizes that he has evolved from merely excelling in physical combat and swimming to embodying the nascent form of a hexagonal warrior. Truly, he feels immensely empowered. In an instant, his confidence in his future has grown exponentially. 3 days later, after relishing a normal life and receiving praise from the old master for 3 consecutive days, GK suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He found it increasingly unbearable to endure a life devoid of dog poop, unexpected misfortunes, and the lurking threat of theft and ambush. It was simply too monotonous. The crux of the matter was the absence of financial gain, leading to a depletion of his resources. Cursed, the streets lay desolate, a stark contrast to the vibrancy of the past. "You're lying. That can't be true. Grandfather promised to buy me candied hawthorn," protested one child. Inside, a woman engaged in laundry overheard their conversation, discreetly wiping away her tears. This was merely a microcosm of Yuhua Lane. It had not always been this way. Just 2 months prior, neighbors greeted one another warmly, each bustling about in pursuit of their livelihoods, as vivacious as the forsythias climbing the walls. But then, everything changed. Growing as cold and lifeless as the yellow paper strewn on the ground, GK felt an unsettling discontent brewing within him. Today, however, his friend exhibited a notably morose demeanor, entering the house without so much as a greeting, simply huffing as he passed through the door. Still miffed about his brief stint as the model student, it seemed. How curious it was that a handsome visage could sometimes harbor a temperament as petulant as that of a young girl. Yet he soon discovered that a basket of eggs left at home had mysteriously spoiled, emitting a horrendous stench. In a flurry, he hung the foul eggs in the yard, contemplating discarding them, though he hesitated, reluctant to part with what was, after all, a rather expensive collection. This misfortune sapped his appetite entirely. What wretched luck! Seated beneath the loquat tree, GK gazed at the desolate streets, his sense of discontent becoming ever more pronounced. It struck him as peculiar. Why should he feel so disheartened over a mere batch of spoiled eggs? He recalled that during his most unfortunate days, lying in bed after being stabbed multiple times, losing money, facing delayed rewards, and yes, even having spoiled eggs, he had never felt such profound gloom. At that moment, a piece of yellow paper was lifted by the wind, fluttering down to rest before him. GK picked it up and, upon reflection, understood the source of his malaise. The Fenglian sect still existed. And how could he possibly be cheerful in such circumstances? Memories of the brother and sister-esque conversation, the tearful neighbor, and his own tribulations flooded his mind. Had he not possessed resilience, he might have already fallen victim to their malice. In the face of such a perilous foe, how could he not have devised a plan to eliminate the entire family? This was a matter of principle. A matter of principle is indeed a grave concern, one that could not be disregarded. For instance, if someone attempted to rob him, he would retaliate with a flurry of lime, bricks, and red ropes, incapacitating his assailant, then collect their valuables and turn them in for a reward. This was the secret to his ability to navigate misfortune while still acquiring wealth. He never showed mercy to his enemies. That was his guiding principle. Yet now, faced with the Fenglian sect's audacity, he had inexplicably deviated from this creed. This was simply not in his nature. Thus, GK swiftly resolved to set a new objective, to eradicate the Fenglian sect and extract some funds from this malevolent cult for his journey to Tianren City. Everything in Tianren City was exorbitantly priced. How could one survive without money? With this thought, GK's mind cleared, and his spirits lifted considerably. In essence, he merely yearned to earn a modest living through the diligent use of his hands and feet, while also seeking an opportunity to exact vengeance upon the entire Fenglian sect. His intentions were not particularly profound. Enticed by the savory aroma wafting from next door, the perceptive GK, without a moment's hesitation, scaled the wall to partake in a meal. "Ah Tang, you have truly taken the effort to cook," he exclaimed. "What? The esteemed scholar G, who has received endless praise from the master, is also here to scrounge for food. I brought along some tiger bone liquor. Can it still be considered scrounging? Why is it always that kind of liquor that disrupts one's sleep? You shall be the one to cook. Seeing you these past few days has irked me, and I suddenly lack the motivation to move." Thus, in the neighboring courtyard, the scene soon unfolded of GK busily preparing dishes in the kitchen, while the one being scrounged from, Tang Yi, reclined in a wicker chair, dozing off. As GK sought Ed the vegetables, he lamented, Why is it always I who ends up working when I encounter this fellow? Chapter 7. As dusk descended upon the Hohot Tea House in Shanlon County, the county magistrate, donned in simple white attire, hurriedly entered a private room, exuding an air of humility. Were it not for the unmistakable integrity etched upon his square face beneath his bamboo hat, one might scarcely associate him with the esteemed position he held within the town. Upon entering the room, he respectfully bowed to the man seated across from him, addressing him as Master Jiao. Opposite him sat a man in a short shirt, appearing rather unassuming, as if he had just toiled in the fields and had been summoned here unexpectedly. Yet, in the presence of such an ordinary figure, the county magistrate exhibited no semblance of arrogance. Rather, he appeared quite anxious. He rose to pour tea for his guest and inquired, Master Jiao, may I ask when the divine sect plans to depart from our county? I fear that prolonged stay may draw unwarranted attention. The seemingly simple man sipped his tea, removed his shoes, and replied, What, does the esteemed magistrate wish for us to leave? The magistrate, taken aback, responded defensively, What do you mean by such words, Master Jiao? In truth, the county magistrate was not typically so pliable. When he first heard whispers of the Wind Lotus sect preaching at night, his immediate instinct was to dispatch individuals to investigate and attempt to intervene. However, the following day, he received a letter that rendered him motionless with fear. For it contained a single, chilling line, Esteemed magistrate, you surely would not want the supervisory office to learn of your past affiliations with the mountain bandits, would you? This was the county magistrate's greatest secret. He had once been the leader of a gang of mountain bandits, having committed murder against the previous magistrate in a bid to usurp the position. He had believed that the remoteness of the mountains would shield him from exposure. Yet he was sorely mistaken. The unassuming man chuckled gently and said, Esteemed magistrate, do not be anxious. Rest assured, this will be the only occasion. Once this concludes, the divine maiden will journey to another place to rescue the people from their tribulations, guiding them toward a realm of prosperity. Until then, you may continue to fulfill your promising role as the esteemed magistrate. As he spoke, he patted the magistrate's shoulder with the hand that had just been tending to his toes. The magistrate did not flinch, responding earnestly, Thank you, thank you. As he departed, the newly appointed magistrate of Shanlon County, in his second year of service, bore an expression of vexation. Damn it, this role of magistrate was less gratifying than his previous life as a bandit. In the tea house, the seemingly humble divine envoy clapped his hands and remarked, Esteemed attendants, this time the divine maiden intends to take more individuals than ever before. I recall that last time, we were short by 2. At that moment, a man and a woman clad in long robes emerged. The man's eyes gleamed with an unsettling fire, while the woman, her face veiled in black gauze, exuded an aura of elusiveness. Compared to the previously unassuming envoy, they appeared far more formidable, and thus their gazes held little respect. Suddenly, the envoy's garments stirred, revealing 2 faces that materialized upon his chest. The face on the left spoke in a grave tone. Did you hear clearly? The attendants trembled and replied, Yes. The faces vanished, and the envoy returned to his seemingly humble demeanor. He gently patted the shoulder of the female devotee, saying, I appreciate your assistance. GK was a man of decisive action. When he resolved to investigate the Wind Lotus sect, he wasted no time. Soon, under the pretext of seeking information on behalf of his aunt, he began to delve into the mysteries of the sect. However, he discovered that this religious group moved in secrecy, preaching in the city at night and vanishing before dawn, akin to phantoms. Beyond the agricultural fields surrounding Sangshui County lay vast stretches of overgrown grasslands and dense forests. Although many congregants preached at night, once they left the city, tracking their whereabouts became a formidable challenge. There were indeed those eager to locate the Wind Lotus sect, as numerous families had members who had not returned from their faith. Yet little information surfaced. If GK dedicated his efforts, he could undoubtedly uncover clues. After all, with hundreds of congregants preaching at night, they were unlikely to take flight. In the afternoon, GK made a trip to the West Market and collected a dozen foul-smelling eggs. The vendors had never before seen someone specifically seeking such wretched items, refusing to pay for anything that did not reek. As he ambled along, a basket of rotten eggs in hand, he held his breath, focusing intently. His breath-holding technique was already exceptional, and with the support of his Tai Chi energy, he could sustain it even longer, thus avoiding the nauseating stench. Unfortunately, fate seemed to conspire against him when a pickpocket attempted to lift his purse. However, as the thief drew near, he suddenly retched violently. Not only did the scoundrel leave empty-handed, But he also found himself mocked, which incited his fury. Over the years, many a thief had transformed from petty theft to violent robbery in a fit of rage after being thwarted. As the thief prepared to unleash a tirade, GK approached him, unleashing a wave of foul odor that prompted the thief to retching. Attempting to escape GK's proximity, the pickpocket found himself relentlessly pursued. "Please, don't come any closer. I was wrong," he pleaded, retching once more. After a tumultuous encounter, the thief lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Appearing on the brink of collapse, GK observed the scene and remarked, "These rotten eggs are indeed the real deal." As he walked, he seemed to embody a harbinger of plague. People around him hastily avoided his presence, and within a 3-zhang radius, no one dared to linger. Upon returning home, GK hung the foul eggs in a corner of the backyard, joining them with the previous collection. He then made his way to the front yard, finally releasing his breath. However, the lingering odor clinging to his garments was nearly unbearable. This substance possessed remarkable potency. He pondered whether the followers of the Wind Lotus sect could withstand it. As night fell, the darkness enveloped Sangshui County like a tranquil abyss, interrupted only by the flickering candlelight and hushed whispers from a few homes. The western gate of the city opened silently, the guards standing there with vacant eyes, devoid of any spirit. GK, not yet asleep, engaged in push-ups, finding that the exercise not only strengthened his muscles, but also invigorated the flow of energy within him, creating a harmonious synergy. For the past 2 nights, he had not retired early, for according to the preaching custom of the Wind Lotus sect, the time was nigh. Was it here? A faint yet persistent chant drifted through the night, causing even the surrounding insects to cease their chorus. This phenomenon was indeed characteristic of the Wind Lotus sect's evangelism. Without a moment's hesitation, GK held his breath and lifted the basket of foul-smelling eggs, gliding along the ground like a fish, until he reached Yuhua Alley. In Yuhua Alley stood a maple tree, its branches lush and full. GK maneuvered along the trunk, swiftly concealing himself among the foliage, his form ghostly and elusive. "Alas, why do I feel as if I possess the makings of a thief?" he mused. Nestled among the branches, the moonlight, as pale as frost, cascaded onto the ground. The procession, adorned with yellow paper, was now merely 100 paces away from his hiding place. Chapter 8. If I do not enter hell, who will? Chikado, Samiyed, Prajna Samiyed, Chikado Prajna Samiyed. Sitting atop a branch with a foul-smelling egg in hand, GK distinctly heard the incantation recited by the Wind Lotus sect during their evangelism for the first time. The streets were filled with followers of the Wind Lotus sect, each clad in black robes, chanting scriptures while scattering yellow paper, thus polluting the environment. They varied in height and girth, their pallid faces resembling those of lifeless corpses. At the center of the procession, a large black palanquin was drawn by 4 emaciated disciples. The palanquin, thick and imposing, resembled a gigantic black coffin, while the disciples pulling it were thin and tall, resembling bamboo stalks. The pulling ropes dug into their flesh, and GK often felt a disconcerting illusion that the taut ropes might tear them apart. Behind this somber procession, a throng of townsfolk in colorful attire followed closely. Naturally, the latest victims ensnared by the Wind Lotus sect's charms. GK estimated that nearly 100 citizens had already succumbed to their lure. Was the Wind Lotus sect's appetite this vast this time? He recalled that in previous instances, they would only take away dozens of individuals in a single night. Yet here they were, having just arrived at Fishflower Lane, and the scene was already overwhelming. The fervor of their chanting was noticeably louder than before. To be candid, GK felt a twinge of anxiety about confronting the Wind Lotus sect tonight. After all, they were rather sinister. Yet, his apprehension was merely that, apprehension. More so, his heart raced with excitement, akin to the thrill he felt the first time he overturned a local bully with a brick. Men are inherently imbued with a penchant for adventure and violence, and GK was no exception. Having been plagued by misfortune, he had grown accustomed to such exhilarating experiences. For without them, he felt a pathological emptiness. Now, the thrill had arrived. Clang, clang. The neighbors of Fishflower Lane began to open their doors one after another, and GK immediately spotted Boss Zhang of the tofu stall, unexpectedly the first to fall prey in the alley. He had been looking forward to the sweet tofu pudding in the morning. With a flick of his wrist, GK hurled a rotten egg, which splattered against Boss Zhang's neck, releasing a noxious odor. Suddenly jolted from his daze, Boss Zhang was overwhelmed by a wave of stench, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. The procession of the Wind Lotus sect continued to advance, their disciples moving like zombies, utterly oblivious to this commotion. Just as GK prepared to launch another foul egg, the sudden sound of a wooden fish resonated sharply. This sound pierced through the chanting of the Wind Lotus sect, clear enough to halt the entire procession. Some townsfolk stood frozen, their eyes still clouded, yet they ceased to follow. Was there a master among them? Following the sound of the wooden fish, GK noticed a bulb illuminating the dim fish flower lane. In the moonlight, a bald old monk approached, striking the wooden fish while reciting scriptures. Dressed in a flowing white monk robe, with a billowing white beard, he was evidently a formidable figure. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from within the palanquin, questioning, "Monk, why do you obstruct our path?" The elderly monk continued to strike the wooden fish, declaring, "Your sect has already taken too many innocent lives. It cannot persist any longer." The voice from within the palanquin floated out once more, taunting, "Can your frail bones withstand this?" In that moment, GK felt a sense of stability. The monk, with his demeanor, aura, eloquence, and even his tattoos and entrance, embodied the quintessential attributes of a master. In the next instant, the black lotus of the palanquin was lifted, revealing a man and a woman. This marked GK's first opportunity to observe a battle between masters, and he found himself unusually focused. He had never possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities, only proving through continual misfortunes that he could endure and fight well among the bandits and strongmen of Sanctuary County. However, when it came to the few renowned martial artists in the county, such as the 75-year-old Old Tan of the leg technique or the 78-year-old Lee, the grandfather of Monkey Peach Fist, he had discovered they were essentially no match for him. Now, empowered by the influence of Tai Chi, his skills had ascended to a new level, leaving him even more uncertain. With this opportunity to observe, he might grasp a better sense of his standing against the Wind Lotus sect, thereby determining his strategy for combat. The Wind Lotus sect must be eradicated. Whether through guerrilla tactics or a head-on confrontation would depend on the opponent's prowess. Of course, it was highly probable that the elderly monk would topple the Wind Lotus sect tonight, for GK had never witnessed such formidable presence in a monk, particularly with the vivid dragon tattoo on his shoulder, reminiscent of a reincarnation of the legendary Fahai. Chi Kuduo, Samyet, Prajna Samyet. Chi Kuduo Prajna Samyet. The two figures clad in black from the Wind Lotus sect intoned simultaneously from the palanquin. Their voices thundered like distant storms, overshadowing the monk's wooden fish. The previously still commoners and followers trembled, following suit with eerie smiles gracing their faces. At that moment, several citizens from nearby streets opened their doors, shambling toward this direction like the walking dead. The large monk shouted loudly, striking the wooden fish with greater fervor, his voice rising alongside the Buddhist chant. Yet, with his loudness, the voices of the two figures in black became more resounding, embodying the notion that the Buddha stands a foot tall, while the demons rise 10. However, GK remained unfazed. He wondered how many more tricks the high monk had up his sleeve. Suddenly, the elderly monk spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon raising his head, blood flowed from all 7 orifices. GK was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "Could it be?" The monk's unexpected frailty was something GK had not anticipated. This seemingly unfathomable monk appeared to have no further tricks, now half kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest as if in a desperate struggle for breath, realizing he could wait no longer if he did. The monk might truly descend into the abyss. GK hesitated not for a moment. 2 foul-smelling eggs flew from his basket, tracing elegant arcs before splattering into the mouths of the 2 black-robed incantators within the palanquin. The once clear incantation morphed into a muddled cacophony before abruptly ceasing. "What is this? How foul! Stinking monk, playing dirty." Following this, the sounds of violent retching erupted. The old monk, witnessing the chaos, hastily wiped away the tears of blood and fervently struck the wooden fish. Gradually, the once menacing expressions on the faces of the populace transformed into a semblance of clarity, revealing their bewilderment. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? The Wind Lotus sect? Run! The 2 masters atop the carriage of the Wind Lotus sect displayed remarkable prowess. With a mere exertion of their strength, they drew water from the nearby ditch into their mouths, and with a resounding shout, they expelled it like a water gun. In the next instant, the sinister melody resumed. Chikato, Samyet, Prajna Samyet, Chikato Prajna Samyet. The citizens, who had initially begun their escape, suddenly trembled and, like automatons, ambled back. Without hesitation, GK hurled 2 rotten eggs, followed by the unmistakable sound of their splattering against the mouths of the entranced, silencing the malevolent tune once more. The once dazed citizens regained a flicker of clarity, their expressions reflecting confusion anew. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? The Wind Lotus sect? Run. Some, quick to react, discovered themselves amidst the ranks of the Wind Lotus sect and scurried homeward in a frantic tumble. A master on the left side of the Wind Lotus sect, retching, sent the monk and his wooden fish soaring with a single strike, while simultaneously rinsing his mouth with water, casting a glance at the maple tree behind him, exclaiming, "There are more masters." Almost simultaneously, 2 figures in black robes, while rinsing their mouths, darted towards the maple tree where GK stood, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 9. How could this be Tai Chi? Having been surreptitiously fed rotten eggs twice in succession, the 2 acolytes of the Filian sect were certainly not fools and quickly pinpointed GK's location. This pair of acolytes, one male and one female, bore the surnames Ma and Yun, and were a couple deeply attuned to one another. Without a moment's hesitation, as they approached the maple tree, they leapt simultaneously, their bodies soaring like startled swans. Their sole objective was to bring down and eliminate the sinister figure lurking in the tree. The stench of the eggs was unbearable. "Shameless thief, you shall," before Ma could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a weightiness, as if gravity had reclaimed him, causing his previously airborne form to plummet to the ground. Alongside him fell a young scholar clad in azure robes. The scholar's face was obscured, yet the youthful vigor of his brows and eyes was unmistakable. At this moment, he had both hands resting on the shoulders of Ma and Yun, resembling a merry companion who had just shared a drink. Yun, equally bewildered, had not anticipated that their adversary would not retreat but instead advance, bringing them down with him. Nevertheless, she and Ma were seasoned warriors, quickly regaining their composure and exchanging knowing glances. Almost in unison, they launched attacks aimed at GK's legs. It seemed GK had foreseen their movements. He executed a flip while holding onto their shoulders, evading their strikes and simultaneously scattering 2 puffs of powder. Was it quicklime? As the lime entered their eyes, the 2 acolytes remained unperturbed. In a display of their tacit understanding, they executed a synchronized knee strike aimed directly at GK's abdomen. GK, with a firm grip, absorbed the force of both strikes, creating distance between himself and the 2 acolytes. True to their veteran status, they refrained from rubbing their eyes. Instead, they shared a silent communication and expelled the quicklime from their eyes with powerful breaths. The air was soon infused with the foul odor of rotten eggs. Their breaths were long and forceful, and within moments, the quicklime was cleared from their vision, earning GK's admiration. Having been ambushed by rotten eggs and now quicklime, Ma's fury erupted. "Wretch, meet your demise." His towering figure, known for its strength, unleashed a barrage of fists toward Quebec. GK raised his hands to block, parrying each devastating blow with finesse, the air around them warping from the sheer force of their engagement. The essence of Tai Chi, employing softness to overcome hardness, was splendidly illustrated in this encounter. In the next instant, GK's expression shifted, sensing that another figure clad in black had vanished from sight. "Be careful," urged the old monk, who had yet to recover from being struck down earlier. In the shadowy corner, a dark mass stirred, revealing a pale hand emerging from the shadows, accompanied by a dark metallic tube. It was Yun, who had chosen this moment to strike. With a swift whoosh, the sound of piercing air erupted, as the tube released a volley of azure needles. The needles came unexpectedly and with formidable force. GK, entangled with Ma, found it too late to evade. All that could be heard were 2 sharp hisses as the powerful GK was struck down, sent flying. At the moment when the flying needle met the surging energy within him, he was propelled into the air like a sheet of paper struck by a force. Even the seasoned Ma and Yun, both revered figures, displayed expressions of utter astonishment. What on earth is happening? In the next instant, as GK was spinning high above, he suddenly descended, landing before the bewildered Yun. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Yun momentarily froze, but then her long, sturdy legs propelled her upward like a cannonball, seeking to distance herself from Quebec. Yet, in that fleeting moment, GK reached out and, with a sharp tug, grasped her ear. Amidst a chorus of anguished cries, Yun's soaring form was yanked down. GK regarded the woman who had ambushed him. Her physique was commendable, curvaceous, and alluring, though her face left much to be desired. That was unforgivable. With a resounding slap, GK forcefully pressed her head against the wall and shoved. The wall shattered with a crash, sending debris flying and leaving a distinct streak of crimson on the once pristine surface. As Yun's face broke away from the wall, terror seized her heart. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she rolled away, attempting to escape this perilous situation. Yet, in the next moment, despair enveloped her as a hand clasped around her neck. GK tightened his grip, bending forward and surging ahead. Thus, her head was crushed against the cobblestones of Fishflower Alley, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds. Release her. The imposing Ma leaped down, moving like a ferocious tiger, and aimed a punch at GK's nape. The force of his punch roared with energy, so powerful that it could have easily felled an elephant. However, upon noticing his partner suddenly obstructing his path, he was compelled to retract his punch, frustration boiling within him. At that moment, he discovered that his own neck had also been seized. In an instant, what had been a singular crushing force transformed into two, the sound of grinding continuing unabated, awakening the nearby townsfolk who fled in terror. It must be said, Ma and Yun were indeed stubborn. Having shattered dozens of cobblestones and sent several of their own disciples flying, they still contemplated how to retaliate. GK, appearing unfazed, spun their bodies around. The two revered figures, caught off guard by the sudden shift in momentum, found themselves inadvertently attacking one another. In their panic, they could only hastily alter their moves, fingers striking at the air with a whoosh, creating a sound reminiscent of a blade slicing through the void. The forced change of tactics caused their internal energies to surge, leaving them both breathless. The more GK fought, the more he discovered the exquisite freedom of the ultimate Tai Chi, an experience unlike any other, distinctly different from the sensation of stabbing oneself or striking leaves. It was utterly exhilarating, just as the two revered figures managed to resolve their clash. A wave of soft yet immense force struck again. They felt their bodies trapped, then began to spin. Within Fishflower Alley, GK embraced both of them, twirling and leaping as the surrounding air flowed like water. The sound of grinding continued. The bodies of Ma Gongfang and Yun Gongfang spun like flying discs, their feet firmly planted on the ground as stones and dirt flew about. They had not anticipated that the sudden emergence of the azure-clad scholar would wield such a lethal martial prowess. Not only were they unable to overpower him, but they also found themselves utterly constrained, feeling an extreme sense of frustration. In the instant of their spinning leap, Ma Gongfang and Yun Gongfang exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and silently agreed to strike a simultaneous blow. With a resounding thud, their palms collided, and at that moment, both discovered a point of leverage, twisting their forms in an attempt to break free from GK's grasp. For a moment, GK found himself unable to contain the immense force of the two, and he exclaimed in astonishment, so eager to leave. Instead of maintaining his pressure, he allowed their momentum to carry them outward. Thus, in addition to the strength derived from their earlier exchange, a rotational force surged through them, propelling them uncontrollably through a courtyard wall, where they tumbled together. Tai Chi, exclaimed Ma Gongfang, lying there, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke, his front teeth missing, his face smeared with blood, and suffering from internal injuries. His beloved partner, Yun Gongfang, fared even worse, her face so severely scraped that even her mother might not recognize her. They exchanged a glance and shouted, "Retreat." The azure-clad scholar once again descended upon their shoulders, the cloth that had obscured his face now absent. No longer masked, he was intent on silencing them. The two disfigured figures shouted and simultaneously struck toward GK's seemingly harmless, handsome visage. At that moment, a voice erupted like a dragon's roar or a tiger's howl. GK's shoulders quivered, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged into the bodies of the two. This was the culmination of Tai Chi's soft power, transformed into immense strength. The energy was both coarse and ferocious. Even a towering figure like Ma Gongfang could not withstand it, let alone Yun Gongfang. Their bodies spiraled uncontrollably, colliding with one another, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones and flesh shattering, enough to make one's teeth ache. Thus, Ma Gongfang and Yun Gongfang were utterly fused into one, their distance becoming negative, and they collapsed together in a heap. GK released his grip and stood to the side, exhaling deeply. These two were formidable indeed. They had caused him to break a sweat. Under the eaves of the courtyard, Tang Yi lay languidly in a wicker chair, resembling a discarded garment, quietly observing the scene. Upon noticing GK's gaze upon him, he quickly closed his eyes and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Brother, I truly saw nothing." Chapter 10. Politeness, I truly saw nothing. Tangy declared with her eyes closed. GK replied earnestly, you did see. I did not. Then you shall treat me to dinner tomorrow. And you shall be the one to cook. If you genuinely believe I saw nothing, I can agree. All right, you saw nothing. Ma Gongfeng and Yun Gongfeng, though their bones felt shattered and their bodies limp, were still formidable figures, and even in such a state, they had not succumbed to unconsciousness. After a few breaths, Ma Gongfeng shuddered, as if struck by lightning. He had heard GK rummaging through his partner's robe, while his partner, Yun Gongfeng, emitted a whimper. Although he could not see, he felt a profound sense of humiliation, as if his heart were being pierced by daggers. This was the fate of the defeated. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed as GK slapped Yun Gongfeng on the forehead, exclaiming, can you refrain from making such odd noises? It makes it seem as though I have done something untoward. Oh, you hide your money quite well. GK navigated over Yun Gongfeng's body until he finally located a pouch of coins at his thigh. The instant he opened the pouch, he could not help but close his eyes. The golden gleam within was somewhat blinding. In the next moment, the towering Ma Gongfeng also emitted an unusual sound as GK's hand began to search his person. Another pouch of coins was retrieved, and GK felt a surge of delight. This evening had not been a complete misfortune. Just as GK was about to toss the two offerings beneath the loquat tree to count his newly acquired pouches, a bloody bald head suddenly appeared over the wall. Poor monk, my name is Lingyu. May I inquire your esteemed name? Thud. Before GK could respond, the monk lost his balance and fell into the ditch outside. Eventually, the constables arrived at the yamen, albeit later than anticipated. They had initially been reluctant to come, particularly Shweb Butu, who, after being repeatedly warned by his elder brother, the county magistrate, realized the depth of the situation. When they had transitioned from bandits to officials, donning their official robes, they had envisioned bringing fairness to the citizens of the city. However, they soon discovered that fairness was an elusive concept in this world. The powerful families here were even more troublesome and malevolent than they had been as bandits. Tonight, their original plan had been to turn a blind eye, pretending not to see. After the Fenglian sect departed, they merely needed to suppress the situation and clean up the area, which would not shake their foundations. The trouble arose when the members of the Fenglian sect suddenly refused to leave. They were unable to move. After losing two key offerings, the entire Fenglian sect stood silently in place. Some of the followers had collapsed to the ground, while others remained standing, their expressions vacant, like marionettes devoid of strings. As more citizens gradually regained consciousness, terrified beyond measure, they began to pound on the doors of the yamen. In the night, a woman fixated on one of the sect members, suddenly rushing forward to embrace him, exclaiming, Taiju, is that you? Taiju, Amitba, may the elder take care. This benefactor's internal organs have been entirely emptied, and he has ascended to the Pure Land. No, the woman clutched the congregant, weeping uncontrollably. Among the ranks of the Wind Lotus sect, most of the followers were but mere shells, their innards stripped bare, a truly horrifying spectacle. The actions of the Wind Lotus sect were indeed more dreadful and despicable than GK had imagined. How could the Wind Lotus sect manage to propagate a doctrine so fraught with malady? Receiving the news, Captain Shue, while lamenting, hastened his steps towards Fishflower Alley. Before he even arrived at the alley, a particular individual came to mind, for that person resided within. Surely, it could not be that fellow again. As expected, shortly after Captain Shue arrived at Fishflower Alley, he spotted GK seated in the courtyard alongside an elderly monk, a look of anguish crossing his face. This fellow truly seems to encounter trouble wherever he goes. However, Captain Shue's attention was soon drawn to the old monk. The monk was drenched, and from the side, he appeared kind and benevolent. Yet the single-eyed azure dragon tattooed on his shoulder was quite fearsome, unmistakably not someone to be trifled with. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely that the Wind Lotus sect's entourage had been intercepted by him. Captain Shue's expression turned grim. If this continued, the innocent bystanders would inevitably suffer, and even a turtle would find it difficult to hide. Mustering his resolve, Captain Shue stepped forward and respectfully bowed, addressing the monk as master. The old monk turned his head, causing Captain Shue to shudder, nearly collapsing to the ground. The blood streaming from the monk's 7 orifices had not yet been wiped clean, rendering his visage rather terrifying. Steadying his racing heart, Captain Shue inquired, May I ask, Master, was it you who dealt with this wicked sect? For some time, Sangshui County has been intimidated by this cult, fearful to express their anger, We are deeply grateful for your assistance. The old monk shook his head, replying, I am but a humble practitioner, utterly defeated. It was this young hero, Ji Xiao, who turned the tide and saved my life. GK? Captain Shui involuntarily glanced at this familiar figure, his scalp prickling. GK remarked, Captain Shui, the master is being modest. I merely lent him a hand. Upon hearing this, the old monk nearly spat blood again, hurriedly saying, Your words are too kind, Ji Xiao. I am truly humbled. Such humility, such humility. I dare not claim credit. All the merit belongs to the young hero. Nonsense, master, you are the true vanguard of this endeavor. I cannot accept such praise. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Captain Shui could not help but feel a sense of unease. It was certain that this matter was intricately linked to GK. Yet the respect the monk showed him was beyond his expectations. This young man is not to be underestimated. Captain Shui, no fool, swiftly adjusted his attitude towards GK, now filled with respect. At that moment, GK rose, placing a hand on his shoulder, asking, Captain, may I inquire about something? Please, speak, young master. Does this count as exterminating evil and upholding justice alongside the master? Captain Shui, observing the monk's bloodied appearance, quickly replied, Absolutely. Is there a reward? GK inquired earnestly. Shui Buddha paused for a moment, hesitatingly stating, Logically, there should be none, as there is no such bounty from the yamen. GK could not help but display a look of disappointment. However, at that moment, Shui Buddha continued, But I shall endeavor to communicate with the county magistrate on your behalf, and it is inevitable that rewards will be granted to you and the esteemed master. GK immediately grasped Shui Buddha's hand, exclaiming with fervor, We can indeed apply. Thank you, thank you. Shui Buddha quickly responded with modesty, No need for such gratitude. It is only fitting that you and the master, having vanquished evil and upheld justice, receive your due. That would indeed trouble you, Captain. Not at all, not at all. It truly is a bother, truly. It is no bother at all. The two exchanged pleasantries for some time before finally releasing their hold, with Shui Buddha feeling as though his hand might be shaken to numbness by the young man. Before long, the followers of the Wind Lotus sect, like puppets, were all taken away along with their palanquins, and the Yamanese constables even assisted in cleaning the ground. Yet, the metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. At this moment, GK turned his gaze towards the kitchen behind and inquired, Master, how shall we deal with the two back there? The old monk wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and replied, I must inquire of them. Chapter 11. You are the rare gem of cultivation. The events of last night undoubtedly left a profound impact on GK's life. The most apparent consequence was that he missed out on his sweet tofu pudding the following morning. As he approached the stall, he overheard someone exclaim, Boss Zhang, why does this tofu pudding smell like rotten eggs today? Boss Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, How could that be? Are you just looking for trouble? It was no easy feat for Boss Zhang. He had nearly been taken by the Wind Lotus sect the previous night and had endured the stench of rotten eggs all night long. Yet he still had to rise early to make a living. After hearing the comments, GK naturally abandoned his desire for tofu pudding. However, perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt that after intercepting the Wind Lotus sect's group, the vitality of the entire alley had somewhat revived. At the very least, he saw more people around, though many wore expressions of concern, fearing the return of the Wind Lotus sect. Li Si, the watermelon vendor, boasted, If I find out who that expert was who acted last night, I, Li Si, will treat him to watermelons for life, no charge. As if any esteemed figure would care for his watermelons, did he think princes tilled the land with golden hoes? GK glanced at Li Si's watermelons, hesitating to speak. He could hardly declare, I am that expert, do give me a couple. Nevertheless, his spirits were generally high. There was a certain satisfaction in being a hidden master, especially while overhearing their praises. Humans are, after all, inherently social creatures. As GK strolled along, humming a tune, he stepped in dog excrement yet felt no annoyance. He skillfully scraped it off and continued on his way. After the battle last night, he had a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. The venerable monkling Yu had long believed him to be a descendant of some great master or a hidden prodigy honing his skills in this little corner of the world while masquerading as an ordinary person. Alas, that was not the case. Later, the old monk realized that GK was indeed genuine, leaving him greatly astonished, and he referred to him as a rare gem among cultivators. In truth, GK was aware that he was far from being a remarkable talent in cultivation. He had merely dedicated the time others spent on sleep to enduring misfortune. From the venerable monk Ling Yu, he had also gleaned insights into the realms of cultivation. The first four realms of cultivation are as follows: the first realm of body refinement, the second realm of qi gathering, the third realm of true essence, and the fourth realm of spiritual consciousness. The first realm of body refinement is the entry-level stage for cultivators, relying on techniques to temper the body. GK's previous exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, had similar effects. Those who have attained the upper stage of body refinement possess great strength and resilience, capable of taking on 10 ordinary men with ease. The second realm of qi gathering is reached when the body attains a certain level of strength, allowing the practitioner to cultivate qi gathering techniques, gradually nurturing a form of true energy in the dantian. With the existence of true energy, the cultivator's speed and strength are enhanced, enabling them to traverse walls and cover long distances effortlessly. Those who master this can unleash their breath like an arrow, facing 100 foes single-handedly. The third realm of true essence signifies a transformation wherein true energy condenses into true essence, stored within the body. At this moment, the body resembled a vessel, containing vital energy that could be both stored and released, enabling the user to harm others from a distance and providing a protective aura. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the world, akin to the legendary phoenix or unicorn, and even amidst the grand cities and esteemed sects, they are regarded as remarkable figures. As for the higher realms, such as the fifth realm of the life origin, the sixth realm of mountain moving, and even beyond to the realms of earth immortals and ascension, these are elusive beings, akin to dragons that are seen only in part. The old monk had only encountered them on a few occasions. The venerable Lingyu monk always assumed that GK was at least a fourth realm practitioner of spiritual thought, or at the very least, a pinnacle of the third realm of vital energy. This was because the two attendants, Ma and Yun, were indeed solid practitioners of the third realm, with Ma nearing the upper echelon of vital energy cultivation. Yet, they found themselves utterly outmatched by G. Quebec. Unfortunately, GK was not even at the third realm. He could allow his internal energy to overflow, but this hardly constituted true vital energy due to its lack of refinement. In truth, he was merely at the second realm of qi gathering. Nevertheless, he managed to overpower two third realm practitioners, leaving them disoriented and injured. GK couldn't help but wonder why they were so easily defeated. Was their foundation not solid? The old monk, who had been bested by the two attendants, struggled to regain his composure and remarked, "This is not their failing." Is it your failing then?" GK inquired. "Yours," the monk replied. "You are an extraordinary prodigy in cultivation, and your realm and talent defy conventional reasoning. I am not well versed in this, yet I am profoundly astonished." These were the monk's exact words. The old monk, a wandering ascetic from the shallow grass temple in the northern lands, may have had an average cultivation level, but possessed a discerning eye. Having roamed for many years and served as an exorcist in the demon subjugation tower, he had encountered numerous skilled practitioners, including the proud disciples of sacred cultivation grounds. Yet, he had never encountered someone like G. Quebec. To put it plainly, it was extraordinary, utterly remarkable. While there were those who could transcend boundaries to defeat enemies, such as the renowned Ning Hongyu from the south, who excelled in qi gathering to slay vital energy and sever spiritual thoughts, he was a celebrated young prodigy seldom seen in the northern territories. GK, on the other hand, was a genuine encounter for the old monk, and he believed that even Ning Hongyu's feats paled in comparison, thus justifying his assessment of GK as a one-in-a-million cultivation genius. Lingyu monk departed with the two attendants of the Wind Lotus sect, stating they would rendezvous with their fellow practitioners and cautioned GK to remain vigilant as the finger was still out in the open. According to Ma and Yun, there was another figure above them, known as the divine envoy finger. This finger was chosen by the Wind Lotus goddess and was endowed with tremendous divine power, making him formidable. Ma and Yun claimed to have joined the Wind Lotus sect less than 2 years ago, motivated by the secret techniques that this mysterious sect offered, which rekindled their hope after years of stagnation in their cultivation, despite their continuous dual cultivation efforts. Initially, they held a low opinion of the divine envoy finger, perceiving him as rather ordinary, with a humble demeanor reminiscent of a farmer, lacking any semblance of a masterful presence. Until one fateful day, they sought to challenge the finger, only to be startled as two faces unexpectedly emerged upon its chest. In the words of the horse, he felt an overwhelming dread in that fleeting moment. He envisioned himself transformed into a mere mouse, while the divine finger, adorned with human visages, resembled a serpent, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. At that instant, He perceived the finger as a deity. Such a notion was both enigmatic and bizarre. Could there truly be gods in this world? GK pondered within the confines of his dwelling. This was a mystery beyond his grasp, for the venerable monk Lingyu had already departed with others. Once this thought nestled in his mind, an uncomfortable sensation arose in GK's heart, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. He had witnessed the terrifying transformation of his great-aunt and the lifeless bodies of the Finglian sect's followers. Their innards had been completely extracted, as if devoured. If the goddess worshipped by the Finglian sect indeed existed, and her followers' entrails were consumed by her, then this world was indeed a frightening place. Ghosts devouring humans. Humans consuming one another, and gods feasting upon mankind. In that moment, GK felt the night outside grow significantly more profound. GK was willing to lend assistance, motivated not only by his inherent desire to combat evil, but also by the prospect of earning some silver. The old monk had mentioned that the reward affixed to the demon-slaying tower would be allocated to G. Quebec. Reflecting upon this, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. GK was a person easily uplifted, for one cannot long withstand misfortune without a disposition of optimism and cheerfulness. Recently, he had encountered a series of delightful events, which naturally brought him happiness. Firstly, he had come to realize his own exceptional abilities, a rare talent in cultivation. Secondly, last night, he experienced genuine respect and courtesy from Captain Shui, a stark contrast to the previous insincere politeness that had once accompanied his monetary rewards. Most importantly, he had amassed a considerable fortune, an abundance of silver. In the possession of the horse and the 2 offerings, there lay not only silver, but also more than 10 gold leaves, and a tome titled The Reversal of the Phoenix. Estimating the worth of that stack of gold leaves, he surmised it could easily be exchanged for 500 taels of silver. To put this in perspective, over the course of a year or two, through various endeavors, he had only managed to accumulate approximately 100 taels. Now, he had suddenly gained 500. If the offerings of the Finglian sect were so affluent, how much more wealth must the divine finger possess? In that instant, the aura of mystery and terror surrounding the divine finger diminished significantly. GK had a genuine fondness for wealth. With money came freedom. As for the deeper secrets concealed within the reversal of the phoenix, he contemplated its nature, suspecting it to be a form of malevolent sorcery. Given GK's current understanding, which often yielded little reward for great effort, he could not decipher its intricacies. Yet he could comprehend the artwork within. One particular illustration depicted a couple entwined, their garments barely covering them, their bodies curving to form a nearly circular shape, a sight that left him both bewildered and profoundly moved. In a world overflowing with information from previous lives, he had encountered countless poses online, yet this particular stance was truly unprecedented. The old monk observed him with keen interest, hesitating several times to articulate his thoughts. Noticing this, GK reassured him, saying, "Master, fear not. I am aware that this is an unorthodox technique. I merely wish to critique it." A skilled warrior indeed. The old monk, seeing the seriousness etched on his face, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He mused silently. This young man can maintain a gaze as clear as water even when confronted with the alluring dual cultivation manual of the dark arts. He is truly a rare gem among practitioners. Little did he know, such imagery was an extreme temptation for those of their ilk, yet for GK, a person of modern sensibilities, it held little allure. Holding the secret scroll in his hands, GK pondered. I wonder if my aptitude will yield any extraordinary effects once sufficiently accumulated in this regard. Of course, that was a matter for another time. As his understanding had only just begun to develop, it would take several months of accumulation before any tangible results emerged. In comparison to this scroll, which the 2 dogs revered as a treasure, he harbored a greater fondness for their golden leaves. With wealth in hand, he could more freely pursue his dream of a nomadic life. Chapter 12. The Demon Slayer. On a gloomy day, the cold wind howled. The overgrown grasses, towering over half a person's height, swayed in the breeze, rendering the landscape desolate. By the riverside, on several damp and dilapidated wooden planks, the venerable monk Lingyu sat cross-legged, with offerings of a horse and a flower girl bound tightly before him by a red cord. This cord had been expertly tied by the benefactor GK, ingeniously fashioning the 2 into a turtle-like shape, rendering them immobile and conveniently transportable. The old monk could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of genius, even in the art of tying a simple knot. This scene unfolded at an abandoned dock outside Sangshui County, where the frigid waters of the river crept over the decaying planks, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude. Once, Sangshui County had thrived, bustling with merchant ships and billowing white sails, a vivid tapestry of prosperity. However, as the river changed its course, the vessels no longer navigated the treacherous waters near the county, leading to its gradual descent into obscurity and desolation. Heavy leaden clouds pressed down upon the sky, imparting a sense of nightfall despite it being midday. At that moment, a flicker of light appeared, gliding along the water. In this seldom traversed riverway, an inconspicuous black canopy boat emerged. A lantern hung at its bow, standing out starkly against the dreary weather. With a resounding thud, the boat collided with the nearly decayed wooden planks of the dock and came to a halt. Soon, a man and a woman disembarked from the vessel. The pair, both in their 30s, bore a striking feature, a coffin-like object strapped to their backs. Upon seeing them, the monkling Yu let out a long sigh of relief, rising to his feet and exclaiming, "I never expected it would be you two siblings." The man, sporting a distinctive mustache and possessing a somewhat broad face, responded, "Master, this desolate place is truly remote. The journey has cost us several days. The bounty hasn't even been posted in the building. You should find some solace in our arrival." The woman chimed in with a smile, "What my brother says is entirely accurate." A few days prior, the monkling Yu had uncovered peculiar happenings related to the Wind Lotus sect in Sangshui County. Recognizing that he was no match for this sect, he had sent a letter to the Demon Slayer Tower requesting assistance under the veil of night. The Demon Slayers, devoid of factional divisions, comprised a diverse array of individuals, some genuinely seeking to vanquish demons while reaping rewards, others solely motivated by bounties and personal gain. Though the organization appeared loosely structured, it proved to be remarkably effective. The world, bustling with activity, was driven by profit, and as long as the offered rewards were sufficiently enticing, there would be those willing to risk their lives. Ling Yu, being a veteran within the Demon Slayer Tower, differed from the majority of slayers. He held little interest in the bounties, secret techniques, or elixirs offered, driven solely by a desire to contribute to the eradication of malevolence and the restoration of peace in the realm. His actions from the previous night were a testament to this resolve. Those within the tower who were familiar with him and willing to engage, even if not as selfless as he, still possessed a chivalrous spirit. In these times, chivalry held little value, yet such individuals continued to exist. The pair of siblings were precisely such individuals, brother Chenju and sister Wang Hua, inner disciples of the Chiwu sect, both adept in the third realm of true essence. Having grown up together, they were not only siblings but also companions in the path of virtue, evoking envy in countless onlookers. The recent events concerning the Wind Lotus sect can be described as a situation of limited resources, numerous tasks, and long distances. At that time, many fellow practitioners resided in the building, yet only they were willing to come forth. At this juncture, senior brother Chenju approached the altars of Ma and Yun, perplexed, and inquired, "Why does this binding technique resemble that of the maidens from the Full Spring Courtyard?" Junior sister Wang Hua's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she asked, "Senior brother, how do you possess such knowledge of these matters?" Taken aback, Chenju felt a sudden foreboding and responded, "I heard, junior sister, I merely heard." Just then, a long needle unexpectedly pierced his backside. In a hushed tone, junior sister Wang Hua warned, "Should you dare to visit such places without my knowledge again, I shall use something far more severe." With a flushed face, enduring the pain, Chenju remarked, "Master, have we finished with these trivial inquiries?" "Yes, we have. Now, I shall take care of the remainder." With gentle precision, Chenju extracted the needle from his rear and lifted the coffin that lay behind him. As the coffin opened, it resembled a gaping maw, swiftly engulfing both Ma and Yun. The artifact sect had deep-rooted connections with the long-fallen Imo family, excelling in exquisite craftsmanship, and this black coffin, known as the Blackwood Coffer, possessed numerous transformations, comprehensible only to the inner disciples of the artifact sect. "Master, do you imply that the Wind Lotus sect is currently performing a ritual for a wild deity? The common folk who ventured there are likely in grave peril," Chenju remarked as he walked. "Alas, it seems so. However, we must prevent the awakening of that wild deity. Otherwise, greater calamities will ensue. Rest assured, I have the Thunderfire egg with me. It will merely take a spark." At that moment, junior sister Wang Hua interjected, "Master, I read in your letter that a handsome young hero has aided you. How exceptionally handsome is he?" Hearing this, senior brother Chenju grumbled, "Junior sister, you are nearly 30. Why do you remain so?" "Silence, you scoundrel who frequents brothels." Wang Hua's icy glare silenced Chenju. The elderly monk Lingyu, accustomed to the dynamic between the two siblings, chuckled and said, "That young hero is nothing short of breathtaking, his poise difficult to quantify." Unconvinced, Chunju retorted, "Master, spare me the riddles. Simply compare him to my youthful self." After a brief contemplation, the old monk replied, 3-7. Chunju lamented, "Why do I only score a 7? The 7 belongs to the young hero Ji. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In my youth, I was the fairest, most dashing figure of the artifact sect. Junior sister only chose to be with me for my striking appearance," Chunju proclaimed with confidence. "Monks do not speak falsehoods. In reality, the score is 2-8. The old monk has merely been considerate of your pride, violating the precept against falsehoods," Lingyu stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Chunju was left speechless. Wang Hua, her face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "This young hero, possessing such prowess and a chivalrous heart, deserves to befriend. Enough chatter, we must focus on our tasks. Subduing demons and vanquishing evil is our priority." Chunju donned a conical hat, his complexion turning a shade of green. An hour later, Chunju, still in a state of discontent, questioned, "Master, are you certain this is the right vicinity? Did those two deceive you? Here lies a wild forest to the north of Qingyu County, lush with verdant foliage and devoid of any human presence. As the wind sweeps through, a veil of mist rises amongst the trees. According to the individual surnamed Ma, they have traversed this path 3 times. Each time the missionary group arrives here, they are led away by the sound of wind chimes, oblivious to the precise direction." At that moment, Sister Wang Hua suddenly pointed to a certain spot and exclaimed, "Is that a shoe over there?" The trio approached, only to discover that it was not a shoe, but rather an incomplete shoe sole. The presence of the sole implied that someone had indeed passed this way. Instantly, the 3 of them became alert, their gazes sharp as they scanned their surroundings. After a brief pause, Sister Wang Hua lifted her head, suddenly startled. There, caught between the branches, was a dark, ashen face, revealing a chilling visage in the dim light of the forest. Chapter 13. You discovered it. The dark, ashen face upon the tree belonged neither to a peculiar entity nor to a deceased soul. It was that of a middle-aged man, clad in deep azure finery, exuding an air of affluence. He was swiftly lowered from his perch. He was alive, albeit afflicted by snake venom. "The poison from the green bamboo dart will soon subside," Master Chunju remarked. In the next moment, the ominous black coffin behind him quivered, releasing a flurry of silver needles that pierced the man's face. Observing his visage resembling that of a porcupine, Junior Sister Wang Hua queried, "Is such a multitude truly necessary?" Chunju hastily retracted most of the needles, explaining, "The mechanism was jammed, resulting in an excess." Wang Hua remained silent, while the monk Lingyu observed thoughtfully. Subsequently, the silver needles twisted, and the unconscious man stirred, suddenly expelling a mouthful of black blood with a gasp as he regained consciousness. Upon abruptly encountering the 3 figures, 2 of whom still bore the coffin, the middle-aged man nearly shrieked in terror. Witnessing his reaction, the elderly monk swiftly covered the man's mouth, offering a gentle reassurance, "Fear not, we are benevolent souls." Yet, the man's gaze fell upon the monk's formidable one-eyed dragon tattoo, causing his eyes to glisten with trepidation. Benevolent souls? Nevertheless, he ultimately discerned their good intentions, for the venom from the snake had been forcefully extracted by the great monk. After some discourse, the trio learned that this man was indeed one of the villagers abducted from Sangshui County. According to Lu Cheng, he hailed from Lihua Alley in the eastern part of Sangshui County and had unwittingly followed the Finglian sect out of the city that fateful night. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself beside a newly constructed house in a desolate wilderness. The house appeared freshly painted in red, its roof adorned with 2 protruding corners resembling ears. At that moment, everyone around him was in a stupor, save for him alone, who remained alert. He attempted to rouse his wife beside him, but found himself incapable. Consequently, Lu Cheng dared not act recklessly and followed the county officials into the house. To his astonishment, inside lay a lotus pond, with a wall beyond which he could not discern what lay hidden. During this time, Lu Cheng uncovered a particularly horrifying truth. From behind that wall emanated dreadful sounds of gnawing. He feared that something within was consuming humans. Strangely, those who entered seemed to emerge unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the more Lu Cheng beheld them, the more he felt a profound dread, convinced that they were no longer human. According to Lu Cheng, Only on the 10th and 15th of each month were individuals compelled to venture behind the wall. During these times, a man would arrive, while at all other moments, a middle-aged woman clad in a purple lotus robe oversaw the proceedings. Lu Qing feigned madness, subtly retreating to avoid being sent behind the wall. However, just days prior, he realized he could no longer maintain his ruse, for only a final batch of villagers remained. Seizing the cover of night, he managed to escape. Upon fleeing to this location, an unsettling sense of being pursued gripped him, compelling him to hide in a tree, only to be bitten by a snake. Upon hearing Lu Qing's description, the venerable monk Ling Yu could not help but inquire, "Lu benefactor, what does the man who appears on the 10th and 15th of each month look like?" Lu Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "He appears quite honest, sometimes donning straw sandals, with mud splattered on his legs, as if he has just toiled in the fields. Yet, I am aware that the woman in the red robe fears him greatly." At this juncture, the monk Ling Yu discerned that the man must indeed be the divine invoice finger. Excitedly, Lu Qing urged, "You three, we must report this to the authorities at once. My wife is with me, and if we delay, she may be taken away." Chen Zhu chuckled, "Why report to the authorities when we are here? Have you heard of the demon slayer?" Lu Qing shook his head, utterly perplexed. Ling Yu and Chen Zhu quickly conferred and decided to rescue the captive immediately. Today marked the 7th day of the month, with only a few days remaining until the 10th. The divine invoice finger was absent, presenting them with an opportune moment. Even if he were present, they held no fear, at least Chen Zhu and Ling Yu did not. At this moment, their junior sister Wang Hua interjected, "Shall we not invite that young hero Ji to join us? He is quite eager." Chen Zhu hastily replied, "Junior sister, do not jest. The extermination of demons and the salvation of the people cannot be delayed. We must depart. Where's the house?" Hearing the evident prowess of the trio, Lu Qing quickly remarked, "There is an old tree ahead, with several bells hanging from its branches. Just walk past it, and we shall soon arrive." "The bells, indeed, match what that person surnamed Ma described," mused Ling Yu. "Master, shall we?" Wang Hua hesitated. "Let us proceed." But with caution, the mist thickened, enveloping the surroundings, until Ling Yu finally glimpsed the ancient tree. It was indeed venerable, thick enough for 3 people to encircle, its trunk twisted and its sparse branches resembling a frail elder. The branches bore several copper bells, which, when stirred by the wind, emitted a somber chime, reminiscent of a call to spirits. The trio continued with Lu Qing, crossing a small river, until they beheld the house nestled within the forest, surrounded by numerous individuals. These people stood in the woods, their expressions vacant, devoid of any vitality. The old monk recognized at once that they resembled the followers of the Wind Lotus sect from before, reduced to mere empty shells. The monk suggested that Lu Qing wait for them here, but he, gripped by fear, shook his head repeatedly, insisting that his wife remained inside. Thus, they had no choice but to bring him along as they approached the wooden house. The area was a wild forest, the trees haphazardly scattered yet not overly dense, with grass rising to waist height, creating an air of obscurity. The weather was ominously overcast. Even the seasoned demon slayers felt a weight upon them as they passed by the lifeless townsfolk. They experienced an unsettling illusion, as if those hollow gazes were bidding them farewell. The red-painted house loomed ahead, precisely as Lu Qing had described, with overhanging eaves that resembled peculiar ears. Ling Yu led the way, flanked by Chen Zhu and Wang Hua, who formed a protective triangle as they stepped into the dwelling. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, as the 3 stood poised to strike. Yet, they ultimately refrained from action, for the woman in the purple lotus robe, as mentioned by Lu Qing, was not present. Upon entering the house, one was greeted by an enchanting sense of another world. In the center lay a courtyard, where the dim light of the sky cascaded down, illuminating a pond filled with lotus flowers and leaves, surrounded by crystal-clear waters, reminiscent of a celestial scene. However, when juxtaposed with the overall somber hues of the house, it took on a haunting quality. The 4 advanced cautiously, searching for any surviving townsfolk. Behind the lotus pond stood, indeed, a white wall, more akin to a decorative screen of a grand household, offering no obstruction but merely serving an ornamental purpose. Beyond it lay a profound space, where vague outlines of cloth strips could be discerned. Within the house were several unconscious citizens, their breaths feeble from prolonged deprivation. Lu Qing appeared anxious, for he had yet to locate his wife. Could she be behind that wall? Compelled by instinct, he cast his gaze towards it. At this moment, the monk Ling Yu and his companions also noted Lu Qing's distress and approached him. They were originally heading towards the rear, If their conjecture held true, the wild deity being worshipped would be found there. The northern lands, desolate and remote, witnessed a myriad of beliefs among the populace, with different villages and towns venerating various deities. These were known as wild gods, often peculiar and diverse in form, little known outside their devout followers. The demon hunters of the Demon Suppression Tower had encountered such entities in their quests. The ignorant citizens of the north engaged in bizarre rituals to appease these wild gods, and they had stumbled upon evidence of some wild god showing signs of revival. Originally mere wooden carvings or clay sculptures, they could suddenly articulate, offering guidance to their devotees. Yet, this did not signify their true arrival in this world. It was merely a manifestation of will that could be extinguished by fire. Qinzhu and his brother had long prepared for this. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly trembled, his voice quavering as he uttered, "Divine emissary." The monk Lingyu and his companions were startled, quickly assuming a defensive stance and surveying their surroundings. However, they found nothing amiss. At this juncture, Lingyu noticed a bronze mirror not far in front of Lu Qing. The latter was gazing into it, his face a mask of terror. Lingyu followed suit. The half-height mirror was marred with impurities, obscuring the scene it reflected. In its depths were the faces of Lu Qing and himself, along with the silhouettes of Qinzhu and her brother. Lu Qing's voice quivered as he spoke. The elder monk Lingyu felt a jolt of alarm. Focusing intently on the mirror, where he perceived a shadow on the beam above, resembling a figure. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was not so. Suddenly, Lingyu discerned something unusual. In the mirror, Lu Qing's reflection was alarmingly close. He had inexplicably shed his silk garment, revealing the coarse cloth underneath. His visage bore an earnestness that resembled that of a simple farmer, starkly contrasting with the image of the affluent middle-aged man from before. Could it be? A chill unexpectedly surged from the soles of the old monk's feet, racing straight to the crown of his head. "You have noticed, haven't you?" Suddenly, Lu Qing in the bronze mirror broke into a smile and spoke softly. Chapter 14. Young hero Ji, save me. Be cautious, exclaimed the monk Lingyu, his heart gripped by terror. Yet, it was too late. The air was rent with 3 thunderous booms, and the elder monk Lingyu, Qinzhu, and Wang Hua collapsed, spewing blood. Only Wang Hua was fortunate, clad in a soft armor inscribed with runes, sparing her from grave injury. Pointing a trembling finger at Lu Qing, whose gaze was now chillingly malevolent, Qinzhu cried out, "Shameless, a sneak attack." Lu Qing wore a disarmingly honest smile, yet the skin on his chest writhed, revealing 2 distinct human faces. Standing there, with his head slightly raised, he embodied an image of unassuming honesty, but exuded an authority that felt almost blasphemous to behold. At that moment, the elder monk Lingyu recalled the words of Master Ma. In that instant, Lu Qing resembled a deity, one that should not be gazed upon directly. "You will surely relish this experience," the divine finger smiled, exuding an aura that made him seem less than human. Struggling, the monk Lingyu forcefully splattered the blood he had coughed onto the shoulder of his one-eyed azure dragon. "You must flee. I will hold him off." In Fishflower Alley, Ji, a furious roar erupted, and the one-eyed dragon on the monk's shoulder sprang to life, coiling into a spectral dragon form. This was the elder monk's final gambit, summoning the azure dragon with his blood. The lotus flowers in the pond swayed, their petals sharp and fierce. Severely wounded, Qinzhu, realizing he could not run far, shouted, "Junior sister, hurry." "Master, I shall assist you." With that, he brandished a black coffin, unleashing a barrage of needles. Wang Hua, undeterred by her apparent injuries, executed a swift leap, propelling herself skyward. The coffin behind her trembled, launching a grappling line that sent her soaring like a released arrow. The coffin lid fell, the runes upon it swirling, generating a gust of wind that carried her through the overgrown grass. In Fishflower Alley, to the left 3 houses. Gk. Wang Hua, who had always admired handsome men, vividly recalled the address of the skilled G. Quebec. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought, to find him and seek salvation. Senior brothers may fall. Wang Hua had fought demons alongside her senior brothers for 6 years, completing over 60 commissions, yet none had been as daunting as this. Cunning, venomous, and exceedingly powerful, this was her assessment of the finger god disguised as Lu Qing, leaving her in profound dread. Fortuitously, thanks to the flying vessel technique inherent in her black wooden box, she swiftly reached the vicinity of the ancient tree. Her senior brothers had bought her precious time. She must find GK. Just then, a deep, sonorous bell rang out. Wang Hua turned, only to see a violet figure rushing towards her. Before she could react, a hand struck her down, sending her tumbling into the wild grass. For a moment, Wang Hua felt the world spin, and when she regained her senses, she beheld that honest face. The finger god stood alongside a woman in a violet robe, his hands stained with blood, yet wearing a sincere smile. "Are you seeking the young hero Ji of Fishflower Alley? Allow me to assist you." As she spoke, a woman's face rolled from the fingertips to her chest, surging toward her own visage. Instantly, the honest countenance of Wang Hua transformed, her voice altering as well. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she beheld another version of herself, a wave of despair swelling within her heart. The next instant, darkness enveloped her vision, and she fainted completely. In Sangshui County, within the courtyard beneath a loquat tree on Yuhua Alley, GK was tending to a fire. A pristine black stone slab was laid atop the flames, becoming searingly hot as the fire danced. Subsequently, meticulously marinated slices of premium pork belly were arranged upon it, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. With a brush in his left hand, he occasionally basted the meat with oil. GK could not fathom why he was the one grilling the meat when it was Tang Yi who was supposed to host the feast. Ultimately, it was his own fault. He could not abide Tang Yi's clumsiness, fearing that such exquisite ingredients would go to waste. At that moment, Tang Yi reclined on a rattan chair beneath the eaves, his enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a languid cat. He regarded GK with curiosity and asked, "Brother, are you certain you wish to grill it there?" Since that fateful night, Tang Yi had taken to addressing him as brother instead of a G. His inquiry stemmed from GK's previous experiences with grilling meat, which had always been done under the eaves or beneath a makeshift shelter. Due to his exceptional luck, he feared that while grilling, droppings from the sky might spoil the meal. However, this time, GK remained composed and replied, "Rest assured, AE, my fortunes have recently taken a turn for the better." "Really?" Tang Yi appeared skeptical. "And please, refrain from calling me brother. It makes me feel aged." "Very well, brother." GK was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether Tang Yi was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. As GK grilled the meat, he observed Tang Yi's languorous demeanor and could not resist teasing. "Why are you so lazy? You lounge about every day and still manage to eat well, while I, being diligent, only dare to indulge once every few days." Tang Yi pondered for a moment before responding, "G, although you startled me the other night, I must say, such occurrences are simply fate. Fate. You possess such remarkable skills, yet you deceive me, hiding them so deeply. It is only natural for misfortune to befall you. While my lack of skill makes a stroke of good luck understandable, have I ever mentioned that I frequently find money? Find money?" I gasped in astonishment as the mouse dropped the silver and fled. Upon gathering the silver, I discovered an astonishing 10 taels. GK, overwhelmed with sorrow, exclaimed, "AE, might it be possible that the silver you found belongs to me?" Tang Yi blinked his beautiful, almond-shaped eyes and replied, "Yours? G, while you have indeed become formidable, I am a scholar of distinction. I shall not be cowed. It is utterly preposterous to claim that the silver carried by a mere mouse could be yours." GK found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he was almost certain that the 10 taels he had buried underground had indeed been pilfered by that plump mouse. At that moment, Tang Yi suddenly appeared as though confronted by a formidable foe, exclaiming, "Aji, a bird." Without a moment's hesitation, GK flicked his hand. With a resounding crack, a wild chicken plummeted from the sky, impaled by a glistening black pair of scissors. Soon, another roasted wild chicken grazed the stone slab barbecue. The pork skin, marbled with fat, had turned a golden hue, gently curling at the edges, releasing an intoxicating aroma of roasted meat. The languid Tang Yi had sauntered over, gazing at the newly added roasted chicken, murmuring, "You didn't even get bird droppings on it, and you're already feasting? Aji, have you truly turned your luck around?" GK nodded, reflecting, "Alas, it is but a fleeting fortune." Indeed, his streak of misfortune would inevitably amplify with the passage of time. It seemed that the days of enjoying barbecued meat without the threat of falling bird droppings were numbered. Just then, the meat was ready. GK, without a word to alert Tang Yi, hastily stuffed the succulent morsels into his bowl and mouth. Upon witnessing this, the lethargic Tang Yi suddenly became animated, joining the fray to seize the food. It must be said that GK's 2 months of honing his barbecue skills had borne fruit. His mastery of timing was impeccable, and the tenderness of the roasted meat was a tantalizing delight to the palate. Tang Yi felt as though he could devour his own tongue in delight. Just as the two were indulging in their feast, savoring the chicken legs, a dull thud echoed as a woman in gray tumbled over the courtyard wall. She lifted her head, blood trickling from her nose, her face smeared with dirt, and pleaded, "Hero GK, save me." Chapter 15. This scholar, unbecoming of martial virtue. Observing the gray-clad woman who had fallen and was bleeding from her nose, GK and Tang Yi stood there, seemingly unmoved. Tang Yi certainly had no intention of offering assistance, for he was too indolent to bother. GK refrained from helping as well, engrossed as he was in seizing a piece of meat to eat. The fallen gray-clad woman found herself momentarily dazed, even somewhat embarrassed, pondering whether she had indeed sought the wrong person. After a brief interval, GK approached her while munching on grilled chicken wings, inquiring, "Are you looking for me?" The gray-clad woman lifted her gaze and nodded, introducing herself. "I am Wang Hua, a demon slayer from the Demon Suppression Tower. Master Ling Yu sent me to find you. We fell into an ambush set by the Wind Lotus sect, and I was the only one to escape. They are unlikely to survive." "What?" At this moment, GK's expression shifted to one of agitation. If the old monk were to perish, then the bounty promised to him would surely be in jeopardy. GK swiftly lifted the gray-clad woman, asking, "The Masterling you can't be dead, can he? Wait for me, I shall fetch some supplies." With that, GK retrieved several skewers of marinated meat from the stone slab, gnawing on one as he rummaged through the room, collecting a hammer, scissors, red string, bricks, and other items, leaving the woman, who called herself Wang Hua, in a state of astonishment. "Time is of the essence. Let us hasten our departure. Please lead the way. By the way, how did you fall into this ambush?" GK inquired as they walked. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of the gray-clad woman at GK's apparent urgency, just as the pair was about to exit. Tang Yi could not help but comment, "Gee, are you not going to eat any more? Both people and money are about to grow cold. There is hardly a mood left for meat." As Tang Yi continued to nibble on his meat, he watched GK and the woman depart, unable to restrain a sense of envy. What a stroke of luck for me. On their way, GK and this foe Wang Hua moved swiftly. His eagerness stemmed not only from the bounty, but also from concern for the old monk. He held a deep admiration for the monk, recognizing him as a person of genuine integrity. That night, the old monk had declared, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" In truth, he had already prepared himself for such a fate, to challenge the immovable with his life, merely to save a multitude of strangers. Was a chivalrous spirit GK had only ever encountered in novels. This time, however, he found himself deeply moved by the reality of such folly. It was precisely because of individuals like him that justice in this world did not remain perpetually shrouded in darkness. Thus, he could not bear the thought of the old monk's demise. His motives were as much personal as they were monetary. Along the journey, GK naturally inquired about the circumstances surrounding Wang Hua's ambush. The clever woman, masquerading as Wang Hua, was adept at manipulating hearts. Her account revealed that they had discovered living civilians and attempted a rescue, only to be blindsided by the finger of the divine and another woman from the Wind Lotus sect who had disguised themselves as two of the civilians. At this moment, GK and Wang Hua had arrived at the desolate field. Wang Hua pointed to a certain direction and said, "It was beneath that tree where we discovered Lu Cheng. If we continue onward, we shall soon encounter an ancient tree adorned with bells." He feigned an injured demeanor, clutching his abdomen, yet moved with surprising swiftness. His urgent desire to rescue his companion was artfully portrayed, or at least he believed so, even considering it to be flawless. Meanwhile, the youth trailing behind appeared foolishly earnest, his face reflecting a sense of urgency. Such an imbecile, it seemed, would remain oblivious even as he met his demise at the hands of his own folly. The divine envoy could not suppress a sense of self-satisfaction. Along the way, he contemplated GK's abilities. Based on his experience, the lad possessed the cultivation of the second realm, the chi-gathering stage, which was indeed commendable for someone of his age. However, it was still insufficient. The old monk had extolled this youth to the skies, suggesting he possessed some extraordinary trait, perhaps a rare treasure that elevated his strength by a tier, explaining why his two foolish acolytes had been vanquished the previous night. Alas, without intellect, even the strongest would meet a tragic end. Countless young talents had perished, not due to lack of strength, but rather their own ignorance and naivety, falling victim to the perils of the world. In the eyes of the divine envoy, GK was already a corpse, mere meat for a great goddess to consume. Just as he reveled in these thoughts, a dull thud resonated, and he felt a weight on the back of his head as he was knocked to the ground by a hard object. Behind him stood GK, wielding a bloodied brick, gazing at him intently. The The persona of Wang Hua lay prostrate on the ground, turning to him with a bewildered expression and asking, "What are you doing?" GK retorted, "What do you think?" The envoy's expression shifted dramatically as he scrambled to his feet, demanding, "How did you discover this?" "Ah, so you truly have issues," GK realized with sudden clarity. The envoy, utterly baffled, replied, "What do you mean?" In that moment, he was struck with astonishment, exclaiming, "You merely felt something was amiss and decided to smash your companion's head with a brick? I controlled the force. He wouldn't die. I was merely testing, and lo, I have my answer." GK spoke earnestly, as if striking a companion with a brick were an entirely normal occurrence. This method is called bold hypothesis, bold verification. The envoy felt a surge of embarrassment and humiliation, the pride he had just felt now replaced by profound frustration. A surge of rage coursed through him, distorting his countenance. His hair stood on end as two grotesque faces, one male and one female, emerged from his chest, peering at GK through his skin with a sinister gaze. In the next instant, one of the faces surged upward from his chest, slithering along his neck like a serpent. The visage of Wang Hua abruptly vanished, as if washed away, leaving behind a blank mask. Soon after, new features materialized, complete with a beard. At that moment, the figure standing before GK transformed into an ostensibly simple middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, with a fierce expression, began to utter a threat, but fell abruptly silent. For a pair of scissors had been lodged in his mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, his adversary had flung a pair of scissors towards him. With a sharp snap, he yanked the scissors from his own fingers, his gaze icy as he remarked on the impoliteness of the younger generation. The words he had yet to articulate were abruptly cut off as a brick, transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtled toward him. "Damn it, bring it on." Chapter 16. The Divine Messenger. As the treacherous brick flew towards him, the Divine Messenger swiftly twisted his neck, evading the strike with an ominous grace. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his body contorting like a serpent, unleashing a ferocious horizontal slash. The scene was surreal, as if his entire form were devoid of bones, transformed into a terrifying whip of muscle, moving with astonishing speed. GK was inevitably reminded of his aunt from that fateful night, yet this adversary appeared far more formidable. With no moment of doubt, he executed a defensive stance, striking with a resounding clap to counter the fierce attack. The ground trembled beneath them as their arms collided, the air vibrating with a palpable force. Such tremendous strength. In the next moment, a sudden transformation occurred. The messenger's arm twisted like a serpent, coiling around GK's arm. GK's right hand instinctively followed suit, attempting to disentangle himself from this constraining grip. Mastery of Tai Chi favored entanglement, resulting in a swift dance between the two, one entwining rapidly, the other evading deftly. At this juncture, the messenger revealed a deceptively innocent smile, and as his arms continued to wrap around GK, his feet lifted off the ground. His entire body transformed into a colossal whip, striking towards GK's waist. GK's left elbow dropped sharply, guarding his midsection. With a thunderous crack, the messenger's whip-like strike was so powerful that it sent GK soaring through the air. Seizing the advantage, the messenger advanced, intent on ensnaring GK once more. However, at that moment, a dark shadow shot towards him like lightning, prompting him to instinctively turn aside. It was a thrown black hammer, appearing abruptly and treacherously. Yet, the messenger, supple as a serpent, twisted his neck into an intricate helix, narrowly avoiding this assault. Now, with his left hand braced against the ground, every muscle in his body tensed, transforming again into a striking whip, producing a chilling sound as it sliced through the air. GK, already airborne, found evasion impossible. Suddenly, a loud crack resounded, but instead of the anticipated thunderous impact, the messenger felt as if he had struck a mere sheet of paper. In that instant, GK truly floated like a leaf on the wind. Clenching his teeth, the messenger supported himself with both hands, his legs shifting into a scissor kick aimed at GK's waist. The force behind this maneuver was immense, akin to the jaws of a crocodile, intent on severing GK in two. Suspended in midair, GK suddenly thrust his knees outward, colliding with the messenger's scissor strike with a resounding impact. If the messenger's legs were indeed the jaws of a crocodile, GK at that moment resembled a defiant figure bracing against them with sheer determination. The messenger's physique was undeniably peculiar. He truly resembled a muscular serpent, twisting his waist with a sudden spring, unleashing a terrifying grip. Just then, a dull thud echoed as he thrust his head forward, his eyes bulging, the oppressive force of his grip momentarily slackening. A black hammer struck with brutal force against the back of his skull, a jarring surprise. This brief pause granted GK a precious opportunity. He lunged forward, his hands clasped together, and forcefully plunged them into the twin eyes of his foe. A pair of muffled thuds echoed as the eyes were obliterated, causing the entire body to topple backward. "Ah, my eyes." The assailant instinctively covered his searing eyes, only to be struck by a wave of vertigo, crashing to the ground like a stone, sending mud and debris flying. In that moment, GK ensnared his opponent, executing a series of Tai Chi throws. Previously, he had employed a strategy of yielding to counter the bizarre attacks, but now he had seamlessly transitioned into an offensive mode, his demeanor transforming entirely, becoming fierce and brutal, devoid of any softness. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thundering strikes resonated, creating a series of craters in the ground, while mud and debris scattered, and several robust trees were shattered in the process. The foe's neck was violently broken, his head hanging limply, limbs twisted grotesquely behind him, resembling a grotesque mass. With a resounding crash, which splintered like rain, GK delivered a horizontal strike, driving his opponent's entire body into the ancient tree, producing a haunting chime. Inside the tree, the foe's face, with exploded eyes and a gaping mouth, was now gasping for breath. Outside, GK stood, panting heavily, surrounded by deep craters formed from his throws, crimson blood pooling on the cold ground. GK couldn't help but marvel at the strength of his opponent, who had managed to make him sweat. The outcome was clear. The once cacophonous wasteland had fallen into an eerie silence. Here, one could even hear the distant sound of trickling water. It was over. GK approached, intending to drag the body from the tree, curious about the potential bounty it might hold. At that moment, the wretched face of his adversary suddenly twitched, transforming into a blank visage of human skin. In the next instant, a woman's face emerged, twisting her neck to bite him. Startled, GK recoiled in fear, retaliating with a flurry of hammering blows. The newly surfaced feminine face was battered, leaving deep indentations, yet the body sprang back to life. With a violent shudder, the spherical figure lunged forth like a serpent. As the woman's face hit the ground, fresh flesh sprouted from her form, mending the shattered wounds, followed by the emergence of dense black runes that exuded a menacing aura. Two faces still hovered over the chest. One lay motionless, blind, while the other bore a fierce expression. The runes intensified, swirling like liquid ink. The deity-like figure, now with restored eyes, gazed down with a cold indifference, as if a divine entity observing the mortal realm. An aura enveloped her, causing the surrounding weeds to bow in submission. She gazed at GK and, in a delicate and piercing voice, proclaimed, "You shall become the most exquisite offering to the goddess." In that instant, GK sensed no trace of humanity within her. It was as the altar priest had remarked, the divine envoy standing before him was no longer a mere mortal, but rather a celestial being. A deity? GK, wielding a hammer, twisted his neck slightly, and the energy within him began to circulate, coalescing into an ethereal pattern reminiscent of Tai Chi. Chapter 17. The monster. The divine finger of resurrection exuded an elevated aura, as if it had been imbued with newfound vigor. It lightly tread upon the tips of the wild grass, gazing down upon GK with a godly demeanor. Unfazed, GK maintained a steady flow of energy around him, his presence as profound as an abyss. In the next moment, the divine finger moved, its entire being soaring into the sky like a gust of wind, hair and tattered robes billowing in its wake. Upon reaching the zenith, it naturally inclined forward, plummeting directly toward Quebec. The entire sequence was executed with a monotony and coldness devoid of any earthly warmth, resembling a true celestial being descending from the heavens. GK was momentarily entranced. In the blink of an eye, the finger had descended, its 10 fingers converging as the icy nails, akin to blades, lunged toward Quebec. The surrounding wild grass sensed the impending pressure and collapsed in submission. I strike. GK, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed the long-prepared Tai Chi energy, dispersing the descending claws while simultaneously raising a hammer for a fierce strike. The once indifferent divine finger emitted a peculiar cry, and within a few breaths, it was left with a swollen head. With a resounding crack, the hammer fell with great force, causing the divine finger's body to tremble, half kneeling on the ground with its claws embedded in the earth. The once formidable iron hammer had already twisted and deformed. After this blow, it shattered and flew apart, leaving only a bare hammer handle. With a head full of swelling, the divine finger raised its gaze, its eyes cold as ice. Have you struck enough? Without uttering a word, GK's knee shot out like lightning, aimed directly at its face. This time, the divine finger reacted with remarkable speed, its right arm crossing to block GK's knee strike with a resounding thud. In the next instant, the ground erupted like waves, and the divine finger's left hand shot forth like lightning, aiming for GK's eyes. GK felt a chilling gust rush toward him, filled with a bone-chilling coldness, prompting him to retreat swiftly, raising his fists for defense. In an instant, fists and claws collided, producing a profoundly muffled sound. The nearby ground shattered. Wild grass snapped under the force, and the air distorted around them. One wielded claws, the other fists, one advanced with fiery aggression, the other defended with impenetrable barriers. As GK continued to throw punches in defense while retreating, it appeared as though he had fallen to the disadvantage. With a loud crash, his back collided with a tree, the bark crushed to splinters. With a series of crackling sounds, their fists and claws locked together, each testing the other's strength. The dark runes on the divine finger's arm surged, unleashing an even greater power. With a series of explosive sounds, the great tree behind GK erupted with a cacophony, splintering into fragments. At that moment, a series of muffled thuds rang out. The divine finger, which had been pursuing the advantage, suddenly twitched, its expression contorting into one more grotesque than that of a pig's liver. Just moments ago, GK, who seemed to be in a position of desperate defense, unexpectedly delivered a triple strike to the divine finger's groin. Now, despite possessing a woman's face, it was still the body of a man. The pain surged from its groin to its head, nearly threatening to crack open its skull. Having navigated the world for so many years, the divine finger had seldom faced defeat. Especially after receiving divine power from the goddess, it had enjoyed unimpeded success, encountering little in the way of formidable setbacks. Yet today, he found himself ensnared in an unprecedented struggle, experiencing a level of torment he had never before encountered. The young scholar before him proved to be not only far more formidable than he had anticipated, but also exceptionally shameless and treacherous. With sneak attacks, scissor kicks, bricks, eye gouging, and groin strikes. Was this the conduct of a civilized individual? The local intellectuals of Sangshui County displayed an utter disregard for decorum. With two resounding thuds, the divine finger quivered once more, contorting in agony as it exclaimed, "It's already shattered beyond sensation, and you still kick?" Apologies. GK's arm muscles tensed, and in an instant, he unleashed a powerful rotational force. The already dispirited finger was abruptly lifted off the ground, soaring through the air. He hastily focused his mind, and the ink talismans on his body twisted like living creatures, emanating a fierce, warped strength that swiftly freed him from GK's grasp. In that fleeting moment, before he could react, two afterimages sliced through his vision like blades. With a loud crash, the finger fell to the ground, clutching his eyes and wailing in despair, "My eyes, my eyes." He had never fathomed that he would be blinded by the same individual twice. I will ensure you find no rest in death." At that moment, the finger renounced any semblance of divinity, howling in anguish. Almost simultaneously, he lunged toward GK, his muscles adorned with swirling talismans, resembling a frenzied bear. Unfortunately, this was a bear deprived of its sight. GK retreated a couple of steps, reaching out to grasp his chin and head. Then, with a swift motion, he executed a powerful throw. With a thunderous impact, a great tree splintered, leaving a deep crater in the ground. During this tumultuous act, the finger's head was twisted 180 degrees by GK, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking bone and flesh. GK had no intention of prolonging the encounter. This adversary possessed three faces, and he surmised there might be three lives as well. He sought to ascertain whether removing the head would spell the end of this foe. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. GK, who had been gripping the opponent's jaw and head, suddenly felt only smoothness in his hands, akin to touching an oiled ice block. The opponent's face transformed once again into a blank slate. With a swift motion, the featureless head recoiled, slipping away from GK's control like a slick eel. Almost simultaneously, the finger's body, now on the ground, twisted and slithered away from the freshly created crater, darting into the tall grass with remarkable speed. Desiring escape, without a moment's hesitation, GK followed suit, diving to the ground and adopting a backstroke to pursue. The grass beneath them parted as they dashed, leaving behind two trails, evidence of their rapid flight. From a bird's eye view, it was difficult to conceive that these were two individuals racing against each other. After all, one body lay flat against the ground, with a menacing visage gradually emerging on its previously featureless face, while the other flailed its limbs rapidly, akin to swimming in water. The scene was undeniably surreal, particularly as GK appeared to be gaining speed in this wild forest. The fingers scuttled along the ground, believing that the cover of the wild grass would allow him to evade that treacherous and shameless young man. He was at his wit's end. He needed to find refuge and tend to his grievous wounds. Never had he imagined that he would fall victim to such a scholarly youth. Fortunately, the overgrown grass offered him concealment, and he still possessed the escape technique bestowed upon him by the goddess of salvation. However, in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat. From the nearby thicket, a seemingly harmless yet handsome face emerged. Behind him, he saw GK swiftly approaching in a low, gliding stroke, resembling a butterfly skimming the surface. Damn it! A chill ran down his spine. Just then, the sound of rushing water filled the air as both of them plunged into the small river, one after the other. The icy river water enveloped him, and an overwhelming sense of dread consumed him. He thrashed wildly, exerting every ounce of strength to escape from that graceful, yet terrifying figure that haunted his mind. Yet, in the next instant, a voice rang out, declaring, "I've caught up with you." Instantly, he was gripped by a chill, as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. A hand mercilessly seized his ankle, and in the blink of an eye, he was lifted off the ground. No, at that moment, the last vestiges of the once fearsome man were replaced by an expression of utter despair and terror. What kind of monster had he encountered today? Chapter 18. I Come. The house, drenched in a crimson hue reminiscent of blood, bore protruding eaves that resembled a pair of peculiar ears. Beneath them, the elderly monk Yu, Chenju, and Wang Hua found themselves bound, their injuries severe and their vital energy stifled by several mysterious black needles that rendered them incapable of even the slightest exertion of true qi. They felt as though they were akin to 3 pieces of cured meat, left to dry in the wind. Chenju, pale as death, lamented, "Here I am, the most illustrious and handsome disciple of the Chun family's artifact lineage for 3 generations, reduced to being a target of treachery by despicable villains, facing imminent demise." Wang Hua, with a pitiable expression, interjected, "Senior brother, I do not wish to perish just yet." The venerable monk Yu murmured, "Amadba, alas. It seems even the valiant young hero Ji shall not escape this calamity. It is my fault that has brought him to this plight." At this, the trio sighed in unison. Just then, the woman in the purple robe emerged from within, emitting a mocking laugh that chilled the air. Once filled with hope for GK, the monk now resigned to fate, believed that Ji could contend with the formidable finger of the divine envoy, provided he was prepared for an honorable confrontation. Unfortunately, this finger was not only powerful but also adept at subterfuge. Wang Hua had failed to escape. The finger had even assumed her guise, leaving them to anticipate GK's grim fate, merely an additional piece of cured meat. Their continued existence hinged upon the wild deity's appetite for the living. As the time for sacrifice had not yet arrived, a sense of despondency settled upon them. However, beneath that despondency lay an even greater sense of frustration, particularly for Chenju and Wang Hua, who were utterly exasperated at being thwarted without the opportunity to showcase their true prowess, an experience far worse than being force-fed excrement. At that moment, the woman in purple approached them. Instantly, Wang Hua and Chenju tensed, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The woman possessed a striking beauty on one half of her face, while the other was marred by ghastly sores, occasionally attracting flies that flitted about her disfigured visage, creating a horrifying spectacle. Their trembling stemmed not only from her appearance, but also from the malevolent nature that matched her grotesque countenance. She relished in the torment of others. Seeing her advance towards his junior sister, Chenju could not help but declare, "If you possess any courage, direct your malice towards me. Why must you torment a woman?" Wang Hua quickly added, "My senior brother speaks wisely. Inflict your cruelty upon him. Spare me your wrath." The monk Yu intervened. "What merit is there in directing your ire at an old monk? Engaging in childish antics is beneath you." "I shall take the lead," declared Chenju. "I will come forth," echoed Yu. In an instant, the two were competing to offer themselves, creating the impression to an observer that they were vying for a reward. The next moment, the woman in purple seized a black needle embedded in Chenju's chest, twisting it with a cruel delight, causing his face to contort in agony. "You seem quite eager. Do you enjoy this sensation?" she taunted, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Bound and helpless, Chenju felt as though he were being torn apart. tears and snot streaming down his face as he croaked, "No, please, turn your attention to the master instead. I can endure no more." With a sigh, the venerable monk Ling Yu responded, "Little Chun can bear it no longer. Allow this old monk to take his place." The woman in purple erupted into laughter, revealing her pearly white teeth as she said, "There is no need to rush. We can do this together." As she spoke, her right hand pressed against a black needle embedded in the shoulder of the old monk, twisting it with a deliberate motion. Instantly, the old monk's face turned crimson, as if he were about to bleed, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Meanwhile, Chenju could no longer endure the torment. Observing this, Wang Hua shouted, "Release my senior brother. Come at me instead. Do not rush. You too shall feel the same." At that moment, the woman in purple extended her foot, pinching a black needle protruding from Wang Hua's heaving chest with her toes, twisting it with ferocity. The pain caused Wang Hua to weep profusely. Witnessing the anguish on the faces of the three, the woman in purple could not help but display a delightful smile. Several flies buzzed over, landing on her grotesque visage. Yet she paid them no heed, her expression growing ever more jubilant, as if there were nothing more pleasurable in the world. Chenju's face contorted in pain. He longed to faint, yet he found himself unable to succumb. His only limit was to avoid soiling himself. After all, a man's pride must be preserved. Yet he felt he was on the verge of breaking. "Seeing you in such distress brings me immense joy," the woman in purple taunted. Just then, the wild grass in the distance rustled suddenly, and a spherical object shot toward them with a piercing sound, slicing through the air. The woman in purple turned her head, her pupils instantly narrowing to two inky dots. With a resounding crash that echoed like thunder, the spherical object collided violently with her legs, producing a sickening sound of bones and flesh shattering. The abruptness of the change left the three, including the monk Ling Yu, gaping in shock, saliva trickling down. In their gaze, the woman in purple was struck abruptly, her legs visibly broken, bent, and shattered, emitting horrendous sounds. Then, her body spun through the air like a ragged sack. Crashing to the ground with a thud, her legs utterly shattered, she lay there, howling in agony and spitting blood, her face contorted in terror. It was only then that she discerned what had struck her. It was a person, though scarcely deserving of the term. The individual's neck and torso appeared grotesquely broken, their head lodged in their groin, arms and legs entangled, resembling a grotesque ball of flesh. Upon seeing the head lodged in the groin, the woman's face trembled violently, the flies abandoning her visage. She recognized that face. It belonged to the formidable divine envoy, known for its most fearsome aspect. Yet now, this most terrifying divine envoy had been reduced to a grotesque flesh ball, violently hurled to inflict grave injury upon her. The once indomitable vitality of the divine envoy had become a burden, for despite his condition, he had not yet succumbed to death. His expression one of profound pain and despair. The woman in purple felt her breath catch in her throat. Throughout her life, she had committed numerous heinous acts to silence the cries of infants, such as dismembering her forsaking parents and brother's family, rendering them into mere human sticks, left to starve to death in their home. Yet this time, it was she who felt fear. At that moment, a figure clad in scholarly robes appeared within sight. The woman in purple was overwhelmed by an immense dread, while the three onlookers, Ling Yu, the monk, and the others, were moved to tears of joy. "Master, are you well?" GK inquired, observing the elderly monk hanging there like a piece of aged meat. "Amitba, the old monk, is unharmed." "My goodness. Sir GK has turned the tables and looks so handsome," Wang Hua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, saliva pooling at her lips. Chenju's complexion turned a shade of green as he remarked, "Junior sister, while your feelings are sincere, it may be prudent not to express them so openly in my presence. It makes me quite uncomfortable." He then drooled while gazing at GK, excitedly declaring, "Sir GK, I have taken a liking to you." At that moment, GK approached and replied, "I apologize, my friend, but I am not currently inclined towards men." "Master, what should I do?" "Young hero, simply remove the black needles from our bodies." At this juncture, the woman in purple had already lost all will to fight, her hands grasping the ground as she dragged her limp legs, striving to escape swiftly. The trio of Chenju had been freed from the black needles and set down. Wang Hua exclaimed with fervor, "Sir GK, that woman is attempting to flee." Just as GK was about to pursue, Chenju suddenly leaped forth, exclaiming, "Young hero, allow me to handle this trifling matter." With that, he staggered into the room, then leaped onto a coffin board as he burst forth. in the gaze of the onlookers. The agile woman in purple was instantly struck by the flying coffin board, screaming as she tumbled into the underbrush. "Die, you old hag, come and face me." Chinju leaped down like a ferocious tiger, diving in after her. The bushes rustled violently, wild grass flattening, and soon Chinju's cries for help were heard. "Junior sister. Help me. She is biting my toe." "GK. Lingyu the monk." Wang Hua clutched her chest, exasperated. "Senior brother. Could you not embarrass us so?" With that, she too stepped onto a coffin board and rushed forward. GK observed this scene and couldn't help but ask, "Master, are these two friends of yours in the coffin business?" Chapter 19. The wild deity after a fierce struggle amidst the underbrush, the woman in the purple robe. Despite her valiant efforts against two adversaries, emerged battered and bruised, her visage marred. Subsequently, she and the divine emissary's fingers were hung beneath the eaves of a dwelling. Thus, what was initially 3 pieces of cured meat transformed into 2 bundles of zongzi. The reason for this peculiar comparison lay in the distinctive binding technique employed by GK with the red string. Chunju had intended to inquire whether this was a method characteristic of the Manchun courtyard, yet he hesitated to do so in the presence of his junior sister. "You wretched scoundrel, concocting a tale involving you and your lady, and I was moved, yet you resorted to treachery," he lamented. "You vile woman. It was one thing to stab my senior brother, but to turn your weapon upon me, how dare you?" The faces of the purple-robed woman and the divine emissary were riddled with black needles, resembling a pock-marked visage, while Chun Zhu and Wang Hua, in a state of agony, continued to stir as if playing a sorrowful melody, tears streaming down their faces. Especially the woman in purple, whose festering wounds erupted in pain. They were the youthful generation, driven by the fervor of vendetta and grievances. Standing aside, the venerable monk Lingyu observed this scene with quiet appreciation. The 2 bundles of zongzi struggled, soon on the brink of demise. The divine emissary rolled his eyes in despair. He had suffered an irreparable blow. Even though some semblance of divine power sustained his life, he could barely manage a breath. GK, who was inherently benevolent, had not intended to strike so brutally. However, the emissary had truly provoked his ire. Not only did he toy with emotions, but he also possessed not a single tael of silver, despite his lofty status. This divine being, capable of easily claiming countless lives, had transformed his facade thrice, only to be left with a mere 6 taels and 3 coins of silver, alongside a diary of no interest. One could have offered him a dual cultivation manual akin to the one given to you. Yet who in their right mind would wish to peruse the musings of an old man? Such discourtesy warranted GK's wrath, leading to his unleashing of a fervent assault upon the purple-robed woman's ally. Yet, amidst his frustration, GK felt a sense of relief that the monk Lingyu remained alive. Both wealth and humanity were intact, which was the outcome he had fervently desired. Only then did he take note of the figures standing amidst the tall grass. Similar to the congregation from that fateful night, they had been reduced to mere empty shells. Standing motionless, a few faces were even vaguely familiar to him. Having resided in Sangshui County for so long, he might not have been neighbors with them. Yet their paths had crossed. However, they were all dead, sacrificed, and had become stepping stones for the resurrection of the wild deity worshipped by the Fenglian sect. The sky loomed ominously, heavy leaden clouds morphing into a gentle rain. The temperature plummeted sharply, and as the cold wind swept through, mist enveloped the area with a piercing chill. Standing there, one could hardly sense the essence of early summer, instead feeling as though they had been thrust into a different, chilling realm of terror. As GK gazed upon the townsfolk of Sangshui County, motionless in the rain, he profoundly understood the fragility of human life. This world was far more wretched than he had ever imagined. At that moment, under the retribution of Chun Zhu and his companion, the woman in the purple robe suddenly tensed, tears mingling with snot cascading to the ground, and she fainted completely. The venerable monk Lingyu, regulating his breath, proclaimed, "It is time to attend to serious matters." The 4 individuals could not help but direct their gaze toward the white wall at the back of the room. This wall, akin to a screen, concealed the most significant secret of this enigmatic place. The wild deity, perpetually offered human sacrifices by the Wind Lotus sect, was likely hidden behind it. The divine messenger, realizing their intentions, gaped like a fish stranded on shore. His vocal cords, twisted along with his neck, rendered him incapable of articulating coherent words. At that moment, Chenju abruptly grasped his face, tugging and rubbing it, stating, "What you worship is about to be taken from you." and you can only watch helplessly. Isn't that truly disheartening? The divine messenger responded with an eerie smile, startling Chenju in return. With a tone of mockery, Chenju proceeded into the depths of the room, carrying his ominous black box alongside his apprentice, Wang Hua. Though feigning indifference, he had already assumed a defensive stance. The instant GK stepped into the room, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The lotus flowers in the pond thrived splendidly, blooming vibrantly, yet their exuberance evoked a sense of horror, as if they possessed consciousness, thirsting for blood and flesh. In the blink of an eye, the pristine white wall loomed before them. Behind this wall, within the depths of the bizarre room, everything lay shrouded in darkness. The messenger, disguised as Lu Cheng, had previously mentioned that on the 10th and 15th days of each month, those beguiled citizens would be brought inside, followed by sounds resembling chewing emanating from within. The messenger, a master of deception, spoke with a mix of truth and falsehood. Did this not imply that the circumstances behind the wall were likely authentic? The wild deity, revered by the Wind Lotus sect, was indeed consuming humans within, and the citizens left as mere empty husks outside served as irrefutable evidence. Based on the experiences of the 3 demon slayers, led by the venerable monk Ling Yu, it was surmised that unless it was the 10th or 15th, the consciousness of this wild deity would remain dormant, allowing them to seize this opportunity to incinerate its clay or wooden effigy with thunderfire talismans. At this juncture, the idol was merely an idol. Chenju smacked the coffin-like black box on his back, and a wind lantern emerged, igniting a flickering flame. Instantly, a portion of the space behind the wall was illuminated, while the remaining area grew even more profound. This was the darkness beneath the light. The ground was heavily layered with yellow paper, previously used by the Wind Lotus sect for proselytizing, extending from the floor to the walls in a densely packed array, sending shivers down one's spine. The lotus pond in front of the white wall continued to strive to evoke an image of an earthly paradise. However, upon crossing to the other side, it felt as though one had stepped into the underworld. The yellow paper seemed damp, adhering unpleasantly underfoot. The room was deeper and more imposing than anticipated. Standing there, one could indeed sense being enveloped in a dark cavern. Ahead, the outline of an altar materialized within their line of sight. As the lights drew near, the vast offering platform stood empty. Where had the deity gone? Chenju leaped onto the platform, and suddenly, the glow of the lantern behind him illuminated the surroundings further. In the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. The platform bore no idol, yet beneath it lay something else. It was a wooden sculpture at least 3 yards long, resembling a woman but possessing a serpentine form. The reason they had not noticed this towering figure, almost 3 stories high, was that it was sprawled upon the ground, as if it had just crawled down from the platform. Its enormous body exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. The flickering flames within the lantern cast eerie reflections upon the bizarre statue. Upon seeing it, GK was reminded of the serpent-like posture of the divine messenger's finger. Even more terrifying was the fact that the statue was covered with human faces. These faces, both male and female, young and old, exhibited expressions of terror and madness. Laughing maniacally, they were densely packed together, vividly lifelike, as if they were growing from within the statue, yearning to escape. GK felt a chill creep along his scalp as he recognized several faces that bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the common folk outside. Were these faces those of the very people beyond? For a moment, none dared to approach, and Wang Hua, feeling a twinge of anxiety, said, "Senior brother, I can't shake the feeling that this thing is alive." "Nonsense, it's merely wood infused with faith," came the dismissive reply. Yet, as he brought the lantern closer, he discovered a fleshy texture upon the statue. Particularly alarming were the long, jet-black strands of hair emerging from what was originally carved as hair, with a gust of wind. The strands began to sway. In that instant, the statue, covered in human faces, seemed on the verge of awakening. The venerable monk Ling Yu clasped his hands in prayer, exclaiming, "Amipa, if we had arrived even a moment later, this deity might truly have awakened." The manifestation of flesh upon would signify the deity's impending revival and arrival in the mortal realm. This statue was perilously close to that threshold. GK gazed at the blood-tinged figure before him, realizing that the world was indeed far more profound and terrifying than he had anticipated. Deities truly existed, and they indeed consumed humans. A new worldview slowly unfolded before him, revealing a glimpse of the absurd and horrific. In that moment, he felt a flicker of fear and perhaps anticipation, regarding his future life of travel. Wasn't it rather thrilling? Chapter 20. Men, truly at a disadvantage, act swiftly. Intoned the venerable monk Ling Yu. Chun Zhu and Wang Hua exchanged glances and promptly produced 2 wooden orbs, each resembling an egg. Lightning and fire, rise. With a pair of sharp claps, the wooden eggs struck the idol, instantly transforming into 2 plumes of crimson flames that erupted and swiftly spread across the figure. The searing heat enveloped them, alleviating the oppressive chill that had pervaded the room. In GK's eyes, the spectacle of the siblings conjuring flames bore no resemblance to martial arts or celestial magic. Rather, it evoked the sensation of tossing grenades in a video game. Nevertheless, the flames were undeniably fierce, engulfing the idol and igniting the yellowed paper nearby. It would not be long before the entire room succumbed to a raging inferno. GK surveyed the surroundings, seeking anything of potential value, when he suddenly perceived the idol's eyes flicker. Yet, upon a second glance, he found no change. The flames crackled as they consumed the idol's long, ebony locks. In that moment, a piercing scream erupted from within the fire, startling the 4 companions. Almost immediately, the burning idol stirred, lifting its head. It became evident that the faces upon its surface writhed in a frantic dance, emitting anguished cries. Observing this, the old monk urged, "Withdraw at once." Barely had the words left his lips when the eerie idol slithered forward like a serpent, though its visage was engulfed in flames. It retained an expression of divine disdain. The faces upon it howled in terror, as if trapped in a cage, suffering a torturous fate, starkly contrasting with the idol's impassive countenance. With a deafening crash, the white wall shattered, flames cascading like a tempest, igniting even the lotus flowers in the nearby pond. The idol pursued GK and his companions, resembling a surging fire serpent. "Get out of the way!" With a thunderous roar, the threshold of the door and the wall crumbled, revealing a massive, blazing form. The scene was grotesquely surreal, akin to attempting to incinerate a corpse, only for that very corpse to spring to life amidst the flames. The idol writhed, attempting to surge forward once more, but became ensnared within the walls. Rain fell nearby, vaporizing into a mist that refused to descend, while faces protruded grotesquely from the idol's surface, writhing in a display of unspeakable agony. Ling Yu and his companions watched in horror, their hearts pounding. Fortunately, after a brief struggle, the idol and its tormented faces fell still. Its body had been nearly reduced to charred remains, fissures spreading across its form, as if a mere touch would cause it to shatter. The faces upon its body ceased to move, their mouths agape, resembling those who had been painfully burned alive. As the flames gradually extinguished and the rain fell in a steady rhythm, the smoke began to dissipate. With a resounding crack, the exposed half of the idol collapsed, revealing a hollow interior reduced to ash, thus slightly diminishing the ominous atmosphere that had engulfed the room. In an instant, it seemed utterly extinguished, reduced to mere ashes. A gust of wind stirred the remnants into the air. Amidst the billowing smoke, a series of violent coughs erupted. The woman in the purple robe and the divine finger were likely suffocating from the fumes. They were drawn out, the woman's face charred black, resembling a different ethnicity entirely. As she coughed incessantly, the divine finger, however, retained a ghastly grin, suddenly declaring in human speech, "You shall all perish. The wind lotus goddess will inevitably descend. She possesses 6 fingers, and I am merely one of them." His already shattered throat emitted a mocking laughter. GK approached the charred statue of the goddess, discovering that one of its hands indeed had only 3 fingers, the middle, index, and little fingers. At this moment, Chun Zhu, still shaken, remarked, "Is this goddess disabled? Wouldn't eating with chopsticks be quite challenging?" The divine finger momentarily froze, taken aback by the absurdity of the question. Was that truly the crux of the matter? GK, evidently intrigued, added, "What concerns me more is whether she would struggle to clean herself after relieving herself." This too was a valid inquiry. Chun Zhu fell into contemplation. The divine finger, seeing this, glared menacingly and struggled, exclaiming, "You." Yet the 2 paid him no heed. Chun Zhu continued his analysis. Perhaps she wouldn't use bamboo slips or paper, but instead rely solely on water for cleansing? At that moment, Wang Hua joined the discussion, exasperated. "Why are you so fixated on the excretory habits of a wild deity? She might be constipated." After this exchange, the divine finger had succumbed. His mouth agape, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, he appeared to have been driven to death by sheer fury. GK and the others were perplexed. This individual had seemed remarkably resilient. So why had he suddenly faltered? With the statue entirely consumed by flames and the divine finger deceased, the saga of the Wind Lotus sect reached its conclusion. Nevertheless, his final words served as a stark reminder that the influence of the Wind Lotus sect extended far beyond what they had encountered. The worshipped Wind Lotus goddess possessed 6 fingers. Did that imply there were 5 others akin to the divine finger? Did they all wish to awaken this wild deity? Of course, such matters were not GK's concern. He was merely an ordinary scholar, reluctantly taking on a part-time role. The remaining issues should naturally be addressed by professionals like Master Lingyu and the Coffin Apprentices, who proclaimed themselves exorcists. At this moment, these 3 experts gazed at GK with reverence, offering heartfelt gratitude, bowing and clasping their hands, almost wishing to prostrate themselves before him. GK observed that the number of courteous individuals had notably increased of late. If everyone in this world were as polite and amicable, how could one fret about a bright tomorrow? As the flames spread, the cold, dark room, much like the statue of the Wind Lotus goddess, was consumed in blackness, crumbling under the relentless downpour. Similar to the offerings made to Ma Yun, the woman in the purple robe was also confined within a dark coffin, while the severed fingers were cast into the flames, mingling with the ashes of the divine statue she once worshipped. Amidst the rain, a demon-slaying maiden named Wang Hua held an umbrella over GK, while half of her remained drenched. GK initially intended to decline the gesture. Yet this sister Wang was overwhelmingly enthusiastic, leaving him at a loss for how to refuse. Surely, one cannot simply push her to the ground and protest. Behind them, Master Chenju, wearing a lotus leaf hat, followed with eyes filled with envy. He envied his junior sister, as this umbrella was meant for him to hold. Yet his junior sister had seized the opportunity, leaving him quite vexed. Young, handsome, and an extraordinary talent in cultivation, he had even saved Chenju's life. Who would he wish to cultivate a friendship with such an ethereal figure? Alas, he was a man. And GK had made it abundantly clear that he had no inclination towards the male gender, thus allowing his junior sister to take precedence. Observing the joy on his sister's face as she sheltered GK from the rain, Chenju was left with nothing but a chill of frustration. Men truly find themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 21. The spoils. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Hua hurriedly inquired, "What troubles you, Xia?" GK turned his gaze toward a secluded part of the desolate forest, pondering, "It seems something is observing us from there." "What?" "Allow me." Without a moment's hesitation, his senior brother, Chenju, donned his lotus leaf hat and charged forth. The wild cat. GK. The venerable monk Lingyu joined his palms in prayer, murmuring, "Amit Ba." After GK and his companions departed, a shadow flitted through the wilderness, swiftly vanishing into the curtain of rain. He grasped GK's hand, his eyes reddened with excitement upon hearing the news of the Wind Lotus sect's eradication, incessantly extolling GK's contributions. "Ah, young Master G, you are indeed a blessing to our Sanctuary County. I have come bearing the command of the county magistrate, and shall ensure that you and your esteemed companions receive ample rewards." "Not at all, not at all. Please take this matter to heart." Certainly, I shall expedite the process." Thank you. No need. It is my duty." Chenju and Wang Hua, the brother-sister duo, observed GK and the head constable Xue exchanging pleasantries and handshakes, their expressions a mix of bewilderment. A smile played upon the lips of the old monk Lingyu, a visage of one who had seen through the veils of pretense. Chenju and Wang Hua hailed from affluent families and were esteemed disciples of the equipment sect. They had never been in want of material wealth. Thus their grasp of money was rather superficial. In contrast, the old monk, having traversed the world and endured the trials of the martial realm for many years, understood the weight of a few taels of silver. Those who were extravagant and spent lavishly often hailed from well-to-do backgrounds, whereas even a modestly renowned hero from humble origins could find himself troubled by financial burdens. Indeed, many sought fortune, and numerous paths lay before them. However, for those with lofty ideals, the road to wealth could be quite narrow. In his 2 lifetimes, GK had always been more intrigued by culinary delights than by romantic pursuits upon visiting a new locale. Through their exchanges, he discovered that certain delicacies in Tianren City were exorbitantly priced. Dishes such as Qian Kuan roast goose, Overlord crab shell, and Firecloud beef fried rice piqued his interest. Regrettably, as Wang Hua and the others mentioned, even the cheapest Firecloud beef fried rice cost 5 taels of silver per serving. 5 taels of silver could sustain one for a year and a half in Sangshui County. Yet there, it would only suffice for a single meal. Nevertheless, GK could comprehend that Michelin-starred establishments were never inexpensive. As a young man on the cusp of adulthood, he desired both street food and Michelin dining experiences. Consequently, GK felt increasingly impoverished, and the prospect of additional rewards set his heart aflame with excitement. Typically, he would only feel mildly thrilled. The head constable Shue's hand had grown numb from the incessant shaking, yet upon learning that the Wind Lotus sect had been uprooted, he felt a sense of relief. He was well aware of his brother's sentiments, which invariably leaned towards supporting the victor. However, in stark contrast to the sinister Wind Lotus sect, he clearly preferred to assist GK and these demon slayers. At the very least, they resembled humans more closely, particularly GK, a young talent of exceptional ability. Humble and courteous, truly a phoenix among men. Young hero, I am at a loss as to how I might repay your life-saving grace, Wang Hua said earnestly, grasping GK's left hand. No need, no need, it was merely a trifling matter, GK replied with modesty. As we part today, I wonder when we shall meet again, Shan Zhu lamented, holding GK's right hand with reluctance. It matters not. I shall likely visit Tianren City this year. Just remember to treat me to a meal of Qiankuan roast goose. GK responded graciously once more. Really? When? Approximately in winter. After a series of polite exchanges and handshakes that numbered over 10, GK finally found a moment of respite. He turned to the venerable monk Lingyu. The moment Lingyu saw GK raise his hand, he understood his intent and immediately bowed, saying, Young Master Ji, as the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally, I shall expedite the matter of your reward. Thank you, Master. With that, GK bid farewell to the 3 demon slayers. As demon slayers, they had further tasks to complete and thus had to depart. However, just a few steps away, Shunju abruptly turned around and inquired, Young hero Ji, may I ask how many people there are in your family? Are there any matrimonial prospects? I have a younger sister. Before Zhu could continue, the old monk firmly took hold of him and led him away. By this time, dusk was approaching. The tattered diary was discarded nearby, and GK counted the silver in his pocket once more, confirming he possessed a mere 6 taels and 3 coins. What a pitiful sum. GK could not help but remark. A divine envoy unable to afford even half a Qiankuan roast goose in Tianren City was truly disheartening. Nonetheless, the subsequent matters were indeed promising. The bounty from the demon-slaying tower was no less than 100 taels, although Sangshui County was impoverished, considering the 2 additional rewards. It should amount to at least 30 taels. With an original savings of 120 taels, combined with the 500 taels worth of golden leaves, GK could not help but entertain a bold notion. With over 1,000 taels of silver, living a life of daily braised pork and fine wine in Sangshui County would pose no issue whatsoever. Yet, when he thought of the pastries, the marriage contract, and the exorbitant prices of delicacies in Tianren City, he quickly regained his composure. A single Qiankuan roast goose cost 15 taels of silver, thus 1,000 taels, while seemingly a substantial amount, would yield fewer than 67 roast geese. Were these roast geese made of gold? Immediately, he recalled Shinju's offer to treat him to Qiankuan roast goose, which made him think this friendship might be worthwhile. After calculating the figures accurately and counting the silver numerous times, GK concealed it in 33 secret locations, finally allowing himself to relax. He propped his leg up and cast a glance at the diary. Humans are inherently curious, and GK was no exception. Reading someone else's diary conveniently satisfied this unseemly desire. Perhaps within its pages lay clues regarding hidden silver. Indeed, even now, GK remained unconvinced that there was merely this meager sum of silver, for he was a divine envoy, the leader of Ma and Yun's offerings. The superior may be less affluent than subordinates, yet a disparity of 500 taels against a mere 6 taels and 3 coins is indeed too vast. Such a significant difference left GK somewhat incredulous. Consequently, GK ceased his hesitation and opened the somewhat worn tome. It was then that he swiftly discerned that the individual in question was quite deranged. Chapter 22. The secret of the diary. The night was as still as water, and apart from the occasional faint chirps of insects, the fish-flower lane was enveloped in tranquility. GK had not anticipated becoming so engrossed in a man's diary. The entries, meticulously chronicled, often detailed trivialities such as what he had eaten or the number of days he had gone without a bowel movement. Yet, the more he read, the more an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The author had written with such detail for a singular purpose, to remember himself. This diary, it seemed, was penned after the author, known as G2A, had been bestowed with divine power by the wind lotus goddess. Throughout the diary, a name was repeatedly emphasized, Chindi. The divine messenger G2A was originally named Chindi, a descendant of the 18th generation of the Qin family from Shade Bay. His devotion to the wind lotus goddess and his ascension as a divine messenger could be seen as both serendipitous and fated. In his youth, Chindi was a destitute farmer, subsisting on the fruits of his labor. He yearned for education to alter his destiny but was ensnared by the rigors of farming and his lack of innate talent. Even his time at the academy yielded unsatisfactory results. Later, the town he resided in was struck by a catastrophic flash flood. The torrent was overwhelming and swift, leaving no time for reflection or resistance. Ultimately, as Chun-Di was consumed by the floodwaters, he believed his demise was imminent. Yet, miraculously, he survived. He awoke in an unnamed valley, awash with resplendent lotus flowers, mistaking it for a celestial paradise. In a cave within this valley, he beheld the compassionate visage of the wind lotus goddess. Though merely a statue, the moment he laid eyes upon it, he sensed its vitality. It was as if an unseen force had guided him to this place. The goddess had granted him a new lease on life. In that instant, Chun-Di was filled with boundless reverence. Subsequently, the statue continued to regard him with benevolence, yet he intuitively grasped its intent. He was to venture deeper into the mountain cave, where he discovered a tome of arcane knowledge. Chun-Di commenced his studies of this tome, and whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he would find the goddess's statue gazing at him with compassion, compelling him to persevere. Chun-Di lost track of time in that dim cavern. When he finally awakened, he found himself sprawled upon a wild, overgrown hillside. He searched in vain for the valley adorned with lotus flowers, but it had vanished from his sight. In Chun-Di's own words, his life underwent a radical transformation. The once illiterate man astonished everyone by passing the imperial examination, achieving the rank of scholar. Thereafter, fortune favored him in all endeavors. His business flourished, earning him considerable wealth, and he eventually attained an official position. It felt as though an unfathomable force had reshaped his existence. Chun-Di understood that all of this was intricately linked to the goddess in that valley. As the years passed, living a prosperous life, he sometimes pondered whether everything that transpired in that valley had merely been a fantastical dream. One fateful night, he found himself ensnared in a dream, wherein he beheld the wind lotus goddess standing amidst a sea of lotus blossoms in the twilight valley, gazing at him with a benevolent smile. This expression brimmed with compassion, yet it startled him awake in an instant. Subsequently, Chun-Di encountered a woman of considerable stature who claimed to be the emissary of the goddess. She had come to his home merely to convey a message. He was presented with two choices: to continue living his life without the need to venerate the goddess, dismissing all that transpired in the valley as mere fantasy, or to take the grave step of slaying his wife, who he had recently wed, to follow the goddess's guidance. After much contemplation, Chun-Di resolutely chose the latter. He understood that all his wealth and power were bestowed upon him by her, and the allure she held for him was immense. After he took the fateful action against his wife, 13 years elapsed before he encountered the wind lotus goddess once more. However, this time, the visage of the goddess's statue no longer exuded compassion, but rather a chilling indifference. Yet, it was this very aloofness that captivated Chun-Di, for it bore the essence of divinity. Throughout the years, he had not forgotten the valley, where the statues seemed animated. And it was this divine presence that granted him power, elevating him to the status of her emissary. It was from that moment that Chun-Di's descent into panic began. The wind lotus goddess, also known as the hundred-faced deity, endowed him with divine power that resulted in the emergence of two additional faces within him. These faces endowed him with strength, yet they subtly possessed their own consciousness. Initially, Chun-Di perceived these faces merely as sources of support, and with the power granted by the goddess, he achieved unprecedented joy and success. However, one fateful night, he awoke suddenly, unable to recall his own name. Even more terrifying was the unfamiliar reflection staring back at him in the bronze mirror. Gradually, memories resurfaced. He recalled that his name was Zhao Du, a native of the Crow City. As Chun-Di came to this startling realization, a wave of dread washed over him. He was Chun-Di, not Zhao Du. Zhao Du was merely the name of one of the faces residing within his chest. Anger and fear gripped him. He was terrified of becoming someone entirely different. Thus, He began to document his experiences in a diary, meticulously recording his life and emotions, believing that the more he detailed his existence, the less likely he would be supplanted. From the minutiae of these records, GK could profoundly sense Chun-Di's terror and unease. This diary was not the original. It was merely a remnant, either lost or damaged. Chun-Di suspected that Zhao Du and Xiang Mei, the faces within him, were conspiring against him, intent on usurping his identity. Among the entries, he chronicled the most harrowing experience he endured. One night, he awoke, momentarily forgetting who he was. "I am Zhao Du, a native of Crow City, at 5 years old." As Chun-Di read through the diary, he gradually came to accept his identity as Zhao Du, until he stumbled upon a silver locket, which set off alarm bells in his mind. The silver lock, a poignant relic of his beloved wife whom he had personally slain, has been preserved by him through the passage of time. This object serves as an anchor amidst tumultuous waves, tethering Chun-Di to his past. It is a narrow margin from oblivion that he teeters upon, for he harbors a profound fear of death, particularly of this nature. His diary chronicles the harrowing depths of Chun-Di's actions on that fateful night. He even dared to carve open his own chest in a desperate attempt to excavate Zhao Du. At that moment, Zhao Du displayed a chilling smile, uttering the words, "We are but fingers. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? If I perish, you shall not survive either." It was from that instance that Chun-Di comprehended the duality of his fate, a blessing intertwined with a curse. His affliction stems from a heart that lacks sincerity, a truth that drives him to expend all his wealth, even to the point of sacrificing his life, in pursuit of reviving the Wind Lotus goddess. GK closed the tome, confirming a singular truth. This individual truly has no money left. Chun-Di, for the sake of the Wind Lotus sect and the enigmatic deity with 100 faces, has nearly relinquished everything, striving to avoid being supplanted. He resembles a deranged creation of the 100-faced goddess. Within one body, he harbors 3 visages, and consequently, 3 distinct personalities. The other 2 personalities, particularly the one named Zhao Du, have long sought to usurp him. Upon reflection, this notion is undeniably terrifying. GK could not help but ponder whether the final entity that spoke to them with that eerie smile was indeed still Chun-Di. This narrative invites contemplation. Shrouded in malevolence. Was that catastrophic flood merely an accident? Are the motherly statue of the Wind Lotus goddess and the cold, indifferent statue truly one and the same? Though the statue of the 100-faced deity has been consumed by flames, it still possesses fingers, suggesting the possibility of another aspect. Might it seek out him and the monk Ling Yu along with their companions? As GK gazed into the depths of the night, he felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him. Yet, he soon found solace. One becomes accustomed to such events, much like his frequent missteps into excrement. An initial wave of anxiety and irritation eventually gives way to acceptance. The impoverished soul. GK regarded the diary, offering a final reflection on its owner. Chapter 23. I treated you as a brother, yet you contemplated. The saga of the Wind Lotus sect has concluded in Sangshui County, where the lifeless bodies of the citizens, their innards cruelly extracted, were not returned to their families, but rather consumed by flames. The authorities deliberately concealed this incident, fearing it might incite panic among the populace. Much like the previous GK, the majority of Sangshui County citizens remained skeptical of such supernatural events. GK, being an inherently unfortunate individual, managed to endure the upheavals of this worldview, continuing to lead a leisurely existence. In stark contrast, the common folk lacked GK's resilience. For them, ignorance was the greatest bliss. As time passed, aside from the occasional sorrow of families missing their loved ones, who were lost forever, the entire Sangshui County gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. In the interim, GK's elder cousin paid a visit. Having learned of his mother's departure from this world, mimicking her, he attempted to extort GK for his property, only to cross paths with the upright Captain Shui, who was there to deliver a bounty. Consequently, it was only natural that the morally upright Captain Shui took the elder cousin away, inadvertently rendering GK a great service. It is rumored that the cousin was so frightened in the magistrate's office that he never dared to trouble GK again. This isolated little town, though still dilapidated, gradually began to regain its vitality. Boss Zhang continued to yawn while preparing his tofu pudding each day, while the younger sister in the alley occasionally inquired about her brother and father. Their mother, however, had ceased to shed tears. The people toiled tirelessly for their daily sustenance. gradually forgetting the sorrowful or horrifying past. As GK's misfortunes multiplied, so too did his wealth. The bounty from the demon-subduing tower arrived, courtesy of the venerable monk Lingyu, amounting to an impressive 230 taels. Accompanying this was a letter, a brief but heartfelt expression of gratitude and well wishes, reminding him to exercise caution. The inquiries regarding the woman in the purple robe yielded results, revealing that the Wind Lotus sect was indeed more extensive than initially believed. The magistrate also issued 2 bounties, totaling over 100 taels, far exceeding GK's expectations. These unexpected windfalls brought him closer to his goal of accumulating 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, beyond the joy of increased wealth, his relationship with Tang Yi blossomed. As time progressed, he found himself growing increasingly foolish, and together they formed a formidable duo reminiscent of the legendary heroes, often receiving stern reprimands from their esteemed teacher. Much to Tang Yi's evident delight, the community had grown accustomed to witnessing GK being chastised, yet they were unaccustomed to seeing him praised. This left their well-meaning teacher in a state of dismay, his mood plummeting akin to a free fall, causing a few more white hairs to sprout upon his head. How could he have grown so foolish again? GK cherished his friendship with Tang Yi not only because he was his sole companion at the academy, but also due to the contentment he found in their camaraderie. On this particular day, after GK faced a severe reprimand from their teacher, the indolent Tang Yi, in stark contrast, escaped unscathed, leaving GK feeling quite disheartened. Sensing his melancholy, Tang Yi, in a remarkably rare gesture, declared his intention to cook a meal for him to offer some comfort. This was indeed an unprecedented event. Though GK often visited Tang Yi's home for meals, it was ultimately Tang Yi who provided the ingredients and the venue, transforming him into the chef. This time, however, Tang Yi unexpectedly took the initiative to cook. GK, having preemptively signaled his intention, was resolute in not offering assistance. Naturally, he braced himself for the impending culinary disaster. Yet, the mere thought of Tang Yi, the quintessential slacker, attempting to create a dish piqued his curiosity. He found it hard to imagine what kind of meal could emerge from such a lazy individual. In the kitchen, the strikingly beautiful Tang Yi busied himself, while GK reclined languidly in a chair, his eyes half closed, feeling as comfortable as a languorous cat. Previously, their roles had been reversed. GK endeavored to find that harmonious state of being that Tang Yi seemed to embody. Whether it was the chair's design enhanced by Tang Yi's charm or some other factor, GK felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if resting upon a soft cloud. The level of comfort was nearly inconceivable. He had always believed that his own chair was superior in craftsmanship, yet the real experience was vastly different. Unable to contain his curiosity, GK inquired, "Tang Yi, where did you acquire this chair?" As he stirred with a spoon, Tang Yi replied, "I brought it from home." "All right, enough chit-chat. It's time to eat. I'm utterly exhausted," he declared, approaching GK and gesturing for him to make way before lying down himself. The moment he reclined, he seamlessly melded into the chair, embodying the union of man and seat. Observing this, GK queried, "What about your dishes?" Tang Yi retorted, "The meals are prepared. Do you expect me to handle every little detail? Have you not seen how exhausted I am?" With that, he settled in even more comfortably. Venturing into the kitchen, GK immediately noticed a vinegar bottle toppled on the table, spilling a small puddle of its contents. "Isn't anyone going to clean this up?" In the kitchen, 2 pots were present, yet only one was emitting steam. GK approached, apprehensive of encountering some dark, bizarre concoction. To his surprise, the stir-fried dish in the pot appeared quite legitimate. It seemed to be a sizzling pork dish, the aroma of fervent cooking wafting through the air. His appetite piqued. GK could not resist lifting the lid of the other pot, typically used for steaming rice. To his astonishment, as he uncovered it, he experienced a fleeting illusion of golden light, instinctively squinting his eyes. It was half a pot of fried rice. The combination of sizzling pork and fried rice was simply divine. Hastily serving the meal, GK exclaimed, "Tang Yi, your culinary skills are impressive. Why don't you cook more often?" Reclining lazily, Tang Yi replied, "Impressive doesn't mean I enjoy it. You've lucked out this time. Just bring the table over here." "As I have no desire to move now," GK added. "By the way, I have a jar of plum wine I've hidden for several years, right under that peach tree. Dig it out. I suddenly feel like having a drink." He rummaged beneath the peach tree, and to his surprise, he indeed unearthed a jar of wine. At that moment, he could not help but inquire, "What is the significance of today?" Is it a special occasion for you to cook and indulge in wine? It is my birthday, came the reply. Today is your birthday? Why did you not mention it earlier? Had I known, I would have prepared a gift. Come, share a few drinks with me. That would bring me immense joy. In an instant, GK perceived a mixture of melancholy, solitude, and happiness in Tang Yi. Previously, Tang Yi had never divulged his birthday. Just as GK had kept his own a secret, dinner soon commenced. GK picked up a piece of beef and placed it into his mouth. Moments later, he stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Beef? Indeed, beef. This stir-fried beef is so flavorful," GK exclaimed in astonishment. His reaction was not feigned. It was a genuine expression of delight. Eating beef in this region was seldom an easy feat, yet Tang Yi had managed to prepare it with a spicy, savory flavor. Tender and springy, GK felt that even in his past life, he had never tasted such exquisite stir-fried beef. Following that, he took a bite of fried rice. He quickly grabbed another piece of beef, and as the aromatic beef mingled with the fried rice, he was momentarily transported to the sensation of running on a beach bathed in the glow of the setting sun. As he continued to eat, tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Tang Yi looked at him and replied, "You're being overly dramatic. It's just that I added a bit too much onion." He then encouraged, "Could you please stop eating vegetables and drink some wine?" GK, who typically refrained from alcohol, found that this plum wine, once tasted, was not only delightful, but also ignited a sense of warmth and exhilaration within him. As the merriment escalated, Tang Yi remarked, "Ah, gee, do you think we could have been high school classmates?" GK raised his glass and responded, "What do you mean by could we have been? The probability was quite high." "Haraha. I am not joking," GK insisted earnestly. "Haraha." Tang Yi laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. On this summer solstice, the courtyard, graced by the gentle night breeze, suddenly brimmed with a joyful atmosphere. As the evening wore on, both men began to feel the effects of intoxication. "GK, you are a trickster." "I am not. You are so skilled yet claim to have no martial prowess." "That is merely a natural strength," he replied. "However, I must confess something to you." "Oh, I swim faster on the ground than I do running." "You must be joking." GK did not refute this and simply lay down on the ground, pretending to swim in the courtyard. Tang Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Swimming on the ground so swiftly? What is wrong with you?" At that moment, GK halted before him and said, "Climb on, I will take you for a ride." "A ride?" Before Tang Yi could react, GK pulled him onto his stomach. In the next instant, GK struck the ground with his hands and began to glide across the courtyard with Tang Yi. "What is this? A belly boat? Why does it feel so peculiar?" "Ah, you're so fast. Hey, slow down." The antics of GK were both novel and amusing, causing quite a commotion in the courtyard. After racing around for more than 10 laps, he gradually began to slow down. The night breeze swept through, and the moonlight cascaded down like milk. GK gazed at Tang Yi, who sat upon his abdomen, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, momentarily lost in admiration. "How captivating." Noticing GK's gaze, Tang Yi inquired, "Why are you staring at me?" GK, feeling a surge of warmth, replied, "Tang Yi, do you have a sister or someone unwed? Preferably someone of pleasing appearance. Not too dissimilar from you." Tang Yi, taken aback, exclaimed, "I considered you a brother, and yet you wish to be my sister's husband? An older sister would suffice." GK added, tipsy and unable to restrain himself, "What? You wish to be a brother-in-law too?" Tang Yi retorted, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 24. The victim. The night of the summer solstice swiftly passed. GK had indulged in an ample amount of wine. The sweet taste of the green plum liquor belied its potent after-effects. However, he was reluctant to admit this. Drinking should be accompanied by the pleasures of inebriation. If the effects dissipated, one might as well drink water. Yet, upon awakening, he discovered that his memories of the previous night were somewhat fragmented. Only then did GK gradually recall certain events from last night, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Was he afflicted with some grave illness? The thought of wanting to become the brother-in-law of Tang Yi was absurd. Would she be upset? Alas, did he even have a sister or a brother? Why had he lost track of such crucial details? The prior night's musings left GK feeling slightly mortified, yet Tang Yi remained unaffected, exhibiting her usual composure. However, this fleeting embarrassment did not linger long, for his misfortunes escalated, demanding his immediate attention. Previously, when he had little silver, he could balance his finances by cleverly retrieving a few coins from thieves and occasionally earning a bounty. But now, with several hundred taels saved, He found himself in a precarious financial situation. The meager amounts pilfered from those ruffians paled in comparison to his losses. He needed to exert greater effort. For instance, in Sangshui County, there was an individual named Huang Si, notorious for his laziness and penchant for swindling the silver of solitary elderly individuals. To him, these vulnerable seniors were easy targets. They could neither fight back nor flee swiftly, and he had no fear of being caught, often resorting to outright robbery. There was an elderly woman he had long set his sights upon. One day, in dire need of funds, Huang Si could not resist the temptation and attempted to steal from her. As fortune would have it, she caught him in the act. The elderly woman, driven by desperation, pursued him relentlessly, only to suffer a grave fall on the street, bleeding profusely. It was only then that he managed to escape her clutches. Rumor had it that the injured woman succumbed to her ailments shortly thereafter, her lips constantly murmuring her son's name. Huang Si paid no heed to this tragedy. In fact, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Such solitary elders, even in matters of life and death, garnered little concern from others. It was a consequence of her own folly, chasing after a bit of silver with reckless abandon. In Huang Si's mind, the silver belonging to these elderly individuals was rightfully his, merely resting in their possession for the time being. What use did half-buried old folks have for their silver? It would be far better spent on his own revelry and pleasures. He had long known that entertainment establishments and gambling houses required funds. However, one day, Huang Si unexpectedly laid eyes on Quebec. For reasons unknown, the sight of this young scholar sparked an insatiable desire to make a move against him. Huang Si himself found this inclination puzzling, as he typically refrained from targeting the youth, even those who appeared meek and timid. The risks were considerable, yet this time, he found himself unable to resist. The scholar possessed an inexplicable allure, far more enticing than the alluring maidens of the brothels, igniting a fierce itch in Huang Si's hands. Thus, he approached GK, only to be swiftly apprehended. When he attempted to retaliate, he was left battered and searching for his teeth on the ground. Regret washed over Huang Si in that moment. It is only appropriate to target the children and the elderly. Ever since encountering a situation of financial strain, GK no longer merely confiscates a few coins from pickpockets and petty thieves. Rather, he extends a deeper compassion towards them. This time, GK chose to forgive Huang Si, provided that he offered sufficient sincerity in the form of silver. Thus, Huang Si would be spared the torment of imprisonment. GK, being kind-hearted, upon receiving the silver, promptly severed Huang Si's right hand with a swift motion, rendered him unconscious with a brick, and then effortlessly delivered him to the authorities, hoping for a reward. Upon arriving at the magistrate's office, Huang Si quickly found himself convicted and imprisoned. Regardless of perspective, he appeared more as a victim. That heartless scholar. Not only had he swindled Huang Si of his savings, but he had also maimed his hand. With his current state, the prospect of thievery seemed bleak. How could he survive? Alas, life is indeed cruel. If one cannot endure, one might as well perish. This latter phrase was a direct quote from head Constable Shui within the magistrate's office. Both the county magistrate and Constable Shui harbored a profound disdain for these audacious thieves. Following the incident with the Wind Lotus sect, the entire county office treated GK with utmost courtesy, excessively so. Each time GK brought in these criminals, they could not openly admit the lack of bounties on their heads. In a bid to maintain good relations, the county office resorted several times to issuing rewards for the captured individuals on the spot, with the magistrate tearfully reaching into his own pockets to provide GK with his bounty. Unbeknownst to GK, he was touched, believing that his fortunes had improved, as he unexpectedly received yet another reward. Vile scoundrel, wretched scoundrel, I merely stole a pittance from him, and he has rendered my hand useless. How can such malevolence exist in this world? Corrupt officials and conniving constables, colluding in their depravity. In that moment, Huang Si's face contorted in anguish. He had languished in confinement for 2 months, the cell left unoccupied and covered in cobwebs. Lying on the filthy bed, he contemplated where to pilfer next in order to sustain his meager existence. At this rate, he would not even be able to afford a meal, let alone gamble. No one in Sangshui County understood the plight of the solitary elderly better than Huang Si. He quickly recalled an elderly woman in the west of the city, exceedingly frail and blind. He had previously refrained from acting against her due to her seemingly impoverished state. However, circumstances had changed. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Extracting some money from that old woman would at least afford him a few decent meals. After spending so long in the cell, his mouth felt parched and dry. With this thought, Huangzi could no longer remain idle. He concealed a sharp knife upon his person, donned a straw hat, and ventured out. The blind old woman resided in the west of the city, not far from his current location. Chapter 25. The Pursuit of Silver in the Twilight Hours. The town of Sangshui County lay enveloped in tranquility. The water in the ditches reflected the moonlight, enhancing the desolation. This secluded little town was perpetually quiet at night. Even the brothels, which should have been bustling with patrons, appeared listless due to the sparse clientele. Such was the solitude of the small town. At that moment, Huangzi suddenly slowed his pace. At the corner of the street ahead, a faint light spilled through paper windows, shimmering like water. The bloodstains from the past had long since vanished. Yet Huangzi could not help but recall that woman, the one who had chased him. She had fallen into that pool of blood, staring at him with a gaze as piercing as a fish stranded on the shore. It seemed that his misfortunes had begun from that very day. Huangzi spat disdainfully, cursing under his breath, "What bad luck!" He then quickened his steps. The western district of the town was the impoverished part of Sangshui County, where dilapidated buildings stood haphazardly, and some narrow alleys were so cramped that even moonlight struggled to penetrate. A faint odor of urine lingered in the air as Huangzi gripped his dagger with his left hand and ventured into an alley. He soon climbed over a low earthen wall. The courtyard was small, with poorly dried vegetables hanging under the eaves. This was the home of the blind old woman. Huangzi surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight, before drawing his dagger from his waist. He had already surveyed the area, and given the lack of residents in the alley and the old woman's solitary existence, he had little to fear from being discovered. With a soft clatter, he pried open the door latch. Feeling irritated, he noted that using his left hand was indeed far clumsier than his right. In the past, he would have made no such noise. Inside, silence reigned. The old woman was advanced in age, and not only was she blind, but her hearing was also impaired. Taking a deep breath, Huangzi entered the house, immediately assaulted by an unpleasant odor, one that only the elderly possess. The dwelling was modest, consisting of a main room and a back chamber. The door to the back room was ajar, and the moonlight illuminated the paper window, faintly revealing the hunched figure lying in bed. Huangzi gently closed the door behind him and approached with cautious steps, though he still made subtle noises. As he reached the back room, the blind old woman remained utterly still. The foul stench of decay became increasingly pronounced. Huangzi moved closer, wanting to ascertain the old woman's condition, and was taken aback. Under the pallid moonlight, he noticed numerous brown spots dotting her face, quite unsightly indeed. At last, he understood why the stench was so overpowering. It was the smell of death. The old woman had likely passed away in her bed several days prior, unnoticed by anyone. A wave of relief washed over Huangzi. Her death was fortuitous. It meant she would not disturb his quest for silver. He began rummaging through the contents of the room and, to his delight, discovered more than 3 taels of silver. His spirits lifted. He was fortunate to have arrived early. Had others learned of the old woman's demise first, the silver would undoubtedly have eluded him. Finally, he cast his gaze upon the old woman's lifeless body. On the right hand of the blind old woman rested a ring, likely crafted from inferior jade of varied hues. Yet, it must hold some monetary value. Huangzi approached her, and under the moonlight, the sight of the old woman lying on the bed appeared almost serene. Were it not for the conspicuous signs of death and her lack of breath, he might have mistaken her for someone merely in a deep slumber. Extending his left hand, Huangzi sought to claim the ring. He could distinctly feel the old woman's skin, wrinkled and somewhat repulsive. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring some silver rendered him indifferent to his discomfort. With his right hand rendered useless, the ring fit rather snugly, making its removal slightly laborious. However, after some rough tugging, the mottled jade ring was ultimately liberated. Just as Huangzi intended to meander toward the hall in search of other valuables, his hand was suddenly seized by an unseen force. In that instant, a surge of terror coursed through him. As he glanced sideways, he was aghast to witness the deceased blind woman abruptly open her eyes, grasping his wrist. Her eyes, veiled by a milky film, gleamed white under the moon's glow. A thought struck him: resurrection. At the very moment this notion crystallized, the old woman spoke. "Linner, my child, is it you?" Tears welled in Huangzi's eyes. This was not the voice of the blind old woman, but rather that of the elderly woman who had pursued him prior, causing his fall. In that moment, the blind woman's visage appeared to transform, becoming slightly youthful. only to be followed by a pool of blood that began to spread from the back of her head. She fixated on him, her gaze as penetrating as a fish stranded upon the shore, reminiscent of her previous lifeless form in a pool of blood. Then, her expression shifted to one of solemnity. "You are not Linner, you are not Linner. What are you doing with my silver?" In the darkness of night. Her face was nothing short of terrifying. Huangzi yanked his hand away violently, tearing his skin in the process, and fled the room in a panic, shouting, "There's a ghost." In a frenzy, Huangzi dashed into the street, feeling the weight of a hunched figure trailing him closely, mirroring the events of that fateful day. He frantically pounded on the doors of neighboring houses, crying for help, yet met with silence. After sprinting 5 or 6 blocks, he felt as though his lungs would burst. His left hand, marked by several scratches, trembled uncontrollably. It was only then that he realized the shadow had ceased to follow him. Remembering something, Huangzi hurried home. He recalled the talisman his late mother had left him, said to be blessed by a Taoist priest in a temple, affixed to the door. It was believed to ward off misfortune and evil spirits. Though he had scoffed at it before, it now seemed like a lifeline. Outside, the old woman's voice echoed. "Silver, return my silver to me, return my silver." That was Lin Er's wedding silver at last. Huangzi discovered the yellow talisman, adorned with crimson runes. Just as he intended to affix the paper, a sudden clatter echoed. The courtyard door, which he had securely locked, swung open, revealing a gaunt figure with a slight hunch. The old woman approached with alarming swiftness, prompting Huangzi to flee. As he sprinted to the backyard, he stumbled and fell, scraping his knee. Behind him, the sound of the door continued to creak ominously. Wincing in pain, Huangzi limped and scrambled into the outhouse, hastily tossing his shoes into the corner to create the illusion of an escape over the wall. In a state of panic, he hung the yellow talisman on the curtain of the outhouse door. Thereafter, he stifled his breath, terrified that even the sound of his own inhalations might summon the old woman. Outside, the rasping breaths of age could be heard. She had arrived. Crouched in the corner of the outhouse, sweat trickled down Huangzi's forehead into his eyes, and he dared not blink. A faint patter of footsteps emerged, revealing the tips of black cloth shoes just outside. The talisman on the door fluttered gently in the breeze, threatening to fall at any moment. Huangzi's heart hung in suspense. Finally, he exhaled cautiously. At that moment, however, the moonlight overhead dimmed slightly, causing him to look up. In the next instant, his pupils contracted into 2 inky dots, and his face contorted in terror. The wall of the outhouse bore a small vent, the size of a bowl, through which the old woman was squeezing her way in, resembling a writhing mass of flesh. "Silver, return my silver to me, return my silver." That was the dowry for Linner's marriage. Chapter 26. Returning home with Granny at noon, GK was momentarily bewildered. He had lost something again. And the alarming part was that this time it was not silver, but rather a sesame pancake. The very pancake passed down from his grandfather. One that could secure a bride. He had distinctly placed it deep within the second tier of his cabinet, yet it had vanished. Damn it, in this day and age, who would rob a man of silver only to steal a moldy pancake? GK felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was not merely about the potential loss of a fiancée. It pertained to his dignity and reputation. Even if the engagement were to be called off, he did not wish to be misconstrued as an ill-mannered individual. After all, misplacing such a significant token would render him unreliable. It would not only reflect poorly on him, but might also cast a shadow on the elder who had originally arranged the betrothal. Tang Yi, who had come to partake in a meal, lounged in a chair outside, observing GK's anxious demeanor. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "I've lost my pancake," GK replied. "The half that is meant for your marriage?" Tang Yi asked, perplexed. "Indeed. Who on earth would steal a moldy pancake? Is there something wrong with that thief?" GK exclaimed, exasperated. "Could it be that you placed it elsewhere? I've always kept it safe. How could it possibly be misplaced? I'm merely suggesting. There's no need to be so irritable with me. Have I ever been cross with you? It certainly appears that you are about to strike me in your frustration. Perhaps you should check the basket hanging on the wall?" Tang Yi replied, somewhat displeased. GK approached, and, upon discovering the pancake indeed nestled there, exclaimed in delight, "It's truly here. How did you know?" With the pancake rediscovered, GK clutched his chest, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. In that moment, he realized that the phrase narrow escape was perhaps the most exquisite idiom in the world, infinitely more beautiful than any notions of exuberance, vibrancy, or smooth sailing. Seeing GK's expression of relief, Tang Yi remarked, "Humph. That night, after you had been drinking, you insisted on discussing the pancake and simply left it there to sleep." "Ah, I see," GK said, his worries finally dissipating. He carefully stored the pancake away and rolled up his sleeves, heading towards the kitchen. "What would you like to eat today?" "I have no appetite," Tang Yi replied, sulking. "Why not? You're upset with me. You scatter your belongings and then take it out on me. You're truly a person who forgets loyalty in the face of beauty." With that, Tang Yi climbed over the wall and departed. GK stood there, utterly perplexed. How have I forgotten loyalty? However, it seemed that Tang Yi was genuinely angry, even after he had finished preparing the meal and called for him. Tang Yi refused to come. Was it really necessary for him to react this way over a moment of impatience? It was quite childish. He too felt a pang of irritation. That day, the two proud individuals chose to ignore one another. Yet, by the following morning, they found themselves seated together, sharing a bowl of tofu pudding. Ultimately, their minor quarrel concluded with GK picking up the tab. In the afternoon, as GK stood there receiving a reprimand from Mr. Pai, Tang Yi could not help but laugh, the sound beautifully enchanting. That peculiar feeling resurfaced once more. Upon exiting the academy, GK could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "I was quite inebriated that night and failed to hear clearly. Do you have an elder sister or a younger sister?" "No, go away," came the abrupt reply. Suddenly, a pitiful moan wafted through the air, startling him. An elderly woman had collapsed on the road, her wooden cane lying beside her, struggling to rise. Given his own misfortunes, GK instinctively distanced himself from the old woman. He had little money and hesitated to offer assistance. Thus, he naturally leaned against the wall as he passed by. The old woman gazed at him, her face pale and her expression fraught with pain. Observing her distress, GK asked, "Madam, where are you hurt?" The old woman blinked, revealing her cloudy eyes, and replied, "My leg. I fell and can't exert any strength." "Where do you live? Shall I fetch someone for you?" he offered. The old woman resided in Muddy Water Alley, but her son was absent, leaving her alone. GK said, "Then let me carry you to the doctor." Nodding, he summoned his strength, embodying the grace of Tai Chi as he hoisted the elderly woman onto his back. She nestled against him, her eyes glinting with an unsettling smile. GK then cautioned, "Madam, let us be clear. Should you attempt to deceive me, I am not above defending myself, even against an elder." The smile on her face vanished, and in a feeble voice, she assured him, "Young master, there is no need for concern. I am not that kind of person." Just then, she felt a sudden jolt. With a thud, a damp pair of red undergarments landed at the scholar's feet. Nearby, a couple was embroiled in a quarrel, their argument escalating to blows, resulting in the laundry being cast aside. The old woman, having just heard the youth exclaim how fortunate he was startled by another exclamation resembling hostage. The young man had scraped the soles of his shoes against the grass at the roadside. He had stepped into dog feces. The elderly woman was left astounded. They were less than a mile from Muddy Water Alley, and this youth had narrowly avoided being struck by a pair of undergarments, subsequently dodged a kettle of boiling water, and had stepped in excrement twice. Was this fortune not exceedingly? In that moment, even the old woman clinging to his back felt a surge of tension. Fortunately, it was not long before they arrived at Muddy Water Alley. The sun was setting, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. The outlines of the houses were enveloped in a delicate glow, resembling gossamer, while the narrow alley appeared even darker. The dwelling was modest, consisting of only a hall and a small inner room. As GK had initially hoisted the old woman onto his back, he had detected a strong scent of age. Within the dim confines of the house, that odor intensified. The old woman was seated in a chair, appearing weak and weary. Observing her condition, GK inquired, "Madam, are you truly certain you do not wish to summon a physician?" The old woman shook her head and replied, "It is merely a flesh wound. I shall be fine with a bit of rest. Young master, please sit, and I will prepare you a pot of hot water for tea." As she spoke, she attempted to rise with the aid of her bamboo staff. GK hastily interjected, "No need for trouble, dear elder. Please, rest a while." "How can that be acceptable? If my child were to learn of my neglect towards a kind-hearted soul, he would surely chastise me," the old woman remarked as she rose. "There is truly no need." "Dear elder, I have matters to attend to," Jeek replied, making his way towards the door. At that moment, a sudden crash echoed as the door, previously ajar, slammed shut. Behind him, the old woman's voice pierced the air with an icy tone. "If my child were to find out, he would be displeased." How dare you attempt to leave? The temperature around him plummeted, and the musty scent of age within the room intensified. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jeek inquired, Elder, we have no grievances between us, and I have offered my assistance in good faith. What must I do to be permitted to leave? At the very least, return my child's silver to me. The old woman replied from the shadows, her voice laced with a chilling detachment. Every time she mentioned her son, an overwhelming sense of suffocating affection enveloped her words, as if he were a sovereign of this world, beyond reproach. Upon hearing the mention of silver, Jeek's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. We agreed to speak honestly. How can you, old crone, lack such integrity? The dying sun cast a blood-red hue upon the pale paper of the window, and for a fleeting moment, the stench within the room grew even more unbearable. Chapter 27. What on earth? Silver, return my silver to me, return my silver to me. That was the money I had set aside for Lynn's wedding. A hoarse voice echoed in the throat as an elderly figure, marked by patches of decay, approached slowly with a bamboo staff. In an instant, GK felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body stiffened considerably. Seeing the old woman advance, he couldn't help but shout, "Stay back! Silver, return my silver to me," the old woman repeated. GK, momentarily gripped by fear, found his courage rekindled at the thought of the silver and retorted, "My silver is mine. What business is it of yours?" Upon hearing this, the old woman's discolored skin grew even more pronounced, and with a sudden surge, her frail form quickened, thrusting the bamboo staff toward GK's chest. Though the strike was not swift, it carried an immense weight. The old woman envisioned the boy's ribs splintering beneath the blow. She knew well that he could not evade this attack, for his body had become frozen in fear. With a dull thud, the staff struck the boy's chest. Yet the anticipated scene of flesh tearing and bones breaking did not unfold. The boy's skin possessed a smoothness akin to being coated in oil, causing the staff to glide off at an angle. Before the old woman could react, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward her. With a resounding crash, the old woman's hunched figure was sent reeling backward, her dry skin rippling like waves, her nose collapsing inward. Without a moment's hesitation, GK seized a nearby long bench and swung it toward the old woman's head. With a sharp crack, she was knocked into a half-kneeling position on the ground, and the bench, relentless, struck again. In the next instant, the soaring bench halted midair as the decrepit woman clutched the leg with one hand, her throat rolling as she began to cackle. Her disheveled gray hair was interspersed with new black strands, and coupled with her sunken face from the previous blow, she resembled a malevolent specter. Yet her eerie laughter had scarcely begun before it was abruptly silenced. A brick suddenly struck her at the back of the head with a solid thud. The old woman tumbled to the ground, and GK turned to unleash a torrent of punches and kicks upon her. "Stop deceiving people. Stop deceiving people. You fraud. Old fraud." The ground shook, dust swirling as the old woman was battered, the temperature around them rising slightly. In the next moment, the old woman's right hand suddenly shot out, swift as lightning, aimed directly at GK's throat. "Ah!" A pained groan escaped as her fist collided with a pair of scissors, blood gushing forth. At that moment, GK swayed and found himself at her side, his left hand deftly gripping her chin, while his right hand twisted at the back of her neck. The old woman was flipped over like a sack of grain, crashing heavily to the ground and fracturing the earth beneath her. She struggled to rise, but GK's elbow struck her forehead, sending her back to her place. Following that, a series of resounding punches erupted. At this moment, GK's fists had lost all semblance of gentle restraint, moving with the ferocity of a tempest. In less than 10 breaths, the old woman's head had been struck by countless blows. With a thunderous sound, as the final punch landed, her head had sunk deep into the ground, her visage becoming grotesque. GK rose, shaking his hands, the blood from his fists splattering onto the ground. At this juncture, he was slightly perspiring, his clothing clinging to his skin, revealing the elegant contours of his muscles, reminiscent of a cheetah's grace. This was the demeanor befitting a scholar, for the world is rife with unreasonable individuals. Before mastering the ultimate essence of Tai Chi, GK had already placed great emphasis on both striking and enduring blows, and now he had ascended to a new level. In the next moment, she twisted her body, lunging at him like a serpentine creature. A sudden shift occurred, compelling GK to retreat hastily. The old woman's unexpectedly supple form collapsed to the ground, and with a swift motion, she ensnared GK's legs like a rope. GK felt a deft force trip him, causing him to lose balance and fall. The old woman writhed, dragging GK across the ground, her battered face once again displaying a bizarre grin. In an instant, she exerted her strength, propelling GK's body forcefully against the wall. However, the wall remained unmoved, producing merely a faint sound as GK seemed to adhere to it like a piece of parchment. The old woman's oddly shaped face contorted in surprise. What sorcery is this? In the next moment, GK, resembling a mere image, returned to normalcy. With a twist of his feet, he summoned a powerful rotation. With a resounding crack, the wall shattered, leaving a human-shaped cavity. The old woman twisted her body, attempting to extricate herself from the wall, but GK was swift, seizing her neck and pulling her back. Her supple form was abruptly bent, her head forced through her legs, eliciting a shrill scream. Cough! Her cry was abruptly silenced as GK had yanked her neck down to his thigh, creating a deadly knot. Fear finally crept across the old woman's face as her head scraped the ground, slithering away like a serpent. She sought escape. Beneath the tightly shut door, there was a gap 3 fingers wide. The old woman's body quivered, expanding like a balloon of dough, attempting to squeeze through. Just as half of her body emerged, she suddenly felt a grip tighten around her ankle. With a swift crack, without hesitation, she severed her right foot like a gecko shedding its tail, continuing her escape. GK stood within the room, holding the solitary, foul foot, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the old woman's shattered form had slipped outside, ready to flee from the terrifying scholar. Then, with a resounding boom, a fist unexpectedly pierced through the wall, enshrouded in malevolent energy, precisely seizing the old woman's head. And with a swift tug, the opening was scarcely the size of a fist, compelling her body to contort instantaneously into the shape of a long, slender worm. In the next moment, the old woman bit down fiercely on the wall, desperately attempting to resist being forcibly drawn in. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated her weathered visage, revealing an expression laden with dread. Almost immediately, that expression of terror twisted grotesquely. A sudden sound echoed, a sickening pop, as her head, still attached to her thigh, was ruthlessly pulled inside, leaving only her 2 front teeth tumbling to the ground outside, creating an unsettling tableau. Darkness was about to envelop the world entirely. Chapter 28. Between demons and humans, a chilling wail reverberated through the frigid room. With fists like cannonballs, GK unleashed a barrage of strikes, tearing the decrepit old woman apart, her body contorted into grotesque shapes, while the air was thick with swirling energy. In recent days, his practice of Tai Chi had honed his physique, allowing the true energy within him to condense further. He understood that, given time, he would attain the state of condensing Qi into essence as spoken of by the old monk, stepping into the realm of true essence. At that point, he would find himself on par with the old monk and his companions, no longer plagued by feelings of inferiority. Of course, the most immediate transformation would be his enhanced fighting prowess and resilience, granting him a modicum of confidence against the inexplicable misfortunes that had befallen him. Truly, he was beset by calamity. With a resounding thud, the old woman's battered form crashed to the ground, from which oozed a viscous black blood. Her eyes had lost their focus, becoming hollow and vacant. Her visage began to morph, regaining a semblance of youth, as if she had transformed into another being. At that moment, a vivid crimson liquid trickled from her neck, strikingly conspicuous. Before long, GK observed her entire body becoming suffused with a deep red hue, as though she lay in a glaring pool of blood. Suddenly, the scarlet aura expanded, enveloping him and the room entirely. GK soon found himself transported to another realm. This new world radiated a faint crimson glow, the surroundings appearing as if stained with blood. He beheld a small courtyard where a woman was laboriously washing clothes, occasionally pausing to rub her aching waist, her struggle evident. Within the adjacent room, a middle-aged scholar in his 30s was packing his belongings. Upon gazing at the woman's face, GK was struck by a vivid recollection of the recently transformed old woman. Her resemblance was uncanny, yet she appeared significantly younger. Is this your memory? GK suddenly recognized the alleyway, deducing that it must be one in the town of Sangshui. The scholar, having completed his packing, was preparing to depart. The woman, reluctant to let go, grasped his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, "Linner, take care on your journey." The scholar nodded, an air of impatience flickering across his features as he replied, "I understand, mother. I shall return to fetch you once I am settled." With that, he left, his silhouette fading into the alley. From this vantage point, GK watched the woman gazing longingly down the empty street, furtively wiping her tears before forcing a smile. Subsequently, the scenes around them shifted incessantly. The woman stood vigil at the alley's mouth each day, occasionally venturing out to inquire about news, yet receiving no tidings. GK comprehended that she awaited her son, but ultimately, all she received was a letter containing over 10 taels of silver. The contents of the letter were undoubtedly grim. Whether the woman was illiterate or merely pretended not to see, she clutched the silver and sat in the courtyard, murmuring to herself, "This is my Linner's wedding money. I must keep it safe." Rumors regarding her son's ingratitude occasionally surfaced, prompting the woman to brandish a knife and unleash a torrent of invective upon those around her, accusing them of harboring jealousy towards her son's academic achievements, which brought honor to their lineage, while their own offspring remained mere wretched urchins, thus slandering her son. Alas, despite her vehement denunciations and adamant denials, the visage of the woman sitting at her doorstep visibly aged at an alarming rate, and her mind began to falter. Soon after, an individual entered the small courtyard. GK immediately recognized the figure. It was the scoundrel who had previously attempted to steal from him, but was thwarted. This rogue had pilfered the silver hidden beneath the woman's pillow and fled when discovered. In a frenzy, the woman pursued him recklessly. She stumbled through the muddy streets, traversed the damp cobblestones, and collided with a roadside stall, ultimately tumbling to the ground, blood staining the earth beneath her. She fixed her gaze on the direction the scoundrel had vanished, resembling a fish stranded on the shore. Within a few days, the woman passed away in her own bed. It was the very neighbor she had cursed who arranged her burial. Amidst the crimson scene, the earth of her grave shifted slightly, and in the moonlight, a shadow resembling a long worm emerged. This was the woman's spirit, transformed into something terrifying. She set her sights on the rogue, and, upon his entrance to the courtyard, stood before a blind old woman, long deceased in her bed, and then, like a worm, burrowed into the old woman's mouth, merging with her essence. What followed was the demise of the scoundrel, while the old woman continued her quest for silver. It became indistinguishable whether it was the blind old woman or the aged body of the deceased woman that lay there, still with eyes wide open. Her mouth gaped, her malicious gaze fixed upon Quebec. Bewildered, GK remarked, "So the silver truly belonged to you." From the ill-gotten gains of the scoundrel, he had not anticipated a portion belonged to this elderly woman. Upon hearing this, the woman became agitated, her mouth opening and closing incessantly. "If you had mentioned this earlier, I would have given it to you. How was I to know you weren't extorting me?" GK couldn't help but retort. The old woman. GK squatted down and said, "All right, I will return your silver, buy you a fine coffin, and the rest shall accompany you to the grave. Is that satisfactory?" The old woman, now far from human form, nodded slightly, managing to utter a feeble thank you. GK pondered briefly and continued, "You have avenged yourself against that scoundrel, but with such a heavy, malevolent spirit, you bring harm to both yourself and others. It would be best to depart early for a better rebirth." The old woman twisted her neck as if finding peace, weakly expressing her gratitude. GK shook his head, saying, "No need, I will select a reward." Upon hearing this, the woman became fervently agitated, her murky eyes suddenly gleaming with malice, as if she were about to rise and commit murder. "Everything I possess belongs to my Linner." GK raised an eyebrow and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Old lady, are you certain you wish to speak to me in such a tone? I am the victim here." The woman seemed to recall some dreadful memory, and the fierce light in her eyes suddenly dissipated, returning to tranquility. She uttered, "You may take whatever you desire, for I believe you must have an interest in this ring I possess." As she spoke, she twisted the ring on her right hand's ring finger and continued, "The reason for my current state is wholly due to its influence." GK had not anticipated such hidden depths, so he removed the ring and declared, "Very well, I shall take this." He then inquired, "Now, will you handle this yourself? Or shall I?" The old woman fell silent for a moment before suddenly responding, "That would trouble you, my lord. You need not concern yourself with the silver from before. It will serve no purpose upon my passing. In fact, I have hidden an additional 20 taels of silver at the foot of my bed. If you do not mind, you may take it all. Will you not leave any for your son?" GK asked. The old woman suddenly revealed a bleak smile and ceased to speak. She was literate and understood the contents of the letter well. However, her beloved son had resolutely decided to sever all ties with her, disdainful of her age, appearance, and frail health. After a moment, she seemed to come to terms with it, closed her eyes, and drew her last breath, devoid of malice. The obsessions of humanity can be a terrifying force, leading one to madness. Yet upon release, the madness transforms back into humanity. GK passed his palm over the wooden stool, and flames erupted, engulfing the old woman's frail, worm-like form. Standing before that solitary flame, he gazed at the mottled ring in his hand, unable to suppress a gentle sigh. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to the reason behind his lament. Chapter 29. I am about to cheat. As night fell, GK sat in his chamber, reflecting on his experiences. Aside from the funds spent on purchasing a coffin for the elderly woman, he had earned a total of 14 taels of silver this time, a sum that could be deemed satisfactory. After all, his heart had endured quite the scare. Within the confines of his room, GK scrutinized the mottled jade ring, a rare sense of foreboding stirring within him. This very object had transformed the old woman's corpse into an entity that was neither human nor ghostly. Had he not mastered Tai Chi, resolving this matter might have proven considerably more challenging. The interior of the ring bore a crimson hue, as if steeped in blood. It was at that juncture that GK discerned 3 minuscule symbols of an archaic organization inscribed upon it. An organization? He pondered, gazing at the ominous aura emanating from the ring. If it were indeed an organization, why would they bestow such a ring upon an ordinary elderly woman? Or perhaps they had foreseen her demise, predicting its sinister implications? Regrettably, the old woman had been reduced to ashes, leaving him without a means to inquire further. The dual threats of the Wind Lotus sect's preaching and the uncanny elderly woman connected to the organization were the sources of GK's growing sense of peril. He had merely resided in this diminutive place, Sangshui County, which resembled a beginner's village beyond any he had encountered, yet he found himself embroiled in these strange occurrences. Such events had transcended the realm of mere misfortune. From GK's perspective, his string of bad luck resembled a magnetic field, drawing all manner of nefarious individuals and events toward him. However, malefactors and malevolent entities did not simply materialize from thin air. Their existence was a given. The cases of the Wind Lotus sect and the old woman merely served to illuminate the fact that the world was far more profound and terrifying than he had ever imagined. Beneath the facade of a tranquil existence lay a tumultuous undercurrent of mysterious forces. Name: GK. Age: 17. Realm: second stage of Qi condensation. Upper level strength: adequate. Self-assessment: skills: amphibious swimming, proficient; running, skilled; barbecuing, skilled; ultimate Tai Chi, mastered. GK accessed his status panel, observing the somewhat reddened comprehension energy bar, and was momentarily taken aback. Why was the accumulation of energy occurring at a swifter pace than before? The last time he reached this level had taken no less than 6 months. Yet now it had been merely around 4 months. GK had long believed that this comprehension was solely contingent upon the passage of time, growing at a constant rate. However, it now appeared to be influenced by the degree of his misfortune as well. The more unfortunate he was, the more rapidly his comprehension accumulated. This hypothesis seemed to possess a semblance of scientific validity. On particularly unfortunate days, the energy bar would pulsate a tad more vigorously. In one of the most absurd incidents, while strolling on the outskirts of the city, he unexpectedly encountered bandits attempting to rob him. To his surprise, another group of bandits emerged simultaneously. It turned out that both factions had set their sights on him. GK refrained from intervening, and the two groups commenced fighting amongst themselves. Ultimately, they clashed fiercely, suffering significant casualties, while GK, having barely lifted a finger, collected a substantial sum of silver. Consequently, that day, the energy bar had scarcely moved at all. This, perhaps, is what is rumored as the turning of misfortune into fortune, where two similar unfortunate events collide, resulting in an unexpected stroke of luck. Even more astonishingly, since this incident, GK, who had been accumulating wisdom for nearly half a year, has found tranquility. Yes, tranquility. Logically, this would be the time for him to earn a living at great risk. This abrupt change has left him feeling quite disoriented, indeed absurd. He recalled a previous notion that malevolent beings do not simply emerge from thin air, nor are they infinite. His encounters with them stemmed from a significant allure he possesses for such entities. However, during the past 6 months, after he had thwarted countless petty thieves and dispatched 3 wolves, as well as crushed over 100 venomous snakes, there were no longer any malevolent forces in the vicinity that posed a threat to him. Had all the evil been eradicated? This should be a cause for celebration. The entire Sangshui County was momentarily peaceful, with no thefts or robberies, and the populace lived in security and prosperity. Even the dog waste on the roads had diminished due to GK's interventions. Yet, for GK, there lingered a sense of emptiness. It seemed that he had drained the misfortune from Sangshui County. However, as the weather grew colder, GK was confronted with a new challenge, the examination for the scholar's degree. Previously, while watching dramas, he often saw the plight of down-and-out scholars, mistakenly believing that the examination was a simple task that merely required diligence. It was only after his transmigration that he realized how fiercely competitive this endeavor was. With many candidates studying for years, even decades, without success. In the academy, the venerable teacher, animated in his discourse on Ishua, proclaimed that this year's Ishua was crucial. If they could comprehend this text, success was almost assured. Although the examination content in this world is similarly rooted in Confucian classics, it diverges in certain aspects from the historical knowledge he had previously encountered. The 4 books and 5 classics have undergone alterations. For instance, in addition to the Analects and Great Learning, new texts have emerged, with Ishua being one of them. According to the teacher, this year's Ishua was even more significant than the Analects and Great Learning for the county and provincial examinations. To be honest, GK felt a considerable amount of anxiety regarding the scholar examination, even more so than during the college entrance examination in his previous life. Logically, given his current adeptness in maneuvering through life and his proficiency in Tai Chi, he should not be so concerned about the identity of a scholar. Yet, he found himself immensely invested in it. Ultimately, his foundational identity is that of a scholar. After years of study and enduring countless reprimands from his teachers, failing to attain the title of scholar would be quite embarrassing. In the end, one must maintain their dignity. Much like a certain art student who, after failing an examination, unleashed a dreadful wrath upon the world. GK believed that should he succeed in becoming a scholar, it would allow him to approach the matter of annulling his engagement with a semblance of dignity. A scholar who wishes to devote himself to his studies and does not want to delay his fiancée is a far cry from a student who, out of shame for failing to pass even once, seeks to end an engagement. In both sentiment and reason, he preferred the former. Although the G family may be modest, maintaining one's face is essential. Faced with the enticing words of the old gentleman, GK resolved to take a risk. With this vibrant crimson pin of insight applied to a tome of Ishua, how could one possibly fail to grasp its essence? Chapter 30. The Just Strike on This Night. Driven by a scholar's insatiable thirst for knowledge, GK first bathed and changed his clothes, then engaged in several rounds of meditation, before finally seating himself with utmost seriousness. Before him lay a blue-covered tome inscribed with the characters for the study of righteousness. This work, alongside another titled the Book of Benevolence, constituted the classic texts of Confucianism, elucidating the principles of righteousness and benevolence. GK inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the study of righteousness, as he silently intoned, "Comprehend." The familiar scene reemerged. A stream of milky energy surged into the book, causing it to flutter open unaided, rapidly turning its pages before GK's eyes. In an instant, a sensation akin to enlightenment washed over him, as profound insights were unraveled layer by layer, including the author's contemplations and emotional transformations during the act of writing, all flooding into his consciousness. GK realized with clarity that he had mastered the material entirely, capable of achieving a perfect score. No one understood the study of righteousness better than he. Name, GK. Age, 17. Realm, upper second stage of Qi condensation strength. Adequate, self-assessment. Skills, proficient in amphibious swimming. Running, skilled. Barbecuing, skilled. Supreme intent. Tai Chi, mastered. Study of righteousness, mastered. Insight accumulation value, not yet activated. In that moment, having unleashed the insights accumulated over the past 6 months, GK felt a twinge of emptiness, yet brimming with confidence. Thus, he mused that securing the title of scholar should pose no difficulty. That night, GK dreamt of a robust scholar who relentlessly struck the heads of iron men into their torsos with resounding force. The echoing sound of impact, coupled with the scholar's nearly flawless musculature, evoked a sense of violent beauty. Subsequently, GK awoke, uncertain of the identity of the scholar in his dream, yet aware that he must be an extraordinary individual. A surge of restlessness coursed through him, for he had acquired in his dream the technique of striking the heads of iron men into their cavities. Indeed, this newfound insight proved to be delightful. However, was this revelation merely a technique for striking heads into torsos? No, it seemed applicable to any head. Might this be deemed excessively brutal? Thus, GK named this skill the just strike, signifying a righteous blow. To test its efficacy, he ventured out into the night to locate a gnarled wild tree. Under the shroud of darkness, a resounding crack echoed through the air as the tree's head seamlessly merged into its trunk, straightening its crooked posture. Later, as he passed a dilapidated temple, he encountered a stone lion. With another sharp crack, the lion's head was forcefully embedded within its body. In that moment, GK felt an exhilarating thrill from the sensation of the just strike. Its application was immensely satisfying and stress-relieving. Thus, even the scarecrows in the fields were not spared from his newfound prowess. What a delightful release. In the following 2 days, GK occasionally spotted individuals with elongated necks and felt an irresistible urge to offer a corrective strike. A young girl, initially apprehensive, considering the past mischief involving poultry theft, hesitated. Yet, upon seeing his handsome visage, she relinquished the chicken to him. In a swift motion, a crisp crack resonated as the chicken's head was abruptly thrust into its chest, resulting in its demise without a trace of bloodshed. Truly, a case of killing a chicken without spilling blood. The chicken met its unfortunate demise. Yet the task of severing its neck to allow for proper bleeding proved to be a formidable challenge. GK was left with no choice but to forcibly extract the chicken's head, which had lodged itself within its thoracic cavity. This sudden tug resulted in a violent eruption of blood, soaring 2 zhang high and frightening the young girl to tears. Ultimately, GK compensated for the loss of 1 chicken to settle the matter. This incident underscored the complexities of mastering the art of righteous strikes, particularly when attempting to practice on live creatures. Thus, the wilderness, often feared by the common folk, transformed into GK's sanctuary for training. In this untamed expanse, not only did a few unfortunate wolves fall victim to his righteous blows, but dozens of venomous snakes and even a cluster of frogs were not spared from his hand of justice. Fortunately, after successfully dispatching hundreds of frogs, GK became adept at executing these righteous strikes. This skill could be deemed a remarkable and sophisticated martial art, employing unique force application techniques. Regardless of whether the target was alive or deceased, tall or short, hard or soft, as long as the point of force was correctly identified, the effect of the head being struck into the body could be effortlessly achieved. Of course, this technique necessitated the use of true energy, the quantity of which was contingent upon the strength of the target and could not be employed without limit. GK had experimented and discovered that excessive and frequent striking resulted in severe discomfort and numbness in his arms. The unexpected mastery of the righteous strike undoubtedly bolstered GK's confidence, as anyone, be it man or ghost, whose head was driven into their own cavity would surely be left in a state of bewilderment. Regrettably, due to the misfortunes plaguing the region of Sanshui County, GK found himself at a loss for practical combat opportunities. During this period, he found himself nostalgic for the days of the finger deity. That entity, possessing 3 faces and nearly 3 lives, with a resilient head, would have been immensely gratifying to engage in righteous strikes. Alas, the finger deity had perished, and the whereabouts of the other fingers chronicled in his diary remained a mystery. As the weather turned colder and the autumn leaves began to fall, GK and Tang Yi, this pair of dragon and phoenix, finally faced a significant examination in their lives. The venerable teacher of the academy repeatedly encouraged the students to maintain a calm mindset and to fully demonstrate their learning. Yet he notably excluded GK and Tang Yi from his encouragement. He even took them aside, speaking earnestly. Experiencing the county examination once or twice is a valuable life experience. GK, lacking in talent, need not force himself with your diligence. Securing a decent livelihood and living a peaceful life should not be an insurmountable task. As for you, Tang Yi, if you could muster a little less laziness, a bright future awaits you. Even if you must rely on others, you still need to chew your food, do you not? The well-meaning teacher, unusually restrained in his temper, conveyed his message delicately, yet the implication was unmistakable. Neither of them need return to the academy. Observing these two, he felt a tightness in his chest, wishing to prolong his life for a few more years. Despite having received such discouraging words, GK and Tang Yi remained inexplicably confident, each believing they would surely succeed. GK's confidence stemmed from his profound understanding of righteous studies, yet he could not fathom why Tang Yi shared a similar conviction. Thus, it was only natural that these two self-assured individuals entered the examination hall, only to find themselves both falling short of success. GK was left in despair, feeling as though he might vomit blood, for his mastery in righteous studies had failed to save him. How might one express this sentiment? If a paper comprises a total of 100 points, the maximum allocation for the subject of moral education is merely 20 points. One can only lament his youth. The old gentleman's words resonate like those of a teacher from a past life, suggesting that there are not so many certainties. The crux of the matter lies in his exceedingly poor foundation in subjects beyond moral education. As for Tang Yi, it is said that during the county examination, he dozed off mid-writing, exhausted. The failure of the two did not stir any ripples, for it was the most commonplace outcome. What seemed a natural result to outsiders was, for GK, a profound blow to his life. His pre-examination confidence was matched only by his post-examination despair. Here he was, a grand time traveler, capable of swimming faster than sprinting 100 meters on land, proficient in roasting meat, practicing Tai Chi, and even adept at delivering a fatal blow to adversaries. Yet, he struggled to the extent of his studies rivaling the rigors of preparing for a college entrance examination, even resorting to clandestine means to gain an advantage. And yet he failed to achieve the status of a scholar? In that moment, GK could not help but question the very fabric of his existence. Tang Yi felt similarly. He harbored grave suspicions that there was foul play in the county examination, despite having penned so many words, most likely in a dream. How could he not succeed? In summary, what everyone deemed an utterly normal outcome left these two prodigies feeling utterly incredulous. Chapter 31. A farewell to the young master in the evening. GK and Tang Yi, dressed in fine garments, indulged in roasted meat and exquisite wine. Having both failed their examinations, it was time to drown their sorrows in hearty feasting. In this world, there exists no grilled delicacy that cannot soothe the human heart. If one meal is insufficient, then let there be two. As they savored their feast, Tang Yi could not help but inquire, "Ah Ji, with your failure, what are your plans for the future?" GK, chewing on succulent meat, replied, "I have not yet decided." Tang Yi took a generous swig of wine, declaring, "I refuse to accept this. I shall try again." GK, taken aback, responded, "Ah Yi, do you not feel weary? It seems exhausting to contemplate." "Indeed, it is tiring," Tang Yi admitted, "but I remain unconvinced. There must have been some bias in this county examination. Otherwise, how could I possibly have failed?" GK interjected, "The old gentleman even forbids you from attending the academy." With Tang Yi's propensity for dozing off at the academy, another attempt would surely be a waste of time and resources. He could not fathom why this fellow possessed more confidence than he did. Was it some hidden agenda that led to his failure? Did he fall asleep halfway through the examination and call that a conspiracy? Perhaps I shall seek a different place of study. I have an aunt in Heiju City. "Ah Ji, why not accompany me there, so we may compete once more next year?" suggested Tang Yi. GK, letting out a contented burp, replied, "Before that, I must make a trip to Tianren City." Tang Yi squinted, pondering, "Tianren City? Wait a moment, the marriage pact?" GK nodded in affirmation. Tang Yi, taking several hearty gulps of wine, lamented, "It appears we are destined to part ways. How could I have forgotten that you are pledged in marriage to a prominent family? Whether or not you succeed as a scholar seems irrelevant now. Alas, before long, you shall surely forget about me, your brother." GK countered, "How could that be? Even if you turned to ash, I would not forget you." Tang Yi sighed. "Yet, ultimately, we cannot continue our carefree days together." GK reassured him, "What is there to fret over? Heiju City is not far. Should I miss you, I will come to find you. Will you think of me?" Tang Yi asked. "Of course. The distance between Tianren City and Heiju City is surely more than mere hundreds of miles. Rest assured, if I wish to find you, I would traverse thousands of miles without hesitation." Tang Yi replied earnestly, "Then it is settled." "Agreed." Just then, Tang Yi recalled something and gloomily remarked, "But do tell me, if you go to Tianren City to wed, do not inform me." "Why not?" GK could not resist asking. "I am envious and discontented. I possess good looks and intelligence, and I frequently stumble upon silver. Why did my grandfather not leave me even a single cake? Though you are decent in appearance, you are rather foolish. Why must you be spared the toil? We were equally matched in the academy. How could you advance before me, prioritizing romantic pursuits over friendship?" Tang Yi, clearly intoxicated, soon reclined on a lounge chair and drifted into slumber. This fellow seemed capable of falling asleep at any moment and in any place. Such laziness, one might say, was indeed, as the old gentleman remarked. If soft food were placed before him, he would hardly muster the energy to chew. It was now late autumn, and a chill permeated the air. GK, carrying both the man and the chair, brought him indoors and draped a thick garment over Tang Yi. In his slumber, Tang Yi appeared enchanting, with long lashes and rosy cheeks, exuding an irresistible charm. Yet, upon glimpsing the loquat tree in the courtyard, a faint sorrow inevitably welled up within him. This reminiscence evoked memories of the college entrance examinations and graduation from university in a past life, where cherished classmates had vowed to meet frequently, only to drift apart, making such reunions increasingly elusive. This time, GK resolved silently to avoid such regret. After all, he had only Tang Yi as a true friend in this world. Whenever he yearned to see him, he would traverse thousands of miles to do so. GK initially presumed he would set off first, only to be surprised that the usually indolent Tang Yi had already packed his belongings. GK nodded and declared, "The family assets shall not be sold. I know you fancy my lounge chair, so I give it to you." "You even know that," Tang Yi replied. "Of course. What is there about you that I do not know?" As he spoke, Tang Yi glanced at the slowly approaching carriage and said, "I am leaving now. Take care on your journey. Do you have no other words to say to me?" Tang Yi inquired earnestly. GK pondered for a moment and replied, "Sleep less. Focus on your studies, and strive to realize your scholarly ambitions as soon as possible." "Is that all?" "It should be," he added, after a brief silence. Tang Yi suddenly remarked, "You said you would miss me." "I shall," GK affirmed. "Then I truly must depart," Tang Yi said reluctantly. "You are insufferable." With that, Tang Yi playfully punched GK's chest twice before turning away. In that fleeting moment, a trace of sorrow adorned his features, remarkably alluring enough to make GK wonder if his affliction had returned. Ultimately, Tang Yi departed, leaving GK alone, savoring sweet tofu pudding that now seemed lacking in sweetness. With his sole companion gone, and the thieves and bandits vanished, even the dog droppings on the road had diminished. It was indeed time for him to leave. He reclined in the lounge chair that Tang Yi had gifted him, sinking into an extraordinary languor. Though the chair had formed to Tang Yi's shape, it afforded an unparalleled comfort that rendered him reluctant to move. How could such a delightful chair exist? As he lay in the chair bestowed by Tang Yi, GK naturally recalled his recently departed friend, particularly the slightly sorrowful expression that had graced his face upon turning away. Alas, there were neither sisters nor brothers to share this sentiment. GK had thought he would retain the memory of Tang Yi's melancholic visage for a long time, but by the following morning, that memory had begun to fade. In his understanding, lingering on a man's sorrowful expression was rather peculiar, and so he chose to forget it. Most likely, it was a G, as you know. I am too lazy to ponder at this juncture. It was time for GK to depart as well. Autumn was waning, and he was destined to fulfill the promise of a savory pancake. Clutching a half-moldy pancake and a marriage contract, GK resolutely embarked on his journey away from home. Unlike Tang Yi, who had only him to see him off, his own departure would be far more dignified. Shui, the head constable, arrived in the alley, having received intelligence from an unknown source, accompanied by a cohort of officers. They continuously shook his hand in farewell, even presenting him with a parting gift from the county magistrate. "Head Constable Shui, this is far too courteous," he remarked. "Nonsense, it is entirely appropriate," Shui replied. "Master G is an extraordinary talent, a rarity in our county for the past century. I have not even succeeded in passing the scholar's examination. How can I be considered a talent?" G retorted modestly. "Such words do not suit you, Master G. Without your presence, how could Sangshui County enjoy such a clear and prosperous atmosphere?" Shui spoke with genuine sincerity. The unblemished character of Sangshui County, where doors are left unlocked at night, is solely due to your efforts in subduing over 200 bandits and eradicating the troublesome Wind Lotus sect that had caused great embarrassment to the county office. Initially, I believed you to be a harbinger of misfortune, but it appears I was mistaken. To endure such dire straits and transform all ill fortune into blessings is the mark of a true fortune star, the very fortune star of Sangshui County. After exchanging pleasantries with head constable Shui, G finally mounted his horse and began to ride out of the alley. At that moment, he noticed the constables forming two lines, standing upright with their hands clasped behind their backs, and in unison, they proclaimed, "We bid farewell to the county's prodigy, Master G." as he departs. The neighbors looked on with keen interest, and G, leading his little yellow horse, felt a twinge of self-consciousness. Why did he feel as though he were akin to a gang leader? He was, after all, a model citizen. Chapter 32. The familiar temple on a rainy day life's journey, akin to a beautiful dream, stretches endlessly. The path is fraught with wind and frost, striking the face with chilling reminders. In the bustling world, how many directions can a beautiful dream take? This marks the first journey of G. Quebec. Dressed as a scholar, he rode atop a yellow steed, gazing at the vast expanse of wild grass and forests flanking the road. Unable to suppress the urge to hum a tune, the sky was overcast, having distanced itself from the county town, revealing a desolate landscape. Flanking the road were not lush trees, but rather wild grass reaching half a man's height, occasionally interrupted by oddly shaped deities standing by the roadside, with burnt incense sticks stuck ahead. Such a scene evoked in GK a peculiar illusion, as though he had stepped into the realm of the enigmatic rain spirit. The journey from Sangshui County to Tianjin City spanned over 1,000 miles. Yet GK estimated that trouble struck after barely 40 miles. The yellow steed had been galloping smoothly, and as GK's riding skills improved, they began to harmonize as one. Suddenly, the horse stumbled into a concealed mud pit. Had it not been for his agility, he might have found himself sprawled in an undignified manner. To his dismay, the horse had injured its leg, limping painfully upon emerging from the pit. Could it be that his luck was so dire? GK could not help but lament. Indeed, once he departed from the vicinity of Sangshui County, misfortune struck once more. Yet, despite the calamity, the sudden movement of the long-dormant horse's spirit offered him a modicum of solace. He had spent 80 taels of silver to acquire this steed, and witnessing its limp stirred a sense of pity for his silver coins. If the leg were truly incapacitated, even selling it would yield a meager price. Thus, amidst a series of neighs, a scholar was seen carrying a horse along the road. The yellow steed, cradled in his arms, exhibited a visage of terror and unease. It had lived for over a decade, always ridden, never experiencing such treatment. With his vital energy flowing, GK bore the horse without difficulty, yet it felt akin to the burden of a school bag from a previous life. Thus, he could not help but mutter, "I intended to buy you for convenience, yet I seem to have acquired an ancestor." As he walked, a sudden squelch halted GK in his tracks. He had stepped into something unpleasant. Indeed, it was horse manure. Thus, a picturesque scene unfolded along the road, a scholar carrying a horse while scraping away the excrement. As GK trudged along, observing the increasingly dense leaden clouds above, he remarked, "It seems like rain is imminent." No sooner had he spoken than a raindrop landed squarely on his forehead. Moments later, a torrential downpour descended, drenching him thoroughly. Damn! GK found himself besieged by rain, unable to refrain from complaining. An autumn deluge was indeed a most vexatious affair. Soon, both he and the horse were soaked to the bone, and the ground turned into a quagmire. If the rain were merely ordinary, it would be manageable, but alas, it was freezing rain. While he could withstand it due to his protective energy, the horse would likely struggle. Truly, he had purchased an ancestor. Breathing out a puff of mist, GK quickened his pace. The road ahead was flanked by an abundance of shrubs, appearing like swaying phantoms in the rain. At that moment, GK's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Amidst the torrential downpour, a sloped path ascending towards higher ground came into view, and at its summit, the faint outline of a structure emerged. At last, he had found a refuge from the rain. GK carried his horse up the slope and discovered an abandoned temple. The red walls were mottled and adorned with patches of green moss, resembling the visage of a skin disease under the relentless rain. Noticing that his yellow horse was shivering, GK wasted no time and entered the temple with the animal. Upon entering, he was greeted by a flicker of flames. Someone was kindling a fire for warmth within. The cold rain was truly unbearable. GK made his way to the dilapidated eaves and set his horse down. The yellow steed shook off droplets of water, and GK led the limping creature towards the warmth of the fire. He had no intention of disturbing anyone, but the temple, having fallen into disrepair, offered little in terms of privacy, with only 2 rooms relatively intact. As GK approached what appeared to be the main hall, he spotted a man and a woman seated by a bonfire, beside which lay 2 coffins. At that moment, the pair turned their gaze towards him. Being a scholar, GK was always polite and said, with the sudden downpour, "I seek shelter from the rain. May I intrude?" The man by the fire rose, perplexed, and inquired, "GK, is that you?" GK was taken aback that someone in this desolate temple recognized his name and took a step closer. "Lee Sankai?" he asked, scrutinizing the familiar face by the fire. "Indeed, it is I," Lee Sankai replied with a smile. Lee Sankai had once been GK's classmate. If Tang Yi and he were akin to the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, then Li was the third in their trio. Lee Sankai's family was renowned for their kaftans, a business established long before the town of Sangchue even existed. Encountering an acquaintance in such a remote place felt like destiny. Lee Sankai was unaware of GK's subsequent misfortunes, yet they shared a bond. And he promptly invited GK to warm himself by the fire. GK, feeling no need for formality, took a seat beside him. Aside from his academic pursuits, GK possessed a keen self-awareness. He had come to the conclusion that while he was indeed unfortunate, he did not embody the archetype of a cursed individual. Misfortunes, whether stepping in excrement, encountering flying kitchen knives or bricks, or facing a tiger while out for a spring outing, seemed to target him with uncanny precision, rarely affecting others. It was as if he carried an aura that attracted misfortune, drawing calamity wherever he roamed. As the former Captain Xue had once remarked, trouble followed him relentlessly. This inevitably brought to mind a certain elementary school student from a past life in an animated series. Yet, unlike that student who caused misfortune to others, GK found himself the sole recipient of adversity. In essence, he would not easily harm others. All suffering was borne by him alone. This was precisely why GK felt at ease in his closeness with Tang Yi. He believed that his classmates' avoidance of him was an overreaction. He was not as fearsome as they presumed, truly. While enjoying the spring outing, he encountered a tiger that seemed solely fixated on him, ignoring everyone else entirely. Alas, aside from Tang Yi, his classmates harbored prejudices against him. After ensuring the horse was settled, GK sat beside the campfire and quickly struck up a conversation with Lee Sankai. It turned out that the Li family's coffins were renowned for their exquisite craftsmanship and meticulous material selection, earning them an excellent reputation. As a result, many affluent families from neighboring towns came to commission coffins here. Recently, a wealthy elderly woman from Luhua City, facing terminal illness, had been informed by her physician that she had less than 6 months to live. With a clear mind, she instructed her children to order 2 Nanmu coffins from the Li family in Sangshui County, expressing a wish for the same for her deceased husband. Once the coffins were completed, Li Sankai and his sister, Li Mei, set out for delivery, only to be caught in an unexpected freezing rain, forcing them to seek refuge in this temple. "What a coincidence it is for us to meet here," Li Sankai chuckled. Nearby, his sister Li Mei, noticing GK's handsome appearance, felt an unusual shyness creeping in, despite her usual bold demeanor from frequent outings. After chatting for a while, GK couldn't help but observe his surroundings. The room was not small. It likely served as the temple's main hall, with a dilapidated statue of Guanyin standing on the altar. The features of the statue were indistinct, covered in cobwebs, and in such weather, it lacked any sense of solemnity, instead exuding an eerie atmosphere. The temple had a front and back courtyard. The back courtyard contained a murky pond, its waters clouded and littered with decaying duckweed. In the center lay a dead pine tree, resembling an aged corpse, with remnants of red cloth strips that previous worshippers had once hung there in prayer. On this rainy day in an abandoned temple, the environment indeed evoked a haunting essence reminiscent of a ghostly tale. When GK glanced back at the Guanyin statue, he found it increasingly peculiar. The statue's shoulders were disproportionately broad, rendering its head and lower body seemingly diminutive and somewhat grotesque. The rough clay form bore no traces of lacquer, appearing as if it had been abandoned before completion. In sum, the more he looked, the more discomfort he felt. At that moment, GK raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze outside. Through the veil of rain, dark figures emerged at the temple entrance. More visitors? Chapter 33. The same dream amidst the curtain of rain, for figures clad in black approached, their heads adorned with conical hats, moving with a sprightly pace. Each bore a distinct characteristic, aptly described as a quartet of varying heights and builds. Upon noticing the presence of others in the grand hall, the stout leader removed his hat, revealing a round, dark visage, and with a smile, he remarked, "We seek refuge from the unexpected rain. I hope our intrusion is not too much of a bother." Though he appeared courteous, GK sensed that their intentions were far from benign. An earthy odor clung to them, and the gaunt figure at the rear cast lecherous glances at Li Mei, making him appear rather unsavory. The stout man did not linger in the hall, but but led his companions directly to an adjacent room. En route, the lean one could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Brother, that woman." He sighed and continued, "The women in brothels are hardly worth the trouble. That couple might very well be husband and wife." The stout man's expression darkened, and the lean one, muttering a few more words, dared not speak further. As the rain subsided, night had already fallen. It is a long-standing tradition in the northern lands not to travel in the dark. When night descends, one must seek shelter beneath a roof. For the nights here are notoriously restless. Even on well-trodden roads, one might encounter ferocious beasts, leading to dire consequences. However, after the encounters with the Wind Lotus sect and the old woman, GK believed that the dangers of the night extended beyond mere beasts. The chill of the rain lingered in the air, and despite its cessation, the temperature remained low. Thus, GK and his companions huddled around a flickering campfire, attempting to find warmth. Li San Kai and Li Mei sat against a coffin on the ground, while GK enjoyed a greater degree of comfort. He had brought along the reclining chair gifted to him by Tang Yi. Upon unfolding the chair and reclining upon it, he momentarily felt as though he were enveloped in a tender embrace. Observing this, the Li siblings could not help but feel that the coffin and the floor had become increasingly unforgiving. The late-night stillness of the dilapidated temple was palpable, broken only by the cacophonous croaks of a few unsightly toads in the pond of the backyard. The black-clad figures in the adjacent room had long succumbed to slumber, including the lean one who was supposed to be on watch, now sprawled to the side, snoring quietly. Suddenly, the lean man jolted awake, gasping for breath. He quickly realized that his companions were also stirring, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of dread. The lean man, his face pale with fear, stammered, I just had a dream." The stout leader, his expression darkened, inquired, "What dream?" The lean man's voice trembled as he replied, "I dreamt that entity had come, right there, in the tree of the backyard." At these words, the faces of the other three shifted in alarm, for they too had experienced similar dreams. A figure in a blue robe, with large eyes, yet wearing a pair of embroidered women's shoes, hung from the lifeless pine tree in the temple's backyard, swaying gently. A fortnight prior, the four had ventured to a certain place under the pretense of scouting, though in truth, it was a mission of grave robbing. Indeed, the quartet clad in black has engaged in numerous nefarious activities, including murder and the desecration of graves, even going so far as to publicly humiliate the wife of one of their own in front of her husband. This audacity also explains their apparent lack of concern upon encountering the coffins belonging to Li San and his companions, for they discerned at a glance that these coffins were merely well-crafted facsimiles, devoid of any deceased remains. Upon receiving word of a noble's tomb in the vicinity, they hastened to the location, only to be unexpectedly halted by a landslide of mud and stones cascading down the mountainside. Amongst the debris lay a coffin, a serendipitous find for grave robbers. Unable to resist the allure of an opportunity so conveniently presented, they swiftly pried open the coffin. Inside, they discovered the corpse of a man clad in an elegant green robe, adorned with a finely crafted jade belt, suggesting a certain level of refinement. However, the feet were encased in delicately embroidered shoes of a feminine design, an incongruity that struck them as peculiar. Furthermore, the corpse bore an unsettling appearance. The skin was tightly drawn over the bones, its surface riddled with wrinkles. They had encountered desiccated remains in their previous exploits. Yet this particular body was notable for its unnaturally large and bright eyes, which appeared to dominate its face, lending it a particularly ghastly visage. The sight startled the four men, with the lean one suggesting that the corpse was not human but perhaps a ghoul, while the leader, a portly figure, dismissed this notion as mere superstition, attributing the grotesque appearance to an unusual disease that rendered the eyes disproportionately large. Although they found the body unsettling, their experience as fugitives had acquainted them with many bizarre corpses, and the wealth displayed by the deceased was too tempting to overlook. They quickly relieved the corpse of its valuables, and upon recognizing the eerie nature of the remains, the leader decided to incinerate both the body and the coffin, convinced that reducing the remains to ash would ensure that it could never rise again. After departing from the site, the quartet soon began to experience unsettling dreams, each one haunted by the specter of the wide-eyed corpse. Initially, they dismissed these nocturnal visitations as mere remnants of their fright, a natural occurrence following such a disturbing encounter. However, on this particular night, the situation escalated into something far more sinister, as they found themselves awakened simultaneously by the same terrifying nightmare. In their shared dream, the corpse with the oversized eyes was suspended from the large tree outside. Could it truly be there now? The portly leader spat disdainfully and remarked to the shorter one, "What could possibly arise from ashes? Go investigate." The shortest among them, the least esteemed, hesitated but was compelled to proceed when he noticed his companions brandishing axes at his back, ensuring his compliance. With a dismal countenance, he reluctantly approached the window. Beyond the window lay the backyard, where the lifeless pine lay. "Hurry," the lean one urged quietly. The shorter man steeled himself, gripping the axe in one hand while using the other to pry open the old wooden window. The paper covering the window had torn, allowing a glimpse of the outside, yet obscuring the view of the fallen pine. Gritting his teeth, he slowly opened the window. The dilapidated window swung open, revealing the pale moonlight under which the gnarled pine tree swiftly came into view. The diminutive figure exhaled a sigh of relief. There was nothing outside. The tree had long since perished, stripped of its leaves, stark and barren, devoid even of a single needle, let alone the presence of any person. Indeed, it was merely a dream. The other three members of the group also felt a slight easing of their tension. Yet, at that moment, they suddenly noticed that the short one had become motionless. What had captured his attention? The slender man gazed out of the window and confirmed that the tree was, in fact, empty. Then he observed the pallor on the short one's face, his breath visible in the frigid air, standing rigidly as if possessed. His gaze seemed directed at above. As the slender man lifted his eyes, he was abruptly confronted by a colossal eye peering down at him from the gaping hole above the room. Chapter 34. The midnight long-backed entity upon the sudden sighting of that eye. The slender man was seized by a paralyzing terror. This eye bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the male corpse, enormous and fearsome. He pressed his back against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, his throat constricting, yet no sound escaped his lips. As he quivered, on the verge of calling for help, a hand, as large as a fan, unexpectedly reached through a window and with a resounding slap, pinned him against the wall. This hand was immense, nearly enveloping half of his body. Yet its fingers were remarkably slender, with elongated nails. With a crushing force from that giant hand, a chilling sound of bones and flesh fracturing echoed through the room, and blood spattered, staining the walls crimson. The slender man, who had just stood there, was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. His shattered head lay amidst the gore, a look of shock and fear frozen upon his face. An overwhelming dread surged forth, akin to mountains and seas, rendering him rigid, as though ensnared in a nightmarish trance. The stout man bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him awake, and he involuntarily shouted, "Form the array." The remaining three quickly huddled back to back. Just then, a small foot, at least 4 feet long, appeared within their sight. This foot, adorned in a blue embroidered shoe, lingered outside the house. The trio could see shadows shifting within the room, but could not glimpse the full figure of the shoe's owner, for it towered high above, longer than the ceiling itself, resembling a slender, upright rope. With their backs pressed together, the stout man and his companions, weapons in hand, trembled as they gazed toward the direction of that foot. After several breaths, the foot moved away from the window. The three surveyed their surroundings, not daring to relax even slightly, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks. At that moment, 2 soft thuds echoed, and 2 fan-like hands abruptly emerged from the door and window before them. These hands arrived with startling suddenness. The short man barely uttered a sound before his entire body was ensnared by the large hand on the left. Meanwhile, the stout man and the tall man, attempting to evade, found themselves ensnared by the sweeping grasp of the right hand, which enveloped their heads. Darkness enveloped their vision, and just as they struggled, an overwhelming force bore down upon them. In the night, that arm, reminiscent of a giant python, tightened, and a series of cracking sounds filled the room. It was the sound of 2 skulls being crushed. Under the moonlight stood a figure, a male corpse clad in green, towering over the rooftop, its eyes disproportionately large, nearly consuming half its face, casting a terrifying visage under the cold lunar glow. In that moment, the elongated silhouette, shod in embroidered shoes, appeared almost dreamlike amidst the night, as if conjured from a nightmare. The 4 grave robbers could never have imagined that the corpse they had incinerated would return in such a form. After dispatching the individuals within, the corpse instinctively turned its gaze toward the location of the desolate temple hall, where the remnants of a campfire still lingered. Lisan, who had been resting within the hall, was abruptly awakened. He heard the commotion, though the sounds were somewhat muffled. In the moonlit courtyard, the weeds swayed in the wind, resembling ghostly figures, and the air was thick with a faint scent of blood. Lee Sankai was consumed by an overwhelming fear, instinctively gravitating towards the positions of GK and his younger sister. In the next instant, his body stiffened, and his mouth fell agape, for he beheld a foot, a pale, delicate foot adorned with an exquisite blue embroidered shoe, yet grotesquely elongated. No ordinary person could possess such disproportionately long feet. At that moment, Lee Sankai felt a jolt, and before he knew it, he was dragged into the coffin behind him. Within the dim confines of the coffin, GK covered his mouth, while nearby lay Li Mei, who had just been knocked unconscious and dragged in. In the darkness, GK nodded slightly at Lee Sankai, gazing upon GK's face. Lee Sankai's frantic heart found a semblance of solace, for there was no hint of panic in GK's eyes. Although spacious, the coffin felt rather cramped with two large men and a woman squeezed inside. Once he sensed Lee Sankai's composure returning, GK shifted slightly to the side. Just as he intended to close the coffin lid, the faint sound of approaching footsteps resonated ominously. The gaunt, elongated corpse clad in blue caught sight of the two coffins and caught a whiff of human scent. With a soft thud, the noise, though subtle, was distinctly heard by both GK and Lee Sankai. Something had rested upon the coffin lid. Due to the earlier struggle to pull Li Mei and Lee Sankai inside, the coffin lid had not been secured tightly, leaving a gap. One skeletal hand of the blue-clad corpse draped over the coffin lid, confirming that the tantalizing scent of humanity emanated from within this coffin. In the next heartbeat, that fan-like hand lunged forward to seize its prey inside. GK saw the enormous hand descending towards him, and with a sudden surge of strength, he grasped the corpse's middle finger with one hand while the other pressed against its palm. In the next moment, he twisted his shoulder, unleashing a formidable force akin to Tai Chi, sending Lee Sankai spluttering. With a crack, the finger, nearly the thickness of a forearm, was brutally snapped. The middle finger dangled at an odd angle, a pair of scissors embedded in its palm. The corpse's enormous pupils narrowed in confusion, only to have its eye sockets widen in shock, the massive eyeballs swirling with a vengeful glint akin to a needle-less point. Another arm, as sinuous as a python, thrust toward the interior of the coffin, intent on reducing the occupants to mere pulp. Yet, at the very moment its hand was about to breach the coffin, the lid slammed shut with a swift motion. Indeed, it closed. The corpse's arm was long and nearly boneless, laden with rolling muscles like a serpent. Consequently, there was no sound of bones breaking. However, the wrist of the blue-clad corpse twisted grotesquely, resembling clay torn asunder. Gritting its teeth, it braced itself against the coffin, forcibly extracting its right hand from within. The coffin clamped down with such ferocity that as its hand emerged, it had noticeably thinned. Even more horrifying was the sight of 3 fingers broken and the palm riddled with over a dozen bloody punctures. The blue-clad corpse gazed at its mangled hand, its eyes filled with an even deeper resentment. Only then did one notice the gaping wound on its palm, where the flesh wriggled like worms, an utterly repulsive sight. The male figure clad in green was about to strike again when a distant crowing of a rooster echoed through the air. It lifted its gaze to the sky, then shook its gaunt head before making its exit, its elongated body resembling a towering strand of pasta. With a resounding crack, 2 toads were crushed into the mud beneath its long legs. Subsequently, its nearly 2 zhang tall form melded with the morning mist, vanishing from the desolate land as if it had never been there at all. After a considerable time, a faint rustling emanated from the coffin that stood in the grand hall. Chapter 35. A profound calm. After a considerable while, a faint stirring emerged from within the coffin. The sound of dripping was distinctly audible. GK was the first to pull himself out of the coffin, where Lee Sankai, with a trembling voice, implored, "Do not venture out. That creature may still be lurking." Realizing he had spoken too loudly, he fell silent, and the dripping sound became even more pronounced. At that moment, GK spoke. "The creature has departed. Come forth. You are soaked. If you do not warm yourself, your sister may awaken." Lee Sankai glanced at his damp trousers, stammering, "It's nothing, just a little wet, merely a tad." As dawn broke, GK casually consumed a small morsel before reclining in a chair, exuding an air of leisurely relaxation as if on vacation. Lee Sankai adjusted his freshly changed trousers, his demeanor noticeably more composed. He then turned to GK, expressing gratitude. "GK, had it not been for you last night, my sister and I might have perished." When did you become so formidable? Have you trained in martial arts? Lee Sanka quickly added, you are far too modest. With the strength you displayed last night, you could easily surpass even the masters of the martial arts academies in Luhui City. GK replied, perhaps I possess innate strength. Still shaken, Lee Sanka remarked, GK, I am truly grateful for your presence last night. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. He continued, I frequently traverse this path. Yet it was my first encounter with such a sudden frost, my first night spent in such a place, and my first encounter with such elongated appendages. He gestured with his hands, his eyes wide with fear. What kind of vile creature possesses such long limbs? After delivering this cargo, I must seek refuge in a temple for a few days. This is simply too unfortunate, he lamented, questioning his life choices. Though he was accustomed to dealing with death through his coffin business, he had never encountered anything so bizarre. Yet this delivery had proven to be quite the ordeal. GK hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Sanka, perhaps it is not you who is truly unfortunate. Then who could it be? Having been thoroughly frightened the night before, Lee Sanka suddenly recalled that there were others in the dilapidated temple. The 4 men in black. What had become of them? GK replied coolly, they are far worse off than we are. In contrast to Lee Sanka's trepidation, GK, seasoned by various misfortunes, particularly the incidents involving the Wind Lotus sect and the old woman, displayed a marked level of experience. This world is perilous. The emergence of strange entities is not unexpected. You see, my perceptiveness has grown significantly since last night. This suggests that the entity we glimpsed, albeit incompletely, is quite dangerous and is correlated with our misfortune index. In summary, it is likely that Lee Sanka is not the unfortunate one. He frequently travels and is certainly not Navi. Judging by last night's commotion, it is highly probable that those 4 individuals have met their demise. Such occurrences, if they can be avoided, should be left unacknowledged. Thus GK resolved to act as though he had never encountered the 4 men in black. By this time, morning had arrived, yet the sky remained ominously overcast. As the wind blew, the cobwebs intertwined with the withered grass swayed, casting an eerie atmosphere over the entire temple. Most importantly, he spotted several footprints amid the overgrown grass outside the dilapidated temple, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably once more. The footprints were at least 3 feet long, affirming that he had not been imagining things the previous night. As he gazed at the eerie temple, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, compelling him to hasten his journey to Luhui City. At that moment, Li Mei, who had been knocked unconscious and had slept soundly through the night, slowly opened her bleary eyes. After stifling a yawn, she involuntarily uttered a surprised "oh." While rubbing the back of her neck, she expressed her discontent. How did it feel like I slept awkwardly? GK hesitated to respond, as it would be unseemly to reveal that it was not a mere awkward sleep, but rather a result of his actions. After greeting GK, Li Mei's gaze fell upon the undergarments and trousers hanging on the offering table, prompting her to exclaim, "Brother, when did your pants get wet?" Li Sankai glanced at GK, recalling the events of the previous night, his face flushing with embarrassment as he replied, "They got wet in the rain last night. I didn't dry them before sleeping, so I changed." Li Mei, puzzled, asked, "Were they that wet?" Li Sankai responded solemnly, "No more questions. Go prepare the coffin. We must be on our way." "Oh," Li Mei acknowledged, moving towards the coffin. Upon lifting the lid slightly, she frowned in confusion. "What is that smell?" Li Sankai, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly dragged over the cart and urged, "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." His younger sister, Li Mei, was quite the chatterbox. If she learned about his embarrassing incident from last night, he would surely become a laughingstock. He was not yet married, after all. At that moment, his dread of his loquacious sister rivaled the terror he had faced the previous night. Early in the morning, GK found himself in a predicament. Despite having rested the entire night, the yellow stallion remained unfit for travel. Li Sankai assessed the situation and remarked, "GK, the horse can run without issue, but carrying a passenger will likely take another couple of days. Perhaps you could ride with us and tie it to the back of our cart." "Indeed, Brother Sankai. If you're heading to Qingyan town, we can take a detour of about 10 miles, Li Mei chimed in. She held a favorable impression of GK, especially when comparing his handsome features with those of her own brother, which only intensified her admiration. GK quickly demurred, "If you have to take a detour, that would be quite troublesome." Li Sankai grasped his hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Is this minor detour a trouble? GK, what do you take me for?" Indeed, had it not been for GK's remarkable strength, His life might have been forfeit. 10 miles seemed trivial if GK needed it. Li Sankai would gladly carry the coffin for 1,000 miles. Ultimately, unable to refuse their warm invitation, GK consented to accompany the two siblings. The coffins provided by the Li family were quite sizable. Once placed, aside from the space for the two siblings to handle the horse, there was little room left. Li Mei remarked, "GK, would it be inappropriate for you to sit on the coffin lid?" GK replied, "Not at all. In fact, I would prefer to lie inside and catch some rest. It won't interfere with your business, will it?" "Not at all," Li Mei responded, somewhat bewildered. Shortly thereafter, GK lifted the coffin lid and comfortably lay down within. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Sankai and his sister felt a tinge of embarrassment. They had not anticipated that GK could be so unabashed. From within the coffin, GK's voice soon echoed, to say the least. "The Li family's coffin is indeed unparalleled. Lying here is even more comfortable than my own bed." Li Sankai, Li Mei. As for the comfort of their own coffin, they were rather uncertain. After a restless night, they could honestly admit that they had not slept well. The moment GK lay down, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he could not help but reveal a relaxed expression, closing his eyes. Thus, in the eyes of Li Sankai and his sister, he appeared to depart in utter tranquility. Truly, it was a picture of serenity. Chapter 36. Fantasy. The journey following the fantastical events unfolded rather smoothly. GK lay comfortably within his coffin, save for a rather unfortunate incident where a clump of bird droppings nearly struck him on the head. Otherwise, he encountered no further misfortunes. Indeed, the accumulation of insights during this period of misfortune was not incessant, but rather manifested in intervals, allowing for brief respites, occasionally surprising him and thus achieving a certain dynamic equilibrium. As noon approached, he arrived at Qingyan town. Upon emerging from the coffin, GK startled several passers-by. Li Sankai grasped his hand, engaging in a series of polite exchanges before bidding him a heartfelt farewell. GK felt somewhat overwhelmed by Li's excessive courtesy, as he had merely hitched a ride with others. Yet he was the one receiving all the gratitude, leaving him feeling a tad embarrassed. After parting ways with GK, his sister Li Mei could not help but inquire, "Brother, do you have a close relationship with the G family elder brother?" Li Sankai replied earnestly, "Certainly. Previously, we were merely acquaintances, but after last night, he has become my savior. Is he not married? Does he have a beloved? Traveling such a long distance alone, wouldn't he that be perilous?" Li Mei expressed her concerns. Li Sankai's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you implying?" Li Mei replied, "I am merely expressing concern for your friend. No need to worry, GK is quite safe. Why? He seems so gentle and unassuming, and being on his first journey, he might easily fall victim to misfortune. Oh, I forgot to mention, GK possesses extraordinary strength." "Extraordinary strength?" Observing her sister's astonished expression, Li Sankai felt a pang of ignorance was perhaps bliss. He wished fervently that he had been the one struck unconscious last night, for then his worldview might have remained unaltered. Glancing at the wild grass lining the roadside, Li Sankai recoiled slightly and urged his horse forward with a couple of swift strokes. From now on, he vowed never to spend the night in desolate mountains or abandoned temples again. No more delivering coffins such distances. Anyone wishing to purchase a coffin would have to come for it themselves. Upon reaching Qingyan town, a transit stop, GK first sought out the most bustling restaurant, indulging in a hearty meal. Following that, he sold his ancestral steed, the yellow horse. Having little prior experience in horse care, he soon realized the complications involved. After a brief journey of merely 10 miles, he sold the horse at a loss of 2 taels of silver, which left him quite disheartened. It was akin to the depreciation of a second-hand vehicle. Once someone had taken it for a ride, its value diminished, regardless of its condition. However, he considered it a timely loss, preferring it to the burden of dragging an ancestral steed along. The yellow horse, having barely spent a day out in the wild, gazed back at its former owner with a look of bewilderment as GK departed. Without the horse to carry his belongings, GK was compelled to purchase some tools. Consequently, he found himself on the road, now burdened with an additional satchel on his back. Fortunately, the reclining chair gifted to him by Tang Yi was foldable, otherwise, it would have posed quite the challenge to manage. Gazing at his reflection upon the water's surface, GK felt as though melodies began to resonate in his ears. The journey of life, a beautiful dream that stretches long. Through the trials of the road, the winds and frosts strike. In the mortal realm, how many directions do beautiful dreams hold? This imagery certainly increased Ning Saichen's aura. Afterward, GK once again embarked on his journey. Along the way, he undoubtedly encountered numerous misfortunes, yet he also savored exquisite delicacies and witnessed breathtaking vistas previously unseen. It was only through traversing this path that GK profoundly grasped the desolation of the world. At least, the northern territories of this grand dynasty were so. Upon exiting the town, the landscape was predominantly barren grasslands and wild thickets, with only sporadic patches of farmland. The few travelers he encountered appeared hasty and haunted, as if the very wilderness might engulf them at any moment. Their lack of professionalism stemmed not only from their insufficient skills, but also from their dire poverty. So impoverished that it was difficult to even consider taking a coin from them, let alone feel any sense of compassion. On the seventh day, he fell victim to a robbery. The bandits, numbering 6, comprised men, women, and children, armed with makeshift tools. Some wielded pitchforks while others carried carrying poles. They were gaunt and emaciated, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. GK had encountered unprofessionalism before, yet he had never met such a desperate group. Upon inquiry, he learned that a severe drought had led to famine in the vicinity. Their crops had perished, yet the oppressive taxes imposed by the officials remained unyielding. Driven to their wits' end, those capable of fleeing had escaped their village. Some had resorted to begging, others to thievery, while a few had chosen the perilous path of banditry, believing it to be a promising venture. After all, the tales recounted by storytellers glorified heroes as men of great wealth and indulgence. However, these few had not seen a single gain in half a month. They were unable to catch up with those who rode horses, and they feared to provoke the formidable guards of merchant caravans. When they finally encountered GK, a solitary scholar, he possessed the strength to shatter nearby boulders with a single blow. As the bandit leader lamented, they had subsisted on tree bark and wild grasses for several days. And he had a 3-year-old daughter who could not endure such fare. She was near death from starvation. As they spoke, the band of bandits erupted into tears. The friliest woman among them, weakened by malnutrition, fainting from her sobs. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, GK felt an overwhelming urge to weep alongside them. The tragedy was unbearable. Thus, not only did GK, the victim, fail to gain any wealth, but he also bestowed upon them 20 taels of silver, urging them to engage in some trade instead of continuing their life as bandits, for they truly lacked aptitude for such a path. Although GK cherished silver, he felt no remorse in parting with it this time. The principle of helping others within one's means was a long-standing tradition in the G family. Otherwise, the marriage pact involving pancakes would not have existed. Throughout his journey, GK continued walking, neither hastening his pace nor losing sight of his purpose. Throughout this journey, he increasingly became aware of the complexities and cruelties of the world. The few farmers who were forced into the life of banditry were merely a reflection of the myriad experiences along this path. In contrast, the secluded Sangshui County possessed a certain ethereal charm, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. In summary, en route to Tianren City, GK encountered his fair share of misfortunes, yet also managed to rescue some souls and acquire a modest amount of silver, while parting with some as well. Ultimately, he found himself at a slight loss, with his silver fluctuating between 7 to 800 taels, achieving a precarious equilibrium. However, in comparison to the loss of silver, he feared far more the potential loss of his marriage contract and the moldy cake. Thus he concealed them with utmost care and security. Occasionally, while sorting through his belongings, the sight of that half-moldy cake would stir a cascade of thoughts within G. Quebec. Although he was on a mission to annul the engagement, he found himself intrigued by the identity of his nominal fiancée, curious about her height, the length of her legs, and her beauty. Why bother knowing so much about someone from whom he intended to part ways? Yet, GK could not help but ponder. It was an innate human tendency, akin to the unreliable fantasies of online romances or blind dates. One is aware that the other party might very well be a fade. Yet prior to the revelation of the truth, one often indulges in fantasies. It is not a crime for the young to dream, and nearly every young person has fantasized about beautiful wealthy women or charming young maidens. GK was no exception, particularly in his previous life, where he often dreamt of a character from an anime stepping into reality, leading a blissful life together. Eventually, those dreams ceased, as he found himself enamored with another fictional partner. However, today, GK had neither the time nor the inclination to reminisce about past loves. He seemed to have lost his way. The fog enveloped the mountains, dusk had faded, and darkness was poised to envelop the land. It appeared to be a place devoid of villages or inns, making it challenging to find anyone to inquire about directions. He could only press onward. And just as he reached a point of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged. A village appeared before him. GK could not suppress his joy. It seemed he would not have to spend the night on the wilderness floor, and perhaps he could even enjoy a warm meal. With his satchel slung over his shoulder, he quickened his pace. Had he not been concerned that lying on the ground might frighten others, he would have even considered sliding down the hillside in haste. Chapter 37. The red embroidered shoes nestled at the foot of a hillside. The village was modest in size, its entirety visible from the slope. Beneath the somber sky, GK descended the hill. The only sound accompanying him was the echo of his footsteps against the earth, creating an eerie silence. Flanking the narrow path were towering reeds that swayed ominously in the breeze, resembling ghostly figures. In recent days, GK had traversed many such desolate paths. He remained intrigued by the long, filthy creature he encountered that night in the dilapidated temple, yet regretfully, he had failed to capture it for further study. He had never contemplated pursuing it. Human beings inherently harbor a fear of the unknown, and GK was no exception. What set him apart was the multitude of misfortunes he had endured, rendering his nerves far more resilient than those of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of trepidation towards that creature with arms like pythons. His curiosity was intertwined with fear, akin to a childhood fascination with horror films despite an underlying dread. As the dim sky loomed overhead, the village was nearly within reach. A few fruit trees, bearing meager yield, stood at the village's outskirts, their fruits tantalizing yet uninviting. GK, although he had sampled wild fruits along the way, had encountered worms in nearly every bite. One could only describe his luck as remarkably unfortunate. It was evident that this village was impoverished, even in the dark of night. Few homes were illuminated. Upon reaching the village entrance, GK was struck by the grim discovery of death within its bounds. In the short distance between the entrance and the large tree at the village's center, for households displayed white flags at their doorsteps, creating a haunting atmosphere amid the shadows. The silence was profound, with every home cloaked in darkness, devoid of even the bark of a dog. The entire village bore the resemblance of an immense graveyard. Carrying his satchel, GK gazed at the muddy ground, uncertain of where to seek shelter. This village did not appear particularly welcoming. Just then, a flicker of light ignited within the village. Was someone lighting a lamp? A lit lamp suggested that someone was still awake. GK quickened his pace toward the source of the light. He soon discerned that, although the house was old, it was well maintained, likely belonging to one of the prominent families in the area. After a moment's hesitation, he rapped gently on the weathered wooden door. After a brief interval, a woman's voice emanated from within, inquiring, "Who is it?" GK promptly replied, "I apologize. I am merely a wayward scholar who has lost his way in the mountains and seeks a place to rest for the night." "Are you truly a scholar?" "Indeed, I am," GK responded earnestly. For reasons unknown, he sensed a hint of nervousness from the woman inside. After a moment's pause, the door creaked open just a crack. The woman scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly reassured by his handsome and earnest appearance before cautiously opening the door. She appeared to be around 30 years of age. The woman cautiously regarded GK and said, "Esteemed sir, I must apologize. Our Lin family village seldom receives outsiders, especially at such a late hour. Thus we must exercise caution. I am truly sorry for the disturbance," GK expressed with sincere gratitude. After a brief exchange, GK realized that he had indeed found a suitable place. This was the home of the village chief, which explained its slightly more affluent appearance. Throughout this time, the woman who introduced herself as Sister Lin occasionally glanced into the inner room, her eyes clouded with worry for reasons unknown. Subsequently, she lent GK an empty room before closing the door behind her. This humble dwelling, claimed to be a guest room of Chief Lin, was essentially a half-storage room, filled with firewood apart from a single bed. However, in such a destitute place, having a room to shield oneself from the wind was a blessing. Beneath the eaves outside, there was a stove and an iron pot, suitable for cooking, which was particularly advantageous in the chill of winter. GK quickly lit a fire and began to prepare some salted meat. Salted and air-dried, this meat could be preserved for an extended period, making it ideal for soups or simple meals, perfect for traveling. As the water in the pot began to boil, a delightful aroma of meat wafted through the air. GK tore the salted meat apart and added some dried seaweed to the pot, resulting in a savory seaweed and meat soup. savoring the steaming bowl of soup alone. He felt a warm comfort in his body amidst the frigid weather, a much-appreciated reprieve. His vital energy had become increasingly refined, and theoretically, he could go 10 days without food without issue. Yet, as is the nature of man, he craved sustenance. The considerable distance he had traveled today had left him mentally famished, and thus, this simple bowl of salted meat soup tasted exceptionally delicious. During his meal, the lights in the village chief's house had already extinguished. In this world, most people adhered to the rhythm of nature, rising with the sun and resting at sunset, seldom staying up late. As the saying goes, a full belly breeds thoughts of slumber. After 2 bowls of soup and several pieces of meat, GK began contemplating the prospect of sleep. He tidied up a bit and lay down on the wooden plank bed. As he reclined on the hard surface, he couldn't help but reminisce about Lee Sankai's coffin. Unable to find comfort in sleep, GK decided to take out the reclining chair that belonged to Tang Yi and settled into it. The moment he lay down, all prior discomfort dissipated. Each time he reclined in this chair, which was shaped like Tang Yi, he couldn't help but think of his friend, his sly grin, his laziness, the way he would fall asleep after drinking. As these thoughts danced in his mind, GK found himself smiling, though soon his demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Something felt amiss. After lying there for a while, his eyelids grew heavy, feeling somewhat unfortunate. He resisted sleepiness as he closed the door to the room before finally succumbing to slumber in the chair. As the night deepened, Lin Sanjia, who had extinguished her oil lamp, remained awake due to her mother rising from bed. Despite being a woman, Lin Sanjia's mother held considerable esteem in the village. Ever since her husband's passing, she had taken over his role as village chief, a position she had maintained for over a decade. At this moment, she rose from her bed and made her way to the hall. Under the pallid moonlight, her figure appeared somewhat corpulent, particularly around her chin, where layers of fat folded upon one another, forming numerous unsightly creases. Certainly, the most striking feature was the shoes adorning her feet. This seemingly unassuming elderly woman wore a pair of shoes that were as vivid as blood, embroidered with intricate designs. The shoes appeared brand new, as if they had never encountered dust, making them particularly eye-catching. However, to Lin Sanjia, these exquisite shoes represented a source of profound dread. The change was not only evident in the increasing oiliness of her mother's chin, but also in the expression she wore at night. The sight of her mother in those embroidered shoes, with a gaze so hollow it seemed inhuman, was truly unsettling. Lin Sanjia buried her face in her quilt, tears streaming down her cheeks. She understood that her mother was unwell, yet she was oblivious to when her mother might recover. She longed to discard those shoes, yet fear held her back. At that moment, the village head, clad in the vibrant embroidered shoes, entered the kitchen. There lay a sharp kitchen knife, glimmering menacingly. Despite Lin Sanjia having hidden the knife in a very secretive spot, her mother managed to find it nonetheless. Meanwhile, GK lay comfortably on a lounge chair, snoring peacefully, seemingly dreaming of sumptuous dishes. It appeared as though someone was preparing beef strips and fried rice. How delightful. Chapter 38. Is there no one younger in your line of work? The ethereal Lin village chief stood in the hall for a moment before making her way toward the kitchen. The first time, it was a chicken from the household. The second time, a goose. And the third time, the family's aging dog that they had cared for nearly a decade. This time, who could possibly fathom what it would be? Lin Sanjia's heart raced as she recalled the scholar residing in the outer room. She yearned to intervene and prevent her mother from proceeding, yet she was paralyzed by fear, for this mother bore an unsettling strangeness. She dared not scream, fearing not only her mother's discovery, but also the dreadful consequences that might ensue. Moreover, she worried that if the villagers noticed her mother's peculiar behavior, it would tarnish her reputation as the village chief. In their small village, where shallow ponds teem with turtles, their family had basked in prominence for far too long, necessitating utmost caution in all endeavors. At most, her mother would slaughter a few chickens or geese, and at worst, perhaps even a person. Lin Sanjia's eyes sparkled with determination. She was resolute in her thoughts. Others might lose a life, but she could never bear to lose her mother. Thus, during such moments, she would always curl up beneath her blanket, feigning death, believing that by hiding like a turtle in its shell, she could evade all misfortunes. Dressed in vibrant embroidered shoes, Lin village chief emerged from the house wielding a kitchen knife. Regardless of where the household's knives and scissors were concealed, in her trance-like state, she always managed to find them. Under the moonlight, The aged Lin village chief's complexion appeared unnaturally pale. A stark white reminiscent of the funeral banners hung after a villager's demise. She uttered indistinct sounds, her gaze soon shifting toward the direction of her guest room. Although her steps seemed frail, they fell silently upon the ground, barely making a sound. At that moment, GK lay asleep within, showing no signs of waking. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Lin village chief approached the room where he rested, the dark blade in her hand glinting faintly with an ominous chill. The door to the guest room was secured from the inside, yet for Lin village chief, it posed no obstacle. Arriving at the door, she pried it open with the knife at the crevice, causing the already dilapidated latch to yield effortlessly, hanging uselessly to the side. With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing GK still deep in slumber, oblivious to the intrusion. Lin village chief scanned the room with her vacant eyes, which quickly shifted from the bed to the shadowy figure on the recliner. There, GK lay sweetly asleep, as if he had consumed honey. His presence was akin to a firefly in the night, captivating the old woman's attention instantly. Although she was aged and afflicted by a strange malady, the handsome scholar still held a significant allure for her. She approached the recliner slowly, her hollow gaze fixated on GK as if he were a piece of meat on a chopping board. In her hand, she wielded the knife, a dark, sharp blade meant for butchering. In the next moment, Lin village chief's face contorted grotesquely, and the knife was raised high. Before her lay GK, akin to the chicken, the goose, and the old dog from before. Only by extinguishing his life could she find solace. With a peculiar sound escaping her lips, village chief Lin abruptly swung the kitchen knife downwards. Her movements were decisive and practiced, reminiscent of her usual proficiency in preparing poultry. However, at that moment, a flicker of the ominous blade revealed an unforeseen twist. Instead of striking the scholar's forehead, the knife recoiled and, with a sickening crunch, embedded itself into Lin's shoulder. The flesh beneath her chin quivered slightly, presenting a rather grotesque sight, and her expression contorted further in agony. Despite the deep wound, which exposed bone, Lin did not emit a scream, nor did she struggle or bleed. Reclining in his chair, GK appeared to breathe steadily, as if still lost in slumber. The slight upturn of his lips indicated he might be dreaming of something joyous. Lin observed this scene momentarily, then forcefully extracted the knife from her shoulder and turned her gaze back to G. Quebec standing there. She steadied herself, veins pulsing visibly, and brought the knife down once more with even greater ferocity, intent on cleaving GK's head in two. In the next instant, a dull thud echoed. The knife had plunged into flesh. Lin remained stationary, but now a knife protruded from her face, embedded so deeply that it seemed to split her visage in half, leaving her expression of shock eerily bifurcated. GK, still reclining, appeared to be lost in dreams, even snoring softly. Lin's countenance twisted into a particularly grotesque grimace, and without uttering a word, she strode quickly towards the door. Just as she was about to exit the guest room, a youthful voice called out from behind, chastising her for attempting to leave after committing such an act. GK, now awake, lay in his chair with his eyes open. Accustomed to misfortune, he was generally on high alert. Yet the appearance of this elderly woman still caught him off guard. It was only when she approached, raising the knife with a whooshing sound, that he roused from his dreams, a rarity for him. In the past, he had encountered numerous instances of burglary and robbery, and he had always awakened just as intruders attempted to breach windows or doors, or as they prepared to use narcotics. This time, however, he had been caught unawares. Did this imply that the old woman possessed remarkable stealth, or was she inherently strange, defying conventional logic? GK leaned towards the latter interpretation. With a deep, bone-exposing wound on her shoulder and a sharp knife embedded in her face, she exhibited no signs of discomfort, not even a single drop of blood. Regardless of how anemic the elderly may be, it seemed impossible to reach such an extent. This could only suggest that she was not human. Oh, once again encountering something beyond the realm of humanity. The frequency of such encounters was not particularly high, yet it was certainly not low. A wave of frustration washed over GK, with his appearance and demeanor resembling that of a refined scholar. Why was it that both instances of such encounters involved an old woman? Where was Xiao Qian? In the absence of Xiao Qian, anything aesthetically pleasing would suffice. Yet, what lay before him were nothing but unsightly specimens. Unable to restrain his discontent, he remarked, "Is there truly no one younger in your profession?" As he spoke, he found himself standing before the elderly woman, as if confronting her directly. Chapter 39. Anger. Is there no one younger in your profession? Confronted by the sudden appearance of GK, the elderly woman instinctively recoiled in fear. Almost immediately, her fury ignited. The veins on her aged face twisted grotesquely, and she unleashed a vicious slap towards G. Quebec. A dull thud resonated as GK, with a deft twist of his Tai Chi stance, blocked the malevolent strike with his fist. What a lack of decorum. GK, known for his exceptional patience and respect for the elderly, found his temper flaring. This old hag was attacking without provocation, and even after being caught in the act, she dared to strike again. Was there no law left to uphold? Especially now? After her initial slap was thwarted, she seemed to act as if driven mad, raising her hand for another blow. Irritated, GK resolved to impart a small lesson. He extended his right arm, using his elbow to deflect her strike, while simultaneously pressing his palm against her forehead. In the next instant, he exerted a sudden force, pushing forward with an ordinary motion, resulting in a sharp crack as the furious expression on the old woman's face, along with the cleaver she wielded, plunged into her chest. Thus, before GK stood a headless old woman. Having delivered his minor lesson, GK felt a significant lift in his mood. This was his first time employing righteous action against another person, and it proved to be unexpectedly exhilarating and cathartic. With the head of the village headman now embedded in her body, only the handle of the cleaver protruded grotesquely from her neck, creating a terrifying sight in the moonlight. What had begun as a fierce assault now left her weakened. Her steps faltered, and she slid down the wall, sitting there devoid of her earlier arrogance. At this moment, GK seized the opportunity to scrutinize the inexplicably aggressive, slapping old woman. He had not intended to be so cruel, but her relentless provocation had left him no choice. The headless figure was clad in simple attire, yet her embroidered shoes were remarkably vibrant, seemingly stained with blood, which made for an unsettling sight. The discomfort was compounded by their pristine condition. They appeared untouched by the earth. Thus, at a glance, it seemed as if only the shoes existed. While the elderly woman wearing them faded into an unimportant backdrop, GK crouched down, intending to remove the peculiar shoes for closer examination. Just as he reached out, the headless old woman sprang to her feet and dashed towards the exit with astonishing speed. GK was taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that she could still run after sustaining his righteous blow. Goodness, she nearly scared me to death. As the headless woman burst from the house, she moved with remarkable agility, only to be met with shouts from behind. You think you can run after attacking someone? Stop right there. Upon hearing this, the headless woman quickened her pace even further. The earth beneath her feet stirred as GK executed a reverse swimming motion, sliding and chasing after her with lightning speed. Moments later, a distinct crack echoed, the sound of a broken leg. After several sliding maneuvers, the old woman crashed heavily to the ground, appearing incapacitated. At this juncture, GK once again crouched down, intent on removing her shoes. At that moment, the elderly woman straightened her body and swung her hand, slapping fiercely. Seeing that she could still retaliate, GK quickly recoiled, evading the blow while a flicker of anger ignited within him. In a flash, he embraced the noble tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, launching a frenzied assault on the old woman. Inside the room, Lin Sanjia nestled in bed, cautiously attuned to the sounds outside. However, as time passed, her concern grew. Could it be that her mother was out committing murder, hence the delay? The image of the young scholar suddenly flooded her mind. She began to contemplate how to help cover up the truth if her mother had indeed killed him. The Lin family village was remote. The death of a few outsiders would likely go unnoticed as long as the authorities were not involved. The scholar could perish, but her mother's reputation must remain intact. Otherwise, she could forget about her position as village head. Just then, she heard a flurry of hurried footsteps followed by a shout. Her mother had been discovered. The courtyard outside was empty, and the guest room door stood ajar, revealing footprints on the ground. With a racing heart, Lin Sanjia stepped out, only to freeze in shock. Under the moonlight, she beheld the scholar mercilessly beating her mother, striking with wild abandon. Not only was he trampling her with brutal force, but he was also hurling bricks and kitchen knives at her. Most horrifying of all, her mother's head had been severed. At this moment, GK had nearly finished his assault. Once the old woman's shoe had been knocked away, her strength diminished significantly, and she could no longer summon the ferocity she had moments before. So, the shoe was indeed the source of her power. As GK continued to pummel the elderly woman, he pondered this revelation. Lin Sanjia was paralyzed with fear, cold sweat pouring down her body. Her hands clawing at the ground as she attempted to crawl away, hoping to feign ignorance. She could only wish her mother could hold on a little longer to thwart this deranged scholar. Was this truly a proper scholar? Just then, a voice called out from behind her, causing Lin Sanjie to shudder and freeze in place. Beneath the pale moonlight, she could see the scholar dragging a headless corpse closer, her body trembling uncontrollably. "No, please don't kill me," Lin Sanjie pleaded, turning to GK with a face full of terror. GK, perplexed, responded, "Lin Sanjie, do not be afraid. This old woman is from your village, right? She's insane, attacking people with a knife in the dead of night, and I subdued her." With that, he lifted the headless body. Lin Sanjie's complexion turned ghostly pale, rendering her speechless. GK glanced at her and quickly said, "My apologies. This might help you see things more clearly." As he spoke, he yanked at the neck of the corpse, revealing a head adorned with a kitchen knife. Upon seeing that face, Lin Sanjie nearly lost her mind, crying out "Mother," before her vision faded to white, and she collapsed. GK, suddenly flustered, realized he was no physician and had no experience in saving lives. Had he overlooked something? Would this frighten her into a fit? He lifted his head, seeking assistance, only to find the gazes of the few onlookers in the darkness abruptly vanish from the windows. How did he come to resemble a villain? GK could only drag the headless corpse of the old woman with one hand, while leading the unconscious Lin Sanjie towards the village chief's residence with the other. Chapter 40. Farewell to the uncanny within the room. GK repeatedly pressed the acupressure point on the comatose Lin Sanjie and slapped her face. Finding no effect, he resorted to pouring a bucket of cold water over her. Only then did Lin Sanjie abruptly awaken, shivering in the chilling weather as winter approached. Upon witnessing this, GK couldn't help but exhale in relief, saying, "Lin Sanjie, you have finally awakened. You frightened me terribly. I thought you might not come back to us." He continued, "Do not be afraid. I am an honest man. It was your mother who first acted aggressively, and I was merely defending myself." Upon hearing this, Lin Sanjie trembled even more violently. "Can you understand my words, Lin Sanjie?" GK, fearing to further alarm her, spoke gently. Lin Sanjie, with a face filled with terror, nodded fervently, pleading, "I beg you, do not kill me." A sense of frustration welled up within G. Quebec. Why had he been cast in the role of the villain, seemingly coercing an innocent? After all, he was the true victim here. However, through his sincerity, he managed to persuade Lin Sanjie to believe that her mother had brought this upon herself. Moreover, it seemed that her mother was no longer human. "I am acquainted with several demon slayers, so I possess some understanding of this matter." The corpse of the village head lay in the hall, shoeless, with a neck twisted at an unnatural angle, bearing a face embedded with a kitchen knife, yet devoid of blood. As Lin Sanjie gazed upon her mother's lifeless form, tears streamed down her face, and she could no longer contain her grief, bursting into loud sobs. In her own words, she had long sensed something was amiss with her mother. Whether it was the increasingly pronounced double chin or her nocturnal, sleepwalking demeanor, both were terrifying signs. Since her mother had begun to exhibit these peculiarities, Lin Sanjie had attempted numerous remedies, even seeking assistance from an elderly Taoist priest at a mountain temple. However, after merely glancing at her mother from a distance, the priest had displayed an expression more fearful than encountering a ghost, hastily fleeing. Lin Sanjie pursued him, gripping him tightly, until he finally stammered, "Your mother has embraced something unclean. She will inevitably transform into a monstrous abomination, bringing endless calamities. Before she completely loses her humanity, you must poison her and then burn her body to ashes." Initially, Lin Sanjie had thought her mother was merely suffering from a mental affliction, one that could be remedied with care, as the village housed several eccentric elders. Yet, as time passed, she noticed her mother consuming little food. Yet her chin grew increasingly fleshy, and her affinity for a pair of mysteriously obtained embroidered shoes deepened, leading her to believe that the Taoist's words might indeed hold truth. However, years of cohabitation intertwined with fear rendered her incapable of taking action. Now, with her mother deceased in this very place, Lin Sanjie felt an unexpected sense of liberation. Repeatedly expressing her gratitude to GK, declaring him not only justified in his defense, but also a righteous hero who had helped rid her family of the calamity. Yet, the thought of her once beloved mother's passing loomed heavy in her heart, foreboding a bleak future. Overcome with sorrow, she wept uncontrollably. GK comforted her, saying, "Lin Sanjie, the village head would understand your pain and filial devotion. Perhaps burning her to ashes is a form of release. Upon hearing this, Sister Lin Sen wept even more bitterly. At dawn, GK departed from Linjia village, carrying with him his peculiar embroidered shoes. Naturally, the villagers regarded him as a harbinger of misfortune, daring only to observe him from a distance. Alas, kind-hearted souls are often misjudged. These embroidered shoes appeared almost alive, brand new. GK attempted to incinerate them, only to discover they were impervious to flames. Not only did they remain unscathed amidst the inferno, but they seemed to bloom with even greater vibrancy. Consequently, he resorted to forcibly tearing the shoes apart, during which he was haunted by the delusion that he was ripping fresh human skin. It was at that moment he uncovered 3 embroidered artifacts within the shoes, inscribed with ancient glyphs. Another artifact? GK retrieved the ominous ring he had previously discovered and, upon comparison, found the inscriptions to be eerily identical. This revelation startled him. The cursed ring had transformed the elderly woman of Sangshui County into a creature that was neither human nor ghost. While these embroidered shoes had induced terrifying changes in the village head, Lin. What exactly is the nature of this artifact? According to the elderly woman's account, she had possessed the ring for many years, suggesting an element of chance. But what of the village head's embroidered shoes? This implies that the artifact has been active, possibly harming Lin in recent months. GK carefully stored the shoe's upper. Upon reaching Tianren City, he would seek out Master Ling Yu and others to confirm this matter. He sensed that the artifact was a foreboding and dreadful entity, much like the oppressive, overcast sky that weighed heavily upon one's spirit. GK began to ponder what wisdom he should pursue next to further enhance his multifaceted abilities. The previous night had been quite harrowing, as he had nearly fallen victim to a surprise attack by that old woman. After GK bid farewell to Linjia village, Sister Lin San carried her mother's corpse to a desolate area beyond the village and set it ablaze. The great Shang dynasty traditionally favored burials. Thus, this act of cremation was considered a grave disrespect, compelling Sister Lin San to act with utmost discretion. The roaring flames quickly engulfed the village head's body. Whether due to an unusually thick layer of fat on the face or some other reason, the fire burned particularly fiercely. As Sister Lin San gazed upon this scene, she momentarily lost herself in thought. Unbeknownst to her, within the inferno, the old woman lay, her face marked by a deep gash, grinning at her. From Sangshui County to Tianren City, GK traveled for nearly a month. During this time, while he did not encounter the trials of the mythical 81, he certainly faced his fair share of misfortunes. Among the most unfortunate encounters were the towering, malevolent entity in the desolate temple on a rainy day and the bizarre village head in Linjia village. Both encounters exposed him to the scent of danger. He had slain the village head, but the towering entity had evaded his blade, leaving his family intact. Returning home, he encountered vast stretches of wilderness along the way, expanses of desolate land, where, aside from the uneven roads, few souls dared to tread. This place evokes a sensation entirely distinct from that of modern society in a previous existence. Here, every town resembles an isolated island, where individuals congregate, the vast majority remaining within the confines of their homeland from birth until death. As one approaches Tianren City, the surroundings gradually come alive. The once desolate road begins to teem with a bustling flow of vehicles, merchants and travelers incessantly traversing, while buildings rise in harmonious alignment with the terrain, softening the prior bleakness. Witnessing this scene, GK realizes that Tianren City is now within reach, and his spirits lift accordingly. Having traversed stretches of desolation, he now comprehends the preciousness of the warmth of human existence. In comparison to this expansive desolation, humanity appears rather scant. At long last, he is nearing his destination. GK glanced at the half-moldy flatbread in his package and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 41. A Rare Talent in Cultivation? On this day, following a gentle rain, the sky gradually cleared. GK moved with the throng towards the majestic city. The ancient and robust characters of Tianren City were carved upon its walls, as if narrating its strength and profound legacy. Tianren City stands as one of the foremost cities in the northern lands, steeped in history and lore, reputed to have once been inhabited by celestial beings who bestowed blessings upon it, thus earning its name. After a thorough inspection, GK entered the city, and a vibrant tapestry of urban life unfurled before him. The morning rain had left a lingering dampness on the closely knit buildings, and tiny droplets clung to the wind chimes hanging from the eaves. With a gentle breeze, The droplets shattered and, accompanied by the sound of the chimes, fell into the bustling crowd, soon lost amidst the clamor. The throngs surged like a tide, yet each face told a different story. There were merchants hurrying along, elegantly dressed young women window shopping, and street vendors peddling candied hawthorn. Their diverse appearances mingled with the steam rising from nearby food stalls, creating vivid moments filled with a sense of life and warmth. This was GK's first encounter with such a lively city since arriving in this world. Besides the bustling crowd, the imposing city walls, and the orderly patrolling soldiers provided an undeniable sense of security. GK began to grasp why Tianren City attracted such a multitude. In his previous life, major cities drew vast populations due to a variety of resources. But for the people in this world, safety was an invaluable resource that could not be overlooked. Upon entering the city, GK did not rush to indulge in food and entertainment, nor did he seek out Chinju to claim the promised roasted goose. Instead, he pressed on towards the Bai residence. The presence of so many people suggested that misfortune was likely to abound. Although he had grown accustomed to adversity, he remained wary of unforeseen circumstances that might risk losing the pastry and his marriage contract. To avoid unnecessary complications, it was imperative to resolve this matter promptly. Before arriving at the Bai residence, GK inquired about its circumstances. To his astonishment, what he learned exceeded his expectations. His grandfather had mentioned that the Bai family was affluent and influential, but he did not anticipate their wealth and power to be of such magnitude. The man who had been saved by a single pastry, the late Master Bai, had ascended to a significant position within the court, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a key minister. Master Bai's only son, Bai Tuqing, though not as renowned as his father, had also served as an inspector, a genuine figure of authority. Though he had retreated from public life for certain reasons, his reputation remained intact. However, this was not the entirety of the story, as the Bai residence appeared to be on a decline until a prodigious young woman emerged, revitalizing the family's standing and overshadowing the glory of the head of the household, Bai Tuqing, Bai Lingxiang. The eldest daughter of the Bai family and the one to whom GK was betrothed was an extraordinary prodigy in cultivation. Renowned at a young age and ranked among the top 10 on the illustrious Qingyu list of the Desheng. In this world, cultivators are already regarded as exceptional, and to be among the top 10 in such a prestigious ranking signifies potential that far surpasses that of a former regional governor. The Qingyu list of the Great Qing dynasty may initially seem akin to a mere trivial ranking, yet upon deeper exploration, one discovers it possesses considerable significance. The entity responsible for publishing this list is known as the Zhu Enli Enlu, which can be regarded as the most formidable intelligence organization within the Great Qing dynasty, without exception. The origins of Zhu Enli Enlu remain shrouded in mystery, and few can articulate its background with clarity. However, in the realm of intelligence, the veracity of information is paramount, for without it, the organization could not have sustained its operations for such an extended period and on such a grand scale. Thus, the Qingyu list, designed to appraise the young prodigies, indeed carries substantial weight. A once-in-a-lifetime cultivation genius? This description struck a familiar chord in GK's mind. He was taken aback to learn that his betrothed, in name only, was indeed a remarkable talent, ranking among the top 10 on the Qingyu list. Truly, he felt unworthy of such a match. GK resolved with increasing certainty that this marriage must be annulled. The young lady from the Bai family was reputed to be exceptionally assertive, known for her frosty demeanor, while he preferred a gentler disposition. It must be said, the inhabitants of this grand city are indeed astute, articulating matters of cultivation with impressive clarity. Unlike the rural township of Sangshui, where, had it not been for the visits of the venerable monk Lingyu, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of a mature cultivation system. After absorbing this information, GK prepared to depart, only to be halted by a recently unemployed storyteller at the street corner. "Did you not promise to treat me to a meal in exchange for our discourse? Are you attempting to swindle me?" With righteous indignation, GK retorted, "How could that be? I, GK, am certainly not one to take advantage of another." As he spoke, he produced 10 coins and handed them to the storyteller, suggesting he procure a bowl of noodles from a nearby vendor while GK attended to pressing matters. The downcast storyteller, clutching the copper coins, took a moment to process the situation and exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, the cheapest noodles here cost 18 coins. Do you take me for a beggar?" Yet, by that time, GK had already vanished from sight, leaving the storyteller to mutter curses while carefully stowing away the 10 coins. In this day and age, there seemed to be an unexpected surplus of storytellers, surpassing even the number of scholars, resulting in fierce competition. Some competitors had resorted to offering their tales for free, a development that was quite disheartening. One could very well find themselves begging for alms, the storyteller lamented. GK's hasty retreat was not a ploy to evade payment, but rather a response to pressing matters. Upon gaining insight into the Bai family's circumstances, he promptly made his way there. For the eldest daughter of the Bai family was decidedly not his type. No matter how long her legs, how fierce her demeanor, or how striking her beauty, GK would never find himself enamored by a cold and aloof woman. Given her character, she would likely look down upon him from her lofty position. He had no inclination towards a dynamic where the woman overshadowed the man. The Bai residence was situated on the eastern side of Tianren City, in a quintessentially affluent district. Compared to the bustling streets he had traversed earlier, this area was notably more tranquil, with architecture that exuded grandeur and refinement. From an external perspective, the premises appeared to be composed of majestic courtyards. The individuals on the street were either servants or members of wealthy families seated in palanquins, with the occasional elegantly dressed man or woman passing by. Just after noon, GK arrived beneath the sycamore tree outside the Bai residence. Before the entrance, 2 towering stone lions stood sentinel, exquisitely carved and exuding an air of grandeur. At the threshold, a man, presumably a steward, was vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Faced with this scene, GK could not help but take a deep breath to steady himself. The matter of breaking off an engagement was truly foreign to him. After considerable effort to regain his composure, he approached the steward with a smile, only to involuntarily exclaim, "Shit," in a moment of surprise, startling the steward. Did even the doorstep of this illustrious household harbor such unpleasantness? GK could not suppress a wave of irritation. Chapter 42. In truth, I am here to annul the engagement in the Bai residence. The courtyard was deep and secluded, its tall sycamore trees shielding it from the biting winds. Yet the entire space exuded an air of forlorn chill. The impeccably dressed Madame Bai glided through the corridor, her well-maintained visage devoid of any trace of joy, while beside her, a handmaiden clutched a half-moldy pancake, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and concern. She was acutely aware of her mistress's aversion to filth, and the pancake's aged appearance was indeed hard to bear, even for a servant. Seated in the Chen family's elegantly adorned hall, GK marveled at the exquisite furnishings and decor, once again lamenting the luxuries of the affluent. Indeed, these objects were foreign to him, yet their opulence was unmistakable. To relinquish this marriage contract would mean forfeiting a cold, wealthy bride. GK felt a tinge of regret, though not overwhelmingly so. At present, anxiety overshadowed his thoughts. Annulling an engagement was a first, and broaching the subject with elders was an unprecedented experience. It was akin to being summoned to the office by a teacher over matters of youthful romance. As the light at the entrance shifted, a stately matron entered, accompanied by a maid. Judging by her attire and demeanor, this must be Madame Bai, the mistress of the Bai household. He promptly rose to pay his respects, striving to appear courteous. If Miss Bai were indeed her biological daughter, judging by her mother's appearance, she was likely to be a beauty. Madame Bai offered a gentle smile and gracefully settled into the main seat. This child was certainly more pleasing to the eye than she had anticipated. The half-moldy pancake was placed on a nearby table by the maid, and as GK reached for the engagement letter in his pocket, Madame Bai extended her hand, saying, "Nephew, there is no need for haste." GK took his seat, refraining from further action. Though they were not related by blood, she was still an elder, and a rather attractive one at that. As a guest, he felt compelled to abide by the host's lead. Madame Bai lifted her teacup, casting a glance at the pancake without drinking, and inquired, "Nephew, how long have you been in Tianren City?" Madame Bai nodded, remarking, "After such a taxing journey, one should rest well before exploring further. The lanterns along the Qingyan River are quite beautiful, and the scenery at Yuhua Rock is also commendable." With a slight arch of her brow, Madame Bai continued, "However, this matter need not be rushed, as it is of considerable significance. The old master once received a favor from your family as patriarch, and we must remember this with utmost sincerity. We cannot afford to treat the matter of marriage frivolously." GK nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is true." Madame Chun interjected, "With Ling Shuang absent, we must proceed with caution." GK hastily asked, "May I inquire when Miss Bai is expected to return home?" His question elicited a discreet roll of the eyes from the somewhat acerbic maid beside Madame Bai. How impatient he seemed. Madame Bai maintained her composure, though she had begun to harbor some reservations. The young man was indeed handsome, yet he hailed from a lesser background. Perhaps naively believing that with merely a half-moldy pancake, he could easily wed her daughter and embark on a life of opulence. Impatience lingered in the air, yet it was understandable. Her demeanor turned somewhat frosty as she spoke. My esteemed father has departed. Although my husband no longer holds an official post, he remains a person of significance, placing great importance on the character of those within his household. Our meeting is our first, and as we are still unfamiliar with each other, I have heard that you are a scholar aspiring to further your academic pursuits. Lady Bai raised an eyebrow, her surprise evident. Have you already achieved the status of a successful candidate? GK, maintaining a serious facade, replied, in truth, I did not succeed in this year's examination for scholars. How unfortunate that the topic was broached. At this, a nearby maidlet couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Not even a scholar, yet so eager to elevate oneself to the lady's station. Lady Bai cast a cold glare at the maid, who quickly fell silent, deterred from further outbursts. At that moment, Lady Bai murmured, in truth, my dear nephew, there is no need for concern. The path of scholarly pursuit and official recognition is not the only avenue available. Indeed, it may not even be the most advantageous. Presently, there exists a trend in the court that favors martial prowess over literary attainment. My elder brother Ling Shuang, who is merely 5 years your senior, has ventured to the frontier and achieved the rank of 1,000 households through his own endeavors. The Bai family boasts 1 son and 2 daughters. As for Ling Shuang, his reputation does not tarnish our father's name. The 2 daughters are equally impressive. My younger sister, Lu Er, possesses exceptional talent and has already caught the eye of the Yunshu sect, awaiting only a few more years before embarking on her cultivation journey. Regarding my elder sister Ling Shuang, you may have heard of her ranking 6th on the Qingyu list, her fame eclipsing even that of our father. As GK absorbed these familial anecdotes, he experienced a peculiar sensation reminiscent of standing on a sun-drenched playground while the principal outlined 3 key points. In the eyes of the maid, he appeared increasingly uncomfortable, prompting her to silently pout. Such fortuitous opportunities are rare, even if they existed. Not everyone is equipped to seize them. As a servant who witnessed her young lady's brilliance captivating all, this maid took pride in her status, acutely aware of the weight that the young lady held in the eyes of her parents. Upon learning of this inexplicable betrothal, her immediate reaction was one of injustice. How could her lady marry an ordinary person? From the outset, she harbored an aversion toward the rumored betrothed, G. Quebec. Upon meeting him, learning that he hailed from the countryside and had not even passed the scholar's examination only deepened her disdain. Just as GK opened his mouth to respond, Lady Bai continued speaking, seemingly without needing to pause for breath. Li Xianshi, you are unfamiliar with Tianren City and may not fully grasp the intricacies of cultivation. The status of those with great potential in the Shang dynasty far surpasses that of a mere scholar who has passed the imperial examination and subsequently taken up an official role. While elders deserve our respect, the decisions made by those who have passed must not be blindly accepted. We, the descendants, must find more suitable means to navigate these matters. In due time, Lu Er and we will come to know you better, and then it will be most fitting to discuss this betrothal. What do you think? Upon hearing the phrase, what do you think? GK's once dim eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. Oh my, has she finally finished speaking? Is it my turn now? GQ wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, well, Aunt, there is truly no need for such trouble. In fact, I have come to annul the engagement. Lady Bai, maid. Chapter 43. The wife of Tang sung silence, absolute silence. With the ceaseless discourse of Lady Bai now absent, GK felt as though the entire world had been rendered tranquil. This sensation was akin to the relief one experiences when the principal finally concludes a long-winded lecture. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the floral arrangement on the table to sway slightly. Lady Bai's slightly parted crimson lips closed, her expression one of disbelief as she inquired, what did you just say? GK retrieved the marriage contract from his bosom and responded, Aunt, you are quite right. How could the decisions of the elders constrain the present generation? Miss Bai is a paragon among women, a rare talent in the realm of cultivation. I am but an ordinary scholar, destined to never reach her heights, and thus I shall not impose my desires. Why does this differ so greatly from my expectations? The maidservant couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps I misjudged him. He is not greedy, but rather, far more short-sighted than I had imagined. He likely desires some monetary compensation. Yet, I cannot fault him. After all, he hails from a small, impoverished town. Indeed, it must be so. GK hastily added. This pancake is merely a pancake, but seeing the Bai family's ample wealth. How about returning to me 10 pancakes? No, how about 100? If this were to circulate, it could be seen as a small favor repaid with great gratitude. Just as she had begun to understand, believing GK to be merely shallow and greedy for wealth. The maidservant's expression fell once more, her forehead creasing in confusion. Pancakes? How could it possibly be about pancakes? In an instant, the entire hall was once again enveloped in an enigmatic silence. After a moment of contemplative deliberation, Lady Bai shook her head and declared, "No, this marriage cannot be annulled." GK's heart skipped a beat as he replied, "And surely it cannot be that complicated? As long as you and Uncle agree, the children have no reason to disobey." Lady Bai replied coolly, "Cousin G, this matter is not so simple." GK interjected, "If you were to truly annul the marriage based on my family's pancakes, what would the world say of the Bai family? They would surely claim that we are abusing our influence, disregarding the late elder's wishes, and humiliating others with pancakes to dissolve a betrothal." The maidservant suddenly grasped the depth of Lady Bai's wisdom, realizing that the young man's thoughts were far more intricate than they appeared. Beneath his seemingly innocent facade lay a treacherous intent. Shock spread across GK's face as he exclaimed, "Aunt, not many are aware of this engagement, and it was I who suggested the annulment. If you do not speak of it, nor do I, how could it become public knowledge?" Lady Bai wore a wry smile as she responded, "It is not that there are no people in this city who are aware of the engagement. The entire household knows that my father, when inebriated, tended to speak recklessly. Who knows to whom he may have divulged this information? Then I shall draft a written agreement stating that it was I who proposed the annulment," GK asserted. Lady Bai shook her head, replying, "Then outside, they will say that we coerced you into establishing this agreement. Regardless of how this marriage is dissolved today, the public will perceive it as us forcing your hand. Can the outside world truly meddle so freely?" GK discovered that the situation was far more complex than he had initially imagined, and the glimmer of hope in his eyes had once again dimmed. He was unaware of the extent to which the idle chatter of those outside and the writings of various scribes could infuriate one to the point of bloodshed. Lady Bai, with a countenance of caution, remarked on this. It was evident that the affluent family placed great importance on their reputation. However, his intent was to annul the engagement. At this juncture, GK could no longer maintain his composure and declared, "Aunt, I must speak candidly. I am a person who could not even pass the examinations, and my misfortunes are rather extraordinary." "Misfortunes? I often step in filth, bricks fall from the sky to strike me, bamboo poles jab at me, and I am either beset by thieves or accosted by bandits. I have even encountered a tiger while enjoying the springtime. With my dismal luck, how could I possibly be a suitable match for the Bai family?" GK's expression was sincere. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from both Lady Bai and the maid. Almost in unison, being of noble lineage, Lady Bai quickly composed herself and said, "Nephew, you need not speak such absurdities. Moreover, if you truly are as unfortunate as you claim, given the kindness that the late Master G extended towards my Bai family, we would have every reason to assist you." She continued, "The master knows several esteemed monks and sages who might be able to aid you." Upon hearing this, GK felt as if he might bleed from the indignation. This annulment was turning out to be nothing like the plot he had envisioned. "Then, Aunt, what must I do to annul the engagement?" he asked, still unwilling to concede. Lady Bai leisurely sipped her tea and replied, "As I initially stated, dear nephew, you are to receive a higher starting point, which can be seen as an acceptance of my Bai family's grace. After a few years, should you and Ling Shuang still find yourselves incompatible, it would not be too late to reconsider the annulment. By then, having achieved a greater status and accomplishments, we of the Bai family would have fulfilled our obligation of gratitude, and others would speak no ill of it." GK found himself utterly bewildered, thinking, "But I do not desire this." His current ambition was to travel, not to toil for wealth and status. Unable to contain himself, he said, "Madam, what if I insist on annulling the engagement today?" "That would indeed be impossible, even should the master come," she replied. "Why is that?" he inquired. "Ling Shuang has been fiercely independent since childhood. We seldom involve ourselves in her affairs, nor are we able to. You know, Her current prominence far exceeds that of both myself and the master. GK pressed a hand to his tight chest and said, "If you have no authority to decide, why burden me with such discussions?" Lady Bai responded, "Nephew, although this is our first meeting, you are nonetheless a descendant of an acquaintance. Furthermore, as you are new to our household, it is only fitting that I offer some guidance. You may stay with us for a few days, and I shall." He envisioned the prospect of residing there, fearing that Lady Bai would incessantly dispense her reasoning, which made him hesitant to remain. GK finally grasped a crucial truth. The previous exchanges had been in vain. This matter could only be addressed with the principal party involved. He had gravely miscalculated by Ling Shuang's standing and influence within her family. The so-called parental decree was only applicable to common folk. The white lady took a delicate sip of her tea, and with a measured tone, remarked, "Ling Shuang is currently on a journey of cultivation. I am truly unaware of her whereabouts. It must require at least a month or two." As she stepped into the courtyard, GK paused momentarily, glancing to his right. There, a young maiden leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and shyness, and she called out, "Brother-in-law." Chapter 44. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Before him stood a young girl adorned in a delicate yellow gauze dress, her oval face framed by exquisite features, her complexion as smooth as polished jade. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, undeniably a budding beauty. In her hand, she clutched a piece of unfinished sugarcane, her expression a blend of curiosity and slight shyness. If GK's assumptions were correct, this must be Bai Lu Shuang's younger sister, Bai Lu. Should this marriage come to fruition, she would become his sister-in-law. No, this cannot happen. According to Aunt Bai, this sister possesses an innate talent for cultivation, a rarity among the masses. Could it be that the Bai family is teeming with prodigies? This young lady is indeed strikingly beautiful, albeit somewhat flat-chested. Ugh! Suddenly, GK was reminded of the troublesome matter of the annulment and immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I am not your brother-in-law. I must take my leave. The Dragon Boat Festival is next month. I shall return then." "Brother-in-law, do not call me brother-in-law. I am truly not your brother-in-law. I must take my leave," GK exclaimed, disregarding his scholarly demeanor as he hurriedly dashed out of the Bai residence, inadvertently struck on the head by 2 fallen pine cones. Cursing his misfortune under his breath, Bai Lu watched his hasty departure, unable to contain her laughter. My brother-in-law is rather handsome." Meanwhile, the scene was quite different for Madame Bai. Observing her mother's troubled expression, Bai Lu could not help but speak up. "Mother, if sister is unsuitable, then so be it. What about me?" Madame Bai, already fraught with concerns over the marriage proposal, momentarily paused upon hearing her younger daughter's words, then replied, "What do you mean? If sister wishes to pursue her cultivation, let her do so. I enjoy the simplicity of life. We are all members of the Bai family. If sister is unwilling, I shall make the sacrifice and take on this marriage. That way, both you and sister need not worry." As her voice dwindled, it became so faint by the end that it resembled the buzzing of a mosquito. This was due to Madame Bai's already darkening expression, her anger swelling within her. "Stop right there. Stop." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lu turned and fled. "You troublesome girl. This situation is already chaotic, and you still aggravate me." Madame Bai, unable to keep pace, was left panting in frustration. Not long after exiting the Bai residence, GK leaned against the phoenix tree outside and abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Though this blood was infused with certain extraordinary properties, it genuinely reflected his current sentiments. Over the past year, he failed to secure a position as a scholar, his finances dwindling. And now he found himself unable to even annul a marriage that he was determined to escape. It was utterly toxic. And Bai, too, why would she not allow the annulment when he was weak? Even in his misfortune, she refused to relent, droning on like a monk for what felt like an eternity, not permitting interruptions, only to conclude with her inability to decide. What was the purpose of all this if she could not take charge? At that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. An egg landed squarely on GK's head. Rubbing his scalp, he picked up the egg in astonishment. An iron egg? He lifted his gaze, exasperated. Who the hell hides iron eggs in trees? Why not just conceal a brick? In the next moment, he abruptly retreated. With a resounding thud, a half-brick tumbled from the tree above, landing perilously close to his feet. The household servants at the entrance stood in stunned silence, witnessing what seemed to be the legendary phenomenon of words manifesting into reality. Just days prior, the young master of the neighboring Yu family had been playing in that very tree, and who would have thought it concealed bricks? Within the Bai residence, a maid could not help but inquire, "Madam, are we truly letting him go just like that?" Lady Bai, her expression dark and foreboding, replied, "What do you suggest? Should we forcibly keep him here as a prospective son-in-law?" The maid, taken aback, stammered an apology for her impertinence. "Let us assign 2 people to keep an eye on him. Tianren City is vast, and as a newcomer from the countryside, if he encounters trouble here, it would reflect poorly on our Bai family." "Very well." The maid accepted her orders and swiftly departed. At that moment, Bai Lu rushed in, asking, "Mother, when will dinner be ready? I'm starving. Do you dare to provoke me further? Have you completed your studies for today? Have you finished your martial arts practice? Do not assume that your natural talent grants you the liberty to squander your time. You are still young, yet your thoughts are scattered. Do you truly believe you deserve a meal?" Bai Lu, despite her innate spiritual aptitude, did not compare favorably to her elder sister Bai Ling Shuang in character. Bai Ling Shuang devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation, leaving no room for distractions, while her younger sister seemed preoccupied solely with indulgence. To put it bluntly, one might say she was frivolous, consumed by the pleasures of life. These thoughts ignited Lady Bai's ire, leading her to consume only 3 bowls of rice at midday. After departing the Bai residence, GK was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. However, for a prodigious talent in cultivation such as himself, this was merely a triviality, a mere reflection of his emotional state rather than a physical affliction. He could hardly stomach a single bowl of rice, instead opting for 4 bowls of oily noodles and a plate of braised pig's trotters at a local noodle shop. In this unfamiliar Tianren city, such culinary delights were the only balm for his wounded spirit. Once he finished his meal, GK found himself aimlessly wandering the streets, and misfortune soon befell him. A pickpocket snatched 10 taels of silver from him, only to be caught in the act. As the thief tearfully pleaded for mercy, he ultimately lost 43 taels and endured a severe beating. After dealing with the thief and recovering some silver, GK's mood improved considerably. Tianren City was vast, its architecture shaped by the undulating terrain, each direction boasting its unique charm. The Bai residence, located in the eastern part of the city, was notably quieter and cleaner than the western district, yet GK found himself drawn to the latter, at least in terms of culinary options. The western area offered greater variety. Feeling fatigued from his explorations, GK sought refuge in a tea house, where he intended to listen to stories. However, the storyteller's voice possessed a hypnotic quality, and despite the loud clapping of the wooden block and the fervent delivery, the audience succumbed to slumber, GK among them. In truth, most patrons of the Lumeng Tea House were not there to listen to tales, but rather to catch up on their sleep. Thanks to this peculiar appeal, the storyteller managed to thrive, not merely surviving, but flourishing. When GK awoke, he discovered that twilight was approaching. It was time for dinner once more. Not far away, the 2 individuals dispatched by the Bai residence to follow him were still snoring. Soon, the night within the Bai residence was filled with Lady Bai's incredulous voice questioning how they could lose track of a mere scholar, daring to claim proficiency in the art of tracking. The 2 servants found themselves momentarily speechless. They had previously served as scouts in the military. Adept at tailing a scholar should have been a trivial task. However, the storyteller's voice was utterly terrifying. The duo believed that enduring the sound of the storyteller without succumbing to sleep was a challenge more daunting than holding in one's bowels. Thus, they resolved to send out more people to search, as Lady Bai inquired about any discoveries from the afternoon's endeavors. This young Master Ji had, throughout the afternoon, stepped in excrement 3 times, encountered a quarrelsome couple who hurled a kettle of boiling water at him. Though it missed, it nonetheless dampened his boots. During lunch, he bit into a nail hidden within his food, and later, while traversing the western part of the city, he encountered a pickpocket. But he reacted swiftly and detected the attempt immediately. After listening to the recounting of the 2 servants, Lady Bai found herself momentarily disoriented. It appeared that the young man's earlier claims of misfortune were no jest, but a stark reality. However, such a string of calamities seemed excessive, and she pondered how he had managed to survive thus far. Chapter 45. He is a novice in the midst of his unfulfilled marriage. GK would be disingenuous to claim he felt no frustration. However, having been perpetually beset by misfortune, his resilience and ability to navigate setbacks exceeded that of the average person. There is no dilemma that cannot be alleviated by a feast. If one meal is insufficient, then 2 shall suffice. Consequently, GK indulged himself in a plethora of sumptuous banquets. The culinary delights of Tianren City were simply too abundant to resist. From the king crab shell to the fire cloud beef fried rice, from the cold lake vinegar fish to the spicy goose feet, and the steamed preserved meats to the thousand-threaded cow tripe. In short, apart from awaiting Chunju's invitation for the renowned Qian Kun roast goose, GK endeavored to sample every notable dish available. What was most remarkable was not only the exquisite variety of the cuisine, but also the impeccable service. At the bustling Wang's King Crab Shell restaurant, there were even charming young ladies on hand to assist with shelling the crabs. These young women, radiant and alluring, were dressed lightly in the frigid weather, revealing their fair skin and enchanting features. Were it not for the crab meat adorning his plate, GK might have doubted his presence in such an establishment. For those dining with children, dedicated staff were available to tend to the little ones. And if one were to celebrate a birthday there, it would be an occasion to remember, as the restaurant would send out graceful young maidens to dance and hand-pull noodles in celebration, adding a splendid sense of ceremony. In essence, this was the most attentive establishment GK had ever encountered, to a degree bordering on the absurd. Naturally, the prices were commensurately steep. In the past few days, GK, who had been diligently saving, began to embrace a surprisingly lavish lifestyle, spending freely. Not only did he indulge in extravagant meals daily, but he also dared to occupy a standard room at the inn. Why not choose a superior room? It was simply a matter of lacking the audacity. With gambling losses and empty pursuits, comfort was his only requirement. In the end, dining remained the most worthwhile indulgence. For these days, GK resembled a mouse ensnared in a rice bin, reveling in a life of excess and indulgence, oblivious to the trivialities of unfulfilled aspirations, broken engagements, or the burdens of his fiancée. One fateful morning, after a fortnight of indulgence, GK awoke in the inn with a jolt, suddenly realizing a rather alarming truth. While he remained, his funds were rapidly depleting. The joy of hedonism came at a price. Upon reflection, he discovered that in just 13 days, nearly half of his 750 taels of savings had vanished. If he continued on this path, he feared he might soon find himself unable to afford even the inn. That very day, GK downgraded his accommodation from a standard room to a shared one. GK, today you must economize, he admonished himself. Yet, at noon, he found himself savoring a lavish king crab shell meal costing 7 taels, served by the lovely Miss Chun. GK, this must be your final indulgence, he resolved, determining that the next day he would restrict himself to a simple bowl of noodles. The following day, he dined on the cold lake vinegar fish priced at 5 taels. It was an unavoidable temptation, as such fresh fish, recently brought from the cold lake, was a rarity hard to come by. After finishing his meal of fish, GK resolutely decided to forego food for an entire day. However, the following day, he found himself indulging in a roasted pig's trotter and ventured to the demon-subduing tower, hoping to find Chunju to claim his promised Qiankuan roast goose, while also seeking a reasonably priced lodging. He needed to conserve his funds for essential expenditures, such as enjoying another serving of fiery cloud fried rice. GK had always assumed that in such a populous city as Tianren, there would be numerous individuals eager to rob or cheat him, leading him to believe that he could soon regain his wealth after a temporary setback. Unfortunately, fortune had not favored him. Over the past 10 days, he had encountered 4 groups of pickpockets, and aside from a small gain on the first day, the other 3 groups were remarkably impoverished, yielding no justice in the form of bounty. At this juncture, GK began to feel a rational sense of panic. This anxiety mirrored the experience of suddenly losing one's job just after taking on a 30-year mortgage amidst an economic crisis. He had underestimated the cruel capriciousness of misfortune. When one is particularly unfortunate, even the thieves seem to be unusually destitute. More alarmingly, he realized he was on the brink of financial ruin. He had barely sampled 1/3 of the delectable cuisine that captured his interest in Tianren, let alone revisiting those he longed to savor again. GK began to contemplate whether he should seek some part-time work at the demon-subduing tower to sustain his livelihood. Alas, establishing oneself in a bustling metropolis is indeed a daunting task. The branch of the demon-subduing tower was nestled within a bamboo grove on the outskirts of Tianren City, offering a stark contrast to the clamor of the city with its serene and somewhat mysterious ambience, evoking the sensation of having stepped into another realm. Deep within the bamboo thicket stood a 7-story tower, its design simple yet striking, marking it as the branch of the demon-subduing tower. While the main tower resided in the south, This branch in Tianren was not insignificant, featuring not only the 7-story tower, but also several courtyards and rooms. As GK drew nearer, he noticed a large stone at the entrance, inscribed with the poignant phrase, "Awakening from dreams, the world is bitter, yet the spirit of chivalry endures." This inscription prompted him to reminisce about the venerable monk Lingyu, his fellow disciple Qinzhu, and his own dashing persona. The demon-subduing tower lacked imposing guards, allowing GK to enter effortlessly. After some inquiries, he discovered that both the monk Lingyu and Qinzhu were absent, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the hall on the first floor of the tower housed approximately a dozen individuals, most gathered around the bounty board. Engaged in discussion, it was evident that Lingyu and Qinzhu were quite renowned in this locale. Upon mentioning their names, everyone seemed to recognize him. However, he sensed a lack of enthusiasm among the crowd regarding their fame. Consequently, aside from 2 female demon slayers who continued to steal glances at him, the rest of the assembly paid him little heed. GK felt overlooked, a clear indication that his connection to the esteemed Master Lingyu held little weight. Ultimately, he approached one of the female demon slayers who had been discreetly observing him. She appeared to be in her 20s, slightly older than him, and initially seemed inclined to jest with him, but soon adopted a more serious demeanor. It was only after he had posed his questions that GK noticed a man behind her, glaring at him with a menacing expression. The scene unfolded as if he had stolen the man's wife, creating an atmosphere that was momentarily tense and awkward. At that moment, the female demon hunter approached the man and whispered, "My dear, why do you wear such a grim expression? That young gentleman merely asked me a few questions." "Oh, so this woman truly is his wife. However, I genuinely only inquired about a few matters. There was no need for such a reaction from this fellow." "What questions?" the man asked with a serious demeanor. "Oh, that young gentleman is merely a novice. He sought my guidance," the female demon hunter explained. Overhearing this, GK, who was attempting to mask his embarrassment by sipping water, nearly spewed it from his nose. "Sister, how do you intend to explain this without provoking wild imaginations?" At this juncture, the man's face turned a shade of green as he questioned, "He approached you because he is a novice? With so many people around, why did he specifically seek you out?" The female demon hunter, visibly irritated, retorted, "Who knows why he chose to ask me? Is it a crime to be attractive? You are simply paranoid and looking for trouble. I suspect you are hiding something shameful." "What shameful matter are you referring to? Clarify yourself. You have a penchant for pretty boys. You speak nonsense." As the argument escalated, the two began to quarrel. GK, still trying to comprehend the situation, heard the sharp sounds of 2 slaps followed by the thuds of fists colliding. The couple had indeed started to fight. With a loud crash, they tumbled out the door, shattering both door and window in the process. Onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, and GK, not immune to the curiosity, took out a pie he had purchased earlier, munching on it as he watched. This couple was truly brawling. The woman had her hair yanked, and the man ended up sporting raccoon eyes. "Are demon hunters usually this volatile?" An elderly man commented nearby. "Young man, shouldn't you leave? That man might take out his frustrations on you." GK replied earnestly, "I only asked a few questions. Serious inquiries," he added. "You chose to approach a woman who is not to be trifled with, if she is in a bad mood. Your so-called serious questions may soon turn frivolous. The man will certainly not concern himself with such distinctions. Did you notice the tattoos on him?" At that moment, the man's shirt had been torn open by the woman, revealing a black dragon tattoo. A black dragon? How blind can one be? He calls himself the one-eyed black dragon, but we privately refer to him as the blind dragon. When he loses his temper, he strikes even his own allies, save for his woman. "What a peculiar fellow," GK observed, recognizing that the man was stronger than the woman yet was deliberately enduring her blows. It dawned on him that this pin-up rage might very well be unleashed upon him. Feeling apprehensive, GK quietly retreated into the crowd, turning to leave while casually pocketing a wanted poster. "I have taken a liking to him. Are you satisfied now?" At that moment, the woman suddenly exclaimed this, prompting GK to mutter an expletive, his scalp tingling as he dashed away. Encountering such a situation was truly unfortunate. The behavior of this couple left GK, the unluckiest of souls, feeling quite flustered. Chapter 46. A Heart Unburdened by Men by Ling Shuang walked amidst the crowd, her expression one of indifference. Her eyes, captivating like autumn waters, held a chill reminiscent of an unmelting ice layer in winter. As one of the top 10 prodigies on the Qingyu list, Bai Lingshuang was not one to act ostentatiously. However, her beauty and innate talent had garnered her early recognition. Previously, she was known primarily as the granddaughter of the former Right Minister of War and the eldest daughter of the former governor of Lingyuan, earning her the title of one of the four beauties of the North. Yet, all of that changed when, at the age of 15, she achieved self-mastery at home, condensing her qi into essence, and became the fastest cultivator in a century to attain the third realm in the North. Consequently, when people spoke of her, they no longer referred to her lineage but simply as Bai Lingshuang, the Bai Lingshuang who condensed her essence at 15. Following this, her name graced the Qingyu list. In the subsequent years, the three eminent cultivation sanctuaries in the capital, Baiya Mountain Academy, Linglu Mountain, and the Star-Plucking Pavilion, extended invitations to her, with many distinguished figures from the upper echelons willing to personally mentor her. Wang Anji, the vice president of the Star-Plucking Pavilion, renowned for his invincibility in the fifth realm, even expressed a desire to take her as his closed-door disciple, a rare honor he had not bestowed in 20 years. The prominent sects of the North, situated close by, sent even more personal invitations. Yet, as years passed, Bai Lingshuang remained undecided. She had yet to discern the path she wished to tread, thus continuing her explorations in the world to dispel the fog that shrouded her future. Upon entering the side hall, Bai Lingshuang observed two servants emerging with utmost respect. Upon noticing her, their demeanor shifted to one of heightened humility, even tinged with trepidation. This transformation prompted Bai Lingshuang to raise an eyebrow slightly. The servants of the Bai household displayed a level of fear towards her that surpassed even that directed at Madame Bai and the master of the house, Bai Tuqing. Not to mention, the anxiety directed towards someone of her standing was palpable. Bai Lingshuang's curiosity was piqued by their evident trepidation, as if they were attempting to evade her presence. If her memory served her right, these two individuals were guests of the household, tasked specifically with gathering intelligence and surveillance. At that moment, Bai Lingshuang spotted her mother and couldn't help but smile gently, the frost in her eyes thawing slightly under the warmth of familial affection. Having witnessed her eldest daughter's enchanting demeanor, Madame Bai was in high spirits and remarked, "Lingshuang, they say that the trials of the outside world are arduous. Yet I feel you have grown plumper." With that, she tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing Bai Lingshuang, particularly her bosom and waist. Bai Lingshuang, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, replied, "What nonsense. Of course not. But the other day, I mentioned to my brother-in-law." Her words were abruptly interrupted by a series of forceful coughs. Noticing her mother's intense gaze, which conveyed a warning, Bai Lu feigned ignorance and asked, "Mother, what is the matter with your throat?" "I have a bit of dryness in my throat," Madame Bai responded hoarsely. "Then you should drink some tea," Bai Lingshuang suggested. Handing her a cup of tea, Madame Bai took the teacup and, having sipped a mouthful, was interrupted by Bai Lingshuang's sudden inquiry. "What did you just say about my brother-in-law?" With a startled gasp, Madame Bai spluttered tea all over her chest. Before she could collect herself, she hastily fled the scene, snatching a few pastries from the table in her haste. "That little rascal," Madame Bai seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet, upon noticing her elder daughter's gaze fixed upon her, her expression faltered momentarily. Bai Lingshuang spoke with calmness. "Is he here?" "Yes," Madame Bai replied with a hint of resignation. "I thought he would have the sense not to show up. What do you and father intend to do?" Bai Lingshuang inquired as she settled herself. "Your father and I believe it best for him to first undergo training at the military to ascertain whether he possesses any merit," Madame Bai explained. "And what did he say?" He is unwilling," Madame Bai hesitated. "Unwilling? Does he truly intend to marry me?" "Alas, I have no desire for marriage. Men are rather tedious when it comes to the pursuit of the Tao. A wise elder once remarked that with no thoughts of men, one draws the sword with divine clarity. While somewhat one-sided, there lies a kernel of truth in it," Bai Lingshuang remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly. "No," Madame Bai interjected. He is. Bai Lingshuang, puzzled, pressed on, "Mother, why do you speak so hesitantly?" "Ultimately, he has come to annul the engagement," Madame Bai confessed. Bai Lingshuang. Upon hearing this revelation, even the usually placid Bai Lingshuang was taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "What does he desire?" "Then? Wealth?" Madame Bai's expression turned peculiar as she replied, "He requested 100 pancakes." A look of confusion returned to Bai Lingshuang's face as she echoed, "Pancakes?" "Indeed." He stated that if the Bai family were to repay him with 100 pancakes, it would be considered a debt repaid, Madame Bai said, somewhat dazed. Utterly baffling. Bai Lingshuang remarked, a flicker of irritation crossing her eyes. She had never met the young man with whom she was betrothed, though she had found the engagement perplexing. She harbored little prejudice against him. After all, such arrangements were made by their elders, and he was merely an ordinary person from a small town, unable to alter his fate. She could even envision his timid demeanor before the cautious Bai family. However, today's revelations had exceeded her expectations. She found this sentiment displeasing, suspecting that he might be indulging in some pretentiousness typical of scholars, tinged with a hint of self-doubt, seeking to draw attention. When Bai Lu first heard this news, her immediate thought was about the fillings of those 100 pancakes. Surely, they could not all contain the same filling? Mother, where is he? Bai Lingshuang made her judgment and inquired. Madame Bai responded, he slipped away. We have yet to locate him. Leave the subsequent matters to me, Bai Lingshuang asserted earnestly. But Madame Bai hesitated momentarily. You and father are wonderful, but you tend to overthink things, oblivious to the advantages of decisive action. Fear not. I shall exercise due caution. Furthermore, Xiao Lu is quite bothersome, incessantly referring to her as sister-in-law, making it feel as though she genuinely wishes to assume the role of a younger sister-in-law. I shall take it upon myself to teach her a lesson. With that, Bai Lingshuang stood to take her leave, leaving Bai Madame seated, momentarily at a loss for words, her emotions complex. As a mother, she could not divulge that she herself had contemplated stepping into that younger sister-in-law's shoes. Bai Madame could not suppress a sigh. This matter was indeed vexing. What she had discussed with GK the other day was no jest. Her daughter was far too accomplished and determined, and her understanding of cultivation was rather rudimentary, rendering her incapable of managing the situation. At this juncture, GK had recently departed from the demon-subduing tower and stood at the street corner, pondering the intricacies of life. With Master Lingyu and Brother Qinzhu absent, his plans for culinary delights and part-time demon subjugation had to be temporarily shelved. To become a demon slayer, one must be personally recommended, akin to internal referrals in the modern workplace. Presently, his most pressing need was to locate an affordable place to reside. People prioritize food above all else. One should never compromise on sustenance. While subpar living conditions can be tolerated, as he searched, he was suddenly enveloped by the enticing aroma of food, leading him to discover a night market street. Over the past few days, GK had been sampling the renowned dishes of Tianren City, neglecting the delectable offerings of the street vendors. Upon indulging, he found not only the flavors delightful, but also remarkably inexpensive. He savored 10 different dishes, feeling lightheaded from the sheer quantity, yet he had spent less than 5 coins. In comparison to a lavish meal costing several taels, this was practically a steal. Indeed, while the grand culinary masterpieces possess their own charm and flavor, the street food exudes a unique rustic essence. Just then, a cool breeze swept through, invigorating GK's senses. He inadvertently wandered into a tranquil alley where the moonlight, as pure as frost, illuminated the clear waters of a nearby ditch. Delicate vines climbed the walls, swaying gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with a subtle fragrance. The shadows danced across the water's surface as the faint scent lingered in the dusky twilight. Unbidden, GK recalled a timeless line of poetry. This celebrated verse about plum blossoms felt remarkably apt in this setting. He realized, to his surprise, that he had begun to develop a fondness for the city. Chapter 47. Infatuation. GK found himself standing in an unintended alley, suddenly enveloped by an exquisite sense of serenity. Just moments ago, he had been navigating the bustling night market, and now he had arrived in this tranquil moonlit lane, creating an illusion of wandering through a dream. Those who revel in the arts often say that a fondness for a city typically begins with an affection for a particular individual, whereas those with a penchant for indulgence might argue that it starts with an appreciation for the city's culinary delights. GK evidently leaned towards the latter. He had been indulging in the local delicacies over the past few days, yet at this moment, he found himself enchanted by the beauty of this peaceful retreat amidst the chaos. He truly adored this moonlit alley, which was infused with the warmth of human life he had always cherished. The tranquil town of Sangshui County, where he had previously resided, was serene yet lacked vibrancy. Particularly after Tang Yi's departure, it had become even more desolate. Feeling rather full from his feast, GK unfolded the portable lounge chair he had brought along and reclined comfortably. Before him lay a channel filled with moonlight, while delicate tendrils of branches hung overhead. accompanied by a refreshing breeze that soon lulled him into a mystical state. With eyes closed, he could vividly sense the crumbling texture of the wall, the dew on the branches, and a fish leaping from the crystal-clear channel, shattering the moonlight's reflection. In that moment, thoughts of Tang Yi surfaced. He recalled Tang Yi lounging in this very chair, embodying a state of lazy tranquility, seamlessly one with the chair. This was the first time he had come so close to experiencing such a state, and it felt extraordinarily wonderful. Subsequently, GK seemed to be possessed by the spirit of Tang Yi, reluctant to depart, surrendering to the night breeze and floral fragrance as he drifted into slumber. He slept soundly, even more comfortably than in the shared lodgings of the previous night. In the early morning, GK was awakened by a few droplets of dew. He then approached the channel and retrieved from his satchel some willow twigs, fine salt, and a wooden cup to freshen up. He was not particularly concerned about the water's quality, having observed others downstream attending to their own morning routines. The enchanting experiences of the previous night lingered in his mind as he tidied up his cherished lounge chair, contemplating whether there were any affordable accommodations nearby. At that moment, he noticed a piece of paper affixed to the wall where he had reclined the previous night. The aged yellow paper, partially torn, bore the words "Room for Rent." Could it be? Was his luck so fortuitous? Just as he wished to reside in this vicinity, a rental opportunity presented itself, a stroke of luck that left GK somewhat astonished. He promptly set about the task of renting a room. However, the paper on the wall was in such disrepair that it lacked the owner's contact information, and knocking on the door yielded no response. Consequently, GK had no choice but to seek the assistance of a broker. The brokers at the rental agency were quite amiable. Upon hearing his desire to rent the room, they informed him that the owner had indeed entrusted them with the rental and sale of the property, promptly leading him to the location. Accompanying him was a young broker, around 14 or 15 years old, who, like his counterparts, extolled the virtues of the property. Most importantly, it was remarkably affordable. No, it was not merely cheap. It was of excellent value. On the first day of January, the rent for a property is merely 1 tael of silver per month, and for a half-year lease, it amounts to a total of 10 taels for an entire year. In comparison to an inn that charges 5 coins for a single night, this is practically a gift. However, as GK made his way there, he had already formed some calculations in his mind. Given this price, he surmised that the quality of the house might not be commendable. Nonetheless, due to the events of the previous night, he had nearly resolved that, provided the accommodation was not excessively poor, he would likely proceed with the rental. The door to the room that fate had intertwined with him the previous night swung open. The courtyard wall was not particularly high, and the main entrance appeared somewhat weathered. Yet upon entering, GK found himself pleasantly surprised. The interior resembled a quaint small courtyard, spacious enough to feature a well, presumably covered to prevent debris from falling in, with a wooden lid resting atop, weighed down by 2 stones, and dust accumulating on its surface. On the eastern side of the yard stood a tall jujube tree, flourishing quite well. The nearby agent hastily interjected, "Esteemed sir, had you arrived 2 months earlier, you could have savored these large, sweet jujubes." "Let us examine the back," GK suggested. Outside the rear door lay a tract of land, neither too large nor too small, overgrown with weeds, remnants of a neglected vegetable patch, and a gourd trellis, likely left behind by previous occupants. The area was indeed quite substantial. GK subsequently inspected the main house, the annex, the kitchen, and even the outhouse. Although a fine layer of dust coated the interiors, the design and layout surpassed even his little courtyard in Sanctuary County. Such a place, costing only 1 tael of silver per month, a 6-month lease for a mere 10 taels for an entire year? This truly felt like a steal. GK pondered the price, harboring doubts. Based on his understanding of the market and rental rates in Tianren City, it should not be this inexpensive. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Why is it so affordable?" The agent quickly replied, "Sir, you are a newcomer, and I assure you, I am not misleading you. In Tianren City, the affluent tend to favor the eastern district, while the wealthy, with a penchant for elegance, prefer the southern banks of the Qingshui River. The northern region is rather conventional, yet it is the western district that offers the most value. This area, while it boasts its own entrance and courtyard, is somewhat remote. The wealthy overlook it, and those with limited means often opt for communal lodgings. The properties here have not been rented out often, and with the owner frequently absent, they remain vacant, resulting in such low prices. Sir, this neighborhood is genuinely commendable, Just a few streets to the left lies the night market, making it quite convenient. Observe this alley. Not only is it perfumed with the scent of flowers, but it remains tranquil even during the day, devoid of the hustle and bustle. In the Western District, this locale is the epitome of serenity amidst the clamor. According to the agent, while this place may be a bit distant from popular attractions such as the Qingshui River and Yuhua Rock, you, sir, are looking to reside here long-term. As our locals would say, those who aspire to visit such attractions are merely drawn by the allure of tourism and trends. Living in a place like this is what constitutes true life. Though he recognized that this was merely the agent's sales pitch, GK found himself rather captivated. The notion of renting had slipped from his mind, replaced by the desire to purchase. How is it that, even after traversing through time, I still ponder the acquisition of property? The young broker observed his lingering hesitation and continued, Young master, although this house is somewhat dusty, it can surely be rejuvenated with a little tidying up. Our shop conveniently offers cleaning services for merely 5 coins, guaranteeing a pristine environment. At that moment, the broker delivered his final blow. Is it that the guest finds the house unsightly due to the dust? It has indeed been uninhabited for quite some time and requires some care. Our shop can provide a cleaning service for just 7 coins, ensuring it will be immaculate. GK, puzzled, inquired, immaculate? His greatest concern was the condition of the latrine. Upon inspection, he couldn't help but cover his nose and remarked, Can this truly be immaculate? The young broker nodded confidently. Of course, it is not a problem. It will simply require a bit more money. Fine, let it be so. Will it be clean today? GK asked. Rest assured, it will be no issue. By the way, how long do you intend to rent? I can see you have an affinity for this house. Although GK had already made up his mind, he refrained from expressing his intention to rent it, stating, First, let your people ensure it is immaculate. The broker was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone requesting a cleaning before committing to a rental. Do not worry. The cleaning fee will remain the same. All right then. Upon hearing this, the broker no longer hesitated and hurried back to the shop. GK reclined in a nearby chair to rest. After the passage of about 2 incense sticks worth of time, the broker returned with 5 individuals. These 5, equipped with various cleaning tools, exuded professionalism. Approximately an hour and a half later, the entire house had indeed been transformed into a refreshing space. A small table and chairs that had been inside were cleaned and placed by a window, where GK naturally seated himself. From this vantage point, he could observe the scene in the alley. At the far end of the cobblestone path, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years was walking past with her father, selling flowers. She wore a charming little bun and had a bright smile, revealing 2 faint dimples when she laughed, making her quite endearing. Occasionally, passers-by would stop to inquire about the flowers, while others remained indifferent, some walking in pairs, and others alone. As he watched the traditionally dressed people in the alley and listened to the gentle trickle of water from the nearby ditch, GK felt a profound realization that he was truly no longer in his former time and space. Outside the house, the fallen leaves in the small courtyard had been swept together, forming a delightful pile. This was the first time since leaving Sangshui County that GK felt a strong desire to settle down once more. This seemed to be a place well suited for him to linger for an extended period. The broker stood nearby, smiling, and prepared a cup of tea with freshly boiled water. He asked, Dear guest, the house has been tidied up quite well. What are your thoughts? GK nodded slightly and replied, I am quite satisfied. And how long do you plan to rent? This place would be excellent for a year or more. GK gently tapped the slightly worn tabletop with his finger and inquired, Is this house for sale? The young broker exclaimed. Chapter 48. The female ghost cannot be. In the wilds of Sangshui County, the desolate grassland in early winter rejoiced at the onset of a light rain. The sprawling wild grass and trees bore no signs of human presence, yet amidst the mist and rain, there lay a scorched mark. A figure cloaked in black stood before the scorched earth, with fragments of shattered bones and a charred piece of wood at his feet. In the gentle rain, his face was nearly imperceptible, his form shrouded in ambiguity. Eventually, he crouched down and pried open the blackened wood, revealing a tiny, minuscule finger. Moments later, the figure appeared to chuckle, exposing a vivid crimson gum line. He then proceeded to place the peculiar finger into his mouth, chewing it with a voracious appetite. As he gnawed, his gums became increasingly vibrant, as if they were about to bleed. In the desolate Linjiao village, several households had hung white banners, a somber reminder of the passing of the village elder, which had plunged the community into a deeper silence. Lin Sanjia sat on the bamboo chair her mother had often occupied, her chin thick with grease, her gaze vacantly fixed on the outside world, towards the direction of Tianren City. At that very moment, a small broker from Tianren City walked with a beaming smile, reveling in a night spent in unrestrained joy. This was undoubtedly his most lucrative transaction since entering the trade. What had once been an ordinary rental property, languishing unlet for over a year, had suddenly transformed into a sale. The third owner of the house, eager to divest himself of the property, hastily arrived with the deed. And for a total of 180 taels of silver, GK, a poor scholar from a distant land, found himself a property owner in the bustling Tianren city. This price was remarkably low for such an affluent area. The owner, seeing GK's scholarly attire and understanding that he hailed from elsewhere, could not help but extol his virtues. When GK inquired about the reason for the sale, the owner confessed that he had another residence and that this house had been left vacant. Furthermore, his extravagant son wished to take a concubine, prompting the decision to sell. GK raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This house appears quite fine, but there are no hidden issues, are there?" The landlord, immediately adopting a serious demeanor, assured him, "There are absolutely no hidden issues. In Tianren City, we may lack many things, but we are never lacking in honesty. To be candid, the only drawback of this house is its distance from the renowned scenic spots, and that it is located in the mixed neighborhoods of the western city." Satisfied, GK nodded and replied, "Excellent." Thus, the transaction was smoothly concluded. Not only had he resolved his housing dilemma effortlessly, but he had also ascended to the ranks of property owners in this grand city, filling GK with a sense of accomplishment. With a lightness in his step, he advanced, only to find his right foot suspended in midair, immobile. At that moment, a pile of excrement lay less than an inch from the sole of his shoe. In a moment of pride, GK deftly sidestepped the mess, believing that with a good mood, even dog waste deserved to be avoided. In his previous life, the burden of a mortgage had nearly driven GK to despair. Now, having secured a home in his hometown and fully purchased a property in the prosperous Tianren city, he felt that a celebration was in order. That evening, he indulged in a lavish feast at the night market, reveling in his newfound fortune as he made his way towards Linshui Alley. Suddenly acquiring a residence in a city, one finds great satisfaction in possessing a dwelling that meets one's expectations. The quietude of the riverside alley at night remains undisturbed. GK opened the door to his new home, which appeared somewhat mysterious in the dim light of night, and he felt a sense of contentment. The wooden cover of the well in the courtyard had long been removed, revealing its dark abyss. After returning home, he hummed a cheerful tune while attending to his evening rituals, finally lying down on his bed. After having roamed through various transient accommodations, he finally appreciated the comfort of a fixed sleeping arrangement. At least he would no longer need to spend money on lodging. Subsequently, GK fell into a deep slumber in his new abode. In the dead of night, he was roused by a mournful whisper of the wind. The breeze rattled against the window with a clattering sound. Ever vigilant, GK feigned sleep, remaining utterly still. The wailing wind caused the branches of the jujube tree outside to sway ominously, resembling the ghostly shadows of menacing specters. He cast a furtive glance, but discovered nothing amiss. Perhaps he was merely being overly cautious. Just as he was about to drift back into slumber, a haunting feminine voice floated in from the outside. "Another fool dares to come here?" GK followed the direction of the voice, but saw no one. Confident in his stealthy skills, he mused that only a true master or a ghost could evade his gaze. Indeed, this was a haunted dwelling, which explained its inexplicably low price. At that moment, memories of the previous owner's earnest proclamation during the day echoed in his mind. The people of Tianren City lack many things, but sincerity is not one of them. "I believe you not." GK felt a mix of tension and excitement. The tension stemmed from the realization that his luck had not truly improved. The seemingly affordable house was, in fact, a haunted one, and he had no idea what terrifying specters awaited him. The excitement, however, arose from the notion that the voice belonged to a female ghost, and she appeared quite youthful. Was he finally to encounter a youthful spirit? Thus, GK lay in bed, readying himself for whatever might come. "Let us see what foolish entity dares to reside here." And then, the ghostly voice lingered, shrouding the night in an eerie atmosphere. Yet, nothing transpired afterward. GK remained in bed, waiting for a considerable portion of the night until his posture grew rigid. As the first light of dawn broke with the crowing of roosters, the ghost had yet to make an appearance. Where was the promised young female ghost? Where was the night raid? In the morning light, GK gazed into the copper mirror, noting the dark circles under his eyes from the sleepless night, and let out a sigh. He hoped the ghost would intensify her efforts that evening. Well, he is a young man, not unpleasing to the eye. Just then, the voice of the ghost from the previous night reemerged, sending chills down GK's spine. Encountering a ghost in broad daylight was utterly surreal. And most troubling was the fact that he quickly scanned the surroundings, still failing to locate the ghostly presence. However, it seemed this entity was rather vain, lingering before the mirror for an extended period. It is best to send him away swiftly, lest it disrupt my mood. GK stood up, feeling an odd sensation welling within him. As the female specter spoke to herself, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she could be heard, GK finally caught sight of her. Perched upon the courtyard wall, an exquisite black cat had appeared, engaged in its own soliloquy. A cat demon? A woman? Capable of transformation? In that moment, GK appeared to regain the fervor he had experienced the previous night. In truth, she was neither a ghost nor entirely impossible. Chapter 49. The Bold Scholar. This feline demon evidently failed to comprehend its predicament, occasionally voicing its thoughts aloud. GK could not help but acknowledge the cat's exquisite beauty. Its fur was a pristine white, devoid of any blemish, and its eyes, as clear and profound as a sapphire lake, evoked an irresistible desire within GK to affectionately stroke it. Subsequently, he continued to feign ignorance, casually expressing his admiration. "Ah, what a beautiful cat this is. Heh, quite the proud creature." At noon, GK ventured outside to procure a variety of delicacies, including 2 fish, one braised and the other steamed. This prompted the cat demon's soliloquy to reach a crescendo. How infuriating. This scholar appears rather impoverished, yet he indulges so lavishly. Oh, how I long to taste that braised fish. It looks utterly delectable, and I can scarcely contain my saliva. What? He devoured everything, leaving not even the tail of the fish. Is this scholar a transformed pig? The cat continued its lament. That wooden basin is what I use to wash my face. How dare he take it to the latrine? This scholar spends his days eating and drinking without engaging in his studies. He surely has no prospects. Upon hearing this, GK felt an unexpected pang of shame and soon retrieved a book, reading for a time. In the midst of his reading, he gleaned a particularly useful piece of information from the cat demon's musings. Fortunately, the corpse is about to stir once more. This wretch should be unable to endure and will have to leave soon. I shall see how long this unfortunate soul can hold on. A corpse? Is there a corpse in this place? What does it mean for a corpse to stir? GK could not resist the urge to inspect the premises, yet found no sign of a body. He then cast a contemplative glance toward the well. Could the corpse be there? No wonder it had been covered with a wooden lid and weighted down with stones when he first viewed the property. He had assumed it was merely to prevent dust from falling in. Before he knew it, night had descended once more. The cat demon had vanished, leaving GK alone in the residence, accompanied only by an undisclosed corpse. While not entirely solitary, an unsettling sense of unease crept into his heart. GK had discreetly inquired during the day and learned that there had been no rumors of death associated with this house over the years. He quickly adjusted his mindset. As a person plagued by misfortune, he was eager to discover just how much trouble this peculiar demon could bring upon him. Similar to his experience in Sanctuary County, GK prepared himself and lay in bed, awaiting the upheaval the cat demon had mentioned. He speculated that the most likely occurrence would be the corpse's reanimation. It was probable that the body was concealed within the well, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Thus, he repositioned his bed so that he could gaze through the window at the well. Being one with a remarkably regular biological clock, GK soon drifted into slumber as he awaited the night's events. In the dead of night, he was roused by a sudden noise, the sound of a broom, left outside, having been toppled by the wind. He quickly came to his senses and hurriedly glanced towards the mouth of the well in the yard. The well remained shrouded in darkness, without any apparent anomalies. Yet, an inexplicable sense of dread began to swell within him. This feeling was peculiar, akin to the notion that cold, malevolent eyes were watching him from the crevices of cabinets, doors, windows, and even the floor. Yet, there was nothing there. The sensation of being persecuted was overwhelming. GK even fancied that the scissors on the table, motionless as they were, might leap up to snip at him. GK believed that an ordinary person would surely be driven to madness and flee in such a situation, for the intensity of this emotion was too much to bear. Alas, he was no ordinary individual. Over the years, he had indeed found himself beset by misfortunes daily, always in a state where danger lurked nearby. GK rose, adjusting his breathing to acclimate to this inexplicable panic. This must be what the cat demon referred to as the peculiar changes. He paced around the room for a while before stepping outside. In the night, the white cat perched on a nearby tree observed the scene and remarked, "This scholar is quite quick. In less than half a stick of incense. One can only say he is not doing so well. Meow. This territory truly belongs solely to me." However, the imagined scene of the scholar fleeing in disarray did not materialize. Instead, GK lingered in the front yard for a while before venturing to the backyard, the guest room, the outhouse, and even the edge of the inky well. The white cat expressed her astonishment. "This scholar endures longer than I anticipated." He was likely the longest tenured man she had seen in this house, bar none. Over the past few years, 13 individuals had resided in this abode, and in the face of such terror, the quickest would flee, losing control within mere breaths. While the most tenacious, a fool, had managed to endure for a stick of incense, ultimately crawling out in tears. Yet, the young scholar before her had persisted for a full 2 sticks of incense, still wandering about. But what was he doing? Taking a stroll? The white cat was utterly perplexed. GK was not merely wandering. He was conducting an experiment. He had discerned that the intensity of fear varied throughout the house. The further one strayed from it, the lesser the sense of eerie dread while approaching the well. No, it was not the well. The closer he drew to the kitchen, the stronger the feeling of terror became. Remembering the cat demon's mention of a corpse, he wondered if that indicated the body lay within the kitchen. The moment he entered the kitchen, the piercing terror enveloped him completely. GK felt as though every object within that kitchen was a harbinger of doom. The sensation was profoundly unsettling, and it took him 2 full minutes to acclimate. The kitchen, under the night's cloak, appeared exceedingly deep and shadowy, with the stove's mouth seeming to lead straight to the underworld. Yet, mere seconds later, GK crawled inside and emerged with half his face smeared with soot. There was nothing in the stove. The white cat, witnessing this spectacle, was astounded. Does this scholar possess such audacity? This led it to momentarily believe that the corpse had undergone a transformation. However, as it approached the courtyard, every hair on its body stood on end, as if electrified. The corpse remained in its convulsions, unchanged, yet this scholar, was he emboldened by the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Chapter 50. How dare he? GK was not one to possess the audacity of a bear or the ferocity of a leopard. Rather, he had grown accustomed to the constant sensation of being under threat. Nonetheless, this pervasive anxiety was indeed unbearable, leaving him in a state of melancholy while his nerves were heightened. The pots, lids, and spatulas in the kitchen seemed to conspire against him, provoking a visceral urge to eliminate them all. The most infuriating of all was the half-roasted chicken he had purchased earlier that day, which appeared to glare at him with malicious intent, sending chills down his spine. Consequently, GK seized the half-chicken and began to eat. As he gnawed on the poultry, he exited the kitchen, muttering to himself, nothing at all. He had searched every nook and cranny, even peering into the depths of the stove, yet found no evidence of anything amiss. The sight of this scene left the white cat bewildered in the cold breeze. How could this fellow still have an appetite? In such circumstances, how could one possibly eat? For a moment, it seemed to the cat that this scholar possessed not the courage of a bear or leopard, but rather the absence of a heart altogether. Only a heartless individual could consume roasted chicken in such a precarious situation. The delectable flavor of the chicken momentarily lifted GK's spirits. He was acutely aware that this sense of dread was detrimental to his well-being, and he was determined to uncover the source of his torment. He would not rest until he identified the culprit. After all, this was his newly purchased home. Having finished the chicken, GK discarded the seemingly sinister bones aside and wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he noticed a large pile of firewood stacked against the exterior wall of the kitchen, covered in dust. He had previously deemed it suitable for use and had left it undisturbed. Among the wood lay some dry straw, and from this vantage point, it appeared as though a person might be concealed within. Could someone be hiding there? As this thought crossed his mind, his fear intensified, causing his heart to race. Suppressing his trepidation, GK approached the pile. He began to sift through the straw and timber, each crevice and hole seeming to harbor a watchful gaze. Yet, despite his efforts, he uncovered no trace of the rumored body. Just then, GK suddenly halted. Beneath the firewood, he felt a rectangular wooden board. This board, blending in with the firewood and obscured by dust, was typically hard to discern. Was this a lid? As he lifted the board, it revealed a dark, gaping hole. A cellar? In the nocturnal gloom, the darkness of the opening was particularly dense, akin to impenetrable ink. He extended a hand into the abyss, instantly losing sight of his fingers. Outside, on a rooftop, the white cat witnessed this unfolding scene, its feline face expressing shock. Had he truly found it? How was that possible? To all appearances, this man was merely a diligent scholar, lacking any semblance of martial prowess. Indeed, GK practiced only the most ordinary forms of Tai Chi and swimming, had never entered a sect, and bore few characteristics of a cultivator. Even with meticulous observation, it is exceedingly challenging to discern his true energy. The essence cultivated through Tai Chi is exceptionally harmonious, nearly merging flawlessly with his physical form. It is only when he exerts significant force that others may catch a glimpse of his energy flowing. Thus, whether it be the two devotees of the Wind Lotus sect, the finger of the divine envoy, or the two troublesome old women behind, they were all caught off guard by him. Subsequently, GK retrieved a lamp and ventured into the depths of the darkness. The white cat, already somewhat numbed by astonishment, found itself once again overwhelmed. He entered, unarmed. At this hour? How dare he? The darkness of this subterranean space was indeed far denser than that outside. The wind lamp barely illuminated a distance of just over a meter ahead. GK descended a rudimentary wooden ladder, which was shrouded in dust and cobwebs, filling his nostrils with a cloud of grime upon inhalation. Upon reaching this level, an overwhelming sense of terror enveloped him, as if what should merely be a cellar felt akin to a descent into the underworld. Unlike the previous terror, which felt as though someone might strike at any moment, this place exuded an additional layer of profound solitude and despair. The flickering flame in his hand swayed, and GK experienced a disconcerting illusion that continuing downward would lead to an unbearable solitude, potentially leading to his demise. No one could predict what horrific entities might suddenly lunge at him from the depths, or whether this fear had morphed into a suffocating tide, threatening to engulf him entirely, leaving him in eternal ruin. Nevertheless, GK believed he could endure. The thought of the house he had recently purchased, having spent a considerable sum of 180 taels of silver along with an additional 7 taels for cleaning, fortified his resolve. With a thud, the sound of his boots echoed against the earthen floor. He had reached the bottom. A musty odor permeated the air, tinged with a hint of decay, yet not overpowering. The cellar was adorned with wooden racks, upon which lay some spoiled cabbages. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the cellar, causing the flame in the lamp to flicker erratically. In the surrounding darkness, a faintly slippery sound arose, akin to some colossal entity moving stealthily within the shadows. GK's true energy surged within him, forming a protective shield that enveloped the flickering flame. The trembling light gradually steadied. In the thick darkness, within the feeble glow, a corpse materialized. Upon sighting this body, an immense wave of fear washed over GK, akin to a sea of corpses and blood. In that instant, he felt as though he were drowning, discomfort coursing through him. A drowning person instinctively struggles to escape the water. GK, driven by primal instinct, felt every fiber of his being urging him to flee. Yet, contemplating his newly acquired home, he stifled a breath and approached. It was the corpse of a man, sprawled upon the ground. His clothing was tattered and decayed, yet the body seemed to retain an eerie semblance of life. It is certain that the pervasive sense of dread emanates from the lifeless body. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned a solitary young man, leading a numb existence devoid of friends or family, shunning the outside world. That day marked his birthday, one he had spent alone for countless years. Ever since his parents' passing, no one, save for himself, remembered this day. Fearful that even he might eventually forget, he made it a ritual to celebrate his birthday each year, albeit in solitude. On that day, he prepared a dish for himself and ventured into the cellar in search of a drink. The act of drinking on his birthday was one of the few rituals that brought him a semblance of meaning. However, as he reached for the wine, an excruciating pain gripped his heart, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, he yearned to cry out, to struggle and escape. For today was his birthday, and he had yet to enjoy a proper meal alone. A wave of profound fear washed over him, accompanied by an uncontrollable sorrow and despair. He realized that if he were to perish there, no one would care, nor would anyone remember his existence. Desperately, he tried to crawl away, striving to flee from the horrors that surrounded him. Ultimately, he succumbed to death in that very spot, his body becoming a vessel of immense fear and despair. Emerging from that harrowing sensation, he turned to survey the vicinity, discovering a wine jar lying not far from the corpse. The jar remained intact. He approached it and found 2 jars of pickles in the cellar. Removing their lids, he placed them on the ground like bowls. Subsequently, he poured a measure of wine for both himself and the deceased. Beads of sweat, born from fear, adorned his brow as he raised the bowl, murmuring, "Brother, happy birthday. Though I cannot be certain if it is indeed today. In any case, happy birthday." The corpse remained sprawled there, its gaze unsettling. Yet, the suffocating dread had dissipated. A sense of relief washed over him as he stood there, finding the rancid air more bearable than the previous despair and fear, even tinged with a hint of sweetness. The pervasive terror that had shrouded the residence had truly vanished. The white cat, perched nearby, exclaimed in surprise, "You emerged? Oh, you even brought the corpse out. No, wait. Has the curse been lifted? How is this possible?" At that moment, he had set down the decaying body and turned his attention to the feline creature. The white cat recoiled slightly, its fur bristling, perplexed. Why is he staring at me? Could it be? In the next instant, he turned away, disregarding it, seemingly in search of something. The cat, feeling momentarily relieved, was abruptly startled as a figure flickered into view before it. "Old demon. I can tell at a glance that you are no human. Bah, not a cat. Meow, what is happening?" Chapter 51. Transformation. Bold and mischievous creature. I can tell at a glance that you are no mere mortal. Pah, not even a cat. GK reached out, attempting to grasp the cat demon. The feline, clearly agitated, let out a sharp scream and flailed its claws, aiming to scratch GK's hand and face. Unfortunately, despite its long limbs compared to its kind, it was no match for human strength. Thus, it failed to land a single hair on GK before being seized by the scruff of its neck. Lifted into the air, the cat demon's eyes darted about as it proclaimed, "Human, I grant you a chance for repentance. I am the moon-eating emperor. Should I reveal my true form, your meager skills would be but a flick of my finger, obliterated." However, as it uttered the word obliterated, it became muddled. For GK had engaged it in a series of Tai Chi movements. The courtyard was instantly filled with fleeting shadows. When GK finally paused, the cat's once pristine white fur was now disheveled and askew. "What emperor do you claim to be?" GK inquired. "Moon Eater." A chilling wind shattered the air, and this time, GK propelled the cat into a rapid up-and-down dance while continuing his Tai Chi practice. The atmosphere became thick with additional specters of movement. When he halted, the cat's fur stood upright, as if charged with electricity. "What is your title, Moon Eater?" The white cat opened its mouth, poised to respond, but instead, it emitted a startled ah. Before dawn, GK had already laid the young man's lifeless body to rest. This unfortunate soul, devoid of kin, had no name marked upon his grave, a truly lamentable fate. According to the cat demon, the young man had transformed post-mortem due to an overwhelming terror he experienced before his demise. Uncertain whether it was genuine admiration or mere flattery, the cat demon appeared astonished that GK could lift the curse afflicting this corpse. Inside the dwelling, the white cat lounged, grooming its tousled fur with its paws, presenting an image of innocence. Opposite it, GK regarded it with an expression of earnest contemplation. "Humph, if I have erred, I shall concede," the white cat declared haughtily. "Were it not for my feline form, I might be mistaken for a proud young lady, deserving of your gratitude for such an admission." "Young lady? Are you certain?" GK retorted, seizing the cat and inspecting its abdomen. The white cat exploded in outrage, exclaiming, "You pervert! Do not look. Woe is me." It promptly shielded its belly with its paws. GK, bewildered, questioned, "How can a cat demon be more sensitive than a human?" with tears brimming in its eyes. The white cat replied, "I was once human. It is so strange that someone can understand my words." This was likely the first individual to comprehend her speech since her transformation, leaving her emotions in turmoil. GK, puzzled, asked, "So you were human? Does that mean you can transform?" The white cat, utterly confused, responded, "Transform into what?" "Of course, into a beautiful maiden with cat ears and a tail," GK stated with utmost seriousness. The white cat, now anxious, retorted, "And you dare accuse me of being abnormal? Even a cat has its desires." As she spoke, the graceful white cat adopted a pitiable demeanor. "Were you once human, transformed into a cat? You are not a cat demon?" GK could not suppress his curiosity. The feline wondered if he could comprehend her words, and similarly, he was intrigued by her. The Association of Anomalies. He was a member of that very organization. "Do tell about the Association of Anomalies." Upon hearing those words, GK's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The association of anomalies again? Have they crossed paths with me? Or have I crossed paths with them? Since the resolution of the Feng Lian sect affair, GK suspected that the association of anomalies might be his greatest misfortune to date. The White Cat shook her head and said, "It would be prudent for you to remain ignorant of the association's matters. They are ill-fated. If you have secured the body, then this house poses no issues. I have already offered my apologies. May I take my leave now? Is the ominous nature of the association implied in this?" GK inquired, producing the multicolored ring and the torn, vividly embroidered shoes. The White Cat gazed at these items, recognizing the insignia of the association, and exclaimed, "You too have incurred the wrath of the association?" To be honest, after encountering so many surprises today, I am somewhat desensitized. GK nodded, replying, "To be precise, I merely sought a tranquil existence, yet they persistently torment me. Now, will you share your tale with me? Perhaps we can assist one another." The White Cat contemplated for a moment and said, "Humph, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, I shall share my story with you." She proceeded to recount her peculiar and eerie saga. The White Cat introduced herself as Lin Xiangji. The Lin family of Yunshan in the northern lands was a prestigious lineage, nearly rivaling the four major sects of the region. Admittedly, GK, who was somewhat uninformed, had scarcely heard of either the Lin family or the four great sections. Lin Xiangji was a quintessential daughter of a noble family, having led a life of luxury from a young age. However, this serene existence was short-lived, for she was proclaimed a prodigious talent in cultivation, 1 in a million. GK, bewildered, remarked, "You are also a 1 in a million cultivation genius?" The cat named Lin Xiangji nodded, responding nonchalantly, "Indeed, who else could claim such a distinction?" GK. According to Lin Xiangji's account, it was precisely her exceptional talent that precipitated the ensuing events. The Lin family had experienced instability in recent years, primarily due to the patriarch's sudden illness, which rendered him bedridden. Although the family appeared harmonious on the surface, they were secretly embroiled in power and wealth struggles. Lin Xiangji's father ranked third within the family, possessing a degree of reputation and influence both inside and outside the Lin household, naturally making him a contender for power. Before her talents were revealed, she was merely regarded as a beautiful young lady, but once her gifts became evident, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The balance of power was likely to be altered by the emergence of such a gifted descendant. His father, concerned for her safety, discreetly sent her to the Qixia mountain to learn the arts. As a young lady of a prestigious family, Lin Xiangji was well aware of many renowned families and sects of the Shang dynasty, yet the Qixia temple was not among them. However, upon her arrival at the temple, she came to understand her father's intentions. The Qixia temple was not as simple as it appeared. It seemed to be a modest Taoist temple with only a dozen or so disciples, including the master. Yet, Master Yunsanxi was indeed a genuine practitioner of the fifth realm, a figure of considerable stature even among the prominent clans of the northern lands. Despite this, Yunsanxi lived like a recluse in the small temple. Lin Xiangji, inherently lively, quickly adapted to the arts training, especially as her senior brothers and sisters possessed remarkable qualities, likely indicating their noble origins. Aside from the temple's almost secluded existence, which sometimes felt a bit dreary due to the lack of outside visitors, she found great pleasure in her surroundings. In her own words, she had little fondness for the undercurrents of tension present in her family, and here, she truly felt at ease. 2 years later, the eldest senior brother, Luo Yun, returned from his travels. Within the temple, while everyone referred to themselves as Taoists, they dressed casually, with few adopting the traditional garb. One senior brother even preferred to wear skirts. In contrast, the eldest brother embodied the standard Taoist attire, a gray-blue robe and an ebony hairpin, exuding a faint aura of a transcendent practitioner. His stern and serious demeanor made Lin Xiangji reluctant to engage with him. This was her first encounter with Luo Yun, after which he engaged in discussions with Master regarding temple matters. It was evident that Master Yunsanxi held this eldest disciple in high regard, and the transformations within the Qixia temple commenced from that moment. Soon after, Master and Mistress ceased to make appearances, claiming to be in seclusion to practice a particular technique. And when they did appear, their eyes were often bloodshot, as if they had not slept for days. Subsequently, Lin Xiangji often heard strange bird calls at night. Nestled in the mountains, the temple was home to various birds, yet these sounds were unsettling, as if the birds were attempting to mimic human speech but failing miserably. One night, Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Xiangji rose to seek food in the kitchen. As she passed by her master's courtyard, she suddenly overheard faint whispers. Ling Yu, this feather transformation technique is indeed miraculous. After years of stagnation, I sense a breakthrough is near. Lin Xiangji recognized her master's voice. While Ling Yu was the name of the mistress, the night wind howled through the mountains, causing the doors and windows to creak softly. Lin Xiangji was startled once more as she heard the bizarre bird calls again, which, to her increasing fear, seemed to emanate from her master's and mistress's courtyard. Were they secretly harboring something strange? Soon, the peculiar bird calls from the Qixia temple became increasingly pronounced. Not long after, Master presented her with a thin volume for her cultivation. The book contained only a few pages. Rather than a manual, it resembled a method of breathing and meditation. Lin Xiangji made an attempt and discovered that this method of breath control was exceedingly tedious, with notions of shallow and deep breaths, and the flow of energy swirling in the dantian, akin to the interplay of ice and fire. Despite its difficulty, there was an inexplicable sense of exhilaration in the act of cultivation. Indeed, it felt as though every pore in her body had opened, allowing her to inhale clouds and exhale mist. She couldn't help but feel that if she continued her practice, she might transcend to a state of immortality. However, Lin Xiangji soon became alert. Remembering the eerie bird cries that had echoed from her master's courtyard at night, she could not help but remain cautious, refraining from further practice. Subsequently, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the entire Qixia temple. Her senior brothers and sisters abandoned their artistic pursuits, engrossed in relentless cultivation as if bewitched. Lin Xiangji dared not overtly display her apprehension, feigning participation in the nameless tome's practices alongside them. As the strange bird cries multiplied during the night, her fear intensified, as if she had stumbled into a terrifying lair. On the surface, she pretended to engage in the same cultivation as those around her, while secretly plotting her escape from this place. Having been at the temple for nearly 2 years, Lin Xiangji realized that she did not even know the way down the mountain. Unbeknownst to her, she had spent 2 years in this sanctuary. When she attempted to leave, she discovered that the temple was not only isolated from the world but also ensnared by some bizarre formation that trapped its inhabitants. Naturally, she dared not make many attempts, for she had a premonition that being discovered would lead to dire consequences. Her master and mistress had grown increasingly peculiar. That night, while her master and mistress took several promising disciples to the rear courtyard for practice, Lin Xiangji seized the opportunity to stealthily depart the temple with a few servants. The temple had only a handful of individuals, including master and disciples, yet numerous servants attended to them. The mountain wind whistled through the forest, creating a mournful sound. The once resplendent Qixia mountain, adorned with vibrant foliage, transformed into an entirely different visage as night fell. The servants did not reside within the temple but lived several miles away. Although Qixia temple was modest in size, it had considerable demands for food and supplies, and these servants would undoubtedly have a route down the mountain to fetch provisions. Thus, Lin Xiangji approached a cook, expressing her desire to descend the mountain to procure some items. She was quite assertive, and the cook, visibly anxious, could only take her to a larger wooden house, indicating that she could exit through the back door. This seemed to be the kitchen for the servants, where firewood was piled high, alongside several iron cages covered with cloth. Occasional faint sounds emanated from the cages, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere as night approached. When she inquired about the contents of the cages, the cook replied, "Of course. It is the live poultry meant for esteemed guests like you." In the next moment, Lin Xiangji trembled, frozen in place. At the far end of the room stood a figure clad in a blue robe, tied with a dark belt, facing away from her. Yet it was one of the last individuals she wished to encounter. Her master. The mountain winds howled outside, and within the dimly lit room, a solitary flicker of light barely illuminated the surroundings. Lin Xiangji was engulfed by fear. Her immediate instinct was to feign innocence, attributing her predicament to her youth and playful nature, hoping to evade the situation and devise a future plan. Thus, she timidly uttered, "Master." The figure slowly turned, unveiling a stern visage. It was not her master, but her senior brother, Luo Yun. A faint smile graced Luo Yun's face, yet it bore a chilling quality, as if the smile were merely a mask. Under the flickering candlelight, it appeared particularly unsettling. "Master, he is right beside you. Did you not notice, junior sister?" Luo Yun spoke with an icy detachment. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the dust cover from the cage. Suddenly, a multitude of bizarre, feather-clad beings emerged into Lin Xiangji's view. Indeed, they were humanoid birds, or rather, humans adorned with feathers. Their bodies and faces retained human characteristics. Yet their forms were enveloped in a vibrant array of plumage, and their mouths elongated into sharp beaks akin to thunderbirds. Upon seeing her, this flock of feathered entities began flapping their wings, emitting piercing cries reminiscent of birds. Clad in human attire, they could no longer be deemed human. The entire sect, masters, mistresses, senior brothers, and sisters, were present, confined within these iron cages. Lin Xiangji recalled her master's words from that fateful night. Truly, the art of feather transformation was remarkable. It dawned upon her that this technique was the very cause of their metamorphosis into these monstrous beings, fully adorned in feathers. Senior brother Luo Yun's expression darkened as he abruptly inquired, "Such a splendid technique. Junior sister, why do you not practice it?" Chapter 52. The new in the recesses of her mind. The last image she beheld was of her elder brother, whose right arm had suddenly sprouted countless sharp tendrils that swiftly pierced her throat. Following that, she must have succumbed to death. Yet, her consciousness did not vanish entirely. It lingered like a wisp of smoke swirling around her. Upon awakening, she discovered that she had transformed into a white cat, cherished by one of her senior sisters in the sect. This feline, named Pear Blossom, occasionally elicited her playful antics. Overwhelmed by the horror of her metamorphosis into a mere beast, Lin Xiangji was engulfed in despair, her heart heavy with desolation. As she tentatively moved her body, she was surprised by its agility. After executing a few backflips, she reluctantly accepted her new identity as a cat, reasoning that being a cat was preferable to being dead. Just as she began to muster some spirit to embrace her new life, she was confronted with a terrifying sight. She witnessed the very cook from the previous night dragging her lifeless body towards the backyard. It is a rare occurrence for a person to witness such a scene. Lin Xiangji watched in horror as the gaping wound in her corpse's throat and her once beautiful, now vacant eyes evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. She could not bear to look any longer, for the sound of her body being tossed into the flames, crackling and popping, was enough to push her to the brink of despair. The thought of seeing her remains consumed by fire would surely shatter her. Even now, the mere sound was nearly unbearable. Transforming into the white cat, Lin Xiangji soon encountered the one responsible for her demise, her elder brother, Luo Yun. Although anger coursed through her at the sight of her enemy, fear prevailed. She could not forget the anguished faces of her senior sisters, brothers, master, and mistress, all confined within cages. Over the past 2 years, she had come to regard them as family, and the Qixia temple as home. Yet, everything had changed. They remained clad in human garments, yet had morphed into grotesque avian figures, while she had become a meerkat. As she spoke, he produced a pot, within which a crimson liquid swirled, floating amidst several humanoid fruits. These fruits bore hideous features, huddled together as though crafted from human flesh and blood. The sight filled Lin Xiangji with revulsion, evoking memories of the tomato soup she had recently consumed. Indeed, it was this unnerving concoction, blended with the essence of metamorphosis, that ensnared the entire sect in its irresistible grasp. Subsequently, Lin Xiangji concealed herself, intent on uncovering the truth. Gradually, she learned of her elder brother's other identity. Often referred to as the Gu by the cook and others, he was a master of an organization steeped in mystery. In her youth, Lin Xiangji had enjoyed reading idle tales, and once stumbled upon a mention of the Enigmatic. This ancient organization, said to possess the powers of spirits and deities, had existed for countless ages, shrouded in enigma. The account in that book was cursory, akin to a fleeting story. Lin Xiangji never imagined that this ancient organization truly existed. It loomed before her like an artifact from primordial times, imbued with the scent of decaying time, evoking a sense of dread. Master Luo Yun, the eldest senior brother, was indeed one of the officiants. During this time, Lin Xiangji yearned to catch a glimpse of her fellow disciples after their ascension, only to discover that the iron cages were no longer there. Fear gripped her as she realized she was ensnared in a dreadful conspiracy. The Qixia temple had fallen victim to this scheme. Could her father, who had brought her to this temple, also be in peril? Eventually, she spotted her father and nearly succumbed to tears of relief upon realizing he was unharmed. Leaning against her feline form, she painstakingly penned a letter to her father, leaving it in his chamber to alert him of the temple's calamity. Subsequently, Lin Xiangji nestled in the branches of a tree outside, awaiting confirmation that her father would see the message composed with her paw. That night, she bore witness to a horrifying scene, concealed among the branches. She peered through a gap in the window above, observing her father standing before a bronze mirror, his face utterly desolate, a visage akin to wax melted by flame. Such a sight undoubtedly plunged her into the abyss of terror. In the end, her father appeared to regain his former self. Yet Lin Xiangji knew he was no longer human. Had her biological father been supplanted by a demon? The chilling realization dawned on her that this replacement must have occurred before she departed home to pursue her studies. For her father still exhibited the familiar habits and demeanor of yesteryears, his gaze and temperament largely unchanged, as if he were not merely performing a role. The mere contemplation of such a scenario instilled fear deep within her. At that moment, her father had already discovered the letter she left behind. Lin Xiangji would forever remember the cold, scrutinizing look he cast around him while reading the letter, a gaze that had decidedly lost its humanity. She was engulfed by fear, particularly when her father suddenly glanced up at her in the tree, leading her to believe she had been exposed. The scent of a cat was too potent in the letter she had left behind. It was no small feat for a cat to write with a pen, and she might have inadvertently revealed several telltale signs. Fortunately, her father merely regarded her for a moment before departing with the letter. Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, Lin Xiangji fled the Lin residence in a frenzy. Concerned about the exposure of her feline identity, she sought refuge in a safer locale. Thus, she arrived in Tianren City, one of the most populous cities in the northern regions, where she found a semblance of security. Ultimately, she stumbled upon an unoccupied dwelling and took residence there. This was only one of her reasons for staying. The white cat led her to a barren plot behind the house, where it uncovered a cluster of hidden weeds. Beneath them lay a spring no larger than 2 bowls in diameter. The spring's surface was narrow and easily concealed, yet within, the waters expanded, teeming with fish, many fish. In fact, in Lin Xiangji's words, this was a fish spring, and here, she would no longer need to toil for sustenance. As a cat, she had to contend with other felines and face the constant threat of human beings while scavenging for food, especially for a cat as beautiful as she. The dangers were magnified. What troubled her most was the persistent intuition that both her elder brother and father had discovered her transformation into a cat and were in search of her. Thus, this house, feared by all, had ironically become her sanctuary, for she could discern the scent that hinted at when the corpses would begin to decompose. Having been nurtured in privilege and hailed as a rare genius since childhood, she had never faced much adversity or hardship. Yet, who could have anticipated that within just a year or two, she would have to endure so much? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, painting a picture of profound sorrow. Upon hearing her tale, GK could not help but exclaim, "You are truly unfortunate." Indeed, Lin Xiangji was the first to elicit such a remark regarding misfortune. This could only signify her extraordinary bad luck, an unfortunate state that seemed almost excessive. GK even felt that in terms of misfortune, she might very well qualify to join him in forming a new duo of extraordinary talent and calamity. Chapter 53. The Bridge of Fate. After the cat concluded its tale, it could not help but inquire how GK had come to be entangled with the foreign entity. Upon hearing GK's experiences, both the man and the feline fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps they were engaged in a contest of misfortunes? Strangely, however, Lin Xiangji felt a slight lift in her spirits upon hearing GK's unfortunate tales. It was akin to GK's own experience during the imperial examination. Though initially disheartened by his failure, his mood brightened upon discovering that even those peers who typically outperformed him had also faltered. At least he was not alone in his despondency. They both stammered in unison. "You go first." "No, you go first," they echoed again. After a brief pause, realizing there was no risk of simultaneous speech, GK hastily asked, "What do you wish to say?" The white cat hesitated momentarily before responding. "I believe I understand why you can comprehend my words." Though its speech was merely a soft meow, it transformed into human language in GK's ears. A rather enchanting phenomenon. GK, intrigued, inquired, "Why is that? Is it fate?" The cat pondered. "Perhaps it is because you also share a streak of misfortune." Had this occurred in the past, the naive young lady from a prestigious family might have viewed her meeting with this rather handsome scholar as a destined encounter, even entertaining romantic notions akin to those found in idle tales. Alas, after enduring so much and being transformed into a cat, her perspective had become far more pragmatic and cynical. GK clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, "I think so too. Indeed, we are both unfortunate souls, meeting each other in this vast world." Perhaps it was their shared misfortunes or the common adversary of the foreign entity that made them feel a newfound kinship. As they shared these thoughts, dusk descended once more. Fiery clouds hung at the horizon, resembling a blazing inferno. Lin Xiangji remarked, "Well, I have said all I needed to say. May I take my leave now?" GK nodded, replying, "Take care, Miss Lin. I, too, must attend to my meal and rest." Although Lin Xiangji had intended to depart, her trust in others had significantly waned since being betrayed by her elder brother and discovering her father was a fraud. Yet, upon hearing GK's resolute response, devoid of any inclination to detain her, she felt an unexpected emptiness within. How absurd. Just moments ago, he spoke of our fateful connection. Yet he does not utter a single word to keep me here. Perhaps he is the first and the last person who could understand me. With a soft sigh, Lin Xiangji leapt from the room. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, and she prepared to return to her life of wandering, GK's voice called from behind. "It is late. Perhaps you should dine before departing, Miss Lin." She turned her head, reluctantly conceding, "Very well, it is indeed late. It would be more appropriate to eat before I go." At that moment, GK had already made his way to the kitchen, bustling about, and inquired, "Miss Lin, what do you usually eat?" On the surface, she appeared indifferent and reluctant, yet deep within, a flicker of joy stirred. Humph. At least he had a modicum of conscience, understanding the need to treat the lady to a meal. Although their interaction had spanned merely a day, this fellow had initially been rather rude to her, nonetheless. Lin Xiangji was inclined to spend time with Ji Quebec. Perhaps it was because he was the first to comprehend her feline language. Or perhaps it was their shared misfortune of being entangled with the foreign object association. Subconsciously, she regarded GK as a friend. Of course, that was contingent upon his initial gesture of goodwill. In that case, she would not feel excessively lonely. It was not due to a miserable existence, but rather a profound solitude. Everyone perceived her as a cat, while she considered herself a person. Thus, in both the realm of humans and the feline world, she was an anomaly. Previously, no one, be it human or cat, could fathom her feelings and thoughts. Now, with one who could, her spirits had lifted considerably. Upon hearing Lin Xiangji mention her enjoyment of grilled fish, GK was taken aback. Grilled fish? How could a cat possibly grill fish? It's not difficult at all. Just catch a few fish, and I shall demonstrate, she retorted. Subsequently, GK ventured to the fish spring to catch some fish. Along the way, he couldn't help but feel that purchasing this house had been a stroke of luck. Not only had he secured such a splendid residence in Tianren City, but he had also inadvertently gained a fishing pond. He watched as she clutched a metal piece and struck it against a flint stone, igniting a spark that quickly set the nearby straw ablaze. With deft paws, she added some wooden pieces into the fire, using a branch to hollow them out with a skill that was almost heartbreaking to behold. Shortly thereafter, in GK's astonished gaze, she received 3 fish, expertly eviscerating them, removing their entrails and scales, and cleaning them with remarkable efficiency. Next, Lin Xiangji picked up a prepared twig and skewered a fish with precision. The gracefulness of her actions bore a resemblance to swordsmanship, elegant and fierce. The fish was then placed over the fire, turning occasionally. Gradually, the air filled with the enticing aroma of sizzling fish. As the skin turned golden brown, the white cat Lin Xiangji retrieved some salt, chili, and pepper from the kitchen, sprinkling them evenly over the fish with impeccable accuracy. GK, who had claimed to have seasoned lime 1,000 times and prided himself on his skill, had the chaotic scenes of the wailing and rolling bandits he had bested as proof of his prowess. Yet, the finesse with which this white cat seasoned the fish was undeniably on par with his own. Just as GK pondered these thoughts, Lin Xiangji's voice broke through. "Wasn't it you who invited me to dinner? Why is it I who is grilling the fish now?" GK snapped back to reality, exclaiming in surprise, "Indeed, why is it you who is grilling the fish?" Lin Xiangji merely responded with silence. Soon, the fish was ready, and she handed one to Ji Quebec holding the grilled fish in his hands. GK found this experience to be truly extraordinary. He was about to savor a fish grilled by a cat's own paws. The fish was not unappealing. After taking a bite, he discovered it was perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, an exquisite aroma filling his mouth. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness! This cat-esque grilled fish surpasses even my own." Thus, in the fading twilight, a man and a cat sat in the quaint courtyard, indulging in grilled fish. while GK brewed a cup of hot tea midway. It must be said that enjoying tea and grilled fish in this somewhat chilly weather was a delightful experience, and both man and cat felt quite content. With their hunger satiated and the night fully enveloping them, Lin Xiangji washed her face with water, leapt onto the rooftop, and declared, "All right, I truly must take my leave now. Let it be known, you have taken advantage of me. You invited me to dine, yet I prepared the meal." With that, she began to depart, albeit at a leisurely pace. Just as she was about to pass the rooftop's edge, GK's voice rang out once more. "Miss Lin, it is quite dark. Walking may prove inconvenient. Why not stay the night?" "Humph, stay the night? You speak as if it were a mere act of charity." Lin Xiangji retorted defiantly, "I am now a cat. Darkness does not faze me." GK replied, "Very well then, safe travels." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangji felt a chill in her heart. Truly, the man was heartless. After treating him to grilled fish, he merely wished her to leave after a brief moment. "Then I shall depart," she proclaimed, standing atop the rooftop, gazing into the vast night, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. However, she took a step forward, only to hear GK's voice once again. "Miss Lin, if you have no other place to go, why not stay here? After all, I reside here alone, and those 2 empty rooms may as well be occupied. Rest assured, I shall not charge you rent." There was no denying that the grilled fish had been too delectable, and she wished to indulge in it once more, provided that Miss Lin was amenable, for she appeared rather proud. "Indeed, I shall treat you," GK smiled. Looking at his innocuous smile, Lin Xiangji felt her heart soften, conceding, "Very well, since I do not know where to go for the time being, I shall stay for a short while. Moreover, I did discover this residence first." At this moment, GK's expression turned earnest as he responded, "While you may have arrived first, this house is unequivocally mine. I spent a hefty 180 taels and 7 coins of silver to acquire it, with the land deed and property deed as proof." Lin Xiangji, with an exasperated expression, retorted, "I understand, it is yours." As if I were trying to lay claim to your abode. Suddenly, she perceived this fellow as somewhat petty. 180 taels of silver seemed trivial to her, akin to merely the cost of 2 meals, yet he spoke of it as if it were a fortune. In the next moment, GK exclaimed in surprise, "Where is my land deed?" Chapter 54. "Miss Lin, I require your assistance in my cultivation in the outskirts of Tianren City, at the demon-subduing tower." The venerable monk Lingyu appeared somewhat pale, exuding an air of frailty. He sat there, exhaling a long breath. One cannot evade the passage of time. After traversing 1,000 miles to confront a cunning malevolent entity and sustaining some injuries, the old monk felt rather exhausted. Chenju observed him and inquired, "Master, are you well?" Lingyu smiled reassuringly, "No need for concern. I merely feel a bit weakened without the enhancement of the dragon pattern. A quick drawing will suffice." With that, he removed his monk's robe and took up a fine brush to paint a dragon upon himself. Just as he had sketched the tail, a middle-aged man with a small mustache hurriedly arrived. The man, known as Steward Zhao, quickly exclaimed, "This matter can only be handled by you. The rewards are substantial and tangible. I am certain you would be interested." After a flurry of explanations from Zhao, Chenju responded in astonishment, "An anomaly convention? Are you attempting to deceive us? Such a matter should seek the aid of a grand sect, not burden us with it." Steward Zhao appeared disgruntled. "How can this be considered deceit? We have already sought assistance, yet they all claimed it was not their place to intervene, suggesting we handle it instead. Should a true crisis arise, they will take responsibility." Wang Hua, standing nearby, scoffed, "Responsibility? Only when the casualties become too numerous and threaten their own safety will they act. They are nothing but cowards, these so-called leaders of the northern sects, ultimately fearful of the anomaly convention." Chenju asserted, "Indeed, well said. The greater good must prevail. If not us, then who else? Will you accompany us, Steward Zhao?" Zhao waved his hand in distress. "I would like to assist, but I am bound to manage the trivial matters within this tower. As the steward, I am unable to leave." "What of that blind black dragon? Aren't they quite formidable?" Chenju inquired. Astonished, Chenju remarked, "That blind fellow is already 46 years old, and he is the youngest child in his family. His mother, who is at least 70, just had another child. Are you attempting to deceive us or the spirits?" "Indeed, his mother has recently remarried and suddenly gave birth," Zhao explained. "And what of the tower master and deputy master? Such figures rarely frequent the tower," he continued. "Ultimately, no one was willing to tread into danger. If no one is willing to go, then no amount of compensation will suffice. Chen Zhu stated resolutely. Wang Hua chuckled. Brother, I believe you speak wisely. As the old monk continued to add color to the dragon's tail, he remarked, excellent. At that moment, Steward Zhao was taken aback. These three individuals were not easily manipulated. Are you not concerned about the devastation of living beings? Zhao threatened under the guise of righteousness. Chen Zhu, his eyes filled with disdain, replied. And you presume to utter such words? Awakening from dreams brings suffering, yet the spirit of chivalry endures. We hold ourselves to this ideal. What about you? If we are to take action, we demand that upon completion, we be elevated to the rank of Earth-level demon subduers. Agreed, Zhao acquiesced. And, furthermore, after this matter concludes, I want you to vacate your position. I shall take over as steward, Chen Zhu proclaimed. Arrogance. Zhao fumed, his anger boiling over. Surely not. Is it possible that in the eyes of the chivalrous Zhao, the anguish of living beings pales in comparison to the mere position of a steward? Chen Zhu quipped sarcastically. Wang Hua applauded, exclaiming, well said, senior brother. The venerable monk Ling Yu had begun sketching the dragon's claws, declaring, excellent. This is preposterous. Zhao, visibly incensed, twitched his mustache and retorted, do you think this matter cannot be accomplished without you? Chen Zhu replied, then seek another. At that moment, a woman's voice, cool and detached, interjected, I agree to all your conditions. Almost immediately, a figure emerged in the doorway, a woman clad in red. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her azure tresses fashioned into an elegant bun that left her forehead exposed, accentuating her delicate and vibrant features. Yet, upon her lovely visage, one eye remained perpetually shut. Indeed, only her left eye was open, while her right was firmly closed. Nonetheless, this peculiarity did not detract from her allure, but rather imparted an enchanting and captivating beauty. Chen Zhu found himself momentarily entranced until his younger sister pricked him sharply, jolting him back to reality. Blushing, he stammered, did you just say you agree to our conditions? Zhao, clearly anxious, opened his mouth to speak, but the woman in red nodded, affirming, yes, I can accept your terms. This matter involves thee, and no one in the north dares to provoke them, yet I am willing to do so, provided I have someone to assist me. By the way, my name is Ning Hongyu. Upon hearing this, even the monk, who had been absorbed in his drawing, was taken aback, inadvertently adding an extra stick to the dragon's lower body. Ning Hongyu, the one known for crossing borders to kill? Chen Zhu gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. It seems no one has called that name in quite some time. Are you going or not? Ning Hongyu inquired, her singular eye fixed upon him. Wang Hua, feeling anxious, declared, I will accompany my senior brother. The monk, while rubbing the extra stick beneath the dragon's body, replied, excellent. At this juncture, Chen Zhu patted Zhao on the shoulder, saying, Steward, before you depart, ensure to clarify the matters in the building. I, little Zhu, am most eager to see how you manage your many affairs. Thereafter, Chen Zhu and his disciples followed Ning Hongyu, while the old monk promised to catch up after completing the dragon. Along the way, Chen Zhu unfurled the documents provided by Ning Hongyu, his face a mask of disbelief. Embroidered shoes? The deed to GK's house has finally been found. Inexplicably drifting onto the beam of the house, discovered by Lin Xiangji. What a false alarm it was. In the ensuing days, he and Lin Xiangji, the cat, enjoyed each other's company immensely. The duo seldom ventured outside, alternating between grilled fish one day and grilled meat the next. Lin Xiangji prepared the fish, while GK took charge of the meat, showcasing their culinary prowess, and for a time, they relished an insatiable appetite for their meals. Even GK, who typically favored dining out, found solace in the delights of Lin Xiangji's grilled fish. However, this delicacy bore a single flaw. Consuming it daily could lead to an excess of heat. GK relished this way of life. Yet the plight of Miss Lin Xiangji undoubtedly served as a poignant reminder. It underscored the perilous nature of this world, where human lives are as fragile as withered grass, easily toppled. Such dangers do not solely beset the common folk. Even accomplished cultivators are not exempt. Lin Xiangji's master, Yin Zhongzi, a practitioner of the fifth realm's true fate, was transformed into a birdman at the whim of another. As for GK, he had yet to reach even the third realm and found himself beset by misfortune. The more he pondered, the greater his sense of urgency became. He realized he could no longer afford to be complacent. Thus, on that evening, he could not restrain himself from saying, Miss Lin, please assist me in my cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiangji, who had been leisurely sipping her tea, felt felt a sudden tension, and every hair on her body stood on end. Chapter 55. A unique perspective. Miss Lin, please assist me in my cultivation. As soon as GK's words fell, Lin Xiangji was startled, her hair standing on end, as she fixed her emerald feline eyes upon him, nervously inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Seeing her intense reaction, her fur bristling and her body instinctively shielding itself, GK was momentarily taken aback. He replied, quite literally, to help me in my cultivation. Lin Xiangji lowered her gaze, feeling a mix of fear and shyness, and said, "That's not acceptable. We have only known each other for a few days, and I cannot agree to that. Besides, I am still a cat." GK stood up, saying, "Miss Lin, have you misunderstood something? I am merely requesting your assistance in my cultivation, not in the manner you are imagining." "Assisting your cultivation? Then I would merely become a tool for your practice, which I cannot accept. I even find your proposition shameless. It is not as you think. Please do not come any closer." Lin Xiangji retreated a couple of steps, her anxiety palpable. GK hastily clarified, "Miss Lin, you are genuinely misunderstanding me. As a scholar, I am well versed in propriety, righteousness, and integrity. No matter how shameless I may be, I would never make such an unreasonable request of a lady. Besides, you are still a cat. How could you misunderstand me to such an extent?" GK, feeling a surge of emotion, stepped forward to elucidate further. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a booklet fell from his embrace, revealing its contents of reversed phoenixes. Both human and cat glanced down at the floor, then simultaneously raised their heads. GK broke into a sweat. Yet, maintaining an air of composure, he picked up the book, smiling calmly as he said, "Miss Lin, if I were to say this was merely something I carelessly placed in my pocket last night, never intending to conduct any experiments, would you believe me? What do you think?" Lin Xiangji replied with utmost seriousness. At last, GK understood why she was so sensitive. She must have noticed him perusing this book last night. However, he genuinely felt wronged. "Please, do not come closer." As GK attempted to approach to clarify, Lin Xiangji swiftly darted outside. Observing her hasty retreat, GK couldn't help but lament. Now, this truly is difficult to explain. But he had merely been bored and flipped through it. Truly, he had. This was indeed an awkward situation. It was akin to a day when, in earnest, one seeks academic counsel from a female classmate, only to inadvertently open another folder of study materials in front of others. After 3 days of guarding against GK, Lin Xiangji finally began to lower her defenses after he explained the origins of the book and his mindset over 20 times. Though she still regarded him with a peculiar gaze, as if he were a pervert, GK had grown weary of it all. Whatever he thought, the innocent shall remain innocent. It must be said, Lin Xiangji truly lived up to her reputation as one of the rare prodigies in cultivation. Especially being a young lady from a prominent family, she understood far more than GK did. In this present moment, GK stands at the threshold of the third realm of true essence, his internal vital energy having become exceedingly refined. Yet he remains unable to solidify it into true essence. Lin Xiangji elucidates that this is akin to the gradual honing of skills. Those with exceptional talent may ascend effortlessly, while those of average aptitude must labor for a considerable time. GK cannot help but exclaim, "Does this imply that my talent is merely mediocre? Well, I suppose I cannot compare to this young lady." As she speaks, Lin Xiangji, for once, displays an unusual vigor. GK finds himself feeling somewhat disheartened, muttering to himself, "But Master Ling Yu claimed I am 1 in 10,000. Yet, he dismisses such thoughts, considering how many extraordinary prodigies he has encountered on this journey. GK even begins to suspect that such expressions are mere jargon within the cultivation community, akin to calling every man you meet a handsome fellow and every woman a beauty in everyday life. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred, patiently awaiting the day when his energy will overflow and coalesce into essence. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Xiangji questions his mental faculties. She is genuinely taken aback by him. For instance, only through careful observation does she discern that he is a practitioner of the second realm. And despite the seemingly ordinary nature of his Tai Chi, he demonstrates an impressive power when executed. As a young lady of a prominent family and a gifted cultivator, her standards are typically high. Yet, she still perceives GK as a remarkable oddity. His cultivation level appears modest, his progress slow, and his methods rather peculiar, lacking professionalism. Yet he consistently surprises her with unexpected ingenuity. A case in point is the corpse in the cellar, which he managed to handle in a rather unconventional manner. Of course, this is only her partial assessment, as GK has rarely demonstrated his skills in her presence apart from practicing Tai Chi. The sole instance was when he used scissors to bring down a bird that had defecated on his head. More so, she believes that GK possesses an unorthodox thought process. To put it bluntly, one might say he has a few screws loose. For instance, when she inquired whether he had been fearful regarding the corpse, he responded, "Upon realizing that this house was freshly purchased for a total of 180 taels of silver along with a 7-tael cleaning fee, I was instantly unafraid. Its presence here would not only render my living conditions unstable, but would also depreciate the value of the house." Oh, this fellow's motivation to conquer his fears stems from a fear of property devaluation. Thus, in Lin Xiangji's perception, the notion of him being somewhat unhinged is, in GK's reality, a genuine driving force. Much like his earlier thoughts of annihilating the entire Fenglian sect, he truly contemplated how to eliminate the entire otherworldly society to preempt any future threats. The otherworldly society is indeed formidable, and given his misfortunes, he feels compelled to take action. However, he is aware of the daunting nature of this endeavor, far surpassing that of the Fenglian sect. This organization is vast, shrouded in mystery, and possesses profound depth, ensnaring even the likes of Yun Songzi, a fifth realm practitioner, and Lin's esteemed father. Yet, he remains unafraid. Recalling the words of Mr. Lu Sun, there is no difficult task in the world, only the lack of determination. The story of the iron pot vividly illustrates GK's remarkable talent for transforming misfortune into fortune. This pot was inadvertently dislodged during a brawl involving a chef from a certain restaurant, still brimming with scalding oil. GK suffered a minor burn on his skin. Yet he also acquired a cast iron pot and a couple of taels of cooking oil, which he promptly used that evening to fry a few eggs for his meal. While dining, Lin Xiangji could not help but remark, "GK, have you noticed something peculiar about the woman at the end of the alley?" "What is strange?" he inquired. "She stands beneath that willow tree at the alley's entrance every day, and the moment you step outside, she fixes her gaze upon you." "It's quite normal for a girl to stare at me," GK replied, somewhat abashed. "Yet her gaze is unsettling." "In what way?" "The way she looks at you suggests that you owe her money." GK's expression instantly grew serious as he declared, "This woman must be up to no good." "Why?" "Because it is utterly impossible for me to owe anyone money." "Could she be a spy sent by some bandit to scout the area?" GK speculated. Lin Xiangji sighed, knowing this would be his reaction. Chapter 56. Someone. The mere thought that the woman might harbor ulterior motives regarding his finances, or even his property, instantly invigorated G. Quebec. "Are you referring to the willow tree at the entrance of the alley?" he inquired. "Indeed, that very tree. This alley is known by some as Linshui Alley, yet more commonly referred to as Willow Alley, owing to that willow tree. Is that woman still there? We shall soon find out." Consequently, in the dimming surroundings, a man and a cat perched upon their own courtyard wall, cautiously peeking out. Despite being in their own home, the pair resembled thieves in the act. "It seems she has departed," Lin Xiangji whispered, peering out with half of the cat's head visible. GK craned his neck to see, discovering that indeed no one lingered beneath the willow at the alley's mouth. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "What does that woman even look like?" "I have no recollection whatsoever." "A mature woman? I must seize an opportunity to observe her closely," GK deduced while still perched on the wall. Lin Xiangji's expression shifted to one of incredulity. As dusk deepened, the alley took on an air of profound solitude, the great willow standing there like a stooping elder. This marked GK's first earnest appraisal of the alley after nightfall, prompting him to exclaim, "Why does it seem so sparsely populated here?" Lin Xiangji, crouched atop the wall, replied, "There were never many residents here to begin with." "Why is that?" GK queried. "This location is quite nice. Could it be solely because my house is said to be haunted?" Lin Xiangji responded, "Are you not aware that this area frequently experiences flooding?" GK, bewildered, asked, "Flooding? What does that mean?" Lin Xiangji explained, "Floodwaters, of course." "Floodwaters?" It was said that this canal was connected to the Qing Canal, which swelled during the summer months. Given the low elevation of this area, it was often inundated, resulting in a sparse population over time. Upon hearing this disheartening news, GK felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Damn it, not only have I purchased a haunted house, but also a property that frequently succumbs to flooding." He couldn't help but recall the former owner's earnest declaration. The people of Tianren City lack many things, but they are never devoid of sincerity. "Sincerity, my foot." Observing GK's crestfallen demeanor, Lin Xiangji offered consolation. In truth, the water does not rise too high. It only reaches your thigh and lasts merely for a fortnight. Just bear with it. GK, on the verge of tears, lamented, doesn't the local authorities or water management oversee this matter? Lin Xiangji blinked her beautiful cat-like eyes and replied, how could they concern themselves with such trivialities? After all, it doesn't result in fatalities. For a moment, GK found himself at a loss for words. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated the prevailing bureaucratic ethos of this realm. After all, it doesn't result in fatalities. In that instant, GK confirmed that he had indeed acquired a property in a depreciated area. He felt that, as time passed, his fortunes had transformed since arriving in Tianren City from Sangshui County. Misfortunes had evolved. Previously, his misfortunes were relatively straightforward, being robbed, encountering villains, or being struck by falling objects. Now, however, his misfortunes were layered, akin to a sow wearing a brassiere, one layer upon another. He successfully dealt with the haunted house, only to unexpectedly discover a hidden water room behind it. However, GK quickly regained his composure. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, the generals block them. When water rises, the earth covers it. If things truly become unmanageable, he could, as Lin Xiangji suggested, simply endure until it passes. In the sweltering summer, a little water might even offer a refreshing respite. Self-hypnosis? Who cannot do that? Yet, the mention of the young woman by Lin Xiangji piqued his interest. If she truly harbored ulterior motives, he must remain vigilant. Ever since purchasing the house, his finances had grown quite meager, and now he also had to care for a cat, which only added to his expenses. At that moment, Lin Xiangji, the cat, had already begun washing the dishes. She was a cat of considerable resolve, refusing to live without contributing, and took it upon herself to handle nearly all domestic chores, from grilling fish to doing laundry, washing dishes, and cleaning. As GK observed her industriousness, he mused, if only she could transform into a human form, preferably donning a maid outfit, complete with black stockings and cat ears. At least he would not feel so solitary. It must be said that since taking on the responsibilities of the house, her insomnia from her time as a cat had been miraculously cured. Previously, as a cat, she would doze off during the day and be full of energy at night. Now, after finishing her tasks, she would fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. The following day, GK and Lin Xiangji paid special attention to the willow tree, only to find no woman waiting there. Lin Xiangji hesitated, suggesting, perhaps I was overly suspicious. The girl may not have come because of you. To which GK responded earnestly, it is highly probable that she has already scouted the area. Next, she may be plotting against my finances and property. Lin Xiangji looked at him with disdain. What could she possibly want from you? Your 93 taels of silver or your haunted house that floods in the summer? GK, taken aback, exclaimed, you know I hide my silver in 16 different places? Lin Xiangji retorted, exasperated, I am a cat. Is it so difficult to know these things? With that, she proudly leapt down from the wall to tidy the courtyard. GK noted that this young lady from a prestigious family had become increasingly industrious lately. Perhaps the true essence of a virtuous wife and mother was embodied in her. Unconsciously, he found himself reminiscing about another individual, a notoriously lazy person. He wondered how that fellow, A.E., had been faring lately. That evening, after dining, GK and Lin Xiangji took their customary stroll, during which he also indulged in a bit of jealousy. Among the day's activities, Lin Xiangji relished following GK on his walks, as it allowed her to witness his various misfortunes firsthand. She considered herself quite unfortunate over the years. Yet in terms of the frequency and variety of calamities, she could not hold a candle to G. Quebec. Every time he ventured outside, he either stepped in dung or was struck by bird droppings, not to mention the flying hot oil and scalding tea. The most amusing incident occurred when he was nearly knocked over by a lustful sow. That day, after narrowly dodging the charging sow, he had intended to observe its antics. However, he was caught off guard by a second amorous pig. Had it not been for his agility, he would have found himself tumbling into a ditch. The sky is adorned with a gentle drizzle, and the twilight hours envelop the tranquil alley by the water in an air of serene solitude. The ancient willow stands there, resembling a stooped old man, gazing down the lane. A solitary figure and a cat cannot help but cast their eyes upon the willow, confirming the absence of any other presence. The woman who had nearly been a daily fixture at that spot has vanished, which strikes Lin Xiangji as somewhat peculiar. Just as she had cautioned GK to remain vigilant regarding that woman, she inexplicably disappears, as if she had foreseen their intentions. Amidst the fine rain, the cobblestones of the alley are slick and muddy, with the high walls of two neighboring households on the right obscuring the light, rendering the area even more shadowy. At that moment, Lin Xiangji paused her steps, her voice tinged with tension. There is someone. GK focused his gaze, and indeed, in the shadows before his own door stood a figure, a woman, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of propriety, yet unabashedly fixated on him. The intensity of her gaze sent an unsettling shiver down GK's spine. Beside him, Lin Xiangji leaped onto the courtyard wall, whispering, "It is her." Chapter 57. The woman stood menacingly at the doorstep of GK's home, her gaze fixed upon him. Her hair, drenched by the rain, appeared to be shrouded in a layer of frost, yet she seemed unconcerned. She merely stared at him, as if he owed her a considerable sum of money. GK did not falter, maintaining an upright posture as he approached his home. Ultimately, he had nothing to fear, he owed no debts. Upon reaching his door, as he attempted to open it, the woman stepped closer, her voice hauntingly soft. "Sir, I believe you have something of mine. Could you return it to me?" Despite her fear, her unwavering gaze suggested a profound anxiety towards him. Yet, the more frightened she appeared, the more it unsettled G. Quebec. He began to question whether she truly had lost something in his possession. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and replied earnestly, "Miss, you must be mistaken. We are strangers. How could you have lost anything of yours here? My shoes are with you. Please return them to me," the woman insisted in a ghostly tone. It was only then that GK noticed the embroidered shoes adorning her feet. The right shoe had a thumb-sized hole in the upper, resembling an eye that seemed to be watching him eerily. He looked at her and stated, "Your shoes are on your feet, not with me. They belong to you. Return them to yourself." "They are not with me. They are with you. Return them," she reiterated, her grip tightening around GK's hand as she continued to stare at him. Her demeanor suggested she ought to be more agitated, yet she remained eerily calm, her expression devoid of warmth. GK shook off her hand and said, "Miss, please compose yourself." "I am composed. Return my shoes," she demanded, her grip on his hand becoming even more insistent. At that moment, two passers-by happened upon the scene and cast curious glances at G. Quebec. He immediately understood the implications of their looks. While he might have a penchant for feet, he would never randomly seize a woman's shoes. Thus, he responded earnestly, "Miss, I assure you, I have not taken your shoes. Do not tarnish my reputation." Yet, the woman persisted, growing increasingly aggressive as she seized GK's arm, her chilling gaze unwavering. "Return them. My shoes." "Calm down," he urged. "Your shoes are yours." Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. She reached out as if to grasp GK's face. In an instant, with a swift motion, GK overpowered her, pinning her to the ground with his knee against her neck, rendering her immobile. In that moment, the alley echoed with GK's gentle voice. "Miss, perhaps you should calm down a bit now." Previously, two passers-by who had intentionally slowed their pace to watch the unfolding drama were startled and hastily departed upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, GK was simultaneously restraining the young lady while casting a benign gaze in their direction, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. With a mere disagreement, he had forcefully pinned the girl to the ground, embodying the very essence of a villain. It was a situation to be avoided at all costs. Not only the two bystanders, but even Lin Xiangji was momentarily taken aback. Given her understanding of GK, she believed him to be somewhat of a lecher, especially since he had shown interest upon hearing the mention of a married woman a few days prior, and was indeed the possessor of that perverse dual cultivation manual. In her perception, such a man would typically be courteous and accommodating towards attractive women. To her astonishment, in the blink of an eye, he had brutally knocked the girl down. "My dear girl, have you regained your composure?" GK inquired once more with a gentle tone. Watching this scene unfold against the wall, Lin Xiangji sheepishly remarked, "GK, it seems that with you pressing on her neck, she might be struggling to breathe." GK turned his head, assessing his instinctive hold, and realized the girl's complexion had turned pale, her lips a shade of purple, and her mouth agape, indicating she was indeed unable to breathe. Consequently, he reluctantly eased his grip slightly. However, the moment he did, the seemingly suffocating woman clawed at him, her eyes wide with fright as she demanded, "My shoes, return my shoes to me." In the next instant, her head drooped heavily as she thudded against the ground, only to be once again pinned by GK's knee against her neck. It appeared she would not calm down anytime soon, GK surmised. Thereafter, while maintaining his hold, he retrieved a familiar red cord from his pocket. After several breaths, the rather agitated young lady found herself ensnared by the cord, lifted as if she were a turtle suspended in midair. She struggled to free herself, her eyes bulging slightly, her neck twisting desperately as she fixated on G. Quebec. He lifted her with a sense of irritation, muttering, "I have been wronged. It seems a visit to the magistrate is in order." Lin Xiangji, her expression one of astonishment, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that if you bring her into the magistrate's office like this, you might be the first to be incarcerated." GK responded, "What should I do then?" At that moment, the woman seemed to regain her senses and declared, "I live in Sanliping. My father's name is Su Luo. My mother's name is Wang Yi, and I am called Su." Suddenly, her eyes bulged again as she fixed her gaze on GK, exclaiming, "My shoes. Return my shoes to me." GK, exasperated, said, "Why have you lost your clarity again? Was my previous pressure insufficient?" As he spoke, he prepared to press his knee against her neck once more. Just then, Lin Xiangji seemed to recollect something, her heart racing. Could the shoes she mentioned be that pair? GK, realizing the implication, turned to scrutinize the woman's face, only to find no resemblance whatsoever to the late village chief Lin. The village chief was undoubtedly deceased, and her shoes had been torn apart by his own hands. Who, then, was this woman? The shoes she wore, though embroidered, were not particularly vibrant and bore some dust, appearing quite ordinary, save for a peculiar hole on the shoe's surface. In an instant, he felt increasingly as if the hole in his shoe resembled a pair of unsettling eyes gazing at him. A peculiar sensation began to burgeon within GK's heart. With a sudden resolve, he yanked off the other person's shoe and dragged both the individual and the shoe into the courtyard. Throughout the ordeal, the woman relentlessly fixed her gaze upon GK, uttering phrases like "return my shoe" and similar sentiments. To validate his suspicions, GK retrieved the embroidered shoe he had acquired from village chief Lin. The embroidered shoe was utterly torn, yet its fabric still appeared remarkably new and vibrant. Upon sighting this shoe, the woman, previously bound tightly, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, writhing towards them. Indeed, she began to writhe forward. GK and Lin Xiangji were startled, for in that fleeting moment, the woman seemed to transcend her humanity, morphing into a grotesque creature. She lay on the ground, lifted her head, and stared eerily at the shoe in GK's hand, then broke into a chilling smile, declaring, "At last, I have found you." Just as she appeared poised to slither up his leg, GK swiftly seized her and suspended her from the clothesline beneath the eaves. In an instant, the woman found herself in a precarious position, unable to touch the ground. Observing this, GK remarked, "This way, she shouldn't be able to crawl back up." Yet, in the next moment, the entire clothesline began to writhe ominously. Chapter 58. I am Su Qingqing. The woman writhed intensely, causing the drying rack to shake violently, with the garments hanging upon it flapping up and down. My freshly washed clothes. Just as one piece was about to be flung off, the white cat, Lin Xiangji, leaped down, determined to catch the garment. However, a sharp cry of meow echoed as Lin Xiangji found herself entangled, swinging precariously from the rack. "Be careful," GK exclaimed, reaching out. The moment his hand touched the bamboo pole, he felt an overwhelming force, prompting him to retract his hand like lightning. The woman's movements were terrifying, as if she intended to engulf everything around her, assimilating it into her writhing form. Over there, Lin Xiangji was stuck to the bamboo pole, her vision darkening. Unable to break free, GK grasped her by the neck, channeling the power of Tai Chi to spin her swiftly, like a fan. The speed was relative. Lin Xiangji had initially been ensnared by the bizarre rotational force, but now, as she spun with the Tai Chi energy, she gradually regained her sense of self. At that moment, GK yanked, and Lin Xiangji was abruptly freed. "Meow," she cried out, collapsing softly into GK's embrace, her head spinning and stars dancing before her eyes. With a thunderous crash, the drying rack fell to the ground, the bamboo within twisted and shattered, resembling a helix. A shadow enveloped the woman, causing the ground to sink and crack beneath her, curling ominously. Indeed, she was assimilating everything around her, seeking to draw it into that strange, writhing state. Lin Xiangji, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Had GK not rescued her moments ago, she too would have been transformed into something akin to a helix. GK, equally alarmed, realized the woman was now writhing towards him, with a stone bench separating them. "My old cherished bench. With a resounding crack, as the woman passed, the bench contorted and deformed, fissures erupting, the stone beneath curling up like fur. Even GK, typically unyielding, hesitated to confront such a transformation directly. Yet, allowing her to approach unimpeded would spell disaster for his home. As GK grappled with the decision to confront her, the air before him twisted and warped, a fierce wind stinging his skin. He sensed that what approached was not merely a woman, but a frenzied, spinning meat grinder. Without any hesitation, GK hurled his embroidered shoe to the far corner of the yard. The writhing woman, her eyes wild with fervor, paused momentarily before immediately redirecting her form towards the shoe, moving like a fearsome caterpillar. The red threads binding her body had sprouted countless barbs, yet they still constricted her form. A clear, twisted trail marred the ground, the very air around it contorting, accompanied by a droning hum. GK pressed on, intending to kick the shoe further away before she could reach it. But suddenly, the writhing woman halted mid-motion, lifting her head to gaze at GK, her eyes devoid of that unsettling aura. "My name is Su Qingqing, and I reside in Sanliping. My grandfather is Su Luo, and my mother is Wang Yi. Oh, I am so afraid." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and then she succumbed to death. During her weeping, GK could distinctly observe her cheeks rapidly hollowing, her skin dulling, until her pupils lost their luster, and she ceased to breathe. The span from her awakening to her demise was merely a matter of a single utterance. It seemed that the strange convulsion moments prior had drained her of all vitality. The expression of fear lingered on her face, still adorned with tears. GK stood there, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. Yet this time, he was genuinely incensed. A living soul had perished, manipulated by some unseen force, meeting her end in a manner akin to self-detonation, right before his eyes. From the tattered embroidered shoe, it was evident that this was the doing of the Anomaly Society. GK picked up the damaged shoe and gazed upon the girl's lifeless body, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Anomaly Society, may your ancestors be cursed." He then remained silent, shrouded in the shadow of the jujube tree, obscuring his expression from view. At that moment, Lin Xiangji suddenly remarked, her face. In the blink of an eye, the corpse of the girl lay there, undergoing another transformation. Her mouth had inexplicably widened beyond human limits, her lips splitting at the edges. Yet, one could sense that her tear-streaked face bore a smile, as if mocking GK and Lin Xiangji before her. GK crouched down, comparing the embroidered shoe in his hand, and discovered that the shape and size of her gaping mouth bore an uncanny resemblance to the shoe. He wrinkled his nose and inquired, "Is it possible that the Anomaly Society has records at the Demon Suppression Tower? What do you intend to do?" Lin Xiangji asked nervously. The Anomaly Society cast a shadow over her, and witnessing the girl's demise heightened her fear. "I must at least locate the entire Anomaly Society family first," GK stated earnestly. GK returned to the Demon Suppression Tower, but this time, the building felt much more desolate. The demon hunters were sparse, and the reward board stood unoccupied. The person attending to him was a middle-aged man with a small mustache, who appeared somewhat impatient and said, "I heard you were looking for me." "Yes, Master Ling Yu and the others are not here. I need assistance." "Assistance with what?" "If you encounter something, you need to register the reward there." Before the steward Zhao could finish his sentence, GK had already tipped over the sack beside him, revealing a corpse. Upon seeing the body, Zhao's eyelids twitched in shock, exclaiming, "This corpse. She must have been searching for her shoes, likely bewitched by something vile." GK succinctly recounted the events leading up to this moment. And when he uttered the words Anomaly Society, Zhao's demeanor shifted, a hint of fear evident as he said, "Are you implying that they have arrived in Tianren City?" GK nodded, stating, "At least this young lady has. This corpse cannot be left as is." Zhao, the steward, swiftly procured a pitch-black iron coffin and placed the woman's corpse within. GK, clutching the embroidered shoe he had torn apart, inquired, "Might I ask, steward, are there any records pertaining to the matter of foreign entities?" He continued, "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xiao Qian, please see off young Master Ji." With that, he issued an order for GK to depart. It was evident that Zhao harbored a certain trepidation regarding the embroidered shoe. His earlier remarks strongly suggested that the shoe was far from the simplicity GK had initially presumed, for even Master Ling Yu had taken an interest in this affair. Did similar occurrences transpire elsewhere? As GK exited the Demon Suppression Tower, he made his way homeward. At that moment, A faint voice echoed behind him. I am Su Qingqing, residing in Sanliping. My father is Su Luo, and my mother is Wang Yi. Chapter 59. Eccentricity. My name is Su Qingqing, and I reside in Sanliping. My father is Su Luo, and my mother is Wang Yi. This voice suddenly echoed from behind, sending a chilling shiver down GK's spine. For Su Qingqing was already deceased. He had just transported her lifeless body to the demon-subduing tower, where Steward Zhao had specifically provided an iron coffin for her remains. Yet now, another Su Qingqing had emerged, living in Sanliping, with a father named Su Luo and a mother named Wang Yi, holding a freshly purchased bundle of celery. GK turned around to find a middle-aged woman being interrogated by two constables. She was clad in coarse cloth, hardly distinguishable from the vegetable vendors around her. What brings you here? One of the constables inquired. Looking for shoes, she replied. What shoes? The constable responded, his expression one of confusion. The shoes I wear, sir. Have you seen my shoes? Without them, I cannot survive. They are nearby. I can feel their presence, even hear their cries, yet I cannot find them. Could you assist me? The woman's voice resonated with a haunting quality. You truly are insane. Take her away. The constable exchanged glances with his companion before issuing the command. Thus, the woman was escorted away. As she was led out, her head suddenly twisted, and she cast a glance in GK's direction. In that fleeting moment, her gaze transformed, becoming unsettlingly familiar, fixated on GK as if she were the deceased Su Qingqing herself. Though the constables dragged her away, her eyes remained locked onto him. GK then noticed that she too wore a pair of embroidered shoes, each adorned with a hole on the surface, resembling eyes that gazed at him with an eerie intensity. Yet another Su Qingqing? Indeed, while a person may alter in many ways, that gaze remains unchanged. And those shoes. A wave of dread washed over GK, when suddenly another voice emerged from behind. My name is Su Qingqing. I live in Sanliping. My father is Su Luo, and my mother is Wang Yi. I lost my shoes. I was close to finding them, but someone harmed me. Could you help me search for them? GK's scalp prickled with mounting unease as he turned to find a burly man inquiring with a vegetable vendor. The vendor, clearly annoyed, retorted, Are you buying or not? If not, step aside. What is all this prattle about? The burly man quickly apologized. My apologies, my apologies. It was evident he was a kind-hearted and cautious individual, his eyes reflecting timidity and sincerity. However, at that moment, as he turned to face GK, his expression shifted to one of palpable discomfort. GK realized that on the man's large feet were also a pair of embroidered shoes, each with holes that appeared to gaze at him with an unsettling scrutiny. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the burly man approached GK and said, Young sir, my shoes have fallen to you. Could you please return them? Do not harm me, I beg you. The voice that emerged from this robust man was startlingly feminine, causing the nearby vegetable vendor to jump in surprise. My name is Su Qingqing, and I reside in Sanliping. My grandfather is named Su Luo, and my mother is Wang Yi. I believe my shoe has fallen into your possession. A burly man with a bushy beard approached, causing GK to retreat. The pace of his embroidered shoes quickened as GK stepped back further. Do not leave, please. In this scene, were the figure not a bearded man in embroidered shoes, but rather a woman, GK might be misjudged as a scoundrel abandoning his affections. One pursued, while the other retreated, the chase unfolding rapidly. GK fancied himself quite swift. After all, he was a practitioner, his inner energy flowing abundantly, allowing him to run long distances with the ease of a sprint. However, the bustling crowds and numerous stalls in Tianren City necessitated a bit of acrobatics, slowing him down. Strangely, the burly man in embroidered shoes seemed unperturbed by such obstacles, effortlessly weaving through the throngs. This pursuit clung to GK like a persistent shadow, difficult to shake off. Yet, in the next moment, the situation took a turn. A gasp rose from the crowd by the riverbank, and without a moment's hesitation, GK leaped into the clear canal. Like a fish in water, he swiftly plunged beneath the surface. Before the onlookers could comprehend, the burly man followed suit, creating a tremendous splash. The crowd, initially silent, erupted into excited exclamations and discussions. Clearly, the scholar owed the burly man a considerable sum of money. While I have witnessed many pursuits in the realms of love, men chasing women and vice versa, this fervent male pursuit was a first for me. Though the burly man swam with vigor, he was no match for GK, a master of both land and water. Before long, he lost sight of Quebec. Yet, he continued to gaze intently in a particular direction, his embroidered shoes becoming increasingly vibrant. Having evaded the burly man, GK felt a lingering dread. He could have dispatched his pursuer, perhaps even crushing his skull within an instant. However, he refrained, not only due to the multitude around them, but also because he feared that the demise of this Su Qingqing might summon yet more Su Qingqings. The first Su Qingqing had just perished, and suddenly two more emerged. How uncanny. This could not be mere coincidence, as their unsettling gazes, the holes in the embroidered shoes. Even their voices were unmistakable. The burly man bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Su Qingqing in terms of eyes, shoes, and voice. Was it possible that Su Qingqing's vengeful spirit had possessed him? And what of the middle-aged woman who also claimed to be Su Qingqing? Did Su Qingqing first inhabit the woman's body, only to abandon her when faced with capture, then leap into the burly man's form? Yet, how could one account for the burly man's shoes? In such a brief span, it would be impossible to procure a pair of embroidered shoes with holes for him. Wouldn't it? This only serves to demonstrate that the bearded Su Qingqing had existed prior. In this world, there is likely more than one Su Qingqing. When he revealed the existence of two Su Qingqings to her, Lin Xiangji felt a chill run down her spine and exclaimed, "What shall we do? Will they meet their demise before us in that same manner?" GK pondered for a moment and replied, "We must venture to Sanliping." Chapter 60. No free lunch. My name is Su Qingqing, and I reside in Sanliping. My father is Su Luo, and my mother is Wang Yi. This is a phrase every Su Qingqing would utter. Does this imply that the Su Qingqing from Sanliping is the original? If these two Su Qingqings were to perish, new ones, or even more, might emerge, presenting a far more troublesome predicament. GK believed this scenario was not without possibility. Clearly, addressing this matter is akin to remedying pollution. One must identify the source. Otherwise, even if he were to commit murder with dry eyes, he might never cease. Moreover, he is merely a diligent scholar. And under normal circumstances, he should not resort to taking lives indiscriminately. At present, the sole clue in the case of the embroidered shoes incident is the phrase, residing in Sanliping. However, they soon encountered a new conundrum. Where exactly is Sanliping? Which Sanliping? Much like a person named Zhang Wei, the names Sanliping, Kiliping, Shalipo, and Xinghua village are ubiquitous. It is likely that there are more than 10 Sanlipings in the northern region. If they were to exclude each one, they currently do not even know the location of the nearest Sanliping. Maps. Does Tianren City sell maps? The more detailed, the better, GK pondered. With a map, he could have a clearer understanding and could investigate separately rather than haphazardly. The type of map you desire is likely only available at the Scroll Curtain sect. Moreover, it is rather expensive, Lin Xiangji added. Upon hearing the word expensive, GK's demeanor turned serious as he inquired, "How expensive?" "Your 100 or so taels of silver will probably not suffice," Lin Xiangji replied. "So exorbitant." GK gasped, nearly halting his breath. "Is that map made of gold?" "Maps are far more precious than gold. Whether for merchants or escorts, a detailed map is incomparable to gold. Such maps are treasured possessions of many families and escort agencies. Only the Scroll Curtain sect can offer you a decent one," Lin Xiangji explained. "Is there truly no one who could replicate it for sale?" "The Scroll Curtain sect does not take such matters lightly. Getting caught could land you in prison," Lin Xiangji warned. For a moment, GK found himself at a loss for words. Finding a counterfeit was nearly impossible. There would be no free lunch. Then we might as well say that we are purging evil and safeguarding the righteous. Perhaps the Scroll Curtain sect could offer a discount? GK persisted. With a cat in tow, they set off as soon as they decided to depart. To avoid drawing attention, GK transformed into a cat lover, tucking Lin Xiangji within his clothing as he exited. Along the way, an elderly man fixated his gaze on GK's chest, causing him to feel wary, suspecting another Su Qingqing. It was not until Lin Xiangji's feline head emerged from his garment that the old man's expression turned dull and uninterested. "Ah, a fake?" There was no choice. With the cat in his possession, an unknowing onlooker would perceive his chest as rather extravagant. The Scroll Curtain sect had numerous branches, one of which was located in the bustling market closest to Linshui Alley. On the journey to this locale, GK occasionally glanced around, perpetually sensing that Su Qingqing would emerge to demand his shoes. The pair of embroidered shoes, torn from the feet of the village chief Lin, seemed to be the root of all his troubles. It felt as though refusing to relinquish them would provoke an unyielding pursuit from her. Alas, GK was one unperturbed by such relentless pursuits. In fact, he harbored a desire to eliminate her entire family. At that moment, Lin Xiangji guided GK into a jewelry store named Jinbi Lu. Upon entering, GK was immediately struck with trepidation. He knew that the treasures within were the most deceitful, especially to women. As soon as he stepped inside, an enthusiastic young girl approached him, her sweet smile inviting him to browse at his leisure or inquire about anything he needed. Following her cue, GK extended his middle finger towards his nose and declared, "I desire one tael of pearls, half of which must be ground to powder without a hint of black, and the other half also ground to powder without a trace of white." The girl's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she asked, "Sir, are you certain you want one tael of pearl powder, with the white free of black and the black free of white?" GK nodded affirmatively, stating, "Absolutely. Please follow me," she instructed. He could not help but feel amused. He had merely come to purchase a map, yet it felt as though he were engaged in a clandestine exchange akin to that of a spy. Learning that GK sought merely a map of the surroundings, the attendant quickly transformed from an authoritative elder into a young girl. This gave GK a modicum of confidence, believing that his handsome visage might warrant a discount. Yet, to his dismay, it proved utterly futile. He begrudgingly parted with 80 taels of silver for the map, which, in Lin Xiangji's eyes, seemed akin to him giving away a cherished child he had nurtured for 10 months. GK resolved that after this matter concluded, he would seek Ling Yu and the others to see if he might secure some reimbursement. After all, according to manager Zhao, this was part of the same case. And if his suspicions held true, he might even encounter them in sandloping. He decided that even as a part-time demon slayer, he must obtain a formal identity as a demon hunter. Otherwise, he felt as though he was being exploited when he worked without reward. And when the bounty was divided among others, he felt embarrassed, as if he had taken advantage of them. Reflecting upon it, he realized that both those who exploited him and those he exploited were not insignificant in number. Nevertheless, this unfortunate affair bore its silver lining. He sensed that the insights he had accumulated were once again coalescing into a vibrant essence, akin to a rush of blood. The next release should undoubtedly yield a delightful surprise. In the interim, Lin Xiangji perused the map in his arms, discovering 3 locations of sandloping within a 100-mile radius. Just as the man and his feline companion were nearly ready to depart, a sudden series of sharp knocks echoed through the air. GK and Lin Xiangji instantly became alert. GK called out, "Who is it? Knock, knock, knock." Lin Xiangji gracefully leaped onto the courtyard wall. She crept along the courtyard wall towards the gate, seeking the concealment of the cat to ascertain the situation. Outside the door stood 2 figures, a man and a woman, who were knocking persistently. From her vantage point, she could only glimpse the man's profile, characterized by a thick beard. The man was drenched, yet his shoes, despite being tattered, appeared newly replaced and dry. In that instant, Lin Xiangji perceived the holes in those shoes as malevolent eyes fixed upon her. She raised her head, and a shiver coursed through her as her body tensed. The man and woman, who had been knocking, had inexplicably turned their gaze towards her. Their expressions were hollow, yet their stares pierced her like icy arrows, penetrating her very being. It was only at this moment that Lin Xiangji realized the man and woman were indeed 2 individuals. Yet they appeared as one. They were fused together. The overcast skies rendered the already dim alley even more enigmatic. As the pair outside simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at Lin Xiangji, an otherworldly sensation enveloped her. It was then that she discerned their true forms. Initially, from her side view, she had thought they stood in close proximity. Now, as they turned, she comprehended that they were, in fact, melded into one another. Their flesh and blood intermingled at their shoulders, with fabric from their garments entwined at their waists. Most horrifying of all was their countenance. The skin of their faces was conjoined, with one of the woman's eyes extending onto the man's right cheek, creating an unsettling impression as if the man had devoured a portion of the woman's body. At that moment, the pair spoke in unison. "I am Su Qingqing, residing in Sanliping. My father is Su Luo, and my mother is Wang Yi." As they approached, Lin Xiangji, startled, performed a backflip and tumbled down from the wall. GK, standing in the courtyard with luggage in hand, expressed his confusion. "What is going on?" Lin Xiangji, her voice trembling, replied, "They have come. Su Qingqing is here." Suddenly, beneath the dim canopy of the sky, she looked up, her body tensing once more, every hair on her skin standing on end. GK followed her gaze, and there, on the wall, appeared 2 heads fused together. The woman's eye, grotesquely affixed to the man's cheek, rolled ominously as it fixated on him. This was indeed the woman who had been taken away by the officials. I am Su Qingqing, residing in Sanliping. My shoes, return my shoes to me. As she spoke, the amalgamated figures leaped from the wall, springing towards GK like a frog. A strange writhing sensation filled the air as the woman's body was further consumed by the man. Seeing this, Lin Xiangji cried out, "Be careful." GK was genuinely startled by the sudden assault, only then realizing he had dropped his luggage. In the moment he released it, the two Su Qingqings lunged forward, the surrounding air resonating with a buzzing sound. At that instant, a brick whistled through the air. In an instant, the brick was assimilated by the terrifying force of movement, its speed diminishing abruptly as if plunged into a quagmire, contorted and crumbled. Yet, this brick, imbued with formidable weight and power, ultimately struck the face of the two intertwined figures of Su Qingqing. The blow was not severe, yet it still landed. Consequently, a void emerged in the undulating air where the brick had made contact. In the fleeting moment before this void could be filled, GK had already made his move. It was a standard finger strike, swift as lightning. With a crack, the two Su Qingqing, charging forward, momentarily halted, even leaning back slightly, as GK's strike found its mark in one of their eyes. With a resounding thud, the two Su Qingqing, nearly fused together, crashed to the ground, their bodies arching as they emitted a chorus of pained cries. Blood streamed from the eye of the bearded Su Qingqing, which blinked before finally succumbing to closure. GK wiped the blood from his hands, remarking, "You see, it looks much more pleasing this way." He harbored a strong aversion to having eyes on faces, finding them superfluous and exceedingly unappealing, a true affront to his aesthetic sensibilities. Had he not blinded that eye, he might have found it difficult to sleep peacefully that night. Fortunately, the eye was ultimately extinguished. The two Su Qingqing on the ground writhed, blood staining their faces, preparing to charge once more. GK swiftly seized the last remaining stone bench in the courtyard, channeling the formidable energy of Tai Chi, and brought it crashing down. With a thunderous impact, the stone bench collided with the undulating force, momentarily halting it, causing cracks to spiderweb across the front, sprouting barbs. However, in response, the undulating force experienced a sinking, where its strength waned to a mere translucent membrane. GK exerted force with both hands, piercing through this membrane, placing his hands atop the bearded man's head and chin. A sharp crack echoed, resembling the sound of bursting beans. The bearded Su Qingqing's head suddenly sank, plunging inward, while the conjoined woman's head was left askew outside. GK, with an expression of indifference, placed his hands upon her head, and once again, a merciless crack reverberated. Her head followed suit, plunging into the cavity. Visibly, a bulge formed beneath the bearded Su Qingqing's neck, a manifestation of the two heads having merged within. Lin Xiangji crouched beneath the eaves of the courtyard, her hair standing on end since the onset, still unmoved. What manner of monster is this? No, she was not referring to the two conjoined Su Qingqing, but rather to GK, who appeared so innocuous. She understood the strategy of weakening the undulating force with the stone bench, and could grasp the rapid and ruthless eye strike, yet she was utterly confounded by the technique of smashing a head within. It was simply absurd. In a daze, she pondered if her once esteemed talent for cultivation was not as remarkable as she had believed. Fortunately, the silver remained intact. At that moment, GK had extracted some silver from the two Su Qingqing. Suddenly, the previously still headless bodies began to writhe once more. GK swiftly searched their bodies and then opened the door, forcefully kicking one of them into the ditch outside. "Leave, do not linger," he urged, having gathered the scattered luggage and slung it over his shoulder. He proceeded to close and lock the door in one fluid motion. Lin Xiangji, still dazed, clung to the satchel on GK's back. In the waterway outside, two headless bodies writhed and struggled, their movements causing the water to ripple as if countless pieces of silver had been scattered within, creating an eerily captivating sight. As GK strode away from Linshui Alley, a black carriage was slowly approaching from 2 streets away. "Miss, that GK is said to reside in the nearby Linshui Alley," remarked a voice from within the carriage. Dressed in elegant white, Bai Lingshuang spoke coolly, "Go knock on the door." The carriage came to a halt, and a maid clad in green stepped down. Her hair was styled in a bun, embodying the typical attire of a servant, yet her demeanor radiated an air of pride. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there?" The courtyard door remained tightly shut, and silence lingered in the air. The maid approached the carriage and reported, "Miss, it seems no one is home." "Understood." came the detached reply from the woman inside the carriage. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the nearby street. A ghost! A ghost! A ghost! Bai Ling Shuang raised an elegant eyebrow, lifting the curtain as she commanded, "Wait here." In that moment, she darted towards the source of the scream, moving with the grace of a fleeting shadow. Chapter 62. 8 Eyes. When Bai Ling Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, arrived at the street, the crowd had already scattered in panic, leaving chaos in their wake. On the ground lay a twisted trace, shrouded in a haze of fine dust. At the end of this trace lay two headless corpses. As she approached, Bai Ling Shuang realized her earlier description was inaccurate, for the flesh of these two headless bodies was conjoined, making it difficult to ascertain that they were once two separate individuals. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the grotesque forms resembled a grotesque spider fashioned from human flesh, evoking a sense of revulsion. Bai Ling Shuang turned her gaze towards the necks of the corpses, where she could faintly discern a portion of the severed heads embedded within. A chill crept into her heart, focusing her vital energy. She enveloped her palm in a crystalline sheen akin to a delicate glove, and then she tugged at the hair of the head lodged in the neck, confirming a grim realization. The head had been forcibly inserted by someone, and the method was peculiar. Is there a master at work here? Bai Ling Shuang mused inwardly as she surveyed her surroundings. In her imagination, the dual-headed demon had suddenly appeared on the street, terrifying the nearby onlookers, at which point a skilled individual had intervened, swiftly vanquishing the demon by thrusting its head into its own body cavity. Two heads, in fact, thus averting a crisis. This technique, even she found daunting. She was aware that there were masters in Tianren City, as she herself counted among them, yet she had never heard of such a method. At that moment, Bai Ling Shuang's attention was drawn to the two pairs of embroidered shoes on the corpses, which were visibly decaying at an alarming rate. This was, meanwhile, the architect of this chaos. GK, the male counterpart of the engagement, was leaving the city with a cat in tow. They needed to reach the nearest Sanliping quickly. However, Sanliping number 1 was not their intended destination. So the man and his feline companion paused only briefly before hastening towards the next location. On the way to Sanliping number 2, GK encountered a string of misfortunes, reminiscent of a bountiful harvest of ill luck. In a single day, he faced 3 groups of bandits and a family of tigers, as well as a falling boot. Yet, time was of the essence, and GK did not linger, swiftly dispatching the threats and pocketing anything of value. Lin Xiangji had not anticipated that her most frequent activity during this outing would be collecting silver coins and witnessing 3 tigers meet their fate at GK's hands, with 1 dead and 2 injured. For GK, the gravest danger did not stem from the tigers or the bandits, but rather from that boot that had plummeted from the sky. Presumably used for practicing martial arts, its sole concealed a weight of lead, and for reasons unknown, it had descended with exaggerated force and speed. GK was sent flying like a mere scrap of paper upon impact. Even now, the thought of that boot fills him with trepidation. Had he not mastered the art of Tai Chi to dissipate the force, he believed he would have perished. The impact of that boot was such that even an iron-headed warrior could have been reduced to sparks, let alone his mortal form. Evidently, as he grew stronger, the misfortunes accumulated during his enlightenment also evolved. Approaching the vicinity of number 2 Sanliping, GK encountered a band of highwaymen once more, demanding both riches and captives, including a cat. True to form, he initiated a combat mode that could take on 10 or even 100 foes. However, just as he was halfway through, with only 18 taels of silver tucked away, one of the bandits unexpectedly appeared behind him, thrusting a dagger towards his waist. GK was sent flying once again, as if he were but a piece of paper. He had not anticipated that, even against a slightly more formidable group of bandits, he would have to resort to expending his energy. As GK turned to rise, he sought to discern who possessed the audacity to ambush him. To his astonishment, he immediately recognized the embroidered shoes adorning the assailant's feet, along with their unsettling gaze. Those shoes already bore 4 gaping holes. Indeed, another had emerged. Following the demise of the previous Su Qingqing, a new one had surfaced, now turned bandit. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, this new bandit, Su Qingqing, exhibited that peculiar writhing motion once again, advancing towards him. This time, GK chose not to engage but instead utilized his agility to distance himself from the foe. The writhing Su Qingqing was undeniably swift, yet he was short-lived. After a chase spanning 10 miles, he ultimately exhausted his lifespan and perished. Almost immediately, New unsettling eyes appeared amidst the dense forest. If GK's intuition served him correctly, this iteration of Su Qingqing should number 4. 1 transforms into 2. 2 into 4, perfectly corresponding to the number of holes in the shoes. If this pattern continued, the next would likely be 8. Lin Xiangji, the cat, observed this scene with a perplexed expression, questioning his intentions. Suddenly, she became acutely aware. 4GK's reclining posture bore an uncanny resemblance to the perverse illustrations found in that peculiar tome, the reversal of the phoenix and the dragon. Yet, they were in the wilderness, and she was merely a cat. Just as Lin Xiangji's thoughts spiraled, her face flushed with embarrassment, GK glided over, his body slipping past. Meow? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, GK had tossed her onto his belly. Subsequently, she felt as though she were driving a vehicle. A fast one. GK lay on the ground, propelling her swiftly forward, with dry leaves swirling around them and the surrounding scenery rushing by in a blur. As a lady of a prominent family, Lin Xiangji had experienced all manner of carriages, even those borne by the favored wind warriors of the reigning emperor. However, she had never encountered GK's mode of transport. It was utterly absurd. He had summoned her not for the purpose she had initially assumed. The thought caused her cheeks to burn. Were it not for her fur-covered face, she might have betrayed her embarrassment. Along their journey, they swiftly encountered farmers haunted by specters, merchants, and couples who had been quarreling but now clung to each other in a moment of panic. This ghost was, of course, GK, gliding by on his back. Due to his considerable speed, his form appeared somewhat blurred to the onlookers, further enhancing his ghostly aura. The crowd remained oblivious to the fact that GK, this spectral figure moving with such haste, was merely attempting to evade a true specter, the one wearing embroidered shoes. This time, GK only exhausted a certain Su Qingqing and chose to flee by swimming. When he and Lin Xiangji arrived at the second Sanliping, dusk had nearly descended. It must be noted that although they bore the same name, the two Sanlipings were starkly different in both landscape and culture. The first Sanliping they visited was a dilapidated village, where the inhabitants were gaunt and perpetually hungry. In contrast, this Sanliping boasted white walls and black tiles, with pavilions and towers gracefully constructed along gentle slopes, exuding an air of prosperity. Upon inquiry, GK learned that this Sanliping had gradually developed into a town after a prominent family named Lu relocated here. Thanks to the Lu family's wealth and their successive benevolent patriarchs, the entire Sanliping flourished alongside them. It was said that the current head of the Lu family was a skilled alchemist, a fact evidenced by the elegantly designed lotus pond at the town center. According to the village elder, the majority of the townsfolk bore the surname Lu, although there were certainly others as well. To gather information, it was most fitting to approach the head of the Lu family. Thus, GK fabricated a tale of being a demon hunter and soon secured an audience with the Lu patriarch. The meeting took place in a side hall, where a middle-aged man, exuding an ethereal aura, sat in a black robe at the head of the table, flanked by 4 attendants, including 2 young alchemists. As GK and Lin Xiangji entered the hall, the Lu patriarch smoothed his sleeves and personally welcomed them, saying, "Having resided in this rustic locale for so long, I did not expect a fellow cultivator to pay a visit." Their initial encounter was marked by courteous exchanges. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the candles in the hall to flicker. In that instant, Lin Xiangji felt a chill surge from her feet to her head. The dim environment of the side hall was illuminated by her keen eyes, and in the moment the wind passed, she noticed that the Lu patriarch, dressed as a Taoist, wore a pair of embroidered shoes adorned with 8 holes, resembling 4 pairs of eyes staring intently at her. Chapter 63. The 3-inch golden lotus. In contrast to Lin Xiangji's feline eyes, GK's vision was somewhat lacking, causing him to initially overlook the peculiarities around him as he exchanged pleasantries with the head of the Lu family. However, he could sense the soft feline form of Lin Xiangji stiffen abruptly in his embrace, prompting him to observe his surroundings discreetly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the garments of the 2 young attendants and the 2 servants were excessively long, nearly trailing upon the ground, evoking the image of children clad in adult attire. Were they attempting to conceal their footwear from my view? The thought flickered through his mind, and GK swiftly comprehended the source of Lin Xiangji's fear. Thus, just before taking his seat, he suddenly clutched his abdomen and said, "My apologies, esteemed elder. I find myself in urgent need. May I be granted a moment's respite?" The head of the Lu family graciously directed one of the young boys to guide him. However, After only a few steps, the voice of the Liu family head rang out once more. "Friend, please wait." GK feigned ignorance and quickened his pace. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed as the previously open door to the side chamber slammed shut. This chamber, already reminiscent of a deep, secluded abode, became even darker as the door closed, effectively barring the starlight from entering. "Friend, we had agreed you would wait. Why can you not hear me?" As he uttered these words, the voice of the Liu family head transformed into that of a woman. Amidst the flickering candlelight, they appeared as malevolent spirits emerging from the depths of the underworld. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, the old monk Ling Yu and his companions found themselves in a predicament. On a muddy path, Chen Zhu and his senior sister Wang Hua, burdened with a black box, scanned their surroundings with caution, their demeanor suggesting they harbored some unspoken guilt. They had indeed suffered misfortune before, particularly Chen Zhu, who had encountered trouble while seeking directions from an elderly man the previous day. The old man, seemingly honest and straightforward, had only one leg and sat in a wheelchair, exuding an air of half-buried mortality. Due to the man's heavy accent, Chen Zhu inadvertently moved closer to listen. Unexpectedly, the half-buried, limping old man sprang to life, clamping down on his ear with a vice-like grip. While gnawing, he demanded shoes from him. In desperation, Chen Zhu relinquished not only his shoes but even his foul socks, yet the old man remained insatiable. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the old man truly chewing on his ear, reminiscent of someone savoring cold, dressed pig's ears. Had it not been for Ning Hongyu's timely intervention, who swiftly severed the old man's jaw, Chen Zhu might have lost his ear entirely. Now, with his ear sewn back on by his sister, it bore distinct bite marks, throbbing painfully, causing Chen Zhu to wince inadvertently. On either side of the road lay humble grass huts, some lacking even paper in their windows, resembling darkened voids. From these voids, intermittent glances were cast, each filled with ill intent in the eyes of Chen Zhu and his companions. How many encounters with Su Qingqing have we faced along this route? Chen Zhu mused, haunted by the memory. In truth, this is not the most troublesome aspect. The most vexing is that these seemingly innocent individuals have grown increasingly treacherous. Initially, they stumbled upon the rumored traces of the embroidered shoes in a mountain stronghold. According to the records, the informant was the third leader of the stronghold. On that fateful day, he appeared at the magistrate's office, utterly distraught, claiming that malevolent forces sought to harm him. The officials found this exceedingly peculiar, for the third leader was a notorious brigand, with the blood of countless victims on his hands, and his visit to the magistrate's office seemed nothing short of a death wish. Yet, he persisted. At that moment, the third leader was in a dire state. In his words, the entire village conspired against him. That day, as was his custom, he set out to rob, determined to seize both women and wealth. Among his targets was a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with a pair of brand-new embroidered shoes on her delicate 3-inch golden lotus feet. The third leader, Qian Laosan, was exhilarated. Such a woman was his greatest desire, particularly with her husband present. However, the woman was fiercely resolute, refusing to submit even unto death. What kind of man was Qian Laosan to relent in the face of a defiant woman? He swiftly bound her, intending to exert his will upon her. Yet she proved to be no mere victim. On the surface, she appeared to acquiesce, shedding tears like a sorrowful figure. Just as Qian Laosan reveled in his triumph, the woman suddenly erupted in fury, sinking her teeth into his nose with relentless ferocity. The pain seared through him as he retaliated with a flurry of brutal punches, shattering her flesh and causing blood to flow from her 7 orifices, yet she steadfastly clung to his nose. In Qian Laosan's estimation, the woman had perished, yet still, she held on to his nose and a portion of his cheek with unyielding tenacity. Ultimately, he was forced to bash her teeth from their sockets to escape her grasp, though he was left with a mangled nostril. Frustrated by his misfortune, he slaughtered the entire family of the woman. Little did he realize, this was merely the inception of his nightmares. That very night, one of his subordinates stealthily infiltrated his chamber, aiming for his still-healing nose. Fortunately, plagued by pain and unable to sleep, Qian Laosan startled awake and subdued the intruder, delivering a fatal blow. He found this turn of events perplexing, for this subordinate had remained loyal for 4 years. Who would have anticipated such madness? Most troubling was the fact that the man wore a pair of women's embroidered shoes, eerily reminiscent of those belonging to the woman he had slain. A sense of dread enveloped Qian Laosan as he pondered. Could the woman have been the paramour of this wretched soul, thus prompting his vengeance in response to her murder. With no other recourse, he incinerated the body along with the shoes. For 2 consecutive days, nothing transpired, but on the 3rd day, while napping, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Terrified, he opened his eyes to find an elderly woman who cooked for the stronghold, fiercely biting into his neck, voraciously sucking and tearing at his flesh. In that moment, terror gripped Qian Laosan, and he plunged a dagger into the woman, ending her life in a swift strike. In the aftermath, he was unable to shake the feeling of dread that consumed him, had it not been for the advanced age of the old woman. With merely 6 remaining teeth, she might have indeed met her demise in her sleep from a fatal bite. Similarly, the old woman donned a pair of exquisite embroidered shoes, resembling those of the other woman. Subsequently, Qian Laosan became thoroughly unsettled. This incident naturally stirred quite a commotion within the stronghold upon learning of the news. The chief determined that someone was engaging in trickery and thus decreed that anyone, regardless of gender, found secretly wearing or concealing embroidered shoes would face execution. While publicly asserting that trickery was afoot, the chief discreetly summoned an acquaintance from the Taoist sect for assistance. To dispel Qian Laosan's fears, he enlisted the help of the Taoist to exorcise the spirits. In Qian Laosan's eyes, the Taoist indeed possessed some skill, wielding a compass. He traversed the area and astonishingly discovered a pair of shoes hanging from a tree near the village. These vibrant embroidered shoes, as red as blood, dangled from the branches, each merely 3 inches in length. The Taoist elucidated that this was the true embodiment of the foul spirit. Thus, the Taoist produced a fire talisman and directed flames towards the shoes, and amidst the swirling inferno, Qian Laosan even perceived the piercing shriek of a woman. Ultimately, the shoes were completely reduced to ashes, and Qian Laosan finally felt a sense of relief. However, during dinner that evening, the initially jubilant Qian Laosan began to feel an unsettling disquiet. For that day, his elder brother was attired in a long gown. In their line of work, which revolved around theft, they preferred the neatness of short gowns, seldom sporting long ones, save for the second-in-command strategist. His elder brother had consistently adhered to this norm. The memory of the embroidered shoes returned to him, and coupled with his brother's attire, he discerned a chilling realization. Throughout the afternoon, he seemed to have not observed what shoes his brother and the Taoist were wearing. Once this thought surfaced, Qian Laosan found himself in a state of agitation. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings and noticed that, in a village once dominated by short gowns, a surprising number of brothers now sported long gowns. At that moment, he felt a strange unfamiliarity with these long-gowned brethren, as though they had been substituted in a sinister exchange. This sensation was profoundly terrifying. Suppressing his rising dread, Qian Laosan ventured to the spot where the Taoist had incinerated the embroidered shoes. Soon, cold sweat broke forth. His suspicions had proven correct, for upon the muddy ground lay the footprints left by the 3 individuals. Qian Laosan compared them and discovered that, apart from his own, the other 2 pairs of footprints were all of the size befitting 3-inch golden lotuses. His elder brother and the Taoist must have been wearing those 3-inch embroidered shoes. Chapter 64. Origin. Gazing upon the 3-inch-long footprints on the ground, Qian Laosan's fear reached its zenith. The village, once so familiar to him, now appeared utterly strange and terrifying beneath the somber sky. At that moment, a haunting female voice emanated from the depths of the wild forest, remarking, "Such fine shoes. Why does someone not wear them?" After fleeing the mountain, Qian Laosan did not immediately report to the authorities. Instead, he foolishly sought to conceal himself and assess the situation. However, he soon realized his error. Regardless of where he hid or how well he concealed himself, every few days, brothers would seek him out. These brothers, clad in long robes, concealed beneath them the embroidered shoes, and upon speaking, their voices echoed that of women, relentless and unyielding. According to the records, by the time Qian Laosan reached the magistrate's office, he had lost half his nose, 1 ear, and a significant portion of his chin. His body bore over 30 stab wounds, and the mere sight of a pair of shoes would send him into shivers. Ultimately, Qian Laosan met his demise. The day after he reported the incident, the accumulated injuries erupted, and he did not even manage to enter the prison cell he had hoped would shield him from disaster, passing away instead. It was from that moment that the peculiar incident of the embroidered shoes began to attract attention. In the northern regions, the institutions dedicated to vanquishing demons were limited to the Demon Suppression Tower and the Qingqi Division under the imperial jurisdiction. The Qingqi Division was formidable, With most of its members hailing from the esteemed cultivation sanctuary, the Zhaixing Pavilion, supported by the royal family, holding considerable renown both among the common folk and within the cultivation community. Unfortunately, the vastness of the northern lands meant that once one crossed the numerous Yin Mountains, the court's influence waned significantly, rendering the Qingqi division relatively powerless. Often, they had to rely on the local sects of the north and collaborate with the semi-civilian organization, the Demon Suppression Tower, for assistance. The terror of these embroidered shoes lay in the fact that as the investigation deepened, the Qingqi division discovered a connection to the infamous Anomaly Society. The Anomaly Society was a peculiar and fearsome entity, and after failing to garner aid from the major sects, officials from the Qingqi division had no choice but to seek help from the Demon Suppression Tower. Regrettably, the Demon Suppression Tower found itself equally overwhelmed. The major sects and families had grown timid. They were unwilling to take the lead in this matter, lacking both the strength and the courage to do so. The hesitation of these sects stemmed from their ignorance of the Anomaly Society's disposition. The true horror of the Anomaly Society lay in its complete lack of communication. One misstep could spell disaster for any sect. The families and sects harbored their own thoughts, hoping to observe from a distance rather than become mired in the quagmire themselves. Consequently, as time passed, no one was willing to take the initiative. In truth, they needed someone to brave the storm, to probe the Anomaly Society's stance. Yet they had not found a suitable candidate. The deaths of countless commoners and even wealthy merchants due to the embroidered shoes were not their concern. Thus, the matter lingered in uncertainty until the emergence of Ning Hongyu, a prodigy renowned for her prowess in harnessing qi and slaying true essence, who ranked among the top 3 of the Qingyu list. How to describe this talented individual? To put it favorably, she was skilled in waging war to sustain war. To put it less charitably, she was recklessly unaware of the dangers. In the eyes of many prominent figures, she was an anomaly, one that did not warrant excessive attention. Genius. It is only through growth that one can truly be deemed a genius, yet it is widely believed that Ning Hongyu would not endure for long. Yet she persists, growing ever stronger with each passing day. On their journey, Chen Zhu could not help but indulge in self-deprecation, lamenting how it is a southerner who must address the bizarre happenings of the northern lands, a truly embarrassing predicament. Ning Hongyu blinked her open left eye and remarked, "With 3 such individuals present, it is not overly disgraceful." Upon their arrival at the mountain stronghold, the scene described by Qian Laosan had vanished. The village was devoid of bandits, rendering distinctions of long robes, short robes, or embroidered shoes irrelevant. No, to be precise, bandits did exist, but not as individuals. Rather, they were a grotesque mass. In a hollow at the back of the stronghold, they beheld dozens of bandits twisted and entwined together. They resembled beings devoid of bones. Or perhaps, with bones shattered beyond recognition, amalgamated into a colossal mass of flesh muddied with grime. Each face bore a myriad of expressions, with 2 even grinning at them. It was undeniably a scene most macabre. Chen Zhu, Wang Hua, and the others, seasoned veterans of the realm, felt a visceral terror grip them upon witnessing this sight, their scalps prickling with dread. In Ning Hongyu's words, these individuals were amalgamating, merging into a single mass of sustenance. As she explained, she drew forth her nearly 5-foot-long narrow blade and struck down. When the flesh mass was severed, the bandits emitted eerie, anguished screams. Yet Ning Hongyu did not so much as blink. She swiftly extracted a pair of embroidered shoes from within. The moment the shoes were drawn forth, the bandits' cacophony ceased abruptly. It felt as though the shoes were their hearts, and with this heart severed, their vitality was irrevocably cut off. The discovery of the 3-inch embroidered shoes marked merely the beginning of their ordeal. Subsequently, countless Su Qingqings emerged, relentless and increasingly treacherous, armed with Qian Laosan's insights. They initially needed only to be wary of those wearing embroidered shoes or those reluctant to expose their footwear, while at that time, Su Qingqing's actions were rather clumsy and singular, merely desperate to demand the shoes. However, as time progressed, they learned to ambush, and the established patterns of those adorned with embroidered shoes became less applicable, which was also the reason for Chen Zhu's ear being bitten. Su Qingqing had become increasingly unruly. Similarly, Ning Hongyu and her companions encountered a dilemma akin to that of GK, which was to locate the original Su Qingqing amidst numerous sandlopping. Before setting forth, Ning Hongyu had garnered a certain understanding of these embroidered shoes. She believed this bizarre occurrence bore a closer resemblance to a plague. One must find the source to sever the plague's propagation. It must be said that during these days spent in Ning Hongyu's company, Ling Yu and the monk had developed a newfound appreciation for this young female cultivator, skilled in crossing boundaries to vanquish foes. Initially, they had assumed Ning Hongyu to be a ruthless, frostily indifferent individual. Yet, through their interactions, they discovered her to possess a remarkable sense of humanity, often interspersed with a touch of dark humor. Just as the villain was about to confess, a piercing scream erupted, and his right arm fell to the ground. The villain lay on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, rendered speechless. At that moment, the four individuals, having found no success in this area, prepared to depart. Suddenly, a group of over 10 people appeared at the alley's entrance. Some wore embroidered shoes, while others did not. Some were solitary, while others were entwined with several companions. Among them, the 5 individuals who were clinging together captured the most attention. They sprawled on the ground, their interconnected bodies moving in a peculiar, serpentine manner, resembling a colossal centipede adorned with human hands and feet. Ning Hongyu did not hesitate. With the crescent-shaped long knife slung across her back, she approached them. Chapter 65. Why must you prevent me from using the restroom? With a swift motion, a farmer in embroidered shoes was cleaved in half by a red blade that twisted towards him. Immediately after, the grotesque centipede-like figure lunged forward. Ning Hongyu did not retreat. Instead, she extended her unarmed left hand to meet it. The strange writhing, capable of bending even the sturdiest iron into a pretzel, was nonetheless caught by Ning Hongyu. Not only did she catch it, but she also hurled the lengthy body high into the air. It was only at this moment that the old monk Ling Yu comprehended why Ning Hongyu could catch the centipede with empty hands. It was not merely because her vital energy was exceptionally pure and substantial. Rather, it was the instantaneous synchronization of her energy with the creature's bizarre movements that allowed her to achieve this feat. Was this the action of a mere mortal? At that moment, the airborne centipede was descending, and with a swift upward thrust of the blood-colored blade, its chest was pierced through. Following this, with a diagonal flick of the blade, the writhing body of the centipede ruptured, blossoming into a splendid display of crimson. In but a fleeting moment, even Chen Zhu was left aghast, his astonished drool yet to hit the ground, as everything settled into silence. Before Ning Hongyu, the shattered remnants of flesh spread across the ground like a fiery bloom. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Chen Zhu and his companions had forgotten to even gasp in shock. Ning Hongyu's strikes were executed with such speed, precision, and fluidity that everything appeared perfectly timed. Too much of a sweep would have been excessive, while too little would have been inadequate. Prior to Ning Hongyu, the most formidable young master they had encountered was Ji Quebec. The trio had long debated who was superior between GK and Ning Hongyu, with Wang Hua, their female companion enamored with handsome men, leaning towards Ji Quebec. However, after witnessing Ning Hongyu's prowess, their opinions shifted. Even Wang Hua, the ardent admirer of GK, found herself favoring Ning Hongyu's abilities. In that prior confrontation, Ning Hongyu seemed to have cast aside all human emotion, transforming into a cold, precise instrument, or rather, a blade that understood the art of lethal strikes. Each cut was fatal, executed with a chilling efficiency. In contrast, GK's combat style resembled the playful antics of a child wielding formidable power. When compared to the cold efficiency of a lethal instrument, the former appeared less intimidating and effective, for it was ensnared in emotional whims. This remarkable ability to oscillate between human and inhuman states would surely evoke envy among the exalted figures in the realm of cultivation. Behind the wooden door, blood flowed like a river. The ground and chairs were littered with bodies, some intact, others torn apart. Why must you prevent me from using the restroom? GK flicked most of the blood from his hands and wiped them on Lin Xiangji before striding towards the side hall. He had just inquired about the location of the restroom from a servant when, in the next instant, the servant screamed in terror and fled, rolling away. Having glimpsed the horrific scene in the side hall, as he attempted to close the door, several other servants from the Liu residence happened to pass by, only to be met with a chorus of screams. As GK listened to the cacophony of screams and barking dogs, he finished his business and shook off the remnants. He had not lied in the strictest sense. His intention had genuinely been to relieve himself, albeit not in the manner one might presume, but rather for a lesser need. Little did he anticipate that a mere disagreement would lead to the closing of the door, and subsequently, a transformation that proved to be quite troublesome. Upon emerging after his brief respite, he found Lin Xiangji disdainfully inspecting the bloodstains on her attire while awaiting his return. Soon, the pair, one human and one cat, leapt onto the rooftop. From this elevated vantage point, the Lu residence was in disarray following the demise of its master. GK could not help but ponder aloud. Just moments prior, there were 8 gaping holes, and soon, would there not be 16? If all went as expected, those 16 voids would signify the emergence of 16 individuals resembling Su Qingqing. Regardless of whether he intervened, those 16 Su Qingqing would meet their untimely ends, only to be replaced by an even greater number. Their reappearance seemed to function like a timer, a day or two apart. In any case, the forthcoming appearance of Su Qingqing would inevitably herald the demise of another 16 innocents, followed by 32 in the next instance. If allowed to progress unchecked, how many lives would ultimately be lost? Time was of the essence. At this juncture, GK found himself increasingly concerned for Lingyu and the others. Uncertain of their ability to withstand the mounting pressure, he sensed that as the numbers of Su Qingqing multiplied, their strength grew exponentially, along with their cunning. The recent confrontation with the Lu family's patriarch had not been without its challenges. His right hand bore the marks of wear. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. Now, with chaos reigning at the Lu residence and the master Lu Daoyu eliminated, the support of the Lu family would no longer be forthcoming. Yet the investigation into Su Qingqing's affairs must persist. As the duo soared across the rooftops of the town, they moved with the grace of a swift swallow. For GK, watching the rooftops recede beneath him evoked a peculiar sensation. Beneath these rooftops resided a motley of lives, solitary old bachelors, newlyweds, families of 3, some already at rest, while others engaged in clandestine activities. Each rooftop he traversed felt like a step into the ordinary or exhilarating lives of its inhabitants. At that moment, GK's gaze fell upon a scholar reading by the light of the moon, nestled among a cluster of bamboo. Being a scholar himself, he understood that such individuals often possessed greater wisdom and insight than the average person, and he found himself in need of someone just like this for information. He instructed Lin Xiangji to remain behind, and with a deft motion he glided across the tiles as if skating, landing effortlessly before the astonished scholar. In the dim moonlight, a perspiring scholar, book in hand, stared at him in bewilderment. Beneath him, in the shadow of the bamboo, there lay not a stool but a wooden commode. Ah, this. Chapter 66. The enigmatic connection. GK was truly unprepared for the revelation that this scholar, in addition to his earnest nighttime studies, was concurrently engaged in another significant matter. What manner of custom required one to venture outside, accompanied by a portable toilet? The situation became exceedingly awkward, particularly for the scholar, who seemed quite flustered, caught in a dilemma of whether to remain seated or rise. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to inquire, "My good fellow, what brings you here at such a late hour?" The scholar glanced towards a small room nearby and, in a sheepish tone, replied, "My latrine became clogged yesterday. My humble courtyard hardly lives up to the phrase vast expanse." A courtyard? GK surveyed his surroundings and, to his surprise, discovered that behind the cluster of bamboo and beside it lay a low wall, obscured significantly by the shadows of the trees and overgrown weeds, rendering it nearly invisible in the night. To be precise, it was his vantage point from the roof that had misled him into thinking it was merely a roadside. Under normal circumstances, one would have perceived it clearly while walking. At this juncture, it was evident that GK had erred. While another man was minding his own business in his courtyard, he had unexpectedly descended upon him. GK hastily apologized. "I beg your pardon, good sir. It was my oversight that interrupted your affairs." "No harm done," the scholar replied. "Your intrusion was unintentional." The two scholars continued to exchange pleasantries for a while. It was only then that the scholar engaged in his nighttime reading awkwardly remarked, "If you have matters to attend to, might I kindly request you allow me to resolve my predicament first? My legs have grown numb." GK, realizing the situation, quickly responded, "I apologize profusely. Of course. You may proceed." With that, he turned to walk toward the opposite side of the courtyard. From the scholar's abode, it was apparent that he lived in modest circumstances, not unlike GK's own in Sangshui County, perhaps even a touch less affluent. At that moment, after hastily completing his task, the scholar returned. The two learned men met again, exchanging yet more courtesies, while Lin Xiangji, waiting on the rooftop, felt a strong urge to intervene. If everyone spoke in such a manner, one would surely lose patience. At last, GK broached the crux of the matter. To his astonishment, fortune favored him, as he had indeed asked the right person. The scholar, named Wang Sang, was fortuitously acquainted with a young lady named Su Qingqing, who resided in Sanliping. Coincidentally, her father was named Su Luo and her mother, Wang Yi. They had once been classmates in the same private school. May I inquire, dear Ji, what is the urgency behind your search for Miss Su? Wang Sang asked, a hint of caution in his tone. In a bid to gain his trust, GK did not hesitate to reveal a half-moldy pancake, stating, I am betrothed to Miss Su. He proceeded to recount, albeit with slight embellishments, the tale of his engagement to Bai Ling Shuang, delivering it with heartfelt emotion. Not only Wang Sang, but even Lin Xiangji listened in rapt attention, momentarily taken aback. However, Wang Sang could not help but interject. But Miss Su has been deceased for 3 years. GK, stunned, exclaimed, what? My fiancée has passed away? As he spoke, his acting prowess surged, and he swayed precariously, as if his heart had been seized by an overwhelming fire. Subsequently, under Wang Sang's concerned gaze, GK departed in a daze after acquiring the address. Damn it, I finally found you. It turned out that his fiancée, Su Qing, the true culprit. Su Qingqing resided not in this Sanliping, but in another Sanliping 20 miles away. Upon seeing so many Sanlipings, GK felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, they had grasped a crucial lead. The Sanliping 20 miles away was not even marked on the map of the Rolling Curtain sect, only depicted as a simple village icon. According to Wang Sang, the two Sanlipings had once been embroiled in a fierce conflict over the name decades ago, given their close proximity. However, Su Qingqing's Sanliping had suddenly ceased its hostilities, leading to years of people associating Sanliping primarily with them, rather than the distant village. GK was indeed fortunate. Even a chance encounter with a scholarly figure studying late into the night had yielded vital information. He felt akin to a player in a single-player game, laboriously overcoming challenges to finally meet a pivotal NPC. Yet, shortly after leaving the town, he encountered a group of bandits. However, GK preferred to refer to them as horse bandits. A gang of horse-riding bandits surrounded him and Lin Xiangji, unleashing a chorus of mocking laughter. Within less than half a tea's worth of time, the derisive laughter morphed into wailing cries. The most boisterous mocker had his jaw shattered, forced to lie on the ground, emitting terrified sounds reminiscent of ABBA. ABBA. After gathering the valuables, as GK prepared to set off once more, Lin Xiangji curiously inquired, why don't we ride horses? GK recalled his previous experience of carrying a horse and hastily replied, if the horse were to stumble, wouldn't that be akin to carrying an ancestor? Lin Xiangji reminded him, if it stumbles, just swap it out. After all, these horses aren't yours. Suddenly, GK had an epiphany and exclaimed, right. Since these horses aren't mine, even if one were to injure a leg or break a bone, I could still sell it for a bit of silver, couldn't I? Thus, GK mounted one horse, tethering 10 others behind him, and resumed his journey. With so many horses in tow, he momentarily felt like a train conductor. The journey ahead was much smoother, and the feared horse stumbling incident never occurred. Along the way, Lin Xiangji consistently critiqued his riding skills, pointing and gesturing. GK retorted, Miss, you speak so eloquently, why don't you give it a try? His intention was merely to tease her due to her feline form. To his surprise, Lin Xiangji indeed took the reins with her mouth. With a series of sharp cracks from the whip, the horse galloped forward with great ease, far surpassing GK's previous attempts. GK was astonished. It was one thing for a cat to outshine him in cooking fish. After all, cats are somewhat experts in that regard, but how could he be outdone in riding as well? Most astonishingly, this cat even had the audacity to mock him. In truth, this young lady has transformed into a cat. When she was human, she could wield a whip with 2 toes better than you could ride. GK, feeling somewhat indignant, believed that, despite his limited experience with horseback riding and his past struggles with comprehension, he could still improve. He gazed at the vivid red bar of insight in his mind, suppressing the impulse to channel it into mastering equestrian skills. He could hardly fathom the peculiar transformations that might ensue should he apply such a reservoir of insight to the art of horsemanship. In the blink of an eye, GK and the cat had finally arrived at Sanliping, a destination they had sought for quite some time. His delight stemmed not only from nearing their goal, but also from the fact that their steed had not stumbled even once throughout the journey. Not a single incident had marred their path since their unexpected encounter with the brother Wang Sang at the latrine. Just as GK prepared to resolve everything in one final effort, a distant rumbling sound began to grow louder, causing the horse to whinny restlessly and descend into chaos. Lin Xiangji, taken aback, emitted startled meows. GK glanced at the trembling ground and murmured, "Could we be so unfortunate?" He then raised his gaze, only to witness a torrent of mud and rock cascading down the mountain, threatening to engulf everything in its path. A mudslide? In winter? How outrageous! In an instant, the tumultuous flow of debris surged forward with ferocity and speed. GK realized he had no time to evade it. Just as he pressed Lin Xiangji's trembling feline form against his chest, the mudslide, accompanied by the sliding earth, overwhelmed him completely. As he was swept away in the chaos, GK couldn't help but ponder whether he ought to expend that accumulated insight. Indeed, he felt that his recent misfortune had grown as insidious and cunning as Su Qingqing, catching him off guard at every turn. At that moment, Lingyu the monk and his companions were not far from Sanli Ping either. A unique strength resided solely within Ji Quebec. Chenju could not resist saying, "Master, the young hero Ji mentioned he would come to find me in winter. Do you think he might be deceiving me?" The monk smiled gently and replied, "When fate arrives, even 1,000 miles cannot hinder a meeting. When fate has not yet come, encounters remain elusive." Wang Hua interjected with a hint of sarcasm, "Master, your words sound akin to those of a matchmaker. Does he truly deserve to discuss destiny with the young hero Ji? Does he not recall who was the first to assist him that day?" Chen Zhu retorted, "Yet he was the one who first untied my bonds. You were left hanging beneath the eaves like a winter melon. Who are you calling a winter melon?" As their banter continued, the two began to bicker like children. Ning Hongyu approached and inquired, "Master, is that esteemed young hero Ji also affiliated with the demon-subduing tower? He appears quite popular." Ning Hongyu feigned surprise and responded, "That is indeed a lofty compliment. I wonder how this young gentleman Ji compares to Bai Lingshuang." Her seemingly placid inquiry belied an underlying arrogance. By juxtaposing GK with Bai Lingshuang, she made her intentions abundantly clear. GK must surpass Bai Lingshuang to be worthy of comparison with her. Ning Hongyu opened her beautiful left eye and remarked, "The master's words are quite intriguing. If given the chance, I would very much like to meet this young Master Ji." Stagnation and isolation were not her way. Upon hearing Ning Hongyu's words, Chen Zhu, wishing to cease the quarrel with his junior sister, quickly interjected, "Junior sister, stop the fuss. Did you hear that? Miss Ning also wishes to meet young Master Ji. And so what?" Wang Hua suddenly realized and said, "Senior brother, though I am reluctant to concede, I must admit you are quite right." The two abruptly halted their argument and, in a surprising twist, reconciled and walked harmoniously together, much to Ning Hongyu's astonishment. For mere moments ago, they had been on the verge of pulling each other's hair. At that moment, a deafening roar shook the ground beneath them. "Oh no, the mountain is collapsing!" Chen Zhu and Wang Hua exclaimed in unison, as their voices echoed. A torrent of mud and debris surged forth like a river descending from the heavens. Faced with this terrifying spectacle, even seasoned practitioners like the old monk Lingyu felt a twinge of fear. Ning Hongyu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the trio, but to her surprise, Chen Zhu and Wang Hua rushed ahead, declaring, "Miss Ning, we shall handle this." "Armored formation," they shouted. Behind them, the dark coffins sprang open, the panels flipping and rearranging into two large shields. With a resounding crash, the black shields plunged into the ground, launching numerous projectiles that embedded themselves deep within the earth. To Ning Hongyu and the old monk Lingyu, these shields resembled a formidable black wall that had suddenly risen before them. The mastery of weaponry they wielded was intertwined with the arts of the Mo family, delving into the mechanics of siege and defense. The terrifying torrent of debris approached in an instant. The four stood beneath the black wall, with the rushing mud and stones above them. This mud was relatively dry. Rather than a mudslide, it resembled a landslide triggered by a flow of debris. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted overhead, prompting Wang Hua to exclaim, "What is that?" The old monk Lingyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "A horse?" Before long, several horse-shaped shadows streaked past, accompanied by the sounds of neighing. "Indeed, it is a horse," Wang Hua exclaimed in astonishment. No sooner had she spoken than a black horse stumbled and fell not far from them, only to be swept away by the torrent. However, the group's attention swiftly shifted from the horse, as a figure unexpectedly descended among them. The silhouette landed abruptly in the arms of Ning Hongyu. The old monk and the two others gasped in shock, for the figure was practically seated upon Ning Hongyu, striking a rather ungraceful pose. Or rather, it was an exceptionally provocative stance, especially since the one being mounted was the renowned Ning Hongyu, rumored to excel in cross-border combat. It was as if a machine designed for slaughter had descended, devoid of any emotion. They could hardly fathom that such a young lady, Ning, would find herself atop a man in such a manner. The consequences for the man were difficult for them to imagine. Standing there, obstructed by the man's physique, they could not discern the expression on Ning's face, yet they felt the chilling aura emanating from her, as sharp as a drawn blade. GK was somewhat bewildered, clutching Lin Xiangji tightly as they tumbled through the mudslide, attempting to synchronize with its chaotic rhythm in order to extricate themselves. In situations like this, the primary concern was to protect the white cat. As they rolled, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down, colliding with something soft and elastic, bringing them to a halt. In that moment, he beheld a single, exquisite eye. Why just one eye, rather than two? Because the other was closed. Yet, even with only one eye open, he could still sense an enchanting and captivating beauty. The surrounding area fell silent, as if the roaring tumult of the mudslide had faded into mere background noise. At last, when the last surge of mud had receded, the five of them remained motionless, maintaining their original postures. GK atop Ning Hongyu, who regarded him with indifference, while Ling Yu, the monk, and the others craned their necks, appearing as mere onlookers. Time seemed to stand still. Can you get down now? Ning Hongyu's cold voice shattered the stillness. Apologies. Apologies. I truly did not expect anyone else to be here, GK realized, releasing his grip around her waist and stepping firmly onto the ground. At that moment, a head emerged from within his garments, a cat that complained, "What was that pressing down on me?" I nearly suffocated. Of course, only GK could comprehend this remark. Lin Xiangji then caught sight of the curvaceous figure enveloped in red fabric and instantly understood what had just pressed against her. No wonder. Ning Hongyu remained expressionless and silent. However, GK, being a cultured and considerate scholar, felt it was imperative to apologize for his unintentional transgression. He earnestly expressed, "My lady, I sincerely beg your pardon. I hope I did not injure you." It was only then that he noticed three individuals standing against the black wall nearby, one of whom had a head as bright as a light bulb, startling him. At this moment, Ling Yu and the old monk were equally taken aback upon seeing the man's face. "Ji Xiaoxia, is that you?" Chen Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. "Qian Kun Xiaoyi," GK responded, somewhat perplexed. Soon, their hands clasped together, shaking in mutual recognition. "Ji Xiaoxia, it truly is you. What brings you here?" Chen Zhu marveled. He had not anticipated that the gossip would lead him to the very GK he had been thinking of. GK, shaking his hand, replied, "I came out for a trip, but did not expect the path to be so slippery. What about you all?" GK had considered the possibility of encountering Chen Zhu and the others due to the shared bizarre incident. Yet he had not imagined it would occur in such a manner. The young woman in red accompanying them. Does this not imply that she too is a demon slayer? Or perhaps an acquaintance of Chen Zhu and his companions? The recent situation was undeniably awkward. Should I also become a demon slayer and encounter her in the demon-slaying tower, it would surely be quite embarrassing. My own discomfort was one thing, but I worried about how she might feel. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, GK, unable to maintain his composure, pulled Chen Zhu aside and whispered, "You are here for that Su Qingqing, are you not?" "Ji Gongzi Yu." GK grasped his hand firmly, gesturing for him to lower his voice, and discreetly inquired, "May I ask, is the reward for this mission substantial?" Chen Zhu replied candidly, "Indeed, it is unprecedentedly generous. Upon completion, the three of us will not only be promoted to the rank of Earth-level demon slayers, but I shall also assume the role of a steward in the branch." GK gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it truly that favorable? The bounty must be considerable." "Naturally, those are all included," Chen Zhu affirmed, excitedly rubbing his hands together. GK said, "Brother Chen, would it be possible for you to include me in this endeavor? Like last time, I am willing to accept a smaller share. You see, I have been rather short on funds lately." Chen Zhu replied, "Young Master Ji, given our relationship, it would be no issue for you to receive a larger portion. However, we cannot make decisions unilaterally. We must heed the directives from above. Above, there are leaders involved." Unavoidably, GK was introduced to the stern-faced Ning Hongyu. The old monk smiled and said, "Miss Ning, this is the esteemed Ji Quebec. This is Miss Ning Hongyu. We must defer to her this time," Chen Zhu clarified. He then conveyed GK's request to Ning Hongyu. GK felt a twinge of embarrassment in the presence of Ning Hongyu, particularly due to her striking beauty and ample bosom. The realization that she was in a position of authority only intensified his discomfort. leaving him feeling somewhat chilled. His earlier oversight, accidentally encroaching upon the personal space of this formidable lady, had clearly displeased her, indicating that his plans to engage in both demon hunting and bounty earning were likely dashed. In an instant, his earlier exhilaration at finding a key figure diminished significantly. At that moment, the composed and distant Miss Ning Hongyu remarked, "Since you are acquainted with Master and his companions, your assistance is welcomed. However, you must bear the consequences of your actions. As for the bounty, it will depend on your level of effort." GK quickly responded with utmost seriousness, "Rest assured, Miss Ning, I have a solid reputation for my diligence. When it comes to exerting effort to earn rewards, he consistently held himself to high standards, especially in the presence of a figure like Ning Hongyu, from whom he sensed considerable power and wealth, suggesting she possessed significant authority in matters of bounty allocation." Meanwhile, in Sanliping, the tremendous noise generated by the landslide failed to awaken the village nestled against the mountains. This tranquil settlement remained eerily silent, devoid of even a flicker of candlelight, resembling a vast tomb. Only in the easternmost part of the village, within the solitary ancestral hall of the village chief, could one occasionally hear murmurs of cryptic incantations. The utterances were light, with an odd tone, akin to a flower-faced performer on a stage whose voice had faltered, yet persisted in singing through a hoarse throat, evoking a chilling aura in the stillness of the night. At that moment, the temporary demon hunter, GK, happened to enter the village. Within the shadowy ancestral hall, the village chief, Zhao Tianlei, was fervently kneeling before a statue of a man, nearly human in height, muttering strange phrases, with a pig's head adorned with red flowers before him. The statue bore a benevolent expression, eyes filled with compassion, yet as one gaze descended, it transformed into something quite horrifying. Its belly was slightly swollen, featuring an orifice from which two small hands emerged, giving the alarming impression that a child was attempting to crawl out from within. Just then, the door of the hall was thrust open, and a woman rushed in. She looked at Zhao Tianlei, her voice trembling with excitement. "Why do you continue to worship him? Why? It has been nearly 3 years, and there has been no sign of movement. He is deceiving you, and we are all going to die. The woman's eyes were red, and in a frenzy, she charged towards the statue, knocking the offering pig's head to the ground. Had it not been for Zhao Tianlei's timely embrace, she would have likely toppled the idol. "The god of fertility will fulfill his promise. The god of fertility will fulfill his promise," Zhao Tianlei assured her, holding her firmly. He then directed his gaze to the opening in the statue's belly, exclaiming, "Look, our child's hand has emerged. It has emerged." Gradually, the woman calmed, and just as Zhao Tianlei prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly struggled free, screaming, "Nonsense! You speak nonsense. There is no child, no child." Instead, Su Qingqing's grave has only grown larger. "We are all going to die. Look outside. Even if we beg for a child, can we survive?" With bloodshot eyes, Zhao Tianlei replied, "Then we can leave." Where can we go? She retorted, unable to resist glancing outside. There, through the cracks of the courtyard door and the walls, eyes seemed to peer in. Su Qingqing is here. The woman trembled. Do not fear. They cannot enter. As long as we honor the god of fertility, they cannot enter." After this reassurance, the woman gradually distanced herself from her terror, though she still bore a visage of lingering fright. At that moment, she suddenly turned to her husband, saying, "Zhao Tianlei, do you think I resemble Su Qingqing?" Zhao Tianlei collapsed onto the ground in shock. Before him, his wife suddenly stretched her mouth wide, so much so that the edges of her lips cracked. "I'm asking you, do you think I resemble Su Qingqing?" As she spoke, her mouth widened once more, elongating until it resembled the sole of a sole of an embroidered shoe. She moved closer, her eyes devoid of any human spark, and pressed, quickly, "Tell me, do you think I resemble Su Qingqing?" Zhao Tianlei trembled all over, his tongue twisting in his mouth. He felt an inescapable certainty that whether he resembled her or not, death awaited him, albeit in different forms. "What about you? Do you think I resemble Su Qingqing?" At that moment, the horrifying visage loomed just inches from him, the shadow of the woman's figure enveloping him like a shroud of death. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the courtyard door was kicked open, and a man's voice rang out, "So you are Su Qingqing." Chen Zhu barged in. At this juncture, both the village chief Zhao Tianlei, trembling on the ground, and the village chief's wife, whose mouth had contorted into a shoe-like shape, fell into a stunned silence. The woman turned her gaze towards the 5 figures standing at the entrance, her mouth twisting into a greedy smile as she uttered, "Shoes, 2 pairs of shoes, finally found." Ning Hongyu squinted her left eye and remarked, "We are very close to the true entity." As her words faded, a chilling wind swept through the surroundings, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to whirl. The woman extended her feet, standing atop 2 clusters of leaves, floating in the air. Simultaneously, hair-like tendrils surged forth from her shoehorn-like mouth, enveloping her entirely. In that instant, her aura surged to an unfathomable height, resembling a deity or demon, instilling a sense of dread that deterred anyone from gazing directly at her. "What a formidable malevolence," the old monk Lingyu commented. At that moment, some of the black tendrils drifted away with the wind, creating the illusion of countless slender strands of hair floating in the air. "Chenju, Wanghua." And the old monk instinctively took 2 steps back, leaving only GK and Ning Hongyu standing firm, as the woman, entwined in the hair-like tendrils, floated outward. The strands danced in the air, resembling a writhing mass of worms. Ning Hongyu placed her right hand on the hilt of her blade, but GK stepped forward, positioning himself before her. "Allow me to take the lead, Miss Ning," GK said earnestly. "Are you confident?" Ning Hongyu inquired skeptically. "Not entirely. But it is imperative to make an effort at this juncture," GK replied to the esteemed woman. He spoke the truth. As the last to join the team, and merely a temporary worker, he understood that to earn a share of the spoils, he must exert himself. However, Lin Xiangji appeared discontent with his decision, mewing from behind the wall. "GK, have you lost your mind? You want to charge in without assurance." GK ignored her. How foolish of Miss Lin. In the presence of the female benefactor and superior, she exaggerated the task's difficulty to demonstrate its challenges, downgrading her certainty from 10 to 7. This was not deceit, but rather an act of goodwill, leaving room for both parties. Ning Hongyu was pleased with GK's willingness to contribute. "Very well. Regardless of the outcome, I will relinquish my share to you." "Thank you." This declaration invigorated GK's determination even further. Floating before the steps of the ancestral hall, Su Qingqing, though still uncertain if she was indeed the true entity, was undeniably the most formidable opponent they had encountered thus far. The woman Su Qingqing looked down at the group, unleashing a fit of cackling laughter. In the next moment, the woman Su Qingqing opened her mouth, and a cascade of hair shot forth like arrows, launching an assault. GK's body tilted, and with a practiced motion akin to a grounded backstroke, he evaded the barrage of hair while simultaneously slapping the ground with his right hand, propelling himself into the air in an instant. "Oh!" Such agility evoked a sense of astonishment even in Ning Hongyu. Shinjuwa and the others exclaimed in disbelief, their familiarity with GK evident. He had been their savior. However, aside from the old monk who had witnessed GK's battle against the offerings of Ma and Yun, Wang Hua and Shinju had scarcely seen GK in action. Indeed, they had only observed the divine finger that struck like a flying soccer ball, without comprehending how it had transformed into such a projectile. Conversely, Lin Xiangji remained the most composed among them. Humph. The young lady could hardly flaunt the fact that she had spent at least a day sailing on his swaying form. Could she? In the blink of an eye, GK's airborne figure drew near to Su Qingqing. The air around them coalesced into a taiji ripple as GK unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Su Qingqing's face. Swift and fierce, a muffled thud resonated, akin to the sound of distant thunder. The hair enveloping Su Qingqing surged forth, forming a thick barrier that effectively blocked the blow. In the next instant, the strands of hair writhed like living creatures, launching themselves towards GK's eyes. "Be careful," Wang Hua and the others could not help but exclaim. As the treacherous strands aimed for GK's eyes, he transformed his fist into an open palm, positioning it before him, moving with the swiftness of the wind. The hair was deftly swept aside by his palm's force, causing the fallen leaves around him to whirl in tandem. Su Qingqing's gaze remained cold as she extended her right hand, flicking her fingers against the dense mass of hair before her. A spherical formation of hair immediately rolled towards GK, launching its attack. GK sharply flicked his hand, sending forth a blur that collided with the dark sphere. It was the essential brick he carried for his travels. With a resounding explosion, Lingyu the old monk and the others simultaneously braced themselves, either by channeling their energy to raise their arms or by lifting their black boxes to defend against the impending blast. As the dark sphere and the brick detonated nearly simultaneously, the flying strands of hair surged forth, perilously piercing through the walls. Ning Hongyu remained steadfast, unmoving in her position, while several clusters of hair, condensed with true essence, floated before her. In midair, Su Qingqing raised her finger once more, but before she could flick it, there was a sharp crack, and her finger involuntarily bent, causing her to drift backward. GK was a step ahead, unexpectedly hurling his travel essential, a heavy iron hammer. Although her left middle finger was bent from the impact, Su Qingqing nonetheless managed to flick a finger. GK leapt aside, yet the spinning sphere of hair proved cunning. Lacking a fixed pattern, and suddenly erupted midway. The strands exploded like shrapnel from a grenade, hurtling directly toward GK, who was airborne. In a flash of brilliance, GK extended his palm, pressing it into the ground, his body nearly inverted. With a graceful whirl, his legs found leverage, executing a powerful Tai Chi kick. The sound of impact resonated as a flurry of hair, aimed at him, was swept away, with a few strands grazing past, tearing his clothing and severing his hair. In the next instant, Su Qingqing flicked her fingers. Upon landing, GK swiftly performed a sliding kick, crashing through the wall with a thunderous roar, darting outside and immediately rolling to the side. Almost simultaneously, the flying strands of hair pierced through the wall like tofu, leaving a dense array of holes. At that moment, the onlookers, including Wang Hua, fled to a safe distance of 10 zhang, anxious about being caught in the fray, while Ning Hongyu remained rooted in place, observing the spectacle with indifference, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade. She felt a flicker of intrigue towards GK, for he was a prodigious talent, a rarity praised by the master of Lingyu, which had led her to forgive him with relative ease. Although her bosom was ample, her heart was not much different from that of an ordinary woman, and she tended to hold grudges. GK had indeed surprised her. For instance, his execution of what seemed to be Tai Chi, a practice long deemed unremarkable, primarily a method for the common folk to maintain health, had reached an unprecedented level in this young scholar. Moreover, his swimming-like agility was rather astonishing, proving difficult for her to replicate, underscoring that he, like her, possessed the capability to transcend boundaries and slay. Yet, alas, it was still insufficient. Chenju, Wang Hua, and the others shared similar concerns, for GK was now evading attacks, several times narrowly escaping peril, making it challenging for him to find an opportunity to counterattack. They had glimpsed the first layer of GK's prowess, but remained oblivious to the depths of his second layer. To impress the benefactor and the esteemed woman above, one must not only complete the task at hand, but also present the process as fraught with challenges and trials. After all, many employers, regardless of how well you performed, would feel uneasy if they perceived you as idle. GK mused that it was about time, surrounded by swirling strands of hair. His evasive maneuvers had nearly dismantled the entire courtyard wall. The ground was littered with scattered bricks. A volley was launched his way, and with a resounding crash, GK hurled a brick, shattering it. In the next moment, he stomped the ground, causing bricks to soar into the air, with his hands becoming mere shadows. He swiftly flung 6 hefty bricks. Su Qingqing, who had been on the offensive, was compelled to gather her hair for defense. With another explosive sound, a brick struck the strands in front of her, shattering upon impact. This time, the most outrageous outcome was the eruption of pristine white powder. Indeed, GK had surreptitiously attached a bag of quicklime to that brick. The lime dispersed, clouding Su Qingqing's vision, followed by the whistling wind generated by the bricks. Su Qingqing, standing upon the fallen leaves, was forced to retreat under the assault, yet thanks to her hair's obstruction, she managed to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed, causing her head to lurch forward, nearly toppling her to the ground. A brick, inexplicably launched from behind, struck the back of her skull. However, the scholar was not behind her. Could it be a ricochet? The brick had rebounded and struck her. In the next instant, another dull thud reverberated, and Su Qingqing's head erupted with smoke, nearly sending her crashing to the floor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bricks colliding with her hair filled the air. Once more, her hair instinctively shifted, fortifying the defense at the back of her head. By now, the dispersing quicklime had been swept away by the wind, allowing Su Qingqing to once again catch sight of Ji Quebec. Yet, a flicker of trepidation involuntarily manifested on her face, which bore an expression reminiscent of a shoehorn. This was due to GK standing there, surrounded by over a dozen floating bricks. In the next moment, as GK unleashed his Tai Chi energy, the nearby bricks converged towards him, swirling around him in a mesmerizing Tai Chi formation. Then, with a series of powerful punches, The bricks that had been swirling around him shot forth with a deafening rush. Initially, Su Qingqing managed to evade while striking back on occasion. But as half the wall's bricks began to orbit GK, transforming into a torrent of flying bricks, she found herself forced into a defensive stance. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bricks crashing against her hair resonated ominously. Crack, crack, crack. The bricks rebounded off the ground, eaves, and walls, creating a cacophony. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with howling bricks. Some charged directly, others ricocheted, some traveled in straight lines, while others traced curves or even zigzagged. Su Qingqing's hair was battered and scattered, only to quickly regroup. With a sudden thud, a brick seized an opportunity and struck her forehead. Her body tilted backward, her hair momentarily frozen, followed by the resonating thuds like distant thunder. As GK's Tai Chi energy whirled furiously, the flying bricks grew increasingly erratic, seizing upon gaps and pelting Su Qingqing relentlessly across her head, shoulders, chest, backside, thighs, and even her big toe. Her body trembled under the relentless barrage, her clothing torn to shreds, her head bruised, and the cold indifference in her eyes replaced by sheer panic. Chun Zhu and the others, witnessing this spectacle, nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. What manner of combat was this? At this point, even Ning Hongyu had retreated from the courtyard, for the bricks had gone wild, shooting in all directions. She quietly observed GK at the center of the storm of bricks, silently lamenting, "This child." GK approached the fallen Su Qingqing, and with a sudden forceful punch, he struck her head. With a resounding bang, a significant portion of her body was driven into the ground, leaving only her shoulders and her battered head exposed. With a deep exhale, GK released a long breath, and the surrounding bricks fell to the ground, leaving a scene of devastation. Su Qingqing, nearly reduced to a pulp, spat out a cascade of hair from her shoe, and then fiercely gazed at GK, exclaiming, "Child. All I wanted was a child, merely to bear a child." Suddenly, her expression shifted once more as she uttered, "My shoes, my shoes." Upon speaking those words, her head tilted, and she appeared to have lost all vitality. The strands of hair that had scattered across the ground, once vibrant, as if alive, now turned brittle and yellow, resembling withered grass. GK stood there, exhaling, the white mist from his breath shooting forth like arrows. This indeed was a significant exertion. Ning Hongyu opened her left eye to witness this scene and was reminded of the old monk's words. Young Master Ji and Taoist Ning are both unparalleled prodigies in the realm of cultivation. Shortly thereafter, she smiled, a bewitching and exquisite smile. She began to feel that this individual truly possessed the qualifications to pursue her. Had he triumphed? Just as Wang Hua and the others approached the courtyard where the wall had been torn down, a wisp of green smoke emerged from Su Qingqing's lifeless body, drifting backward. Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow and remarked, attempting to flee. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the forest behind them, and the ascending green smoke shattered instantaneously, staining the ground like blood and leaving an eerie aftermath. Inside the ancestral hall, the once benevolent and compassionate statue of the deity of childbirth had inexplicably begun to grin, revealing an unsettling horror. Chapter 70. The empty tomb. As the resounding explosion echoed, the 5 individuals and 1 cat instinctively shifted their gazes upward. The commotion it stirred was considerable, reminiscent of the previous landslide, swiftly obliterating the retreating plume of smoke. Yet, just as rapidly as it appeared, it vanished into silence. Take him go? Ning Hongyu propelled a thunderous fireball into the mouth of the deity's statue within the shrine, leaping upward, as flames engulfed the idol with a deafening roar. The village chief, Zhao Tianlei, recklessly lunged forward in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. "Child, my child!" he cried out, but as he was mid-flight, Chen Zhu grasped the nape of his neck firmly, pulling him away. Zhao Tianlei watched helplessly as the smiling deity was reduced to ashes, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. GK and the others, employing their agility, followed Ning Hongyu as they soared upward. Their forms flickered like fleeting shadows, quickly reaching the source of the earlier explosion. Even Lin Xiangji, the feline, exhibited a graceful maneuver, undeterred by her short legs, for she had no desire to remain alone in that dreadful place. This area appeared to be the burial ground designated by the villagers of Sanliping. Beneath the pale moonlight, numerous gravestones and mounds were scattered among the overgrown grass. Some gravestones were crafted from stone, faintly inscribed with characters, while others were merely makeshift wooden plaques, long since rotted and leaning askew. Moreover, many neglected graves lacked even a wooden marker. The terrain sloped downward, making it easy to locate the origin of the explosion. As one could see the flowering mound from the edge of the wild forest, that mound was ostentatiously large, at least the size of a courtyard. While it was not uncommon for the tombs of nobles to reach such dimensions, those were typically constructed with order and formality. In contrast, the crude earthen mound before them stood as a bizarre anomaly. Surrounded by smaller graves, it appeared almost unreal in its enormity. Clearly, the explosion had originated from that grave. From this vantage point, the blasted mound resembled a gaping, menacing maw, exuding a chilling malevolence under the moonlight. Ning Hongyu glanced back, and Shenju immediately understood. Gripping Zhao Tianlei's neck firmly, inquiring, "Whose grave is this?" "It belongs to Su Qingqing," Zhao Tianlei replied, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears. "Why is this grave so large?" "It grew on its own. It just kept growing. Initially, it was of ordinary size, but it has expanded continuously. I haven't dared to come here for nearly a year, and I never anticipated it would grow to such a size." Zhao Tianlei trembled, resembling a frightened hen. Ning Hongyu squinted slightly, declaring, "It is right there." GK, perplexed, asked, "Is it Su Qingqing's true form?" Ning Hongyu shook her head, responding, logically, "The one you just extinguished should have been it. Yet it is evident that tampering has occurred here, rendering everything uncertain. Who is responsible for the disturbances? The answer is self-evident. It is undoubtedly the foreign entity. What comes next? As a temporary worker, GK is not a specialist in demon slaying. However, in the presence of this formidable female superior, he is imbued with an admirable thirst for knowledge." Ning Hongyu remarked, "There is something within that must be eradicated for this plague to be conclusively vanquished." GK patted his sleeves and asserted, "Allow me to handle it." With her exquisite left eye fixed upon GK, Ning Hongyu inquired, "Are you in such dire need of money?" Indeed, he had also incurred the displeasure of Su Qingqing, and he feared that failing to resolve this matter would lead to restless nights. Yet he refrained from voicing that rationale. In the presence of a female superior, discerning what ought to be said and what should remain unspoken is, in truth, an art form, particularly concerning the distribution of bounty. Ning Hongyu cast a glance at him, straightened her posture, and advanced with an air of aloofness, stating, "Let us tackle this together. Rest assured, your share shall remain intact." "Excellent," GK replied. At that moment, Shenju interjected, "Miss Ning, what about us?" With her hands on her hips, Shenju lamented, "Well, it seems we have become mere support." In truth, Shenju harbored a significant misunderstanding regarding her own standing. She believed GK treated her with courtesy due to her exceptional qualities, allowing a hint of pride to surface. In reality, GK's graciousness stemmed largely from a promise he had made to treat her to a feast of roast goose. Ning Hongyu had sought their company, and she presumed it was for their expertise, yet her true intention leaned more towards requiring a guide, as she was unfamiliar with the northern terrain and struggled to comprehend the heavy accents of many locals. The trio and their feline companion observed GK and Ning Hongyu as they descended, prompting Wang Hua to exclaim, "Senior brother, do you believe that walking alongside Ji Xiaoxia, we appear well matched?" Shenju regarded her with an oddly inquisitive expression and retorted, "What do you think?" GK and Ning Hongyu proceeded towards the mound where the flowers had erupted. As they journeyed halfway, both sensed an uncanny feeling that the surrounding mounds seemed as though they had been consumed by Su Qingqing's grand tomb, leaving only a thin veneer. This sensation resonated harmoniously with Zhao Tianlei's assertion that the mound had been expanding. Soon, they found themselves at the fissure of the mound. The pale moonlight fell into the pit, shimmering upon the water within. This vast tomb appeared as a blend of moonlight and darkness, resembling a desolate pond. Frankly, this scene evoked a sense of calm in GK, who had mentally prepared for the worst. He had anticipated a grotesque and terrifying sight. With a couple of soft thuds, the two leaped into the mound, the pooled water barely reaching their calves. However, the areas untouched by moonlight plunged into profound darkness, creating an illusion of depth that seemed to connect with the ocean. After wandering within, the explosive mound of the tomb remained astonishingly tranquil. They encountered nothing. GK could not help but harbor doubts. Was there truly something inside? As a novice, he glanced at Ning Hongyu, who pretended not to notice and ventured towards the opposite side. She too sensed something peculiar. The malevolent aura that had once permeated this place had vanished completely in an instant. It was particularly strange that even the inherent chill of the graveyard had dissipated. amplifying the oddity of the situation. At that moment, GK suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," drawing her attention. "It seems there is a statue here," GK remarked, gazing at a specific spot beneath his feet. In the relatively clear puddle, a diminutive wooden carving, no larger than 2 fingers, lay obscured in the mud. Quite unremarkable at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discern its intricate craftsmanship. The tiny head was finely detailed, with features that conveyed a benevolent expression. GK couldn't help but recall the deity statue from the ancestral hall of village chief Zhao, albeit one that lacked a smile. A deity of fertility? Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Soon after, as they examined the area more closely, they discovered that the base of the grave was scattered with numerous nearly identical fertility deity statues. Within Su Qingqing's grave, there were only statues of the fertility deity. This sensation was rather uncanny, for until now, neither of them had uncovered any remnants of Su Qingqing's remains, as if this grave had been entirely consumed by some entity, leaving behind only a shell. "Why would I marry you?" GK turned her head and inquired. "What was that sound?" Chapter 71. The Performance of Mutual Understanding. "Why must I marry you?" GK turned his head and inquired. "What sound is that?" In the dimly lit grave, a faint voice of an unfamiliar woman suddenly pierced the silence, drawing the attention of both GK and Ning Hongyu. To be honest, the moment that voice emerged, a chilling sensation enveloped the entire grave mound, as if something indescribable had surfaced from the depths of the dark waters. The delicate voice echoed once more, drifting in and out of the surroundings, its proximity indiscernible. At that moment, Ning Hongyu abruptly gazed towards a specific direction, exclaiming, "There?" GK followed her line of sight and discovered a small idol they had previously encountered. Cough, cough, the deity of childbirth. Instantly, another voice, that of a man, resonated with an oddly peculiar tone, reminiscent of a performer on stage whose throat had faltered yet continued to sing with a rasping voice. This emanated from a nearby idol. "You force me. You force me. What exactly are you?" Cough, cough, the deity of childbirth. Following that, a cacophony of voices erupted, 2 more joining the fray. Subsequently, the 5th and 6th voices. The dialogue, unmistakably between a man and a woman, emerged from different small idols. At this juncture, the woman's voice had morphed into a wild frenzy. "Ugh, cough, cough, no. You are not human. I shall consume you. You are not human. I shall consume you." The exchange between the man and woman accelerated, intertwining in a chaotic symphony that sent a throbbing pain through GK's head. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards a nearby small idol, declaring, "Its face." Indeed, at that moment, the previously benevolent visage of the idol had transformed. It was grinning, its mouth wide open. Dark strands of hair protruded from its mouth and eye sockets, creating a particularly horrifying sight in this atmosphere. With a sudden rustle, GK and Ning Hongyu simultaneously spun around, their brows furrowing in alarm. Behind them, a small idol had inexplicably risen from the water, grinning at them. Strikingly, it had inexplicably grown larger, when it should have only been the size of 2 fingers. With a series of rustling sounds, a multitude of idols abruptly stood up within the once empty grave mound. They seemed to flourish with the breeze, rapidly transforming into the size of children. Surrounding GK and Ning Hongyu, they incessantly emitted the voices of the man and woman. As GK and Ning Hongyu observed, they realized that whenever their gaze faltered from these idols, they would unexpectedly draw closer, growing ever larger. Given that Ning Hongyu possessed only one eye, her line of sight naturally left many areas unaccounted for. Thus, after a mere 10 breaths, over 10 half-human-sized idols had encircled them. Under the pale moonlight, these idols grinned widely, with long black strands of hair emerging from their eye sockets and mouths, suspended ominously, creating an utterly terrifying spectacle. At this moment, the dialogue between the man and woman melded into an odd melody, reminiscent of a distant theater where someone donned the visage of a ghostly figure, straining their voice to perform. In the blink of an eye, the statues loomed just 10 steps away, towering over the two. Their faces grew increasingly horrific, mouths stretched wide in a semblance of a smile, intertwining with the bizarre tune, evoking an indescribable sense of oppression. In that instant, GK felt a foreboding sensation, as if they were partaking in an ancient sacrificial rite, with he and Ning Hongyu as the offerings. Standing back to back, GK and Ning Hongyu felt the chilling presence of the statue looming perilously close to her. A frigid hand seemed poised to touch her face. GK then uttered, "Shall we strike?" To which Ning Hongyu replied, "Let's do it." In the next heartbeat, they both sprang into action, and the statues moved as well. Their speed was astonishing, akin to blurred shadows, closing in within a heartbeat. A cold arm lunged straight for GK's chest. Without hesitation, he thrust his hands forward and twisted. With a resounding crack, the wooden yet flesh-like arm was swiftly broken, producing a crisp sound. Before GK could catch his breath, a strand of hair unexpectedly emerged from the severed limb, aiming for his chest. With a sharp sound, GK guarded his torso with both hands and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Ning Hongyu's blade was swifter than GK's hands. A flash of crimson, akin to blood, surged forth as the blade sliced through the statue before her. With a splat, like floodwaters breaching a dam, black hair shot out, insidiously targeting Ning Hongyu's abdomen. With a deft movement of her left hand, she pivoted her blade's sheath, colliding with the hair and sending forth a shower of brilliant sparks. At that moment, two fearsome statues lunged at her from behind. This was not mere swordplay, but an elegant sword technique. The fire lifts the clouds from the Ares Palace's 10 styles. The two statues behind her were easily cleaved by the glint of her blade, subsequently erupting into a flurry of hair. Ning Hongyu swung her long knife to sever the strands, only to have new statues assault her. GK was bombarded by the hair, sent soaring like a fragile piece of paper, with no respite, as yet another statue attacked from the side. Instinctively, he grasped the opponent's arm, and in midair, he summoned the essence of Tai Chi, pulling and pushing to bring the statue crashing to the ground. With a thud, the statue's body splintered, and hair erupted like splattered juice towards him. GK's fists danced, blocking the strands while his airborne form was again hurled away, crashing into the water. Before he could blink, yet another statue lunged at him. In that moment, both GK and Ning Hongyu found themselves ensnared in a passive predicament. These statues, growing with the wind, were swift and ferocious in their assault, leaving them no choice but to defend and counter. If they did not fell the statues, they would cling to them like a relentless curse. Yet, should they succeed in toppling them, the damaged bodies would unleash eerie strands, creating further complications. Indeed, their bodies are susceptible to damage. Even with the gentle handling characteristic of Tai Chi, these statues can shatter, scattering strands of hair in all directions. In an instant, the entire tomb is filled with a flurry of hair. These strands intertwine with the broken figures, resembling some peculiar weapon, multiplying incessantly. GK's Tai Chi energy surges wildly, striking down the incoming strands one by one. Ning Hongyu's blade dances with remarkable precision, severing the bundles of hair with effortless grace. Once they touch the ground, the strands writhe like nematodes, only to be absorbed back into the bundles, re-emerging in a relentless cycle. At this moment, GK glides along the water's surface, evading the hair attacks. Just as he blinks, a statue, trailing a phantom, suddenly strikes. Gazing upon that eerily terrifying face, GK hesitates not, delivering a decisive blow. With a resounding crack, the statue's head is thrust inward, its body recoiling, unleashing a flurry of hair. However, this time, the strands do not target GK, but rather the rear. With a swift whoosh, a statue is struck and sent tumbling, creating a gap. GK instantly comprehends the situation, exclaiming, "They possess sight as well." Ning Hongyu immediately grasps the implication. "Cover me, cover me," they utter in unison. Both pause momentarily, then simultaneously declare, "I shall take the lead." With a flurry of strikes, they repel the advancing strands, exchanging glances, and again speak in unison, "After you." On the periphery of the grave, Chen Zhu, Wang Hua, and others watch the unfolding scene with a mixture of trepidation and confusion. Are they performing a telepathic display? In the next moment, they move almost in synchrony. It remains unclear who is protecting whom. Chapter 72. Engaging in divine confrontation with my female superior within the eerie mound of the grave, bizarre statues emitted a myriad of hair-like strands. These strands bore an uncanny resemblance to the delicate tresses of Su Qingqing, appearing almost lifelike and exceedingly sharp, compelling Chen Zhu and the others on the periphery to tread cautiously, lest they be marked with unsightly welts. In the midst of this, GK and Ning Hongyu navigated skillfully through the strands. Their movements could be described as remarkable, while Ning Hongyu's grace was akin to fleeting light. GK's agility possessed an unconventional quirkiness. The shallow waters at the grave's base parted, cascading like scattered silver coins. GK leapt with a lightness that defied gravity. at times gliding close to the ground, exhibiting extraordinary nimbleness as he deftly evaded the onslaught of strands. He resembled a creature with boundless energy. In this lifetime, he had the fortune of honing his skills, granting him a level of movement unattainable in his past existence. It felt as though he was compensating for the unrealized dreams of his previous life, as his current agility mirrored the manipulation of game characters he had once controlled. He twisted and turned, glided and slid, particularly excelling in ground-skimming maneuvers and slides, significantly easing his traversal. If the approach toward the statues could be likened to a race, GK's unique skill allowed him to momentarily outpace Ning Hongyu. She endeavored to catch up, but, owing to her ample bosom, found herself just shy of the mark. In a moment of inspiration, as they drew near to the statues, she mimicked GK's sliding motion, channeling her internal energy to propel herself forward, ultimately achieving a synchronized stance alongside him. Before them loomed two fearsome statues. In unison, they struck. With a resounding crack, they propelled the heads of the statues into their chests, akin to a slam dunk. With a powerful twist of her long blade, Ning Hongyu unleashed her flowing essence, forcefully driving the statue's head into its neck. Stealing a glance at GK, she noted the precision with which his statue's head had sunk, presenting an aesthetically pleasing symmetry, whereas her own, though effective, lacked the same elegance, entering at a slight angle. Was this yet another instance of falling short? Why add yet another to the equation? Almost simultaneously, the two shifted to the side. In less than a breath, the spot they had just occupied was riddled with piercing strands. The statues had evidently discerned their intentions and swiftly launched a relentless assault. In an instant, the cascading strands surged like serpents, relentlessly attacking and repelling the two. The interior of the tomb was riddled with holes from the strands, resembling a labyrinth of ant colonies. With two more resounding thuds, two more statue heads were engulfed, losing their aim. Yet at this juncture, GK and Ning Hongyu found themselves cornered, their space for maneuvering rapidly diminishing. Two figures engaged in a graceful dance of Tai Chi, their movements fluid like water, deftly countering the onslaught of hair-like tendrils. One wielded a long blade, striking with chaotic precision, while the surface of the water became a chaotic tapestry of dancing strands. It must be said, at this juncture, Ning Hongyu had elevated her prowess. For while GK primarily focused on defense against the relentless assault of hair, Ning Hongyu, with unwavering resolve, wielded her blade in a relentless offensive, her eyes unblinking, exuding an aura of counterattack. With a swift motion, a crimson blade arc descended, and the surrounding moonlight transformed into a deep scarlet hue. The advancing tendrils faltered under the strike, and taking advantage of the moment, Ning Hongyu leaped, declaring, "You may go." As her left eye narrowed, her inner essence surged forth, manifesting as delicate streams of pale red energy that unfurled behind her. In that fleeting instant, GK perceived not mere energy, but rather the ethereal flow of silk ribbons swirling behind her. Clad in crimson, Ning Hongyu resembled a celestial being emerging from an ancient mural. In the next heartbeat, her form sank, transforming into a bird skimming over the water's surface, the blade following her rotating figure, unleashing a series of terrifying blood-red arcs. The air erupted with a cacophony of wind generated by the blade, and the previously dense and ominous strands of hair were shattered. Even the connected statue swayed under the force. GK suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Ning Hongyu's words. "You may go." It was a cover, a frenzied onslaught of blades shielding him. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground, propelling himself forward, sending sprays of water into the air. GK glided swiftly across the shallow surface, akin to a darting swordfish. The severed tendrils writhed like insects, attempting to regain their form, yet GK seized the opportunity to slip past. A series of crisp sounds echoed, the statue's head being forcefully driven into its cavity. The once synchronized strands of hair lost their cohesion and precision, and the pressure on Ning Hongyu and GK dissipated as they relentlessly drove the statue into a nearby mud pit. With the tendrils no longer able to unite their force, the majority of their threat evaporated. Chenju, along with the three others, watched this spectacle in awe, breathing a sigh of relief, yet rendered momentarily speechless. What kind of extraordinary beings could resolve such a predicament in this manner? Chenju and Wang Hua imagined themselves in the fray, feeling certain they could not endure even half a joss stick's time, let alone retaliate. I recall that Ji Xiaoyu is at the second level of Qi gathering, while Miss Ning appears to be at the third level of true essence, Chenju mused. And we? The three exchanged glances, once more at a loss for words. They too were at the third level of true essence, surpassing GK by one tier, yet the disparity felt as vast as that between man and dog. The tendrils, having expended their force, gradually fell silent, collapsing to the ground, losing their vitality and ceasing to writhe like worms. At this point, the base of the grave mound was shrouded in a thick carpet of hair, obscuring much of the water's surface. With the statue dismantled, the surroundings became significantly quieter, and the eerie sense of oppression dissipated along with it. GK brushed his hair away from his forehead, causing a cascade of droplets to fall, leaving him uncertain whether they were remnants of accumulated water or his own perspiration. Observing this scene, GK expressed his admiration. It's truly beautiful. It was only now that he realized the essence could manifest in such a form, akin to the exhilarating moment in a game when one unleashes a powerful skill after accumulating enough rage. It was simply marvelous. Once more, he found himself envious. In response to GK's compliment, Ning Hongyu blinked her enchanting left eye, perplexed, and remarked, "Do you really need to say that?" As a novice practitioner, GK could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Miss Ning, can it only be read? Are you referring to the true essence energy? Is it not called the true essence chi?" He struck a pose that mimicked the swirling energy. "Are you referring to the practice of true essence?" Ning Hongyu asked, furrowing her brow. "Yes, that should be it. Wait, when you said it was beautiful, were you referring to the true essence practice?" Chenju could not help but ask. "Master, is it all done now?" The venerable monk Lingyu nodded and replied, "The ominous energy has dissipated. Unless one is exceptionally unfortunate, there should be no further disturbances." Chenju let out a long sigh of relief, stating, "Then there's no problem. Our luck has generally been quite favorable." They could only silently lament that the strange entities in the grave were indeed unfortunate to encounter these two. If such rare prodigies were to confront them, they could easily meet their demise on the spot. The trio visibly relaxed, having begun to wrap up the crucial logistical tasks, while only the white cat, Lin Xiangji, appeared rather anxious. It seemed that both GK and she had a peculiar affinity for the exceptionally unfortunate. However, one could not remain perpetually unlucky. Judging by the commotion below, it appeared all was well. Seeing that GK and Ning Hongyu had yet to re-emerge, Wang Hua could not resist commenting, "Will they chat until dawn down there?" Suddenly, Lingyu the elder monk interjected, "Wait, something feels amiss." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangji's hair bristled. Could it truly continue to be unlucky? Wang Hua and Shunju quickly glanced down, only to find that Ning Hongyu and GK had stopped their conversation at some point, standing back to back in a classic defensive formation. Below, in the earthen grave, the previously crumbled statues had inexplicably all knelt down. Their heads were sunken into their torsos, some dismembered, yet their remaining forms maintained a proper kneeling posture, resembling errant servants awaiting punishment from their master. At that moment, Ning Hongyu turned her gaze toward the southwest direction of the grave, her previously closed right eyelid fluttering slightly, and she coldly remarked, "So, you were hiding here all along. Why would I marry you?" Coughing, the strange sounds of a male-female dialogue emerged once more, overlapping and forming an odd intonation. Bubbling sounds erupted from the shallow water, as if a large fish were breathing beneath the surface. Shortly thereafter, the sediment at the bottom began to churn violently, rapidly sinking, causing the surrounding water and hair to be drawn downward. From the depths of the murky sludge emerged an enormous visage, its size comparable to that of a whale's mouth, illuminated by the pallid moonlight. Initially, this face appeared benevolent, even exuding a sense of compassion for all living beings. Yet, as it fully surfaced, its demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. It smiled, its lips parting to form a grotesque shape reminiscent of a shoe's sole. This shape was eerily familiar to GK. It resembled the mouth of Su Qingqing at the moment of her demise, shaped like the sole of an embroidered shoe. Could this apparition be the true essence of Su Qingqing? But how could it be so colossal? More importantly, it possessed a divine quality strikingly akin to the statue of the goddess of the Wind Lotus sect he had once encountered. If the goddess had embodied a visceral sense of life, as if on the verge of awakening, then this entity was undeniably awake. With an odd, sacrificial tone, this colossal being rose from the water's surface. Were it not for the unsettling grin upon its face and the gaping void in its belly seemingly connected to the abyss, GK might have believed he was witnessing a genuine deity's descent. Perhaps this was indeed a divine being, the deity of fertility revered in the ancestral hall. The air around grew heavy, pressing against his skin like viscous liquid. Gazing upon this entity towering nearly 3 stories high, GK could not help but recall the adage about field mice fearing snakes and snakes fearing eagles. This being seemed to elicit an innate terror in humanity. However, GK quickly acclimated to the sensation. Accustomed to misfortune and various unforeseen circumstances, he had evolved into a seasoned warrior against pressure. In stark contrast, Ning Hongyu displayed no fear. Her left eye gleamed with a hint of arrogance. At that moment, the statues that had previously knelt on the ground began to levitate, tethered by strands of thick, hair-like appendages that writhed and coalesced in a sanguine hue. Fertility. The deep voice of the deity resonated, akin to distant thunder. In the next instant, the hovering statues surged forward, accompanied by a terrifying drone. GK recognized this peculiar motion, albeit more potent than any he had previously encountered. He stomped his foot firmly upon the ground, unleashing a swirling force akin to Tai Chi, manifesting a rotating pattern upon the water's surface. Bang, bang, bang. The energy within GK surged chaotically, each punch producing a deafening explosion, the gusts of his strikes swirling through the air like flowing water. The writhing statues were shattered into fragments, yet they persistently reformed, proving quite bothersome. Nevertheless, GK grew increasingly ferocious in his assault, seemingly impervious to fatigue. He sensed the Tai Chi energy within him coalescing and refining, approaching the legendary state of true essence. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. He executed a flying scissor kick, gripping the waist of the headless statue, twisting fiercely, causing it and the trailing appendages to burst apart. On the other side, Ning Hongyu stood atop the shoulder of a statue, plunging her blade into its neck with a swift twist. The statue was torn asunder, yet from behind it, a mass of hair-like tendrils suddenly unfurled, poised to strike. Then, a woman's voice emanated from the mouth of the deity of childbirth. The sound echoed like countless loaches sliding across the ground, slick and unsettling. From the gaping hole in the deity's belly and its grotesque mouth poured forth innumerable tendrils. Entwined with strands of hair, they writhed like a monstrous python, unfurling their gaping maws, unleashing a terrifying hiss that resonated with Jik and Ning Hongyu. The shriek was piercing, causing Lin Xiangji, the white cat, to cover her ears in agony. Jik leaped in front of Ning Hongyu, observing the scene and remarked, "Miss Ning, this creature is immense. Surely, this time it will cost us more." Jik was momentarily taken aback. The previous 2 encounters with the female superior had been quite straightforward. Why the hesitation this time? At that moment, Ning Hongyu stood before him, casting a sidelong glance with her left eye, declaring, "This time, I shall take charge." With a crescendo of hisses, the crimson tendrils surged downward, overwhelming the surroundings and obscuring the moonlight above the grave. At this juncture, Ning Hongyu opened her right eye, which she had kept closed for many years. Its pupil gleamed a pale golden hue, akin to the midday sun. Suddenly, the golden pupil constricted, forming a floral pattern, as if blooming within a mirror. In the next instant, the advancing tendrils halted abruptly, seemingly intimidated by Ning Hongyu, drawing back slightly. Subsequently, the tendrils opened their maws and shrank back, emitting a shrill wail as though subjected to some cruel punishment. The colossal deity of childbirth howled and thrashed about, akin to a creature ablaze. "Is this the eye technique?" the monk Lingyu exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, Chunju, startled, acted without hesitation, executing a swift hand chop over his head, rendering himself bald as a cue ball. Wang Hua looked at him in shock, exclaiming, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Chunju, in a panic, replied, "Fire. It's on fire." Lingyu restrained him firmly, stating, "Stay still. You've merely fallen victim to Miss Ning's eye technique." In the earth, the blood-red tendrils twisted in fright, as if confronted by something terrifying, attempting to flee and pulling at the deity's form. Meanwhile, the deity focused solely on thrashing its body, causing a thunderous uproar that shook the ground. Once, a monk practiced silent meditation for 30 years, only to stir the winds and rain upon speaking. Now, Ning Hongyu had kept her eyes closed for 7 years, and upon opening them, even demons trembled. This was Ning Hongyu's trump card. At this moment, Jik peeked out from behind her, glancing at her right eye in astonishment. "Miss Ning. So it turns out that eye is not blind." Ning Hongyu shot him a sidelong glare, and Jik felt an intense heat wash over him. though the sensation vanished as quickly as it appeared. Ning Hongyu then raised her hand, tossing her blade to him, commanding, "Strike it down. The more fragmented, the better. More money." "Absolutely." GK's eyes sparkled with fervor as he wielded a blood-red blade, leaping into action. Ning Hongyu furrowed her brow, her right eye's pupil constricting, causing the writhing tentacles above to tighten once more. GK surged through an opening, poised to descend gracefully when, unexpectedly, two statues lunged at him. Lacking proficiency with the blade, GK resorted to a sweeping motion inspired by Tai Chi, swiftly dispatching the two figures. At that moment, a tentacle that had been lurking at the rear, having evaded the eye technique, struck ferociously from behind. Ning Hongyu's brow knitted in alarm. There was no time to warn or exert control with her gaze, and GK was hit. Just as she opened her mouth to scold, a miraculous scene unfolded. GK's body momentarily seemed to transform into a mere sheet of paper, soaring through the air toward the deity of childbirth. Chenju gasped, "What sorcery is this?" Wang Hua echoed in astonishment, "Brother, do you still dare to look? You'll lose your hair." With a swift motion, GK descended, the elongated red blade piercing precisely into the deity's mouth, twisting and turning as if stirring a vast cauldron. The deity's head was cleaved open, emitting a chilling scream. Subsequently, GK executed a powerful downward strike, dragging the blade as he continued to plunge and whirl, akin to a ghostly sigil. Lacking skill in swordplay, GK could only hack erratically. Following the energy patterns of Tai Chi, the deity's form was utterly severed, its insides shredded, and the connected tentacles were cleaved, blood and flesh raining down like a storm. Motivated by thoughts of monetary reward, GK threw himself into the deity's cavity, thrashing about. The number of strikes he delivered blurred in his memory. All he knew was that his hands moved with relentless precision, not even blinking. As he leapt from the deity's abdomen, severing a bloodied tentacle, the colossal figure began to teeter precariously before collapsing with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless fragments. The previously ensnared tentacles, now without support, plummeted to the ground, struggling briefly before wilting away. GK stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, panting, wisps of white smoke rising from his head, reminiscent of mist ascending from a celestial mountain. Opposite him stood Ning Hongyu, her eyes wide open. The pupil of her right eye glimmered a pale gold, as if encircled by a halo, exuding an indescribable sense of sacred beauty. In the next moment, that eye slowly closed, reverting to her usual state of gazing solely with her left eye. At that moment, GK, clutching the crimson blade of the esteemed female leader Ning Hongyu, felt an overwhelming desire, particularly for the exquisite weapon that fit so marvelously in his grasp. Just then, Ning Hongyu approached and announced, "Those above, come down and get to work." The three members of the logistics team stirred with renewed energy. At last, it was their turn to take the stage. Chapter 73. Vastness. It was not until Ning Hongyu approached that GK could no longer resist the urge to blink, his eyes feeling somewhat dry. He had been so engrossed in his task that he lost all sense of time. Initially, he had been motivated by the prospect of reward, but soon he found himself lost in the sheer joy of the act. The rhythm of his hand, rising and falling, continued until he had reduced an enormous body to mere fragments, yet he still found it difficult to part with the knife. This reluctance bore a hint of the innocent sweetness of first love, compelling him to caress the blade once more. "Have you touched it enough?" Ning Hongyu stood there, regarding him with a peculiar expression as he rhythmically stroked the hilt of his weapon, reminiscent of petting a cat. Unable to hold back, she remarked sarcastically. GK, as if awakening from a dream, replied, "That's enough, that's enough." It was indeed somewhat indecorous to repeatedly fondle such an intimate object in the presence of a female superior. It felt akin to watching a beloved girl wave goodbye at graduation, disappearing into the sunset at the end of the road. "Clearly, you have a fondness for it. But it does not suit you," Ning Hongyu commented as she sheathed the red blade. GK, unable to suppress his thoughts, countered, "We've worked quite well together." Ning Hongyu shook her head, stating, "You have already been influenced by it." Upon hearing this, GK became alert and inquired, "What do you mean?" Indeed, as a hopeless romantic with a penchant for legs, he had no reason to feel an attachment to a knife, even if it possessed a delicate touch and a smooth feel. In this day and age, could a knife truly be so seductive? At that moment, Chenju and Wang Hua descended from above. The moment GK laid eyes on Chenju, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, what on earth happened to your hairstyle?" Chunju's Mediterranean-like hair shocked not only GK, but even Ning Hongyu, who displayed a hint of astonishment. Primarily, it was simply too unsightly. Chunju brushed away some stray strands, attempting to cover his bald head, and explained, "I had been combing my hair too vigorously." Wang Hua, standing nearby, scoffed, "Senior brother, you might as well shave it all off." Chunju quickly protected his treasured hair, insisting, "Absolutely not. That would make me look like a master. I want to keep it." At this moment, the contents of the grave had been thoroughly cleared out. Even the most unfortunate remnants had been dealt with. Chunju and Wang Hua diligently carried out their cleanup duties, while the old monk Ling Yu tended to the disheartened village chief, Zhao Tianlei. The atmosphere in the grave became considerably lighter. Ning Hongyu rubbed her eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued, and could not help but stretch. GK, standing nearby, caught a glance of her and secretly sighed, "So grand." When Ning Hongyu noticed him, he quickly turned his head away, hands on his hips, feigning nonchalance. The cleanup was neither easy nor simple, involving the incineration of refuse, the collection of essential items, and sealing them away. Even now, GK still felt as if he were in a dream. The embroidered shoes of the foreign object, the persistent pleas of Su Qingqing for her shoes, the ever-growing earthen grave, and the deity of childbirth residing within it. All of these elements are steeped in absurdity and enigma, resembling a bizarre and terrifying dream. This world is indeed profoundly abnormal, particularly the recently encountered deity of childbirth, whose terrifying presence evoked within him the instinctual fear of a mouse encountering a cat. Fortunately, he had slain it, thus alleviating some of his dread. Su Qingqing is a young woman from Sanliping. The village chief, Zhao Tianlei, holds significant sway in Sanliping, inheriting substantial assets from his ancestors, making him a prominent figure in the region. Yet, he is plagued by a distressing predicament that has haunted him for half his life: his inability to father a child. Whether with his own wife or by seeking the wombs of village widows and young women, he has faced perpetual disappointment. The thought of such a vast family estate lacking an heir fills him with a burning sense of shame, knowing that the villagers might secretly mock his inadequacy. For years, he has sought remedies and consulted renowned doctors, yet all efforts proved futile, leaving his health in disarray. At times, his dreams are filled with visions of his wife bearing a child. His wife suggested adopting a child, but he rejected the notion. How could the family legacy be entrusted to an outsider? Zhao Tianlei has resolved, in secret, that he would rather destroy all his assets than allow them to fall into the hands of others. Over the years, his desperate quest for a child has turned him into a fervent believer, visiting every notable temple and shrine in the vicinity, even the humble roadside earth temple. This particular temple, modest in size and nestled amid the desolate woods, was surrounded by a carpet of withered leaves. Upon first sight, Zhao Tianlei felt an unsettling sensation. It was unnaturally pristine. Imagine a small temple in the wilderness, weathered by time, with the surrounding area cloaked in decay, yet this shrine remained untouched by dust. Perhaps someone comes daily to tidy it up? In his desperation, Zhao Tianlei hesitated but ultimately entered the temple. Inside stood a towering wooden statue of a deity, benevolent in appearance, radiating kindness. The statue, like the temple, was remarkably clean. Reassured, Zhao Tianlei knelt and offered his customary short incense, beseeching this unknown deity for assistance. He poured forth his years of anguish, earnestly praying for divine intervention. Afterward, he rose, intending to depart, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. The statue, which had been seated, now stood before him, leaning forward with a face full of compassion. The trees of the desolate forest obscured much of the daylight, casting an ominous shadow, and for a fleeting moment, the expression of the statue flickered uncertainly. He could even perceive the genuine gaze within its eyes directed at him. Zhao Tianlei was struck with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. It dawned on him that the statue was alive, or perhaps the deity he had just worshipped was indeed real. In a state of trepidation and unease, Zhao Tianlei knelt once more, sensing that this time there might truly be hope. For this deity appeared to be exceedingly benevolent. Chapter 74. A new choice of enlightenment within the pristine temple nestled in the desolate woods. Zhao Tianlei, who had devoted many years to seeking divine favor and venerating the Buddha, beheld the manifestation of a true deity for the first time, overwhelming him with terror as he prostrated himself upon the ground. He was uncertain how to communicate with this divine being. Although the deity spoke not a word, its intentions were crystal clear to him. This deity, whose abdomen was slightly rounded, was known as the god of childbearing. It appeared as though the heavens had bestowed upon him a fateful encounter capable of alleviating his woes, with the condition that he must become its most devoted acolyte. Thus, Zhao Tianlei brought the statue of the god of childbearing into his home, placing it within the ancestral hall, where he worshipped it day and night. After many years, his wife finally showed signs of pregnancy, and simultaneously, the statue began to reveal its miraculous powers. A smooth orifice appeared on the slightly protruding belly of the statue, from which a tiny hand emerged. It was the hand of his child. According to the divine oracle, should the child fully emerge from the statue's belly, it would signify the imminent birth of his own offspring. Overcome with euphoric joy, Zhao Tianlei, in his own words, felt as though he had gone mad with elation. However, the desire for a child was not easily fulfilled, as the god of childbearing soon delivered a new oracle. It required a young maiden to serve it, and Su Qingqing was deemed the most suitable candidate. Being the most youthful, beautiful, and well-mannered woman in the village, she was the perfect offering to the deity. At that moment, Zhao Tianlei was completely infatuated, willing to do anything for the sake of his child. One fateful night, he stealthily bound Su Qingqing and delivered her to the temple hidden within the woods. That night, the statue had not fully awakened. Yet Zhao Tianlei perceived an unsettling lasciviousness in its benevolent gaze. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, believing that the Su family would merely lose a daughter, while his own lineage was of paramount importance. Regrettably, the situation took a dire turn. The signs of life within his wife's womb soon vanished, and the statue in the ancestral hall exhibited no further changes. The darkened orifice remained, with only the tiny hand clinging to the outside, devoid of any further developments. After 2 months of silence, Zhao Tianlei could no longer remain idle and ventured to the temple once more. To his astonishment, the sanctuary was empty. The god of childbearing had vanished. Panic and urgency gripped Zhao Tianlei's heart. Soon after, a more horrific event unfolded. Su Qingqing's lifeless body was discovered. She lay at the creek outside the village, devoid of breath, seemingly having just succumbed to death. Her parents were naturally heartbroken, yet Zhao Tianlei remained indifferent to their grief. His sole focus was on his own flesh and blood. He yearned to know where the god of childbearing had gone and when his child would finally arrive. In the end, Su Qingqing was buried. In his quest for the truth, Zhao Tianlei even contemplated unearthing her grave. However, he had no time for such endeavors, as he was soon confronted by an unexpected visitor. It was his cousin, who resided at the eastern end of the village, and that day, he suddenly brandished a machete, charging directly at him. Miraculously, Zhao Tianlei evaded death, using his strength to subdue his cousin. As a consequence, his cousin soon met an untimely demise, revealing a peculiar smile before passing, proclaiming himself to be Su Qingqing, come to claim his life. On that fateful day, his cousin happened to wear a pair of embroidered shoes that bore a striking resemblance to those worn by Su Qingqing in her lifetime. Following this incident, the villagers' gazes towards him transformed. Contrary to his expectations of Su Qingqing's parents confronting him, they swiftly departed from the ancestral village where their family had resided for generations. Subsequently, bizarre occurrences plagued the village, with people around him frequently transforming into Su Qingqing, seeking his life. In a dream, he even felt as though the entire village, and indeed all of humanity, had morphed into Su Qingqing, intent on taking his soul. He soon discerned that this phenomenon was gradually manifesting into reality. Whenever he ventured outside, he encountered Su Qingqing's malevolence. The villagers regarded him with strange eyes, as if he were mere meat upon a butcher's block. Only within the sanctuary of his own abode did he feel a semblance of safety, for it appeared that Su Qingqing could not enter. He believed that the deity of childbirth was protecting him, fostering a hope that he might yet survive, enduring this torment until the arrival of GK and his companions. Ning Hongyu analyzed for GK that the voices of men and women they had heard in the graveyard were likely those of the deity of childbirth and Su Qingqing. According to her deductions, the deity of childbirth had been consumed by Su Qingqing. Initially, the deity sought merely to indulge in the sinful pleasures of a woman, not anticipating that Su Qingqing was no ordinary girl. She was the source of this plague and the origin of those cursed shoes, endowed with immeasurable power. From their conversations, it became evident that the deity of childbirth, who had believed it could manipulate the situation, faced a tremendous backlash when Su Qingqing incessantly uttered eat, eat, eat. The deity had already lost its capacity to resist. This narrative could be described as a tale of a consuming deity, the entity they had vanquished in the graveyard. Rather than being the deity of childbirth, was perhaps Su Qingqing herself. Or perhaps Su Qingqing had usurped the deity's form, with the deity retaining some resistance, leading to a peculiar fusion of their essences into a strange supernatural manifestation. Crucially, what role did the foreign entity play in this matter? Was Su Qingqing's power inherent? Or did it later manifest? It was evident that, at least prior to her abduction to the temple of the deity of childbirth, merely 2 or 3 years ago, Su Qingqing was entirely normal. Just a girl who enjoyed wearing embroidered shoes and possessed a refined demeanor. Ultimately, this entire affair stemmed from the misguided obsession of the village chief, Zhao Tianlei. Had he not harbored such a pathological desire for offspring, perhaps these subsequent events would never have unfolded. Of course, this remains Ning Hongyu's conjecture, and the specific outcomes and enigmas require deeper investigation and further clues. Upon hearing Ning Hongyu's analysis, GK could not help but express his admiration. Ning, you are remarkably knowledgeable. Truth be told, he found himself genuinely intrigued by her. As a diligent scholar, he wished to thoroughly examine every aspect of her blade, her eyes, and indeed, her very being. Regrettably, Ning Hongyu simply remarked, "Rest assured, you truly cannot master this," before haughtily departing. GK felt quite indignant. Was it merely the golden-edged pupils that could astonish the gods? It seemed that enlightenment could not teach such a thing. Firstly, he lacked the hardware of a golden-eyed gaze, rendering him akin to a rootless wanderer. No matter how exquisite his driving skills, there was no opportunity for practice. On the other hand, Ning Hongyu held a notable curiosity towards Ji Quebec. He indeed possessed the qualifications to pursue her, and she found certain of his techniques fascinating, such as his sudden transformation into a piece of paper upon being struck. However, she understood that every individual should harbor their own secrets. This fellow, who brazenly touched others and peered into their chests, even sought to uncover the mysteries of her eyes. It was rather, not entirely unpleasant. This was the conclusion Ning Hongyu reached within her heart. Compared to her singular eye, GK found greater inspiration in her blade and its techniques. After that fierce skirmish, he realized he lacked a suitable weapon and corresponding skills. Bricks, hammers, and scissors could serve in emergencies, yet as the intensity of battle escalated, he could no longer remain confined to mere robbery, ambushes, or petty theft. He was now confronted by demons, making their utility increasingly limited. For instance, when facing the god of childbirth, had he not possessed a blade but relied solely on his hands, the task would have been much more arduous. And dealing with those tentacle-like entities was somewhat nauseating when using his hands. Gazing at the vibrant red enlightenment in his sea of consciousness, GK felt a sense of direction beginning to form. With the plague-like calamity temporarily resolved, Chen Zhu felt a surge of exuberance. Believing wholeheartedly that their quintet was truly formidable, resolving such a significant predicament in less than 10 days. The thought of soon becoming a lower-tier demon slayer, coupled with the prospect of replacing Steward Zhao as the new steward of the branch of the demon-slaying tower in Tianren City, made him beam with delight. He was particularly amused at the notion of Steward Zhao's likely frustrated and begrudging expression. Frankly speaking, Chen Zhu and his companions had long harbored discontent towards the current atmosphere of the demon-slaying tower. Other demon slayers, being astute, navigated their way to earn bounties safely and effortlessly, and they could not fault them for that. However, they could not overlook the antics of seasoned old-timers like Steward Zhao, who coasted on their credentials. Certain matters ignited their ire. For instance, the ongoing obstruction of Master Lingyu's promotion within the tower. Given Master Lingyu's qualifications and character, he was more than capable of being a lower-tier demon slayer 5 years ago, yet the tower had persistently denied him advancement. While the old monk had no concern for such matters, Chen Zhu and his peers did. In their eyes, the individuals within the tower were merely bullying the honest. They had anticipated this journey to be perilous, as evidenced by Steward Zhao's and other demon slayers' avoidance of it. However, it seemed that as long as they aligned themselves with the right individuals, danger was merely relative. With Miss Ning and young hero Ji leading the charge, those stationed in the rear had no opportunity to engage. Naturally, with his elevation to a lower-tier demon slayer and usurpation of Steward Zhao's position, envy was inevitable. Yet he remained unafraid. Within this building, there are numerous individuals who earn more than a select few. However, true capability is not necessarily a given. Moreover, with the formidable support of Ning Hongyu, who stands as a pillar of strength, who would dare to act recklessly? Even if Miss Ning were to depart from the northern territories, there remains another substantial ally here. At this moment, that very ally shares in his exuberance. GK discreetly inquired with Chenju about the potential rewards associated with this endeavor, given its complexity and Miss Ning's disposition. Chenju indicated a figure of 5,000 taels? GK's eyes widened in astonishment. That's a conservative estimate, but the building has been rather impoverished lately in this time. The money is not the primary bounty. Consequently, GK was in a state of uncontainable mirth. Even when he stepped in dog excrement, donkey droppings, or horse manure, and was struck by bird droppings or cow dung thrown by children, he remained unfazed, joyfully departing after smearing cow dung on a child's face. Indeed, such trivialities no longer bothered him. Wang Hua couldn't help but remark, "Master, could you take a look and see if young hero Ji has any signs of misfortune? His luck seems rather dreadful." The venerable monk Ling Yu chuckled, "I am not skilled in physiognomy, but young benefactor Ji possesses a robust fate. These are mere trifles for him." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden exclamation of surprise was heard as GK vanished from their sight. Moments later, he emerged from a pit, his hair adorned with grass and a chilling animal trap clamped onto his foot. With a casual flick, he tossed the trap aside and merrily continued on his way. Wang Hua mused, "I cannot ascertain whether young hero Ji is indeed fortunate, but his foot seems quite resilient." Ning Hongyu, perplexed, inquired, "What is he so joyous about along this path? I could maintain my composure after stepping in dung or being struck by bird droppings, as I have heard of a predecessor who practiced mindfulness by molding excrement. Yet, to remain so cheerful amidst this string of misfortunes, I find that beyond my capacity. For I believe my mind is sound." The venerable monk Ling Yu smiled gently and replied, "Miss Ning, it is all thanks to you." "Me?" GK had inquired of Chun Zhu regarding the potential distribution of the bounty. Ning Hongyu remained silent. The village chief, Zhao Tianlei, stood there, lost and disheartened, facing imminent arrest. According to his crimes, execution was inevitable. Chen Zhu could not restrain his curiosity. "Do you have anything to say?" Zhao Tianlei stood there, filled with regret, lamenting, "What a stroke of misfortune. My vast estate will ultimately benefit others." Chen Zhu frowned. "And what of the lives lost because of you? Do you have nothing to say about that? It's all Su Qingqing's fault. If that woman had not been a demon, none of this would have transpired. Perhaps my child would have already been born," Zhao Tianlei murmured, a mixture of fear and bitterness evident in his eyes. GK approached and said, "Normally, how you should be dealt with is dictated by the law, but you truly test my patience." A sharp crack resounded, and before Zhao Tianlei could fully comprehend the situation, his face flushed crimson, his eyes bulged, and he gradually sank to his knees. GK delivered a swift kick to his groin, leaving him with a sensation akin to being struck by lightning. Tears streamed down Zhao Tianlei's cheeks, and as he attempted to catch his breath, a shoe, caked with remnants of dog waste, cow dung, and donkey droppings, came crashing down upon his face. With a resounding thud, Zhao Tianlei was knocked to the ground, and GK swiftly followed up with another kick. As he landed, 3 additional feet came crashing down alongside his own. Chen Zhu, Wang Hua, and even the monk Ling Yu joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhao Tianlei. "Your words truly provoke ire. I have long harbored disdain for you," the old monk declared. "They are beating him. They may well kill him. I merely wished for a child." Zhao Tianlei cried out in despair, his body becoming a canvas for their wrath, racked with grief as he was subjected to relentless blows. Even Ning Hongyu, unable to contain herself, discreetly delivered a few kicks from the rear. When the constables arrived to apprehend him, Zhao Tianlei was a pitiful sight, his body and face marred by a multitude of footprints, most of his teeth shattered, his head resembling that of a swine, utterly unrecognizable. Particularly in his groin, it was unclear who had struck so mercilessly. He felt as if he might be rendered incapable of bearing children. "If I am to perish, I might as well serve as a stepping stone for our vengeance," GK proclaimed boldly after the assault. Chen Zhu and the others readily agreed. The captain of the constabulary initially intended to voice an objection, but upon observing the dragon tattoo peeking from the shoulder of the old monk Ling Yu, Chen Zhu's peculiar hairstyle, and their menacing expressions, he hastily refrained from further comment and signaled for his subordinates to escort Zhao Tianlei away, appearing exceedingly courteous. Tianren City was a vast metropolis, and those in its service were not comparable to the officials of smaller locales. The county magistrate and the local governor were both practitioners with connections to various sects, while Captain Wang Kai himself was a martial artist of the second realm, possessing considerable strength. The magistrate had repeatedly instructed him that, as the head constable of the city, he must maintain composure even in the presence of accomplished cultivators. Yet, Wang Kai had just realized he was utterly incapable of doing so. It was terrifying. He had never encountered the practitioners from the demon-subduing tower or the pure chi division, but those few individuals were clearly far more ferocious. Especially the man with a bald patch on his head. He might well be mad. After their brief encounter with Zhao Tianlei, GK and his companions felt a renewed sense of clarity. However, just as GK reached the vicinity of the night market in Linshui Alley, a sweet voice called out from behind, "Brother-in-law?" Chapter 76, The Foodie and the Confidant Brother-in-Law. Upon hearing that voice, GK turned and beheld the charming and radiant face of Bai Lu. "What brings you here?" GK could not help but inquire. The city of Tianren is quite expansive. Traveling from the Bai residence to here is akin to traversing from the first to the third ring in Chengdu of my past life. For the sake of food, one can really put in the effort. Wait a moment, it seems I share this trait as well. So, brother-in-law, what about you? What? You live nearby? How fortunate. By the way, brother-in-law, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Allow me to treat you. I know this place quite well. As Bai Lu munched on a chicken leg, she continued. Upon hearing that this young lady was offering to pay, GK straightened his back and replied, "Is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Rest assured, while my mother is rather frugal, she has managed to save enough over time, so funds are plentiful," the spirited young girl declared. As a well-educated gentleman, GK could hardly bear to reject the heartfelt invitation of a young girl. Thus, he accompanied Bai Lu. Once they set off, GK soon realized that Bai Lu was not exaggerating. She knew precisely which establishments offered delicious fare and which stalls had unique specialties along the street. They sampled a multitude of dishes, and not a single one disappointed him. At one point, a meat-chopping knife broke, causing the blade to fly out and nearly strike GK's head, which startled the young girl. As they continued walking together, Bai Lu kept herself positioned protectively behind GK, fearful that something might fly out again. GK, noticing this, experienced an unusual sensation of being cared for. Afterward, with no further incidents, Bai Lu finally relaxed. They soon arrived at a stall selling tofu pudding. The proprietor approached and asked, "What flavors would you like?" "Sweet, sweet," they echoed in unison. They exchanged glances, only to again chime together, "Add extra sugar." Bai Lu sat down, delighted, and said, "Brother-in-law, you enjoy sweet tofu pudding too?" GK replied, "I have never tasted the savory kind in my life." "Ah, neither have I," Bai Lu exclaimed joyfully. Her eyes sparkled, and when she smiled, she revealed two shallow dimples that were quite charming. It must be said, after this culinary adventure, GK and the young lady before him had grown considerably closer, even developing a sense of camaraderie in their shared appreciation for food. As they savored their sweetened tofu pudding, the conversation shifted to another person. "Second miss, have you heard from your sister recently?" GK asked, surprised. "Has she been looking for me? Where is she now?" "She left again, saying she had matters to attend to." "Don't worry, brother-in-law. If you tell me where you are staying, I will inform you as soon as I have news," Bai Lu assured him. As night fell, their delightful gastronomic journey reached its conclusion. It was evident that both felt a tinge of reluctance to part ways. Only after Bai Lu's graceful figure vanished into the street did GK turn around, only to be met with Lin Xiangji's disgruntled feline expression. On the way, GK could not help but comment, "What is with that expression? Those things cannot be consumed by a single cat." To be honest, I was preoccupied with enjoying food alongside Bai Lu, and I truly forgot about this young lady, which is why my words carry a hint of guilt. Lin Xiangji adopted a disdainful expression, sauntering along the wall as she remarked, "There is something amiss with you." GK retorted, "What is amiss with me? The young girl just called you brother-in-law, and you are actually engaged." GK promptly denied, "I am not married. I merely have a betrothal." The white cat, Lin Xiangji, shook her head and said, "You are exceedingly insincere. You have never mentioned your engagement to me." GK explained, "But you never inquired about it." Lin Xiangji continued to shake her head, stating, "Even if your reasoning holds, you are still not right. That girl was quite beautiful, and from her gaze, it's evident she holds affection for you. You seem rather reluctant to part as well." "I do not," GK swiftly refuted. "Well, consider this. A young sister-in-law sneaks out with her brother-in-law to shop and dine, and after the meal, she is reluctant to leave, promising to return. That sounds perfectly normal, doesn't it? Lin Xiangji teased. GK suddenly became alert and remarked, what initially seemed ordinary now sounds rather suspicious when you phrase it that way. Am I not speaking the truth? Furthermore, dining with a sister-in-law while completely forgetting about your daily companion who does your laundry and cooking is quite amusing. Lin Xiangji quipped with a sarcastic tone. It is not as you imagine. I intend to break off the engagement, GK explained. Oh, a scholar chooses to sever his engagement with his sister-in-law for the sake of being with her. How tragically lamentable, Lin Xiangji replied. GK was momentarily rendered speechless. This cat must have been a journalist in her past life, specializing in sensational headlines. GK, feeling overwhelmed, said, Sister Xiangji, I neglected to consider you while eating. Which was my oversight. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it immediately. Lin Xiangji turned her head, proudly declaring, Who would desire the dishes you prepare? You may not wish to partake, but I find grilled meat quite appealing for a late-night snack. As she spoke, GK set up the stone slab. You just ate so much. Are you a pig? Lin Xiangji could not help but scoff. Ultimately, Lin Xiangji joined in the feast of grilled meat. The aroma was irresistible, and her hunger was too great to resist. As they ate, the pair once again delved into the topic of the betrothal. That young girl does not appear to be from an ordinary family. I didn't expect you, a miser, to have a betrothal with a lady of high standing. What? Did your ancestors accumulate virtue or something? GK replied, That is a long story. Then please, shorten it. It all begins with a pancake. After listening to GK's profound yet accessible explanation of the engagement, Lin Xiangji blinked her beautiful cat eyes, belched, and said, This is the first time I have heard of someone securing a betrothal through a pancake. Wait a moment, the young lady's surname is Bai. There are not many prominent families in Tianren City with that surname, are there? What is her name? Bai Lingshuang. How graceful, like frost touching an eggplant. Lin Xiangji exclaimed in astonishment. Well, wait a moment, you wouldn't know each other, would you? This time, GK was taken aback. Lin Xiangji gazed at GK, her expression laden with meaning, and remarked, Indeed, Tianren City is quite small. Chapter 77. My dear girl, I have enlightened Lin Xiangji. The esteemed young lady of the Lin family from the northern region was a rare prodigy in cultivation. She naturally moved in the same circles as Bai Lingshuang, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. That fateful year, the national master traveled north to impart his teachings, drawing the scions of notable families and sects to Tianyun Mountain. It was there that Lin Xiangji and Bai Lingshuang first crossed paths. From the very first exchange, one could discern Lin Xiangji's vivacious and loquacious nature, accentuated by her family's influence, which attracted a plethora of close friends. As GK aptly noted, she was the affluent young lady with a particularly amiable disposition. In contrast, Bai Lingshuang presented a demeanor that was markedly aloof and haughty. Most significantly, as Lin Xiangji recounted, Bai Lingshuang exhibited a rather juvenile comportment, often emanating an air of condescension towards others, despite their mutual indifference. At that time, they were all young ladies from prominent families and sects, each unwilling to yield to the other. Consequently, a conflict arose between one of Lin Xiangji's friends and Bai Lingshuang. As the de facto leader among the group of aristocratic young women, Lin Xiangji felt compelled to support her friend. However, the confrontation was brief and never escalated into a physical altercation, as both discovered their shared fondness for spicy tofu pudding. In this world, those who relished sweet tofu pudding and those who preferred savory were two distinct factions, yet those who enjoyed spicy tofu pudding were a rare and eclectic minority. GK mused that if one were to liken Lin Xiangji and Bai Lingshuang to academically gifted students in their class, Lin Xiangji would embody the affable and popular student with commendable grades, while Bai Lingshuang would represent the reclusive overachiever, singularly focused on securing the top position. The fragile camaraderie between the two young women ultimately dissolved over a trivial debate concerning the addition of coriander to spicy tofu pudding. I have never encountered anyone who would dare to add coriander to spicy tofu pudding. How could one know its taste without trying? I want to try it. I will be revolted. Yet I must try? The most irksome part was that Bai Lingshuang had the audacity to belittle the Lin family's swordsmanship, claiming it was overly refined and would not endure in the long run. Ultimately, it was her inflated sense of self that was the root of the matter. GK could not help but acknowledge that women could indeed harbor long-lasting grudges. Look at Lin Xiangji. She had transformed into a cat. recounting events from at least 4 or 5 years past with palpable indignation. Had I known of your connection with her, I would never have shared the same roof with you, Lin Xiangji exclaimed, taking a bite of roasted meat, her voice tinged with resentment. GK feigned innocence, Lin Xiangji. While you may vent your frustrations, do not misdirect your ire at me. I have done you no wrong. Why must you be so fierce? To think you are bound by an engagement with her. My grandfather was giving away pastries when I hadn't even been born. GK protested, genuinely bewildered. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. How peculiar it feels that I am now residing under the same roof as the fiancé of Bai Lingshuang. Lin Xiangji suddenly mused aloud. GK's expression shifted. There was something amiss with this cat. Through this exchange, I have come to understand that the Yunshan Lin family is quite an influential clan, particularly renowned for their arms trade, which in modern terms could be likened to a significant arms dealer. The Lin family's heritage is deeply intertwined with the Mo family, known for their expertise in weapon crafting and military machinery, and their distinctive swordsmanship, which possesses considerable potency. The Lin family's sword techniques are derived from the esoteric teachings of the Mo family, necessitating specially crafted weapons for their execution. These weapons, known as sword bows, can transform from sword to arrow, capable of piercing and slashing, and can shoot projectiles, making them incredibly versatile and difficult to counter. Lin Xiangji was particularly vexed when Bai Lingshuang remarked that this sword technique overly relied on external tools and skills, suggesting it lacked longevity. Had she not been transformed into a cat, she would have certainly ensured that Bai Lingshuang faced the consequences of her words. GK, observing the glowing comprehension meter in his mind, inquired, Miss Lin, could you impart your swordsmanship to me? Lin Xiangji, taken aback, responded, you wish to learn? Indeed, he replied. I have been eager to acquire some swordplay, knife techniques, and staff skills, as relying solely on bricks and scissors in a brawl is rather disadvantageous. Having witnessed Ning Hongyu's knife skills and utilized her blade, GK had long harbored the desire to learn such techniques. The sword bow and Lin family's swordsmanship piqued his interest immensely. After all, being products of a prestigious family, they seemed far more credible than the so-called five-linked swords or wind-chasing knives from the local martial arts schools. However, according to Lin family rules, this sword technique was exclusively passed down to family members, and since he was not married into the family, she pondered, does being a cat exempt you from the Lin family's regulations? Indeed, I have become a cat, so why should I concern myself with family rules? You take notes, and I shall illustrate the incantations and techniques for you. Your decision to dissolve the engagement was wise. You are certainly more discerning than that woman, Bai Lingshuang. Lin Xiangji declared with a newfound confidence. She then began to sketch with her brush. GK observed her writing posture, which resembled the precision of wielding a sword. Yet as she continued, tears began to well up in her eyes. Though she remained silent, GK could discern her deep sorrow. Lacking experience in comforting a lady, he could only say, Miss Lin, are you all right? Lin Xiangji shook her head, replying, I am fine. It merely reminds me that my father taught me this sword technique. Indeed, her father had passed away, replaced by a demon that assumed his form. Wiping away her tears, she stated, all right, it's finished. You may take it to learn. As for the sword bow, you will need to find someone to customize it for you. GK accepted the sword manual with delight, exclaiming, thank you. Looking at the glowing comprehension meter in his mind, he spoke earnestly, excellent. He then neatly stacked the papers and exhaled softly. This accumulated understanding was finally about to be utilized. As he endeavored to comprehend the Lin family's sword manual, a stream of milky white energy, visible only to him, infused the pages. The papers began to flutter before him as if stirred by an unseen wind, turning one by one. In an instant, GK realized that he had once again attained enlightenment. Chapter 78. The grand gift of sesame cakes at the outset. As the handwritten sword manual was perused, vivid images began to unfold in GK's mind. He envisioned a silhouette of a woman, gracefully dancing with a sword. At first glance, the weapon in her hand appeared unremarkable, save for a peculiar absence along the spine of the blade. In an instant, as she executed a flourish, the metal along the edge of the sword shifted, assuming the form of a soaring wing. With a swift motion, what had once been a mere swing of the long sword transformed into the taut stance of a bow, unexpectedly releasing a cold arrow. In that fleeting moment, it became nearly impossible to discern whether it was a sword meant for cutting or a bow intended for shooting. Perhaps it was both, simultaneously slicing and shooting. After just one iteration, GK mastered the technique, even surpassing the proficiency of the silhouette, presumably Lin Xiangji. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His intellect transcended this newfound skill. As the swordplay and the weapon morphed, it seemed to evolve beyond the realms of bow and sword, transcending mere technique to become an all-encompassing entity. This latest transformation proved significantly more intricate, yet following an enlightening epiphany, GK grasped it once more. He acquired not only the profound and complex swordplay, but also the knowledge of forging, crafting, and utilizing a new specialized weapon. However, this was still insufficient. His burgeoning intellect reached further depths. At that moment, GK even envisioned how geometry, physics, and optics could efficiently operate within a world inhabited by cultivators. A full hour passed before GK emerged from this state of continuous enlightenment. To be candid, he had never before experienced the absorption of such a vast array of knowledge in such a brief span of time. Never. The breadth of his learning was indeed extensive. Now, he possessed knowledge that likely exceeded that of Miss Lin Xiangji, albeit slightly. As his reservoir of insight diminished once more, GK fell into a state of ennui. His gaze tranquil. Yes, he preferred the sensation of abundance. GK now understood precisely what kind of weapon he required and how to wield it. It was certainly not as simple as a sword or a bow, nor merely an upgraded version of either. Yet, challenges loomed ahead, for he understood that this endeavor would demand considerable financial resources, vast amounts of money, indeed. The thought of expenditure stung him. What pained him further was that his bounty had yet to be dispersed. He remained oblivious to when he would finally reap the rewards promised by Ning Hongyu. Based on prior experiences, the demon-slaying tower was notoriously slow in processing payments. For days, Lin Xiangji had been awaiting GK's approach for guidance, having faced numerous challenges and hardships while mastering this swordplay in her own time. Regrettably, GK seemed to have forgotten his pursuit of swordsmanship, instead standing at the entrance daily, yearning for the arrival of the bounty from the demon-slaying tower. His demeanor at the door sometimes reminded Lin Xiangji of a stone waiting for a husband's return. On this day, GK still awaited the bounty that never arrived, but instead received a message. At noon, on the second floor of Chunfeng Tea House, in the elegant Yuhua parlor, Miss by request your presence. The young servant relayed the message and departed. Lin Xiangji exclaimed in astonishment, Bai Lingshuang has come to find you. GK nodded and replied, perhaps so. At this moment, he began to tidy up the remnants of the half-eaten flatbread and the marriage contract. Ultimately, a weighty matter was at hand. After gathering his belongings, GK started to change his attire. Lin Xiangji observed this and could not help but comment, humph. You certainly do not appear to be heading off to cancel a marriage, but rather to rendezvous. Although she held a disdain for Bai Lingshuang's character, she could not deny that Bai was indeed a beauty, and men, alas, are often drawn to exquisite appearances. GK asserted, no, my resolve is unwavering. The white cat pouted silently. Subsequently, GK took his leave. Lin Xiangji squatted by the wall, watching him depart. Even after his figure had vanished into the alley, she remained, akin to a stone waiting for its beloved. A neighborhood Annie downstream in the canal seemed to regard her as such, and a flicker of panic surged within her. She shook her head, pondering, do I have some sort of affliction? This mindset resembles that of someone abandoned by a scoundrel. If she possessed a tome or two of demonic lore, perhaps there would still be a chance for her to regain her human form. Meow. GK arrived at the Chunfeng Tea House by the riverside, bearing a token. The establishment was elegantly adorned, and even in the heart of winter, vibrant blossoms flourished in the hanging baskets. A young lady within the tea house graciously ushered him to a private room, elegantly brewing him a cup of tea before taking her leave. Bai had yet to arrive, as he had come a tad too early. He could not resist the urge to open a window, from which the warm winter sun illuminated the serene canal, casting a captivating scene. The Chunfeng Tea House was indeed picturesque, as was the view outside, and judging by the attire of the patrons, one could infer that the expenses here were likely considerable. The tea might be quite expensive, thus. GK, who was not particularly fond of tea, could not help but take a sip from the cup. As expected, it was rather bitter. To him, tea was merely a compliment, a delightful respite when one's mouth was ablaze from consuming barbecued meat. Yet, contemplating the prospect of avoiding the nagging of Madame Bai while settling a significant matter brought him a measure of solace. Therefore, he closed his eyes and took another sip. After a leisurely wait, still no one arrived. He surmised that the appointed time had likely passed. It was not until a while later, after another round of tea, that the gentle sound of footsteps reached his ears. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a young woman clad in a green dress. Her complexion was fair, her hair styled in 2 buns, and her attire was exquisite. An air of pride graced her features. Such a person was undoubtedly not ordinary, yet at first glance, GK discerned she was not Bai Lingshuang. Nevertheless, he remained courteous and rose to his feet. "I am at your service," he said. "I apologize, but the young lady has pressing matters and cannot attend in person. However, she has conveyed all necessary instructions to her maid regarding your affairs." As she spoke, she produced a box and, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Miss is well aware of the engagement with the young master. After much contemplation over the past few years, she feels it unnecessary to persist. Therefore, I have prepared this modest gift of 4,000 taels of silver to express gratitude for the old gentleman's kindness in years gone by. Surely, in comparison to the engagement, this silver holds far greater significance for the young master. Those who pursue the path of cultivation often act with straightforwardness. I hope the young master will not take offense." Her words, though polite, seemed to echo her mistress's sentiments, yet one could not shake the sense of haughtiness that lingered. Nonetheless, GK remained largely unperturbed. He produced a half piece of a pancake and the letter of engagement, stating, "Please convey to your mistress that I accept the silver. The engagement is hereby annulled. And from this point forward, the G and Bai families have no further obligations to one another. May we each find peace." The young woman revealed a hint of a smile as she accepted the pancake and the letter, murmuring, "Young Master G thinks similarly to me. Truly, a scholar is adaptable. Here is an additional gift. I hope you will accept it." As she spoke, she lifted a rather conspicuous bundle from the floor and tossed it onto the table. Several pancakes tumbled out from within the package. "This is the 100 pancakes you previously requested from Madam, and I bring them to you as well," the woman declared, her tone laced with mockery. Her implication was crystal clear. GK's earlier desire for pancakes was merely a ploy to attract the attention of the young lady. And now, faced with her resolute stance and the dissolution of their engagement, he was left with no choice but to graciously accept the silver. GK gazed at the pancakes in silence for a moment before asking, "Is this the intention of your mistress, or your own?" With that, she turned to leave. Wait. Chapter 79. Incompatible Worlds. The Spring Breeze Tea House is renowned for its elegance and tranquility. The patrons here are predominantly the affluent and noble families of the city. Unlike the boisterous atmosphere of other tea houses, this place maintains a serene ambience. Most visitors come to truly savor the tea, and even if conversation arises, it remains hushed and gentle. However, this tranquility is soon disrupted by the soft sobs of a young woman. Luo Xin, a maid dressed in green, is the devoted attendant of Bai Lingshuang, having grown up alongside the young lady of the Bai family. She considers their bond akin to that of sisters. After Bai Lingshuang's remarkable talent gained recognition, Luo Xin too found herself elevated, becoming a cultivator by her mistress's side. This close relationship has led her to regard even the old steward and the head of the guards with disdain, let alone others. In essence, Luo Xin is Bai Lingshuang's most loyal and intimate maid, well attuned to her mistress's sentiments. At times, when Bai Lingshuang refrains from voicing her thoughts, Luo Xin instinctively takes it upon herself to ensure matters are handled appropriately for her lady. Yet, this accumulation of familiarity has fostered an illusion within Luo Xin, making her feel as if she were not merely an attendant, but a representative of Bai Lingshuang, perhaps even a co-master of the Bai household. Upon hearing about GK, her anger flared intensely. Her inherent disdain for the young scholar, who seemingly fell from the sky with fortune, fueled her ire. She believed that few talents across the northern lands were worthy of her mistress, and the thought of Bai Lingshuang being betrothed to such an ordinary individual felt like a grave insult. Particularly troubling was the news of GK's outrageous demands upon arriving at the Bai residence, which cemented her belief in his greed. In her eyes, his actions were merely attempts to secure the fulfillment of the marriage contract. To her, it was akin to a toad dreaming of devouring swan meat, utterly delusional about his own standing. Simultaneously, she felt envious of GK's unexpected fortune. An unremarkable scholar, despite being rejected by her mistress, had somehow managed to acquire 4,000 taels of silver notes. Such a sum could ensure a comfortable life even in Tianren City. Moreover, she could clearly sense Bai Lingshuang's disdain towards the marriage contract, further compelling her to act out of loyalty to her mistress and to vent her own frustrations. Thus, she purchased 100 savory pancakes. Even though she had relinquished her silver notes, she could not allow this man to revel in such ease. However, who could have anticipated that these pancakes, intended for mockery, would now be forced into her own mouth and throat? Has your lady never taught you the meaning of courtesy? She thought. As a benefactor of the Bai household, having traveled a great distance to present myself with reason and decorum, how dare you, a mere servant, mock me? At that moment, the green-clad maid found her head held down, being forcibly fed, tears welling in her eyes. These pancakes had been purchased days ago, some already spoiled, others as hard as stone. Yet, despite their unending presence, they relentlessly lodged in her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe, bordering on suffocation. This sensation was unbearable, akin to a living death, yet the pancakes showed no sign of ceasing, leaving her feeling as though she were trapped in a nightmare. She yearned for mercy, even to the point of kneeling in supplication, yet found herself bereft of the opportunity to utter a sound. The moment she attempted to speak, a ghastly cough erupted, causing fragments of the flatbread to spew from her nose, tears cascading down her cheeks. With a resounding slap, GK forcibly stuffed a large, hard piece of flatbread into her mouth, declaring, "If this is your intention, consider it my free counsel. If it is your mistress's desire, please convey to her that should fate lead me to encounter her someday, I would not hesitate to personally feed her bread." With another sharp crack, GK delivered a stinging slap that sent her reeling out the door. He then wiped his hands, lifted a teacup, and savored a sip of tea. Luo Xian bent over, retching out a mass of remnants. Her mind felt blank, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within, only to be extinguished as she noticed numerous onlookers outside, including a few familiar faces from the city. Realizing she could not linger without risking her mistress's reputation, she quickly covered her mouth and stumbled away. Once the maid had departed, all eyes turned to GK, who emerged shortly thereafter. Some gazed at him with newfound respect. The earlier muffled sounds from the woman had already been peculiar, but now he appeared disheveled, hair in disarray, and having just vomited, with a slight bulge in his abdomen. It was evident that today's youth were bold and daring, unafraid to venture into such places. GK walked calmly out of the Chunfeng building, draining the last of the presumably expensive bitter tea before leaving. He was adept at managing his emotions, seldom succumbing to anger unless pushed beyond his limits. Today, however, he had indeed lost his composure. Yet, feeding someone flatbread proved to be a rather exhilarating and stress-relieving act, and his spirits were lifted once more. At least the outcome was favorable. The sight of her tear-filled eyes as she fled indicated that his benevolent approach had been effective and should be employed more often. Furthermore, the engagement that had lingered in his mind was finally dissolved, accompanied by a compensation of 4,000 taels of silver. This sum was justly his, and he felt no guilt in accepting it. He found himself quite amenable to Bai Ling Shuang's manner of resolution, which was far more decisive than Bai Foreign's cautious deliberations, aligning well with the boldness characteristic of youth. Regrettably, the maid was rather foolish. If Bai Ling Shuang shared a similar mindset, she too could be deemed lacking in wisdom. Severing ties with the foolish was ultimately a positive development, especially now that he had the funds to acquire his coveted weapon. Meanwhile, the maid, Luo Xian, fled in disarray to a corner, where she expelled the remnants of her earlier ordeal, finally clearing the dreadful sensation of suffocation. Her throat burned painfully, likely scratched in the process. She could hardly fathom how a mere scholar had left her in such a disheveled state. A doubt crossed her mind. Had that G truly cultivated any skills? No, that couldn't be the case. A more plausible explanation soon surfaced in her thoughts. She had been ambushed and had simply been unlucky. The first bite of the baked pancake caught her completely off guard, blocking her airway with a fierce grip. From that moment on, she struggled to breathe, akin to a swimmer suddenly choking on water, utterly bewildered and unable to regain composure. Had it not been for the ambush, she could have easily sent him sprawling to the ground with a single punch. Indeed, after following the young lady for so long, though Luo Xian possessed merely average talent, she was nonetheless a practitioner of the second realm of qi gathering. At that moment, she spotted a familiar black carriage slowly coming to a halt ahead. The young lady's carriage? Luo Xian hurriedly approached, filled with trepidation, and climbed aboard. Inside sat Bai Ling Shuang, as icy as ever, inquired, "Have you completed your task?" "Yes, I have," Luo Xian replied, promptly producing the baked pancake and the marriage contract. Did he say anything? Luo Xian quickly shook her head, feeling guilty, and replied, no. A hint of a cold smile graced Bai Ling Shuang's lips as she murmured, well, he possesses some measure of self-awareness. She then glanced at her maid's lips and frowned. Have you eaten the pancake? At that moment, her body tensed as she turned to look at the roadside. There, a young scholar strolled by, nonchalantly clutching a wooden box. Bai Ling Shuang coldly remarked, that must be him. Luo Xian, still shaken, confirmed, yes. Bai Ling Shuang stated, all right, it is time for us to depart. The carriage began to move slowly, and Bai Ling Shuang cast a detached glance at her former betrothed. This was the first time she had seen him, but likely it would be the last. They were never meant to inhabit the same world. At that moment, GK also turned to look at the carriage. Inside was a young woman with skin as fair as snow, seemingly gazing at him. He could not discern her features clearly, as the beaded curtain of the carriage window was drawn down, obstructing his view. GK chose not to look any further, whistling a light tune as he headed homeward. Aside from encountering an imbecile today, it was, for the most part, a delightful day. Chapter 80. GK, I seek your guidance in my cultivation. As GK approached the alley from a distance, the white cat Lin Xiangji swiftly emerged from her trance by the Wangfu stone. Leaping down from the courtyard wall to nestle in her cozy nook beneath the eaves, feigning that she had been resting there all along. With a hint of skepticism, Lin Xiangji inquired, do you truly have no regrets? That woman, had she not become less attractive, would have been quite decent. GK replied, I did not even see her face. It was merely a maid who came. A maid? Lin Xiangji was momentarily taken aback, then mockingly remarked, ah, how very typical of her. What is it that you have in that box? Silver, for 1,000 taels, GK answered cautiously. Truth be told, he had never encountered such a sum of money in his lifetime, especially not in the form of large banknotes which he had seen even less frequently. Come, little Xiangji, lend me your discerning eye. I am not well versed in banknotes. Call me sister. Sister Xiangji, GK uttered devoid of emotion. Lin Xiangji rolled her eyes and casually inspected the notes, stating, these are banknotes from the Great Commerce Guild, 500 taels each, perfectly valid for immediate use. Afterward, Lin Xiangji rested beneath the eaves, observing GK's handsome profile as he meticulously calculated, lost in thought. Fortunately, that woman had sent merely a maid. Indeed, she was aware that Bai Ling Shuang would eventually regret her decision made today. Having spent so many days together, Lin Xiangji had long recognized GK as a treasure. Young and handsome, with a righteous spirit, his culinary skills were commendable, particularly his prowess in grilling meat. Moreover, he was an unparalleled master of cultivation. One might say that aside from his slight stinginess and his penchant for certain esoteric texts, he was replete with virtues. According to Ning Hongyu's assessments and her own observations, Lin Xiangji surmised that Bai Ling Shuang's potential was likely inferior to GK's. This implied that GK would inevitably shine brightly, standing before Bai Ling Shuang. She understood that Bai Ling Shuang's cold demeanor did not stem from a preference for solitude. Like many young women, she harbored aspirations for romance, yet plagued by inner demons. She believed that in the north, or even throughout the entire Shang dynasty, few young men were worthy of her. While there were one or two peers in the north who surpassed Bai Ling Shuang, they were hardly up to the task. Based on Lin Xiangji's understanding of Bai Ling Shuang, it was likely that she would be quite fond of someone like Ji Quebec. What might Bai Ling Shuang feel upon discovering that the man she cherished had once been betrothed to her and had since become another's husband or partner? Surely, it would provoke immense turmoil and profound regret. And what if that other happened to be someone she knew, like herself? As this thought struck her, Lin Xiangji felt a surge of excitement, her feline face breaking into a mischievous grin. She could even envision Bai Ling Shuang's secret, regretful expression as she tugged at her blanket in despair. The more Lin Xiangji pondered, the more exhilarated she became, to the point where, as she leapt onto a branch, her body felt remarkably light. For a cat, one might say she was on the verge of transformation. Thus, she turned to GK, who had just secured the banknotes, and declared, GK, I implore you to assist me in my cultivation. Startled, GK looked up at her and replied, you are acting strangely. Within the room, breaths and meows intertwined in a symphony of sounds. In a cozy room, seated cross-legged on the bed, GK and Lin Xiangji, one human and one cat, were engaged in a profound exchange of energy. As GK's vital essence flowed continuously into Lin Xiangji's body, a subtle shimmer enveloped them both. The expression on Lin Xiangji's feline face revealed the strain she was enduring. Unlike humans, a cat's meridians were predominantly closed. She required GK's vital energy to unlock these channels and embark upon her cultivation journey. As time progressed, Lin Xiangji perceived that GK's vital essence became increasingly refined and pure. She successfully opened 3 significant acupoints, reaching her limit with a triumphant meow, and exclaimed, "GK, it seems you have achieved the condensation of essence." Condensation of essence? GK pondered, realizing that this implied his vital energy could be compressed to a droplet-like form. Was this true essence? In the next moment, GK extended a finger and with a swift motion, punctured Lin Xiangji's face-washing cloth from 3 feet away. This distance and force surpassed mere vital energy. Had it been just that, it would have only sent the cloth flying, not pierced through it. To his astonishment, the barrier between the second realm of qi gathering and the third realm of true essence had finally been breached during his assistance to Lin Xiangji's cultivation. Suddenly, an exhilarating thought struck him. I have achieved condensation of essence. What about practicing true essence? He vividly recalled the image of Ninghong Yu's flowing red threads, akin to a magnificent display of power. Lin Xiangji replied, that is still far off. You must at least reach the later stages of the true essence realm. GK could not help but retort, so the difference between true essence and vital energy is merely the capacity to pierce. Lin Xiangji blinked her cat eyes, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. It's absurd that someone as uninformed as you can attain the true essence realm. If others were to learn of this, countless disciples from various sects would be beside themselves with envy. Indeed, within the cultivation community, the transition from the second to the third realm represented a significant threshold. Some practitioners, despite reaching the second realm in their youth, remained unable to progress into the third realm even as they aged. The primary advantage of the true essence realm, besides its greater refinement compared to vital energy, is its capacity for storage, Lin Xiangji clarified. Storage? True essence can be retained within the body's meridians, enhancing physical abilities. What you referred to as practicing true essence involves accumulating it to a certain degree and then releasing it in large quantities, she explained, relaying information she had learned from previous texts. This revelation excited GK even more. He relished the idea of accumulation, be it wealth or wisdom, and now the prospect of accumulating true essence brought him unparalleled joy. He soon began experimenting and quickly concluded that assisting Lin Xiangji in opening her acupoints made the refinement of true essence more efficient. Turning to the somewhat fatigued Lin Xiangji, he asked, shall we continue today? Continue for what? Lin Xiangji, still adjusting to the effects of opening her 3 acupoints, queried with curiosity. To assist you in your cultivation. Of course, I am not afraid of fatigue, GK replied earnestly. Lin Xiangji shook her head vigorously, insisting, not today. I truly cannot manage any more today, meow. This book will be available for purchase around midnight today. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all readers for their unwavering support. It can be said that this work possesses a distinctive style, albeit this uniqueness has inadvertently resulted in a modest audience compared to more mainstream subjects. Thus, aside from the undeniable charm of the author and the readers, the other metrics remain rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, the confident author is determined to enhance this literary endeavor. Recently, some readers have expressed concerns regarding the brevity of my writing, yet I assure you that I am diligently crafting each word. I aspire for this book to continue bringing joy and intriguing narratives, akin to embarking on an exhilarating journey in a fantastical realm. While there is no intention to invoke pity, I must humbly request support for the book's performance. Subscriptions are truly the sole affirmation for a burgeoning writer like myself. It will be launched around midnight tonight, and I sincerely hope for your generous support, as additional votes would be greatly appreciated. Author's note upon release. Astonishing. A must-read. Chapter 81. What malicious intent could my sister possibly have? On the second day of diligently assisting Lin Xiangji in her cultivation, GK received a letter delivered by a messenger from the second young lady of the Bai family. This young girl, evidently oblivious to the situation, was conveying the news that her elder sister had returned home, even going so far as to issue a gentle warning that her sister had always possessed a rather irritable temperament, urging him not to become overly upset over any circumstance. What a kind-hearted young lady. No, a benevolent girl. At that moment, Bai Ling Shuang was in the small courtyard, nurturing her spirit. Suddenly, Bai Lu rushed in and exclaimed, Sister, you called off the engagement? Bai Ling Shuang raised her delicate brows, her voice cool and distant. Indeed, who informed you of this? How did you break off the engagement? My future brother-in-law is quite decent. You haven't been unreasonable with him, have you? Bai Lu pressed, a hint of accusation in her tone. Bai Lingshuang's expression grew increasingly frosty as she replied, I have no time to bully an ordinary person. Once more, refrain from referring to him as brother-in-law. That term is utterly nonsensical. Being the favored daughter of heaven, Bai Lingshuang had always enjoyed a lofty status within her family, with her parents treating her with utmost respect. Thus, she found herself indignant at being questioned by her foolish younger sister, which stirred within her a sense of authoritative superiority. Bai Lu had always held a slight fear of her sister, and under that piercing gaze, her heart raced. Yet, she stood her ground, defiantly stating, If you don't want to call him that, then I certainly don't wish for him to be my brother-in-law. Bai Lingshuang sensed an underlying meaning in her words, finding them peculiar, and could not resist asking, What do you mean by that? Bai Lu casually grabbed a piece of pastry and popped it into her mouth, replying, What could I possibly mean? This pastry is delicious. I shan't disturb your esteemed meditation any longer. With that, she skipped away, taking with her a plate of pastries. Bai Lingshuang frowned, feeling that something was amiss, yet she could not articulate what exactly felt wrong. Was this girl merely intent on pilfering my pastries? Had she truly uttered such words? Yes, the second young lady had mentioned that if the eldest miss was unwilling, she would take the engagement upon herself, which had incensed their mother considerably. Upon hearing this, it was not only their mother who was infuriated. Even Bai Lingshuang felt a throbbing annoyance at her temples. Spring had yet to arrive, and this little girl seemed to be utterly infatuated with men. Moreover, what kind of taste was this? To be enamored with a scholar who had not even passed the civil service examination? Such a person, in her view, was scarcely worthy of a moment of her time. Well, he might be somewhat pleasing to the eye, but aside from that, this little girl truly had a shallow and superficial perspective, easily beguiled by mere appearances. Throughout her life, Bai Lingshuang had always been quite assertive, rarely showing deference to her sister Bai Lu, as she consistently outperformed her in every endeavor. Watching Bai Lu play with dolls and toys she had no desire for, Bai Lingshuang often felt a sense of satisfaction. However, this time, in a similar situation, she felt not the slightest thrill. Rather, an unsettling discomfort settled within her. This matter was of significant importance. Her younger sister must not allow a mundane scholar to jeopardize her future. She went to her mother, hoping to encourage Bai Lu to embark on her journey of learning a trade at the earliest opportunity. In any case, whether it was a jest or not, she was determined to prevent her younger sister from any foolishness. This was in her sister's best interest, and it would, of course, bring her a sense of relief as well. For GK, life after the annulment of his engagement had become starkly simple and monotonous. His days were consumed either by fervently assisting Lin Xiangji in her cultivation or surreptitiously counting coins, accumulating silver, and gathering true essence. Name, GK. Age, 17. Approaching 18. Realm, initial stage of the third realm of true essence strength. Acceptable, self-assessment. Skills, proficient in aquatic and terrestrial swimming, running, skilled. Grilling, skilled. Mastery of Taiji boxing. Mastery of Yi Shui. Mastery of Qianji swordsmanship. Insight accumulation value. Not yet unlocked. That evening, he had grasped not only the Lin family sword technique pinned by Lin Xiangji, but, with the infusion of insight, it ultimately transformed into the Qianji sword technique. To be candid, he found himself eagerly anticipating the application of this Qianji sword technique, as it held the promise of delightful intricacies. Thus, GK's primary objective became the creation of the corresponding Qianji sword. Following this, GK's daily routine expanded to include not only assisting Lin Xiangji with her training and accumulating silver and true essence, but also engaging in the intricate craft of sword forging. What he had comprehended that day extended beyond mere swordplay. It encompassed the art of forging specialized weaponry and their manufacturing techniques. However, this process proved to be both complex and disheartening. GK's distress stemmed not from the difficulty of crafting the Qianji sword, but rather from the exorbitant expenses involved. The costs were staggering. Merely acquiring the necessary materials had swiftly depleted a significant amount of his funds. Before embarking on this sword-making endeavor, GK had felt immensely affluent with an unprecedented sum of 4,000 taels of silver, as if wealth were seeping from his very being. Yet, as time progressed, even as the Qianji sword began to take shape, he found that more than half of his silver had vanished. The sensation of loss he experienced was tenfold more painful than the time a mere 10 taels had been pilfered by a rat, for he had spent far more, hundreds of times over. That night, GK was even plagued by a nightmare in which he awoke to find his hiding place for silver notes riddled with rat holes. These apertures loomed like abysses, exuding a chilling draught, as if sinister eyes lurked within, watching him with malevolence. The most terrifying aspect was the realization that all his silver had inexplicably disappeared. Startled awake, GK discovered that his silver remained intact, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a great calamity, yet unease lingered in his heart. He even found himself lamenting to Lin Xiangji, remarking that her cat was so unremarkable that it had induced his nightmarish vision of rodents. Lin Xiangji meow meow meow. Just as the two engaged in this playful banter, a delicate tapping sound suddenly echoed from the courtyard door. GK opened the door to find Bailu standing before him, her skirt fluttering gracefully, exuding a sweet charm. "Brother GK," Bailu said with a bright smile, "I have exhausted my funds, but there is still plenty to eat." As she observed the lively exchange between the two, Lin Xiangji's expression turned serious. "This younger sister is behaving oddly, brother-in-law, change your tone." Calling out for elder brother GK so sweetly, it seems she aims to ascend in status. If the sister were to take the place of elder sister by Ling Shuang, it would indeed be quite delightful. But what about me? Am I not the character intended in the plan? No way. By the time Lin Xiangji came to her senses, GK and Bailu had already left together, swiftly closing the courtyard door behind them, as if she, a mere cat, did not exist at all. Meow meow meow. Chapter 82. The enigmatic soared once again. The bustling street came alive with throngs of people, as two enthusiasts indulged in sweetened tofu pudding, while a white cat cast a resentful gaze from one end of the street to the other. These two gourmands nearly devoured an entire street with their appetites. After finishing their bowls of sweetened tofu pudding, GK and Bailu both exhaled contentedly, their faces reflecting satisfaction. As dusk fell, the comforting steam wafting from the vendors and shops enveloped the scene. As night approached, GK and Bailu waved their farewells. Witnessing their reluctant parting, Lin Xiangji, with a growling stomach, could not suppress her irritation. GK paused momentarily before retorting, "What is troubling you today? It's my business if I am peculiar." Each to their own. What does that have to do with sweet tofu pudding? I suspect your training has been lacking. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangji's fur bristled with alarm as she questioned, "What do you intend to do?" "I am still washing clothes." "Lin Xiangji, I shall assist you in your cultivation," she responded with trepidation, her fur standing on end. "This is the third time today. Must you continue?" "Of course. There are still many of your meridians that require unblocking. You cannot afford to be negligent. Please, no?" Meow. In the days that followed, as merely assisting Lin Xiangji in her cultivation proved to be rather mundane, GK resumed his pursuit of enlightenment. Thus, he found himself either accumulating silver, gathering true essence, or nurturing insight. While his true essence and insight flourished, his silver dwindled like water through his fingers. Fortunately, after renting a smithy and investing an entire month of labor, expending nearly 3,500 taels of silver, GK was on the verge of completing the Qianji sword, nearly overwhelmed by the financial strain. The remaining task, apart from waiting, was to continue pouring in silver. Even Lin Xiangji found herself astonished by such expenditures, perplexed as she inquired, "What exactly are you up to every day? With this amount, one could forge a superior weapon within my Lin family." Just as GK transitioned from a state of wealth to one of financial worry, the silver delivery finally arrived. On that day, Ning Hongyu stood in the courtyard, strikingly beautiful. Particularly captivating was the sight of her pocket seemingly filled with silver notes. Ning Hongyu, with her left eye fixed on the quaint courtyard, could not help but exclaim, "Your residence is quite tranquil." This was a rather highbrow way of putting it, as desolate and neglected would have been more accurate descriptors. As she retrieved the box containing the silver notes, she elaborated, "Originally, this bounty amounted to 4,000 taels of silver, alongside some blood-condensing pills. However, upon learning of your greater interest in silver and the limited utility of the pills for you, I have converted all the pills into silver at the highest rate, totaling 8,000 taels. Would you accept such an arrangement?" How could I possibly refuse? The unexpected sum, doubling the anticipated reward, left GK elated, unable to contain his joy as he clasped Ning Hongyu's hand in gratitude, reminiscent of the gratitude expressed by Captain Shui and Qin Zhu during their initial encounter. Lin Xiangji harbored doubts about his intentions, For although Ning Hongyu had opened only one eye, her enchanting and captivating aura remained unmistakable. Initially, Ning Hongyu had shared these suspicions. However, she swiftly discerned with her keen left eye that he genuinely sought to express his gratitude, devoid of any ulterior motives. In essence, even if her hand were akin to a pig's trotter, his demeanor remained unchanged. Over the years, few individuals had maintained such pure intentions in pursuit of wealth. Invited warmly by GK, Ning Hongyu decided to remain for a simple meal. To be frank, when the substantial sum of 8,000 taels was firmly placed in his hands, GK briefly regarded Ning Hongyu as the most beautiful woman in the world. Eager to please this generous and affluent lady, GK naturally showcased his culinary prowess by grilling meat. Upon finishing the preparation, he discovered Ning Hongyu reclining on the chaise longue gifted by Tang Yi, appearing utterly relaxed. Today, she adorned herself in a delicate gown of goose yellow, complemented by a black overlay. Such attire, while not accentuating her figure, still allowed her S-shaped silhouette to be perceived at a glance. Ning Hongyu was thoroughly pleased with the meal, even pleasantly surprised. Known for her discerning palate, she had intended merely to tease this individual with similar potential. Yet she found GK's grilled meat astonishingly delectable, leaving her with an overwhelming desire to savor every bite. Indeed, GK had outdone himself this time. The power of wealth had evidently drawn forth a considerable degree of his latent talent. If GK's usual grilling skills could be deemed proficient, his performance in the presence of the magnanimous Ning Hongyu had elevated to a level of mastery. After indulging in the hot, delectable fare and sipping a cup of fine tea, Ning Hongyu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of intoxication, rendering her even more alluring. She could not deny that this was the finest grilled meat she had tasted in a decade, bar none. In addition to delivering a reward to GK, Ning Hongyu had another important matter to convey. She informed him that he had successfully passed the evaluation of the guild and had attained the rank of a formal human-tier demon slayer, specifically 3rd grade. The ranks of demon slayers are categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, each further subdivided into 3 grades, with the 1st grade being the highest. Given his capabilities and recent contributions, it would be most fitting for GK to begin at the 1st grade of the human tier. However, due to his participation in this bounty as a non-demon slayer, he could not accrue demon points. The branches of the Northern Territories had become overly lenient in recent years, often prioritizing personal connections over regulations, which resulted in various issues. Ning Hongyu's visit was connected to this matter, emphasizing the necessity for adherence to established protocols. GK understood this rationale well, as he was a man of reason and knowledge. Upon hearing that achieving the Earth tier rank would guarantee a fixed salary regardless of activity, as long as the Demon Slayer Guild remained intact, GK was filled with aspiration and vigor. Did this not equate to securing a leisurely and stable livelihood? After all, the Demon Slayer Guild had endured for centuries, showing no signs of decline. To be candid, in his previous life, the devastating blow of losing his job coupled with the burden of a mortgage instilled in GK an intense yearning for wealth, particularly for a steady income that could be earned effortlessly. He was convinced that this passion would propel him to become a valiant and exceptional demon slayer. Ning Hongyu, not lingering for long, made a point to mention the recliner as she departed, inquiring, "That chair of yours is quite impressive. Where did you acquire it? Clearly, you must share a strong bond with the friend who gifted it." With those words, she took her leave. One could only wonder how Tang Yi fared in the second battle, truly a diversion from the task at hand. That night, as winter thunder rumbled, Lin Xiangji awoke from her slumber. She swiftly realized that GK's room still glimmered with light. Soon after, she witnessed the peculiar formation of a sword amidst the clamor of winter storms. It was a curious sight. One might describe it as a sword, yet it resembled a ruler, elongated and devoid of a sharp edge. If one insisted it looked like a ruler, it was rather thick, akin to a box. And if one claimed it resembled a box, it bore a hilt, reminiscent of a hefty sword. What perplexed Lin Xiangji was that this odd sword had never been wielded by GK after its formation. To be precise, he had indeed utilized it, albeit sparingly. On occasion, after a shower, he would lift the sword and lightly sway it above his head. In those moments, the strange sword would emit a whooshing sound, drying his hair with the breeze it conjured. Yet, one must question, what relevance did this have to a sword? That miserly GK splurged 5,000 taels of silver merely to hasten the drying of his hair? It wasn't he until that day, when Chun Zhu and Wang Hua arrived, that they could no longer resist the urge to pick up the sword. Chapter 83. A heavy heart and a craving for food on that day. Chenju, the spirited overseer of the demon-subduing tower, accompanied by his junior sisters Wang Hua and the venerable monk Lingyu, sought out GK to discuss matters of import. As fate would have it, their visit coincided with mealtime, and Chenju fortuitously brought along a meticulously packed portion of the renowned Qingquan roast goose. GK's heart leapt with joy at the sight of the delicacy, for he had endured a long winter devoid of this culinary delight, all in anticipation of Chenju's generous invitation. Subsequently, he resolved to procure some vegetarian dishes from the market to accompany the master's drink. Lingyu, the monk of utmost propriety, adhered strictly to the Buddha's precepts, with the singular exception of indulging in alcohol, while GK ventured out to gather ingredients. Chenju and Wang Hua could not resist the temptation to explore GK's abode. What a serene locale, Chenju remarked, his voice filled with admiration. Wang Hua furrowed her brow and replied, "Is this merely serene? As we traverse this alley, had we not been trained professionals, I would almost suspect this area to be haunted." Chenju cast a bemused glance at his junior sister, as if beholding not a sibling, but rather a rather naive simpleton. At that moment, they found themselves in GK's kitchen. Remarkably, GK seems quite adept at domesticity, Wang Hua mused. Observing the orderly state of the space, for a man, he has kept it surprisingly tidy. Lin Xiangji, reclining on the windowsill, seethed with indignation upon hearing her words. "I am the one who tidied this place. It was I who organized it." Just then, Chenju's gaze fell upon the stove, his eyes widening in surprise. "What is that?" he exclaimed. Upon the stove lay a peculiar black object, reminiscent of a ruler, a box, or perhaps a sword. This strange implement, which GK occasionally employed to dry his hair, served its most significant purpose as a rather robust fire poker due to its substantial and dark appearance. Wang Hua hesitated. "Surely that is just a fire poker? How could it be a fire poker? It distinctly resembles a ruler intended for swatting," Chenju asserted, lifting the black object. "A ruler thick enough to swat? What an absurd notion," Wang Hua retorted. "Why not?" Chenju replied, brandishing it as if to demonstrate. In the next instant, a dull thud resonated through the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "What was that sound?" Wang Hua inquired, bewildered. Just then, Chenju's expression shifted, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at her with an unsettling intensity. My big toe," he lamented, as though wearing a mask of anguish. Wang Hua glanced down in alarm, only to discover that a hefty object, resembling an iron brick, had struck her senior brother's toe with considerable force. She finally understood the source of his tears, for it appeared to be quite painful. "Brother, it seems you've been hit by an iron brick," Wang Hua stated. "Why on earth is there an iron brick here?" Chenju, still tearful, lowered his gaze to find that the iron brick was tethered by a thin chain, the other end of which was affixed to the ruler he had been wielding. This revelation indicated that the heavy brick had fallen from above. His heart was shaken with terror, a visage marred by anguish, as he raised his hand, attempting to lift the iron brick. To his dismay, while the brick did ascend, the middle of the ruler suddenly split apart, twisting with a sharp snap. Before Chenju could react, his wrist was ensnared. Blood began to flow. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Chenju cried, tears streaming down his face. In that moment of elevation, the ruler had transformed into an object akin to a large pair of scissors, seizing his hand with a force so mighty that, despite his protective energy, his wrist was still wounded. The pain caused his body to convulse, and as he jerked, the iron brick, which had just been raised, fell again, crashing down upon his injured big toe. "Woa, junior sister, save me." At this juncture, even Master Lingyu heard the commotion and entered to witness the spectacle. Lin Xiangji, taken aback by the scene, gasped, "Isn't this sword meant only for drying hair? How has it come to crush feet and pinch hands, leaving him in tears?" Wang Hua, observing the bizarre situation, suggested, "Master, why not support the iron brick while I attempt to free him from this clamp?" Master Lingyu nodded and crouched down. Chenju, tears flowing freely, inquired, "Junior sister, is this safe?" Feeling as though his hand might be crushed, he shook his head and replied, "You all go ahead." Thus, Wang Hua and Master Lingyu exchanged glances, each summoning their strength. At the moment the iron brick was lifted and the clamp released, a gust of hot wind rushed towards Chenju, tousling his Mediterranean hairstyle. Startled, he shivered and shouted, "What in the world is this?" "Step back," Master Lingyu bellowed, and the three leaped outward simultaneously. With a resounding thud, the fiery rod reverted to its original form, and the howling wind ceased abruptly, as if it had never stirred. Yet, within the eyes of the trio and the cat lay sheer horror, akin to encountering a monster. Nevertheless, relieved that Chen Zhu had been somewhat rescued, Master Lingyu and Wang Hua exhaled in relief. At that moment, however, Chen Zhu's voice arose once more, filled with pain. Why do I suddenly feel such numbness in my mouth? It's unbearable. Master Lingyu and Wang Hua turned to see him, startled once again. Unbeknownst to them, a fine string of flying needles had embedded themselves into Chen Zhu's lips during the gust of wind, causing them to swell rapidly, resembling plump sausages. Wang Hua, with a cloth in hand, gently removed the needles, offering comfort. Brother, it's nothing serious, just a slight swelling. Chen Zhu, in frustration, mumbled, why would my lips swell? What on earth? As he spoke, his words became muffled due to the exaggerated fullness of his lips. Woo woo woo. It's so painful. The kitchen, once filled with the promise of delightful food, was soon resonating with Chen Zhu's muffled sobs. Inside the room, Chen Zhu sat at the dining table, his wrists and toes wrapped in bandages, with a sausage dangling from his lips, a pitiful sight devoid of any appetite. Before him lay a sumptuous spread, the tantalizing Qian Kuan roast goose, a refreshing 3-salad dish, and glutinous rice sausages emanating an enchanting aura. The skin of the roast goose had already cooled, but as the belly was sliced open, a plume of steaming heat immediately wafted forth. The term Qian Kuan roast goose refers to the culinary marvel wherein the belly harbors a universe of flavors, containing a meticulous blend of 36 carefully prepared ingredients that, when savored alongside the goose meat, leave a lingering aroma on the palate. As for the glutinous rice sausages beside it, they may not seem extraordinary on their own. Yet when enjoyed in conjunction with the roast goose, they impart a distinct and delightful essence. Even Lin Xiangji indulged in this feast, as GK served her a small bowl of Qian Kuan roast goose, leading her to relish every bite. Chen Zhu observed this scene, feeling utterly despondent. The roast goose was his purchase, and the sausage was a temptation he yearned for. Alas, he could not partake. Wang Hua drew a reed pipe and placed it gently against his plump lips, offering comfort. Senior brother, perhaps you should drink tea. It is the most suitable for you at the moment. Upon hearing these words, tears welled up in Chen Zhu's eyes once more. Chapter 84. The best candidate. Today's gathering, largely due to the presence of the succulent Qian Kuan roast goose, was a delightful affair for both hosts and guests alike. However, one must disregard Chen Zhu, who bore the marks of his recent misfortune. Even now, he struggled to accept the harsh reality of having been nearly gravely injured by a mere ruler. Had it not been for Master Lingyu and his junior sister, who excelled in bandaging and detoxifying, he would likely find it difficult to even sip tea through a reed straw. In the past, Chen Zhu had regarded GK's talent with trepidation. But who could have anticipated that even his weapon could be so absurdly formidable? Had he been alone at that moment, one shudders to think of what might have transpired. Among those present, with the exception of Master Lingyu, nearly everyone, including Lin Xiangji, the cat, harbored a certain fear of that peculiar sword, born from their limited understanding. Chen Zhu and Wang Hua, hailing from the artifact sect, often carried a coffin-like black box filled with numerous mechanisms, while Lin Xiangji, from the Yunshan Lin family, surpassed both in terms of talent and expertise with tools. The terror of GK's sword lay in its unpredictability. On the surface, it could serve as a ruler, a fire poker, or even a tool for generating hot air, appearing less intricate than the black box of the artifact sect. Yet, once it slipped from GK's control, or even if merely left unattended, it could turn erratic, even terrifying. This reminded Lin Xiangji of her former prowess with weaponry, particularly the sword bow, which she employed to catch her foes off guard. Though the sword bow operated within a defined set of rules, shooting straight along the sword's spine, or, at most, following a curved trajectory, GK's weapon was akin to a deranged version of the sword bow. It resembled a madman, rendering its intentions and subsequent actions utterly unpredictable. For instance, should one wish for it to shoot forward, it might just as likely turn and shoot back at oneself, or ascend, descend, veer left, or right. Such was the essence of this bizarre sword. They found it hard to fathom the potential consequences if GK were to wield this sword against an enemy. Would it inflict 3,000 points of damage upon the foe while wounding itself by 800? For indeed, this sword appeared so unhinged that it could turn on its own master. such as the marvel of the thousand mechanisms sword and its corresponding techniques. Ultimately, one must not allow others to predict what one and this sword might undertake. At times, madness can be equated with genius, and in certain respects, it may even be invincible. In that instant, as GK seized the thousand mechanisms sword, an involuntary tension filled the air, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat a step, apprehensive of what might unfold. Yet, he merely sat there, trimming his nails and removing hangnails. Nevertheless, even in this seemingly innocuous act, he exuded a palpable sense of menace. After all, how could one not be intimidated by an individual sharpening their nails with a sword nearly 4 feet long? This oppressive aura was so intense that it compelled Chenju to insert 2 fingers into his own plump mouth, gnawing at them. The atmosphere became rather peculiar. The moment GK relinquished his sword, everyone instantly brightened, yet when he grasped it again, a palpable tension and even fear enveloped the crowd. Ultimately, Chenju and the others could no longer endure the unease and resolved to depart. However, as the newly appointed steward of the demon-subduing tower, Chenju felt compelled to discuss a new bounty with Ji Quebec. Why am I the most suitable candidate for the matter concerning the Yunshui sect? GK inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Because that entity is cunning and likely to be concealed within the Yunshui sect, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Thus, it is imperative to disguise one's identity and infiltrate, avoiding any alarm. Wang Hua interjected, noticing her senior brother's unclear articulation. Even if I am to act as an undercover agent, why must it be solely me? I lack understanding in this area, and without your guidance, I fear I may falter, GK replied earnestly. As a fledgling demon subduer, the only one present of the human rank, he was eager to follow these esteemed earth-ranked seniors to learn from them. For him, seizing the opportunity to catch up and secure a steady monthly remuneration was a significant aspiration in his life. In response to GK's query, Wang Hua hesitated, as did Chenju, until Master Ling Yu finally spoke up, his voice solemn. Young hero Ji, you may not be aware that the Yunshui sect has maintained a rather peculiar tradition for centuries. They only accept individuals of striking appearance. I fear our trio may not meet that criterion. Upon hearing this, GK glanced at the faces of the 3, one bald, another with a receding hairline, and the last with dark circles beneath his eyes, as if sleep had eluded him. Unable to suppress his amusement, he burst into laughter. The trio, witnessing his reaction, wore expressions of discontent. GK, covering his mouth in a futile attempt to stifle his mirth, ultimately succumbed to laughter once more, apologizing as he pounded his thigh joyfully. Haraha! What a ridiculous reason. The 3, unable to endure his laughter any longer, left the documents behind and departed. It took GK a considerable amount of time to regain his composure, though he occasionally succumbed to fits of laughter, appearing almost deranged. In fact, Lin Xiangji, who had been affected by his mirth, also found herself chuckling for a while, though she recovered more swiftly. At that moment, she observed the departing figures of Chenju and the others, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Do you find Chenju somewhat peculiar? GK, perplexed, replied, what seems odd? His mouth resembles a sausage, which is hardly a natural trait. Lin Xiangji shook her head, saying, he has been gnawing at his fingers incessantly, despite his swollen lips, which can barely form words. He continues to bite. It seems as though he intends to consume his own fingers. This was what Lin Xiangji had intended to express but withheld, as her notion lacked substantial proof and was merely a feeling, while GK's explanation appeared more logical. After all, who could guarantee they were free of eccentricities? Chenju, suddenly enlightened, looked down at his sausage-like lips and exclaimed, ah, is that so? Only then did he realize his fingers were damp, with deep bite marks evident in certain places. Once he had gathered his thoughts, GK began to peruse the documents. His gaze swept over the dossier, instantly capturing the most pivotal information, a bounty of 2,000 taels of silver, 5 deer ginseng pills, and 300 demon-slaying points. Quite impressive indeed. The crux lies in the 300 points, which would suffice for him to ascend from the 3rd to the 1st rank of the human tier. Ascending from the 3rd to the 2nd rank requires 100 points, from the 2nd to the 1st rank necessitates 200 points, and transitioning from the human tier to the earth tier demands 400 points. The 300 demon-slaying points preliminarily categorize this as an earth tier event, marking it as a rare and significant occurrence, with the prospect of a dual rank elevation coupled with the reward of 2,000 taels of silver. GK felt that despite the challenges, he must overcome them. The dossier was succinctly yet appropriately drafted, and GK swiftly discerned that this matter bore some relation to him. Prior to becoming an official demon slayer, GK had inquired about various knowledge related to demon slaying, including the proper protocol for reporting the discovery of demonic entities. The response he received was that it was best to first notify the Qingqi division, as this institution is affiliated with the Dasheng dynasty and is regarded as an official and highly professional body, tasked with investigation, demon extermination, and a comprehensive process for seeking assistance. The demon-slaying capabilities of the Qingqi division in the northern regions are relatively limited, yet their investigative prowess remains commendable. Without much hesitation, GK anonymously reported the incident involving Lin Xiangji at Qixia Temple, as well as the potential infiltration of demonic forces within the Lin family. The Qingqi division had already shown interest in anomalous phenomena. Otherwise, the incident involving the embroidered shoes would not have been swiftly traced back to the demon-slaying tower. Following the anonymous tip-off from the well-meaning citizen GK, the Qingqi division promptly commenced investigations into Qixia Temple and the Lin family, during which they uncovered irregularities associated with the Yunqiwei sect. Consequently, the Qingqi division dispatched personnel to infiltrate the Yunqiwei sect. Simultaneously, an unsettling event transpired within the Yunqiwei sect. 2 weeks prior, a scout within the sect transmitted a cryptic message consisting of merely 4 characters: Lake Bottom, Fish Corpse. The scrawl of the message indicated that the scout was in dire circumstances, imparting a sense of urgency. Subsequently, the scout vanished without a trace, leading the Qingqi division to suspect that a grave incident had occurred. However, the Qingqi division was currently facing a severe manpower shortage, compounded by the Yunqiwei sect's stringent appearance requirements, rendering it difficult to find suitable candidates to address the matter. Thus, they turned to the demon-slaying tower, offering a commission for the bounty. Given the Yunqiwei sect's vexatious demands, Chen Zhu and others deemed themselves unfit for the task and promptly thought of the newcomer, Ji Quebec. Handsome and capable, and a fresh face, GK was sensitive to the allure of the bounty, making it a pity for him not to undertake the task. According to the dossier, GK was not without support. Although the previous scout's fate remained uncertain, it was possible he was still alive. Moreover, the female leader, Ning Hongyu, would likely seize an opportunity to infiltrate as well, albeit with a disguise. The dossier also specifically noted that the entirety of the reward for this commission would belong solely to GK, with Ning Hongyu receiving not a single coin. In that moment, GK felt a renewed sense of respect for this female leader. What an admirable woman she was. Indeed, this commission is far from simple. It entails significant peril and requires uncovering the truth of the fish carcasses at the bottom of the lake within the Yunqiwei sect to be deemed complete. Holding the document, GK pondered, Yunqiwei sect, why does it sound familiar? He recalled hearing of it, as both of his daughters were exceptionally talented. His younger daughter, Lu'er, possessed remarkable aptitude and had already caught the attention of the Yunqiwei sect. It was merely a matter of time before she would embark on her path of cultivation. This had been relayed to him during his initial visit to the Bai residence, as stated by Madame Bai. At that moment, the carriage carrying his sister, Bai Lu, was drawing near to the Yunqiwei sect. She glanced at her companion, her sister Bai Ling Shuang, within the carriage and sighed, "Sister, why are you accompanying me on this journey to learn the craft?" Bai Ling Shuang replied coolly, "To ensure our mother's wishes are upheld and to learn alongside you." "Surely not. You too have chosen Yunqiwei sect?" Bai Lu exclaimed in surprise. The Yunqiwei sect is a respectable establishment, yet within the grand context of the Great Qing dynasty, and indeed the entire northern region, it does not stand out as particularly exceptional. As someone of prominence on the Qingyu list, Bai Ling Shuang ought to have more distinguished options available to her. Bai Lu's choice of this sect was solely due to its proximity to home. The greatest is not necessarily the best. The most suitable is what truly matters, Bai Ling Shuang lectured. The Yunqiwei sect possesses a secret technique that aligns with her aspirations. "Miss, we have arrived at Yunqiwei sect," announced Luo Xin, the devoted maid attending to their carriage. Chapter 85. The six-toed old Lu before embarking on his journey to Yunqiwei sect. GK made ample preparations, including maps, provisions, garments, and measures to safeguard his banknotes. In essence, he was resolute in his decision to set forth. Ever since Ning Hongyu presented him with 8,000 taels of silver, his financial woes were alleviated, allowing him to complete the remaining components of the Qianji sword, with 6,000 taels still in reserve. Consequently, this sword, crafted from special materials and techniques, had cost him a staggering 6,000 taels. Reflecting on this expenditure, GK felt a pang of regret, akin to having a mouse hole in his garments that incessantly siphoned money from him. It can only be said that the path of cultivation is invariably costly. He merely sought to forge a simple sword, but found himself in a predicament reminiscent of affluent hobbyists indulging in extravagant pursuits. As for the banknotes and land deeds hidden deep within the cellar, GK remained somewhat apprehensive. During a meal, he could not resist lamenting to Lin Xiangji, "Alas, I find no joy in wealth. Having money has rendered me less content." Lin Xiangji chose to disregard him, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. On that day, after packing his belongings, GK departed with Lin Xiangji. The duo, accompanied by a cat, made their way along the Qingyun River to the West City Gate dock. According to their itinerary, traveling by boat to Yunshi's sect was the most convenient option. By afternoon, a hazy mist enveloped the broad river surface, and only a single passenger boat remained bound for the vicinity of Yunshi's sect. Renowned as a holy site for cultivation in the northern regions, Yunshi's sect boasted a rich heritage, situated in a paradise of spiritual abundance. Should they opt for the overland route, even the swiftest steed would require 4 days. However, by water, they could reach the shallow stony beach before Yunshi's sect in merely 2 days and nights. Given GK's aversion to horseback riding, coupled with his current state of enlightenment, he resolutely chose to sail. Surely, aboard this sizable vessel, he would not suffer a sprained ankle. The boat harbored approximately 20 passengers. The majority adorned in elegant attire, their demeanor as refined as their appearance. GK was unfazed, as intelligence reports indicated that the 10th day of this month marked the recruitment day for Yunshi's sect. However, they were not seeking disciples, but rather menial workers. The meticulous grooming of these individuals was clearly an effort to seek celestial fortune. Yunshi's sect, a sanctuary for practitioners, was teeming with handsome and beautiful senior disciples, drawing countless admirers. Many young gentlemen and ladies willingly accepted the role of menial workers, motivated not only by the hope of ascending from worker to disciple, but also by the elevated status even a sect worker enjoyed compared to ordinary folk. Lady Bai's earlier assertion held true. The standing of sect practitioners from prestigious families in this grand dynasty was incomparable to that of mere scholars or candidates. Therefore, all aboard this vessel could be considered rivals. GK's striking appearance sparked a sense of wariness among the other passengers. It was well known that Yunshi's sect placed great importance on one's outward appearance. Among the most distinguished gentlemen on board, 2 discreetly cast glances at GK, each feeling a twinge of apprehension as they thought, "This youth's visage rivals my own." After a prolonged observation, they could not help but feel astonished, realizing, "This youth is even more aesthetically pleasing than I." Eventually, they refrained from further gazing, fearing their resolve might falter. At that moment, the grand vessel slowly set sail. GK did not retreat to the cabin for rest. Instead, he stood upon the deck, admiring the scenery. At his age, it was the first time he had embarked on such a grand vessel. Prior to departure, the ship's captain ritualistically presented a pig's head, adorned with incense candles, to pay homage to the river deity, beseeching a smooth journey ahead. However, scarcely had the ritual concluded and the sails been raised, when a dull thud echoed upon the deck. To his astonishment, he beheld a lifeless eagle at the feet of the last scholar to board, its blood staining the floor, with droplets even spattering onto the scholar's garments. GK gazed at this scene and murmured, "What a stroke of bad luck. Is this what they call a Syrian eagle?" The onlookers regarded him with peculiar expressions, but he feigned ignorance. The eagle's demise was of no concern to him. It had fallen onto the deck of its own accord. The unfortunate creature was swiftly disposed of by a crew member, and the blood upon the deck was promptly washed away. It was only when the eagle was cast into the river, swept away by the current, that GK felt a fleeting pang of regret. He pondered how the flesh of that eagle would taste if roasted. As the ship gently swayed, it set sail. Upon departing Tianren City, the river was tranquil, flanked by towns that had sprung up alongside the city, where buildings and fields intertwined. One could frequently glimpse the industrious citizens laboring in the riverside fields, resembling vibrant ink-wash paintings of life. Yet, as the vessel continued its voyage, the landscape gradually turned desolate. Gentle hills transformed into stark, imposing peaks, and sporadic structures nestled within the mountains imparted a sense of peril amidst cliffs. The river's waters grew increasingly turbulent, dark currents crashing against the hull and the banks, churning up waves that resembled billows of white snow. Standing on the deck, GK felt a rush of bravado and a hint of joy as the river breeze caressed him. Each outing felt akin to exploring an uncharted map in a game, filled with thrilling dangers. Men, by nature, are endowed with an adventurous spirit. Yet, such ventures must be tempered, lest they impede the enjoyment of good food and life itself. At that moment, the waters ahead grew more tumultuous, and the cliffs along the riverbank loomed ever closer. More than once, GK felt as though the vessel grazed the rocky precipices. The ship rocked with increasing intensity, and some elegantly attired young men and women began to succumb to seasickness. Their faces contorted in distress. GK, however, remained unfazed, his feet seemingly glued to the deck, rising and falling with the ship. Then, an elderly man, bare-chested, approached the deck, urging the helmsman aside. With his left hand gripping the helm and his right hand adjusting the sails, he exuded an air of proficiency. GK soon noticed an intriguing detail. The old man possessed 6 toes on his right foot. To steer a ship with such a unique attribute was a testament to his innate ability, a natural talent akin to GK's scholarly pursuits. The persistent rocking of the vessel elicited a chorus of complaints and strange sounds from within the cabin. Clearly, the young men and women aboard were not accustomed to maritime travel. However, it was too long before, under the old man's adept handling, the ship stabilized. A crew member soon reassured the passengers, "Fear not, dear guests. It's merely a minor undercurrent. All is well." Later, GK learned that this elderly man, known as Lu Lao Lu, was the true captain of the ship. As the grand vessel advanced, GK increasingly felt that old Lu navigated the ship with remarkable skill. Despite the rushing waters, the ship swayed only gently. Particularly when they encountered a bend in the river, it surprisingly imparted a sensation of gliding smoothly around the curve. At this juncture, the shores were nearly devoid of human presence. As twilight descended, lanterns were swiftly hung at both bow and stern. The glow of the lanterns illuminated the pitch-black river, rendering the entire waterway devoid of any other flickering lights, which inevitably evoked a profound sense of solitude. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Master Lu, what is inscribed upon your lantern?" Old Lu glanced at it and replied in a heavy accent, "It bears the image of the lantern Buddha, meant to ward off evil." GK raised an eyebrow and asked, "Ward off evil? Have you ever encountered anything peculiar while navigating?" Old Lu took a puff of his dry tobacco and replied, "Over the years, one is bound to encounter a few oddities." GK, suddenly intrigued, urged, "Since we have time to spare, do share your tales to broaden my horizons." He had a penchant for stories, while Bai Mao Lin Xiangji had already leapt aside, regarding him with a peculiar expression. It was late at night on the river. What was this person's fascination with ghost stories? Old Lu rolled up his sleeves and said, "Very well, since we have time to kill, I shall regale you with a tale. But do not take it too seriously." The vessel gently rocked, the flickering light casting shadows across Old Lu's face, momentarily illuminating and obscuring it. The image of the Buddha cast upon the deck twisted intermittently, taking on a somewhat sinister aspect. Chapter 86, Is the Story True? Upon hearing that GK desired to listen to a tale, the burly old man with 6 toes, Lu Lao Lu, flicked his pipe and began to recount an unusual incident that transpired in the mystical Wu Gorge along the Yangtze River. Lu Lao Lu hailed from a small fishing village by the river, where he shared a close bond with a villager named Wu San. Due to the heavy taxation at the time, a group of young men from the fishing village realized that mere fishing could no longer sustain their livelihoods, prompting them to venture to the Yangtze dock to seek employment as assistants. Gifted with a remarkable aptitude for navigation and buoyed by his unique 6 toes, Lu Lao Lu quickly established himself at a particular boat company. The subsequent journey that led him to Tianjin City, where he acquired his own vessel, is a tale for another time. The treacherous waterway of Wu Gorge is fraught with hidden currents and submerged rocks, demanding the utmost vigilance even from seasoned helmsmen. According to Lu Lao Lu, the cliffs on both sides of the gorge were adorned with towering ancient trees, densely packed. When the river narrowed, sunlight struggled to penetrate, rendering the daytime eerily akin to night. On one fateful day, Wu San navigated this perilous route, renowned for its danger, yet offering considerably higher wages. Desperate for funds due to his family's dire circumstances and his parents' frail health, he dutifully toiled on the deck, moving cargo. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, as an object plummeted beside him, instilling an unsettling feeling within him, a disquieting sensation born of the unseen. At that moment, a crew member passed by. and before Wu San could utter a warning, the individual inadvertently stepped onto the same spot. With an alarming slip, the crew member fell to the deck with a resounding thud. Just as Wu San reached out to assist, a terrified scream pierced the air. A ghost! A ghost! The fallen crew member writhed on the floor, his limbs thrashing in panic. Hearing the commotion, the captain rushed over. And as the dim light of the setting sun filtered through the trees and onto the deck, Wu San, already fraught with fear, collapsed to the ground and crawled backward in terror. What lay before them was a human skin. The head was devoid of bone and flesh, yet the features remained, particularly those yellowed eyes, seemingly coldly gazing at them. Even the seasoned captain was taken aback, while a trembling laborer queried, "Captain, what is this?" The captain grasped Wu San by the collar and demanded, "Where did this come from?" Wu San pointed upward, his voice quavering, "I can't be sure. But it felt like it fell from above. Could it be that someone was murdered and their remains discarded from above?" The captain speculated. The nearby crew member, shaking with fear, replied, "But where is the body? There is only the skin." Indeed, the skin lay there, illuminated by the dim light of the lantern at the bow of the ship, appearing remarkably intact, devoid of any blood or wounds, exuding an air of the uncanny. The captain slapped the trembling crew member on the head and bellowed, "Enough with the superstitions. Do you not know the rules aboard my ship? Throw it overboard and return to your duties." Although the captain felt a twinge of fear deep within, he was ultimately a seasoned veteran, acutely aware that such matters could incite panic if approached with undue mystique. Thus, he opted for a rather crude method. The human skin was discarded by a crew member using a bamboo pole, and at that very moment, Wu San nearly wet himself in terror. In that instant, the skin appeared to be smiling. The crew aboard the ship was thoroughly frightened, for they knew that in just 2 hours, they would reach the dock. A few of the startled crew members even made plans to seek solace in the nearby town with the company of women to alleviate their fright. Wu San and the crew member who had first stumbled upon the skin, a lad named Xiao Wu, were the most traumatized. Xiao Wu was so shaken that he could no longer perform his tasks efficiently and was subsequently ordered to rest in the cabin. Typically, Wu San was not easily scared, but the peculiar circumstances of the day left him quite unnerved, particularly by the last smile of that human skin. He was aware that his companions had also witnessed that grin, yet none dared to speak of it, perhaps out of fear. Before long, an exhausted Wu San succumbed to a deep slumber in the cabin. In a hazy dream, he heard the calls of his fellow crew members, seemingly inviting him to join them in merriment. Feeling the pressure of camaraderie, he struggled to open his eyes. The moment he did, the visage of the woman's skin came into view, ominously pressed against the wooden beam above him, regarding him coldly, before suddenly breaking into that same unsettling smile. The oil lamp beside him flickered, casting an eerie yellow hue upon the grin. In an instant, a torrent of dread overwhelmed him, and he felt an involuntary release of bodily fluids as he attempted to scream, yet no sound escaped his throat. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as a door swung open. "Lao San, Xiao Wu, wake up, we're almost there." Wu San saw the skin flicker, slipping away with something through the gaps in the cabin. Then, a horrific scream pierced the air. On the bed next to Wu San's, where Xiao Wu had been, lay a skinless corpse. It dawned on Wu San that the object taken away by the woman's skin was none other than Xiao Wu's own hide, stripped from him while he still lived. In the days that followed, once they disembarked, Wu San and the others refrained from boarding another ship for nearly a month. Through inquiries, they learned from an elderly local in the nearby town that the skin likely belonged to a beautiful woman named Yanji. Yanji was a lovely maiden residing upstream in Wu Gorge, who had long been enamored with someone. One fateful day, she boarded a boat to visit her beloved, only to encounter bandits who seized the vessel and ultimately took her life. It was said that as she was cast overboard, her body was torn by a protruding bamboo spike, causing her skin to be ripped off before she sank into the river. The cargo ship commandeered by the bandits later arrived quietly at the dock, but the dockworkers found it odd that no one disembarked. When some ventured aboard to investigate, they discovered only a young woman hiding in the ship's hold, while the rest of the crew had been reduced to skinless corpses. At that time, the incident stirred quite a commotion. However, in a remote locale where the emperor's reach felt distant, the local authorities, accustomed to wielding power without consequence, lacked the capacity to concern themselves with such bizarre occurrences. The eerie rumors of human skin began circulating then, yet few had truly encountered such phenomena, and even fewer believed them. Little did anyone expect that Wu San would find himself fortunate on that occasion. As he spoke, Lu Lao Lu took a vigorous drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling fiercely around him. The sun had fully set, and mist began to rise from the river's surface, transforming the vessel into a solitary silhouette against the encroaching darkness. The day had been dreary, and the flickering lights aboard the ship quickly became the sole source of illumination. The steep mountains flanking either side loomed like ferocious beasts, seemingly prepared to consume the entire craft. In such a foreboding atmosphere, after hearing the tale, GK couldn't help but exclaim, "Sixth Master, irrespective of the truth behind your story, it is undeniably thrilling." At this, Lu Lao Lu erupted into hearty laughter, replying, "Indeed, young master, had it not been for your handsome visage, I would not have taken the liberty to weave such a tale for your amusement. I, a native of Tianren City, have never ventured to the mystical Wushan Wuxia." GK and Lin Xiangji exchanged knowing glances, taken aback by the old man's animated storytelling, only to realize it was mere fabrication. How could I have been so gullible? GK mused, "Old man, you truly possess a knack for storytelling." Lu Lao Lu chuckled. "There are indeed tea houses that invite me to share tales. I simply lack the desire to do so. I contend that this world is devoid of the supernatural, being primarily populated by storytellers like myself." As his words lingered in the air, a sudden sound pierced through the night, a sharp thud, reminiscent of an object dropping at the stern of the boat. GK glanced at him, inquiring, "What was that?" Lu Lao Lu, with a playful demeanor, replied, "What could it be? Surely not human skin." Yet the mirth in his smile waned as a haunting female voice drifted through the air. The sound was not quite a song, but bore the essence of traditional opera, reminiscent of a flower maiden warming up her vocal cords on stage. Lu Lao Lu wore a troubled expression, lamenting, on such a night, in the depths of the mountains, what lunatic would dare to sing and frighten others? The haunting melody faded, but soon a faint, shuffling sound emanated from the boat's rear, akin to wet fabric dragging across the wooden planks. Or perhaps, a damp human skin? In that moment, Lu Lao Lu appeared on the verge of tears, his toes curling in distress as he lamented. Could fate be so cruel? He had only dared to spin a ghostly tale to unsettle GK because his life at sea had always been smooth sailing, free of calamities. Yet this evening, GK stood there, calm and composed. Encountering a ghost while merely taking a boat ride and listening to a story seemed rather ordinary, did it not? Chapter 87. Sleep companion. Upon hearing the sibilant sound emanating from the stern of the boat, GK cast a furtive glance at Lin Xiangji, signaling her to investigate the matter. Lin Xiangji feigned ignorance and directed her gaze towards the scenic riverbank. Was there any fault in a cat being somewhat timid? Captain Lu Lao Lu was drenched in cold sweat, and only upon observing GK's somewhat composed demeanor did he manage to suppress his own fear. Unable to restrain himself, GK inquired, "Old Six, should we not take a look?" Lu Lao Lu, trembling with trepidation, replied, "I refuse to go. If you do not, it may very well come to us," GK reasoned. The toes of Lu Lao Lu curled even tighter, as he strained to hear the unsettling sound that seemed to draw nearer. In his imagination, it was undoubtedly a woman's skin crawling towards him. He had recounted this tale countless times, scaring many young women, married ladies, and even two burly men, which had given him a sense of accomplishment. Yet, this was the first time he had frightened himself with a story. The coincidence was simply uncanny. Soon, he noticed something was amiss and could not help but ask, "Little brother, why are you not afraid?" At that moment, GK suddenly adopted a stern expression and replied, "Because I am the Rouge." "Ah." The captain's startled exclamation abruptly ceased as GK swiftly covered his mouth. "Old Six, it was merely a jest. Do not shout. We might genuinely attract it," GK admonished. Seeing his companion still in a state of anxiety, GK produced an iron token and declared, "Demon Slayer, do not panic." Upon observing the ancient script engraved on the black iron token, which read Demon Slayer, Lu Lao Lu ceased his struggles. It was akin to his experience as a boatman. Encountering someone specialized in such matters always provided a sense of reassurance. This was GK's first encounter with the power of credentials. Every official demon slayer possessed a token, with the black iron representing the mortal rank, silver for the earthly rank, and gold for the celestial rank. Those of higher status rarely required tokens, as recognition was typically sufficient. At that moment, GK suddenly crouched down, rummaging through his belongings. Lu Lao Lu, fearing something was amiss, hurriedly followed suit, his face a mask of anxiety and tension. To his astonishment, GK emerged holding a chicken leg, rising back to his feet. The Chen family's marinated chicken legs nearby had the advantage of being more flavorful when cold, prompting GK to pack several for this outing. Lu Laolu stared in confusion as GK nonchalantly produced a chicken leg to eat. Was this chicken leg meant to slay demons? Meanwhile, GK, while gnawing on the chicken leg, made his way towards the stern, a ruler in hand. Lin Xiangji trailed behind him, her demeanor alert and watchful. Sibilant. The sound grew closer, evoking a sense of dread, and Lu Laolu was so tense that he dared not breathe. In the next instant, his muscles tensed, nearly causing him to cry out in fear, for a flash of red fabric suddenly appeared within his line of sight. A red-clad female ghost? Yet, the next moment revealed that the red apparition was merely GK, munching on his chicken leg. Lu Laolu finally discerned that the young demon slayer was teasing him with a ruler, playfully presenting a piece of red fabric. No, upon closer inspection, it was not merely red attire, but a damp red apron. GK remarked, "I wonder whose poor taste led to this apron being tossed overboard." Upon hearing this response, Lu Laolu could not help but exhale a long, exasperated breath. "You nearly scared me to death," he exclaimed. He had never anticipated that after crafting ghost stories for half a lifetime, he would be so thoroughly unsettled by a mere red apron. Logically, he should not have panicked so. The primary reason for his unease stemmed from the young demon slayer beside him. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an ominous premonition whenever he looked at the youth. At that moment, GK brought the apron closer, asking, "Sixth Master, this belongs to your boat. How shall we deal with it? Should you inquire which female passenger might have lost it? If I were to ask, wouldn't that invite trouble?" Lu Laolu hurriedly replied. With a flick of his wrist, GK sent the apron soaring into the river. He had no desire for conflict and deemed it unnecessary. The cabin had an exit leading to the stern, but he did not believe the apron belonged to any female passenger on board. The moisture left by the apron indicated that something had crawled aboard and then leaped back into the water. The river was shrouded in mist tonight, rendering even the most familiar of paths feel foreign. Lu Laolu recalled a saying from a fellow traveler: "At night, when the Dragon King slumbers, his dominion over the waterways becomes less distinct. One might inadvertently wander onto an uncharted path, the nature of which, be it of the mortal realm or the underworld, remains uncertain." However, Lu Laolu soon recognized a familiar sight, a crooked old tree by the riverbank, reassuring him that the waterway was as it had always been. Coupled with the presence of the young scholar beside him and the iron plaque he carried, his anxiety began to dissipate. "I, Lu Laolu, have navigated these waters for years without incident. How could I possibly encounter misfortune now?" After such a fright, Lu Laolu felt somewhat dispirited as night fell. Once the river widened, he entrusted the vessel to his crew and prepared to retire for the night. Still feeling uneasy, he even called upon a youthful subordinate, Xiao Lu, to keep him company. The lad, appearing spirited and robust, seemed an ideal companion for the night. As Lu Laolu gazed at the boy's slightly bashful countenance, he drifted into slumber amidst the gentle rocking of the boat. Yet, his sleep was far from peaceful. He dreamt that he and his subordinate Xiao Lu were seated in a theater, engrossed in a performance. The clown on stage was making a ruckus, drawing out his lines with great flair. Just as Lu Laolu prepared to applaud, he noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the theater. Turning his head, he realized the seats around him were vacant, leaving him utterly alone. When he glanced back at the stage, the once brightly lit scene had plunged into darkness. The clown had ceased his antics, now facing away from him, seemingly engaged in some mysterious task. At that moment, a mournful melody drifted in from the side. Echoing with sorrow, the mournful strains of the opera emanated from him. Yet, this lad typically possessed a rather coarse voice. At this moment, however, it was strikingly thin and sharp. Most notably, the melody was peculiar, reminiscent of a soul-calling incantation, sending chills down one's spine. "Xiao Lu, cease your attempts. This performance is not suited for the likes of ordinary folk." Lu Laolu increasingly sensed the abnormality of the situation. Just as he contemplated rushing over to seize this foolish subordinate and inquire about his actions, Xiao Lu suddenly advanced towards him. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Lu's visage transformed from a blur to a startling clarity, causing Lu Laolu's scalp to prickle with alarm. The face before him was not that of Xiao Lu, but rather a figment of the woman he had envisioned while crafting that tale. A ghostly pallor enveloped her countenance, with 2 splotches of blood-red pigment adorning her cheeks. Though her features were undeniably beautiful, They bore an unsettling resemblance to the paper effigies burned for the deceased. Ah! Lu Lao Lu awoke with a start, finding himself sprawled on the ground, and he could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. It was merely a dream. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Just as he began to regain his composure, a haunting operatic melody drifted into his ears. The servant buries the corpse beneath the misty gorge, day and night yearning for you to pass through. The lyrics and melody mirrored those from his dream, bizarrely akin to a woman without skin standing in the dense woods of the canyon, lamenting her unfulfilled desires and solitude. Lu Lao Lu swallowed hard and slowly turned his head to discover Xiao Lu standing at the foot of his bed, softly singing the same opera. In that moment, he could no longer discern whether he was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. Xiao Lu stood there, clad in the discarded red apron, his complexion as pale as parchment, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. In the dimness of the surroundings, he no longer appeared as a vigorous young man, but rather, he exuded an unsettling femininity, embodying an extraordinary strangeness. Chapter 88. The Strongman's Cranium. Lu Lao Lu is a seasoned boatman, a master of his craft who has navigated the waters with remarkable skill, rarely encountering mishaps. He is undoubtedly a favored figure on the river. Naturally, he possesses considerable courage, as he must manage a crew of sailors, contend with a variety of passengers, and even face the threat of river bandits, tasks not suited for the timid. Lu Lao Lu has even trained in martial arts, rendering him a formidable opponent against typical brigands. As he gazes at the young Lu before him, 5 thoughts swiftly spring to mind, 3 potential escape routes and 2 techniques for counterattack. Yet, he soon realizes these thoughts are futile. Indeed, as the haunting strains of the opera begin to resonate, Lu Lao Lu's body stiffens, a profound sense of dread enveloping him like the tide, constricting him entirely, even tightening his throat. He finds it exceedingly difficult to utter even a single sound. As the eerie melody continues, Lu morphs into something increasingly inhuman. Lu Lao Lu lies there, his nostrils flaring, and suddenly he bites down hard on his tongue, the pain curling his toes. In that instant, as if a drowning man has grasped a fleeting breath, he regains the ability to act. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolls over, flinging open a nearby window and hurling himself out. With a thud, Lu Lao Lu crashes to the ground, scarcely daring to exhale, hastily fleeing as the viscous sound, reminiscent of human skin scraping against wood, resurfaces. Within the cargo hold of the cabin, Lu Lao Lu huddles with several crew members who were asleep there. Beads of sweat form on his brow as he crouches by the door, silent, his gaze fixed intently on the vicinity of the door, while the others remain paralyzed with fear, rendered mute. Moments earlier, Lu Lao Lu had merely uttered a bloodied warning about a malevolent presence, and the crew had been silenced by terror. The entity that could instill such fear in the captain must undoubtedly be formidable. Those who frequently traverse these waters often begin with a carefree, reckless disposition, but over time, they become increasingly cautious and docile. Owing to the myriad of strange occurrences that plague the waterways, they often witness phenomena beyond comprehension, such as gargantuan fish surfacing unexpectedly or white funeral garments hanging from trees along the riverbank at night. However, as long as they adhere to proper protocols, lighting the shadow Buddha lamp and affixing door gods, generally, they encounter no issues. This is the first time they have witnessed such a grave and fearful expression on Lu Lao Lu's face, which undeniably signifies the seriousness of the matter. Today, the boat has encountered a malevolent force, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Lu Lao Lu can only pray that the door gods will ward off the entity, though it seems the protective light of the shadow Buddha has proven ineffective. Indeed, the entity was not attached to Lu. In the fleeting moment of escaping through the window, Lu Lao Lu glimpsed Lu still lying on the bed. Yet at that moment, a mournful opera melody wafted towards him. Every hair on Lu Lao Lu's body stood on end. As the sound emerged, the crew in the cargo hold trembled. The opera's haunting notes instilled a chilling sense of dread, evoking the feeling of a soul being summoned. At that moment, the peculiar sound of friction drew near, and Lu Lao's aged face contorted with anxiety. Creak, creak, accompanied by a slight undulation of the vessel. A figure clad in a red belly band materialized within Lu Lao's line of sight. As this figure approached, wisps of white mist infiltrated the cabin. The sound of opera gradually diminished, replaced by a damp, scraping noise that resonated within the confines of the ship, each sound seemingly scraping against the hearts of those aboard. Lu Lao Lu waved his hand, summoning 2 subordinates, his intention unmistakable: seal the door. As he peered through the crack of the door, He silently reassured himself that the door bore the image of a guardian deity. As long as the image remained intact, no foul entity could enter. Lu Laolu had always believed that the faithful would find solace while the skeptical would encounter despair. He had leaned towards the latter, emboldening himself to weave frightening tales. However, today he found himself believing. He believed in the protective power of the guardian deity. Before long, the damp sound subsided, gradually fading into silence. Had it departed? Upon confirming the absence of noise, Lu Laolu exhaled a sigh of relief. At his age, he had not experienced such terror in many years. The last time he had been so frightened was in his youth, when he had inadvertently lodged a small boat in the branches of a tree. He was drenched in sweat, feeling as though he had been immersed in a vat of water, on the verge of dehydration. He turned around, intending to ask his subordinates for a drink, only to suddenly realize that they had huddled together in the far corner of the room, their faces stricken with fear, no longer blocking the door. A shiver ran down Lu Lao's spine. His muscles tensed as he slowly turned his head, discovering nothing amiss. Just then, a drop of viscous liquid trickled through the door's crack, and as he looked up, a startled scream escaped his lips, causing him to collapse onto the floor, his toes curling in terror. Above the crack, a dim yellow eye fixated upon him, and simultaneously, a damp red belly band slowly descended from above. At that moment, the tightly shut door creaked ominously inward, and the men inside were instantly paralyzed with fear. It was coming in. It intended to enter. As the entity pressed against the door, Lu Laolu and his companions huddled together in fright. A group of bare-chested boatmen became entangled, their bodies brushing against one another, producing slapping sounds due to the intensity of their panic. The dim yellow eye roamed up and down, descending further, accompanied by the vivid red belly band, evoking an indescribable sense of dread. At that instant, the cluster of men trembled once more, clutching each other tighter. Another appeared. Another one of the already terrified companions. Eyes shut tightly, stammered in quivering tones. Indeed, another pitch-black eye had emerged from the crack of the door. The fear among Lu Laolu and his companions intensified. Truly, when it rains, it pours. Misfortune seldom comes alone, and they seemed to be